Karun was unable to open his mouth again. Glaring at Ares was all he could do. The way he was biting his lips suggested that he was forcing himself to suppress his frustration. Ares. Balder tightly closed his mouth, only looking in front of him, afraid that her fury would reach him. If any of you open your mouth from now on, we'll have a duel to the death. Get it? Ares looked at Karun, Denier, and Balder one after the other and raised her chin. Even though the palace masters were well known for their prowess, they closed their mouths, showing that they didn't want a duel to the death against a transcender. Ares successfully silenced her brothers before she returned to Rayon's side. I'm calling my nephew. Come out if you have an issue with that. I'll gladly take you on. She bobbed her finger, telling even the other executives to complain if they wanted. Obviously, no one raised their hand. None, then if anyone stops him from calling me aunt in the future. Lady Ares. Rayon stopped Ares and pointed above the platform. Glenn had his hand raised in an extremely casual manner. Ares Sieghart. Glenn looked down upon Ares with his eyes filled with vanity. You still haven't lost your reckless demeanor even with age. I knew this was going to happen. Ares exhaled quietly and raised her gaze. I'm fully aware why there's a separation between the direct line and collateral. I do agree that it's necessary. However, the situation has changed now. She confidently straightened her back, showing that she didn't want to yield to Glenn either. Rayon should have been a part of the direct line to begin with, and he's proven that he deserved to be a member of the direct line. Ares took another step towards Glenn and raised her voice. He became a grandmaster at 21 years old. He's slain the Holy Sword Alliance master's disciple, and he's even killed the master of the wise dragon sword. Even a person from the outside could have become a part of the direct line with those achievements. Why does Rayon have to receive such a strict treatment? Lady Ares. Rayon extended his hand in an attempt to stop her, but she advanced even further. What if Rayon decides to leave to a different faction? Every single faction is going to welcome him 6 kings, 5 demons, and the 5 divine orders alike. Will you regret it after he is gone? Ares's eyes reflected her sorrow as she glanced back at Rayon. Of course, he isn't going to leave Sieghart. However, he deserves to be treated according to his achievements and skills. She snorted lightheartedly, as if she'd said everything she wanted. You make a good point. Glenn calmly nodded at Ares. However, you were acting up even more than the Light Wind Vice Division leader, and I hadn't heard what he's achieved yet. Ares scratched the back of her head and fell back, feeling awkward about stepping up even more than the Light Wind Division. Rayon Sieghart. Yes, state what the Light Wind Division has done. Understood. Rayon nodded and stepped forward. We suspected House Lachian as soon as we arrived at the Sinnigan branch. A close examination of the corpses at the destroyed branch allowed us to tell that it wasn't the white blood religion's doing, and he told everyone in the audience chamber about what happened after they arrived at the Sinnigan branch until the moment he killed the master of the wise dragon sword. Did he just say he fell into a trance in the middle of a battlefield? He is insane. No, is that precisely the reason why he managed to reach that realm? How could a youngster be so bold? I'm glad he didn't join us. It would have been impossible to handle him. The Holy Sword Alliance master's disciple, and even the master of the wise dragon sword. He's achieved great deeds once again. The executives gasped while admiring every single one of Rayon and the Light Wind Division's achievements. That's right, I'm the only person who can handle this crazy guy. Rimmer smiled cheerfully, enjoying their exclamations. Excellent, revealing the sin of House Lachian to stop their wrongdoing, slaying the Holy Sword Alliance master's disciple and the master of the wise dragon sword, and becoming a grandmaster at your young age. Every single one is a great achievement, each lacking any flaw. He stared at Rayon while acknowledging his achievements. His hand covering his mouth looked like it was trembling intensely. My lord. Rayon stepped forward and lowered his head. Xiaolin was with Dorian, and Rayon called her to come next to him. If Xiaolin hadn't mustered the courage 2 whole times, House Lachian would have managed to hide their plans all along and attacked us from the behind in the end. Rayon smiled faintly while patting Xiaolin's back. Her face was pale from her nerves, but her red complexion returned. Indeed, Glenn briefly nodded while looking at Xiaolin. His voice sounded slightly softer. Excuse me. Xiaolin went on her knees and lowered her head. I have a request I'd like to make. She slammed her head on the ground while biting her lip. You don't need to act so polite. Stand up. Glenn casually shook his hand, and Xiaolin's head was raised in a natural manner. What's your request? PL, please allow me to manage House Lachian. Xiaolin repeated what she'd told Rayon when she was bedridden. Glenn didn't respond to her and looked at Rayon, who managed to survive from House Lachian. About 2/5 of the previous members survived. They aren't that powerful, but they are highly loyal to the house. Management of a house isn't something that a child can do. Glenn furrowed his brow slightly while looking back at Xiaolin. However, Xiaolin's expression started to harden when Glenn's voice continued. If she showed her determination even when her family was torturing her, she can't be considered a child anymore. He nodded while meeting Xiaolin's trembling eyes. We'll be watching for a while. Xiaolin slammed her forehead on the ground to the point where it made a thudding sound. Why, you can stand up now. Rayon forcibly dragged Xiaolin back because she was still crouching like a larva. It's all concluded now, right? Aries shook her hand with a bright smile on her face, glad about the matter being nicely concluded. Since the matter in House Lachian is solved, Rayon will be my nephew from now on and… That's not true. Glenn shifted his gaze to Aries and shook his head. What? Aries widened her eyes in disbelief. Please learn when to stop. It's not even that important that he is a direct line or a collateral. Even though he's gained enough achievements to become a part of the direct line, the Light Wind Vice Division leader is currently a collateral. That title can't be allowed until he becomes a member of the direct line. Glenn's gaze darkened, but Aries Sieghart. Even though you don't hold any rank at the moment, your name is engraved at the highest position in Sieghart. What do you think other people are going to say if you break that rule when you should be setting an example? Aries couldn't refute his words and simply furrowed her brow. She didn't think he was wrong even though it was frustrating to admit. If you want him to call you aunt, let him do it after he becomes a part of the direct line. Then you're making him into a member of the direct line right now, aren't you? That's not the case either. Arg, why? She stomped on the ground powerfully and raised her voice. He will become a part of the direct line at the first of the next year. The first of next year. Aries tilted her head, unable to understand him. That's right. Rayon stood next to Aries and nodded. Our Lord promised to restore my mother's status as part of the direct line if I manage to win the duel to death against the Axe King next year. The Axe King. Aries furrowed her brow while looking at Rayon. The Axe King isn't an easy opponent. You might really die from it. I'm fully aware. Rayon smiled calmly. He was well aware of how powerful the Axe King was because he'd crossed blades with him before. Even though the situation has changed, I don't want to break the condition that I've decided upon already. I'd like to defeat the Axe King and bring fame to the house in order to restore my mother's status as a member of the direct line with my own power. Rayon's statement about the pledge he'd made with Glenn sounded like a declaration to everyone. Karun furrowed his brow, showing his displeasure about that promise itself, while Denier stared at Rayon with an expressionless doll-like face. Balder widened his eyes, taking a liking to his confident demeanor. Gah! Aries screamed and hugged Rayon tightly. What should I do? He is such a good guy. How was a man like this born from my house? She rubbed her cheek against Rayon's while saying that he really was Sylvia's son. Glenn cleared his throat loudly, as if he were telling her to get off him. But he is so praiseworthy. Aries even ignored Glenn's frightening pressure and hugged Rayon even more tightly. Behave yourself. Arg, why are you doing this? On top of frowning, Glenn even used his will to separate Rayon and Aries. Rimmer and Roan met each other's eyes while looking at Glenn's disgruntled expression. He is acting like that right now because he is jealous of her being called his aunt and hugging him, right? Hoo-hoo-hoo. Once the situation calmed down to a certain extent, Rayon went in front of Glenn once again. There's something I couldn't report yet. What is that? When we were reorganizing ourselves after we'd slain the master of the wise dragon sword, another person from the Holy Sword Alliance attacked us. Who was that, Rayon sighed briefly and closed his eyes. He parted his lips, thinking about Rector's eyes, which were as dry as the sand in a desert. Rector, the master of the bloody sword. He is the person we've been calling the Sword Demon. Once the name of Sword Demon Rector was mentioned, the slightly hectic atmosphere in the Lord's manor fell quiet once again. He was from the Holy Sword Alliance. Glenn's eyes widened for the first time that Rayon had ever seen, showing that it was also unexpected for him. Yes, he is, Rayon nodded while biting his lip because he was still unable to believe that fact either. He introduced himself as the master of the bloody sword of the Holy Sword Alliance and attacked us. Glenn closed his eyes and buried his back into the throne upon hearing the definitive response. It looked like his face was suddenly filled with exhaustion. The Sword Demon is from the Holy Sword Alliance, but the Sword Demon is a transcender. Does that mean the Holy Sword Alliance has another transcender now? Why did he even join the Holy Sword Alliance? He didn't join. He said that he was with the Holy Sword Alliance from the beginning. I don't understand. Why was he doing all of those good deeds if that were true? The executives also turned pale upon hearing that the Sword Demon was from the Holy Sword Alliance. Glenn opened his eyes after a long time and asked, "What did he say to you?" He said that the Holy Sword Alliance master would be satisfied if he brought me with him, since the master of the wise dragon's sword and cloud had died. Did he try to kidnap you? Yes. Lady Ares arrived at the right moment and stopped him, but he tried to take me away. Glenn looked at Ares for a moment and narrowed his eyes, which means that the Sword Demon Rector is our enemy. Glenn sounded somewhat ambiguous. Rayon didn't respond right away, and he thought about Rector's eyes and the swordsmanship he demonstrated for him. He did want to deliver some message, but it doesn't change the fact that he is from the Holy Sword Alliance. He might have different intentions, but it's not something I should say here. The personal impression he had from Rector wasn't something that he should be stating in an official meeting. Right, he is an enemy. Rayon nodded heavily while looking at Glenn. And there's one more thing. The Black Tower, the Holy Sword Alliance, and the White Blood Religion seem to have formed an alliance. Alliance, yes, according to what the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword and Rector said. Rayon told Glenn and the executives about what Rayon had predicted from the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's words. See, how could you leave him as a collateral when he brings such important information to us? Ares complimented his ability to gather information, saddened by the fact that he couldn't become a part of the direct line right away. Good job, you've brought a lot for us. Glenn gestured with his hand while nodding his head, and Roan went up to the platform with a large plate on his hands. Rayon Sieghart, come up here. Yes, Rayon nodded and went up to the platform. For the great achievement of stopping House Lachion's misdeeds and slaying the Holy Sword Alliance Master's disciple and the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword, a golden tablet and an additional reward will be bestowed. Glenn took a golden tablet and a red box from the plate Roan was holding and handed them over. Rayon lowered his head while accepting the golden tablet and the box. However, it didn't put him in a good mood, unlike the other times, because rewards aren't what I want right now. Rayon went down from the platform without showing the bitter emotion welling up in his chest. The Lord's manor fell quiet after the Light Wind Division and the executives left. Rimmer sighed briefly while leaning back against a pillar. You should have just taken it. It was a great opportunity. What are you talking about? Glenn was lost in thoughts and slowly shifted his gaze. What else? It's obviously about Rayon. You should have just made him into a member of the direct line when Ares stepped up. Rimmer pounded his chest with his left hand to express his frustration. Even Karun and Balder shut their mouths because they were afraid of Ares. That was a perfect opportunity. I already said that I've already made a promise with him. Glenn firmly shook his head. Moreover, making him a member of the direct line by borrowing Ares's power isn't a good decision. He needs to become a part of the direct line with his own power for Sylvia and the people in the annex building to live in peace. He stared at Rimmer with serious eyes. If I restored Rayon's status right now, his great achievements would be overshadowed, and more people would complain that he became a part of the direct line with Ares's influence. Glenn was certain about his decision, as if he'd already imagined all kinds of futures. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan nodded his head with a faint laugh. I agree. If Sir Rayon became a part of the direct line today, his close relationship with Lady Ares would have stood out more than the fact that he became a grandmaster. He smiled, saying that it was better for Rayon to become a part of the direct line with his duel against the Axe King. Moreover, Glenn furiously clenched his back teeth and raised his gaze fiercely. The first title he should call after he becomes a part of the direct line is grandfather, not aunt. He glared at the spot where Ares used to stand, saying that he couldn't yield on that. Rimmer closed his eyes and shook his head. You should have just acted like that in front of him. It would have been over already if you did. He shook his head, saying that it was such a shame. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan smiled gently, showing that he agreed with Rimmer this time. What are you going to do now? Glenn glanced at Rimmer with a furrowed brow. I'm not sure. Rimmer licked his lips and scratched his head. I'm not too sure. What shall I do? He shook his head, showing that he hadn't made up his mind yet. But there's something more important than that. What is it? How much pension and severance pay do I get? I need to know that to make my decision. Rimmer started to speak with a broad grin on his face, and Glenn raised his finger. Spark, violent lightning burst from above Rimmer's head. Wait, I was just saying that. I was kidding. Glenn couldn't bring himself to beat him up because he was a patient and removed the lightning with a frown on his face. I'm thinking about visiting my homeland for now. Your homeland? Yes, I should return this sword now after all. Rimmer tapped on the sword hanging around his waist. I see. Glenn calmly nodded. He seemed to be ready to accept any decision Rimmer was going to make. All right, have a nice stroll, he declared. Then he stood up from the throne and went down the platform. Where are you going? Rimmer asked, and Glenn calmly shook his head. A place I need to go. That's what happened. Rayon returned to the annex building and told Sylvia about everything that had happened so far. I see. Sylvia sighed quietly while looking at Rayon. What's your opinion about this? You said that Sir Rector let you go even though he could have caught you, right? That was my impression. Then I think he does have a message to deliver. She nodded while maintaining a calm expression on her face. I told you before that I think he is related to your father. Indeed. He might have visited you there because he knows the relationship between you and your father. He might have been warning you to be careful in the future. Warning. It was true that Rector had allowed him to know that the Holy Sword Alliance, the Black Tower, and the White Blood Religion had formed an alliance, and that all three of them were targeting him. However, I'm saying this because I have a good impression of him. The reality might be different, so you should be careful. Yes, I should. Rayon nodded while holding Sylvia's hand. You've worked so hard. Go back and rest for now. Sylvia waved her hand with a smile even though she looked tired. You should rest as well, mother. Rayon lowered his head at Sylvia, then left her room. He returned to his room and sat on the ground. I'm so tired. He was unable to sort out his feelings because of the encounter with Rector. He would have learned to be careful if he was clearly a traitor, but he couldn't make up his mind at all because he couldn't tell what Rector wanted. Wrath furrowed his brow while watching Rayon contemplate the matter. Even the King of Essence can't tell for sure about this, despite how humane he is. He clicked his tongue, saying that humans were so complicated. I know, right? Rayon sighed while lying down on the ground instead of going onto the bed. Interpersonal relationships are so complicated, he briefly complained, and then a large shadow filled the window. Rayon raised his gaze, and Glenn was gesturing with his hand for him to come out with a ferocious look on his face. Gasp. Rayon briskly stood up and went outside. Is he here to give me the reward that he couldn't give in the audience chamber? Glenn had visited him at night many times before to give him additional rewards to make up for the lacking rewards in the audience chamber. However, Rayon didn't have high expectations for it as he followed Glenn because he wanted mental stability rather than material rewards like that. He reached the annex building's lake with slightly exhausted steps, and Glenn turned around. He gently nodded while looking at him. It must have been hard on you. Karun stomped the ground violently. His irritation and rage spread with the resonance to make the main building's garden tremble. Damn it, he violently ground his teeth, still frustrated after he stomped on the ground over and over. Calm down a little. Balder sighed and went up next to Karun. I feel shitty too, but it couldn't be helped this time. There's no way they wouldn't be nice to someone who became a grandmaster and beheaded the master of the wise dragon sword at 21 years old. He furrowed his brow, saying that he should be able to understand. Feeling shitty, you said. Karun twisted his lips while glaring at Balder. You spineless fool. Wipe that smile off your face and try saying that again. Balder hurriedly touched the sides of his lips. Have you still not learned your lesson after you got humiliated so much by that young bastard? That's not true. Of course, it's a good thing that the house became more famous and we have a rising star. However, Karun bit his lip tightly and continued. He is Rayon, the collateral. He is a monkey whose bloodline we don't know. Moreover, he is already out of our reach. Out of our reach, we can't keep him in our grasp and order him around. He is an enemy that we have to compete with for the position of head of house. Have you still not realized that fact? He tapped on his head with his finger, telling him to think about how Glenn and Ares were caring for Rayon. Ah, that's why. Balder's lips trembled, finally understanding the sense of crisis. It's not too late to take action. It's already too late. Denier came out from behind the bushes in the garden and casually shook his hand. What? You heard the rumor that our father personally taught Rayon swordsmanship, didn't you? That was true. Moreover, he's been teaching him for quite a long time. Denier leaned his back against a pillar in the garden while letting out a faint laugh. I warned you. Our father has already been viewing Rayon as a successor candidate. Wait, he is far too young for that. Balder shook his head, saying that it didn't make any sense. It's Rayon we're talking about, not Sylvia. How could we even compete with a nephew for the head position? He might like him even more precisely because he is young. He is the youngest grandmaster in the continent, and he has built a good amount of reputation. The popularity and awareness of our house should increase quite a lot if Rayon becomes the head. I don't think it's a bad idea. Denier nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. Considering the fact that he brought up the duel to death against the Axe King, I think he is probably going to take Rayon into the direct line at the beginning of next year and declare him the successor right after. What do you think about it, Karun? Karun didn't respond to Denier's question and simply looked at him with a frown. Why are you glaring at me so hard? It's not like I'm Rayon. Denier chuckled and turned around. What I'm trying to tell you is that you shouldn't touch Rayon for no reason and awaken the beehive. You know that no one can stop Ares if she starts to rampage. Let's live quietly. He casually shook his hand and left the garden. Karun furrowed his brow while looking at Denier, who disappeared into the darkness. What are you thinking? Rayon's fingertips trembled as he saw Glenn's serious eyes. It must have been hard for me, he said. Anyone could say that, but no one did for him. Glenn's short sentence had melted the dark lump blocking his mind. So that was what I wanted to hear all along. Rayon finally realized why he didn't really feel happy when he was rewarded with a golden tablet and additional rewards from Glenn and Lord's Manor. He realized that he wanted mental stability rather than a materialistic reward. I've become weaker. No, this might be human, not weak. In his previous life as an assassin, he pretty much lived as a marionette controlled by strings, killing whoever he was asked to kill and kidnapping whoever he was asked to kidnap. Since he'd been living as a hunting dog on a leash, he never had any room to feel betrayal, even when he was killed by Darius while preparing to run away after he removed the brainwashing using Ring of Fire. He didn't feel betrayed because he didn't trust him to begin with. He was just furious. However, his new life was different. He'd encountered many people and he'd shared his affection and his mind with them. Rector was one of them. Rayon treated him like his own grandfather and learned swordsmanship and life from him. That was why his betrayal stabbed him even more deeply and painfully. You are rather blessed with people. Glenn calmly shifted his gaze. His calm voice continued as he stared at the lake. Rayon gave a small nod. As he said, the Light Wind Division, including Burin and Martha, had begged for forgiveness for their immature mistakes in their childhood, and Rimmer had made a training regime appropriate for each person despite being lazy. His family in the annex building, including Sylvia and Helen, were also going to be with him for the entire life, so it wasn't really wrong to say that he was blessed with people. The reason why you are struggling right now is because you are feeling betrayed for the first time at the hand of someone that you cared about and considered yourself having a good relationship with. If such a thing ends as a betrayal, it is bound to be painful. Glenn nodded, showing that he could understand Rayon's feelings. Rayon licked his lips while feeling like Glenn's back, which had always felt so far away, had gone a bit closer. This is unexpected. He thought that Glenn would simply scold him, but he was unexpectedly comforting him. Not everyone who approached you favorably can be good people. There aren't many people like Balder, who shows everything he is thinking on the outside. It felt like Glenn's voice was laughing faintly when he used Balder as an example. He gestured with his finger and went over the lake towards the North Grave Mountain. Even though he looked like he was simply walking, he was advancing as if he'd transcended space, making it impossible to catch up to him. Glenn's steps came to a halt at a wide open area at the entrance of the North Grave Mountain. Snap. He took a small branch from the bushes and gestured at Rayon with his chin. Draw your sword. What? When your mind is cluttered, it's best to move your body without any thoughts. Glenn raised the branch and pointed it at him like a sword. Show me what kind of will you embrace to reach Grandmaster. Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive's hilt and looked at the branch Glenn was holding. A few leaves were shaking in the night wind. Is he having a spar for me? He'd been taught by Glenn multiple times before, but they'd never crossed blades before. It was truly a great opportunity for him. Since I was told to empty my thoughts, is it all right to go all out? It would be meaningless if you didn't. In that. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem with trembling hands. I'm attacking now. He held the two swords in a reverse grip, slamming them on the ground to unleash his mental world. The heat and coldness emerging from his lower energy center rose past his middle energy center and reached his upper energy center. His vision turned white, and his mental world was unleashed towards the world, having become even sturdier and sharper than the previous sword fields. An unfamiliar golden sun and silver moon rose from behind him. The golden light of the sun seeped into the divine sword grasped in his right hand, and the silver moonlight dwelled upon the demonic sword surging from his left hand. It has an impressive appearance, at least. Glenn nodded, his lips showing his composure. Come. Rayon dashed toward Glenn from the front, using Glenn's voice as the signal. He advanced quickly enough for the grass on the ground to be rooted out and poured out the divine sword's flame and the demonic sword's frost. The two swords, engulfed in principles of the twin sword technique, bent downwards, causing a powerful shockwave to occur. SHH. Even though the fire and ice were covering his entire vision, Glenn held out the thin branch, which looked like even a child could break it. Wham! Tremendous explosions occurred one after the other, turning the bushes and trees around them to dust, but Glenn's branch wasn't wavering in the slightest. It was difficult to believe even though it was unfolding right in front of his eyes. The power is pretty decent, at least. Keep going. Yes. Rayon stomped with his left foot and pierced towards Glenn from the left side. An ordinary attack isn't going to work. It was impossible to break through Glenn's defense from the front. It was necessary to aim for a spot where he wouldn't be able to defend. Kring, he used the Supreme Harmonies. Third step, he moved to Glenn's right from behind, as naturally as flowing water, and executed the Crimson Slash and Front Pond at the same time. The crimson line of heat and the blue blade advanced towards Glenn from his blind spot with a delay between them. The fight is over the moment you stop thinking. Glenn smiled faintly and raised the branch vertically. With a simple swing of the branch, he fended off the Crimson Slash that was advancing first, and also blocked the two blades of Frost Pond piercing through the air at him from behind. I don't even understand what he did or how he did it. Rayon felt like the time was flowing differently for him. Rayon bit his lip and executed the Supreme Harmony steps. He advanced by folding the space and stabbed his divine and demonic swords from right under his nose. The flame and frost dwelling on the tips of the blades spread around like a kaleidoscope and engulfed Glenn's body. 10,000 flames cultivation, 1,000 flames, 36 Crimson Slash. He activated the move that stabbed from 36 directions at once with two swords. The outrageous strike that attacked from 72 directions in total was rushing towards Glenn's vitals all around his body. You become more at ease with moving your hands. Both your speed and power have improved. Glenn briefly complimented the technique that he'd criticized in the past and shook his branch. A faint yet sturdy wind spread around, and and easily broke the flow of it. 36 Crimson Slash. Rumble. Rayon gritted his teeth and forced his legs to avoid being pushed back by the wind that felt like it was even pushing his soul, not just his body. The flame and frost emerging from the divine and demonic swords became more intense, as if they were responding to his will. Clang. Rayon entered Glenn's frontal space once again and swung the divine and demonic swords upward toward the branch. The two blades scratched the ground and soared to smash the two ends of the branch. However, the branch didn't waver in the slightest even though Rayon was unleashing his full power. Let's get a bit more violent. Glenn turned his wrist faintly. Crimson lightning emerged from the branch and pressured the divine sword's flame and the demonic sword's frost. Zap. However, the flame and frost didn't lose their light even though they were being one-sidedly pushed back by the intense lightning energy. I see. Glenn slowly nodded while looking down at the divine and demonic swords. It felt like his eyes were sparkling faintly. Your choice was to never be defeated. You wanted to be a sword that never breaks. He noticed what kind of will Rayon had utilized to become the Grandmaster after only crossing blades a few times. Then attack me harder so that your flame won't be extinguished. Of course, Rayon rushed at him while letting out a loud shout of concentration. The demonic sword caught up to the trajectory of the divine sword's advance and unleashed red and blue astral spheres. Wham! The two astral spheres spread their dazzling radiance and advanced towards Glenn. He smiled faintly, facing an intense wave of power that was violently carving the land. Your swordsmanship is somewhat organized now. Glenn casually swung down the branch like a child's play. A red wave occurred from the tip of the slightly wavering branch and blocked the two spheres of light. Wham! The astral spheres of the divine and demonic swords couldn't even reach Glenn and disappeared in front of the wavering leaf. I knew it, since Rayon was expecting it to happen. He exhaled and raised his blades again. He took a step towards Glenn, activating the Flame Dragon art with the divine sword and unleashing the Flame Spirit with the demonic sword. Swaya, the moment the blue-colored Flame Spirit blocked Glenn's back. The Flame Dragon art burst forth. Glenn smiled faintly upon seeing the golden flame and extended his branch. Wham! The flame dragon's roar disappeared in vain, unable to break through the trajectory of the leaves. Kring. Rayon moved to Glenn's right side, taking advantage of the Flame Dragon art's heat haze. He approached him and shoved the last blade of the Divine and Demonic Harmony at him. Rayon Zeeghart style 6th form. Divine and Demonic Harmony combination technique. Red-blue invincible sword. The luminance of flame and frost cutting through the sky and land engulfed Glenn. It's a nice sword, Glenn exclaimed faintly for the first time and raised his branch. The crimson lightning surging from the center of the branch clashed against the red-blue invincible sword's flow. Clang. The tremendous clash between the lightning energy against the flame and frost shook the land beneath them, but the ground where Glenn was standing wasn't shaking in the slightest. However, a single leaf dropped to the ground while swaying left and right from the branch he was holding. Rayon laughed bitterly and sank to the ground. I only got a single leaf. He could only laugh because a single leaf was all he managed to take off with his best efforts. It's not only a single leaf. What do you mean by that? It means that you've managed to do it in your own way. Unexpectedly, Wrath didn't laugh at him, murmuring something that Rayon couldn't understand exactly. Glenn stared at the fallen leaf before he went to the bushes. He returned the branch he'd broken to the spot it was originally and rubbed his fingers, reattaching the branch as if it was never broken to begin with. That's. Rayon's lips parted before he knew it because he'd never expected that the broken branch would be reattached. If there are swords that can kill, there are also swords that can save. I've only recently been enlightened on how to do it, so don't be so surprised. Glenn lightly tapped on the branch that had returned to the original and looked at Rayon. So, are you feeling better now? What? Ah, yes. Rayon nodded blankly. I'd completely forgotten about it. He forgot about Rector while he was sparring against Glenn, and he felt refreshed, as if his frustrated mind had returned to normal. You think too much, you need to empty your head from time to time. I'll keep it in mind. I'm saying this because you managed to sort out your feelings. Glenn briefly clicked his tongue and looked up to the night sky. About Rector, I didn't see him either as the type of person who would betray people. Glenn shook his head, saying that it was a bit regrettable. Hey. Rayon briefly raised his hand while looking at Glenn. I have something I'd like to tell you. What is it, actually? Rayon told him about what Rector had done in the situation back then. I see. Glenn didn't brush it off as nonsense and nodded peacefully instead. I've taken notice. However, it doesn't change the fact that he is our enemy. I know. In that case, that's fine. He nodded and turned around. I'm taking my leave now. Rayon bowed at Glenn sincerely. I was just rewarding you for your achievements from this mission. Glenn left towards the main building, leaving behind a slightly cold-hearted voice. As soon as Glenn couldn't be seen anymore, Rayon lay down on the ground and exhaled in a refreshed manner. The ground was harder than his room, but his mind was at ease. This is nice. Glenn didn't immediately return to the Lord's manor. He was watching Rayon while leaning his back against a tree, rising midway up in the North Grave Mountain. It must be painful. Rayon didn't even understand why he was having such a hard and painful time. He pretended to be cold-hearted, but he'd grown up while sharing affection with people. That was why Rector's betrayal must have affected him even more strongly and deeply. Not everyone is a good person, and not everyone is evil either. Glenn had prepared that meeting in order to prevent Rayon from distancing himself from the others. He was glad to see that Rayon had somewhat vented out his emotions. You should be able to overcome it. Glenn narrowed his eyes while looking at a fallen leaf near Rayon's feet. By the way, the sword field he created is really outrageous. Rayon's sword field was beyond his expectations. The power, durability, and sustainability were extremely high, and the biggest advantage was that it was still incomplete. No, rather than incomplete, it should be said that it can grow. Rayon's sword field perfectly incorporated his mental world. That implied that his sword field was going to grow according to the growth of his upper energy center. Rayon's sword field truly had infinite potential. In fact, Rayon's sword field had improved during the spar itself. The proof was the fact that the branch had lost a leaf, even though Glenn had been maintaining its shape with his while matching Rayon's estimated output. And Glenn closed his eyes. That golden flame. The flame from Rayon's sword had a faint golden radiance in the midst of the red glow. It was the golden flame that had only appeared once even in the long history of Zeekhart. The flame of the founding head was seeping into Rayon's soul. The path of domination isn't the one that suits you. Glenn slowly raised his eyebrows. I'll take all of the malice and disgrace with me, so Rayon you. He smiled, gazing at Rayon with his red eyes, where his tender affection was showing up, shall walk the righteous path. Rayon watched the stars for a long time while lying on the ground, and then he finally stood up. He'd spent most of his stamina and aura during the spar against Glenn, but mysteriously enough, his mind was extremely clear. What a nice feeling. The lump pressing upon his chest was completely gone, too. It brought a smile to his face because he felt like he'd returned to the time before seeing Rector at House Lachian. Really, Wrath jolted up like a firecracker and shoved his face onto him. What? Has your mood really improved? It has, but why? In that case, the King of Essence has something to tell you. His navy-colored eyes were glowing in a serious light. Something to tell me, Rayon swallowed nervously while watching the grave look in Wrath's eyes. He was a bit nervous because of how serious the cotton candy had suddenly become. I'm listening, you bastard. Wrath furrowed his brow, raising his round fist. You didn't keep your promise about buying ice cream for the King of Essence as soon as we returned to the house. Rayon's red eyes turned cold as if the heat suddenly left them. Ha, why are you looking at him like that? You are the one who promised. I did indeed promise, but why are you talking about it now? Moreover, why do you look so serious, you food waster? Food waster. Wrath sharply raised his head with lips trembling intensely. How dare you call the monarch of devildom a food waster? The King of Essence has been looking forward to that promise. He barked in frustration. He's been looking forward to it. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Wrath, who had become a strawberry-flavored cotton candy because of his flushed face. Has he been suppressing the urge so far? When he thought about it, Wrath had only brought up the ice cream after asking if he was in a better mood. I guess he would have started to whine about buying the ice cream right away normally, judging from what he's done in the past. Wrath hadn't even said a single word about ice cream after the encounter with Rector. It must have been his consideration for Rayon, whose feelings were hurt. Is Wrath also changing? His relationship with people wasn't the only thing that was changing over time and through bonds. His relationship with Wrath was also changing little by little. I get it. Rayon chuckled and stood up. He shook the dust from his clothes and nodded. Let's go as soon as possible tomorrow. Huh. Wrath's eyes resembled those of a surprised rabbit. Why are you surprised? You were the one who wanted to go. How come you're listening to him right away when you always love to do the opposite? It's gotta be like this sometimes. You finally turned over a new leaf. That was a great decision. The King of Essence shall allow you to serve him if you keep being obedient in the future. I'm not buying it. Rayon casually shook his hand and returned to the annex building. He was trying to quietly enter through the back door leading to the kitchen because of how late it was, but he could feel someone's presence in the darkness. Huh, Sir Damn Handsome. And Sia had disclosed her identity with that single phrase. She nodded at him, holding a piece of bread in her mouth. Rayon could guess that she had come out because she got hungry during her research. When did you come back, Sir Damn Handsome? It wasn't even the Damn Handsome Rayon anymore. He'd become just Damn Handsome. She wasn't even using his name anymore. I arrived today. It's only been a few hours. Arg, I didn't even realize you'd returned because I was too focused on my research. I'm such an idiot. And Sia slammed her forehead on the table in frustration. How could I miss the opportunity to watch Sir Rayon for multiple hours? I should just die. PL, please stop. Rayon gulped and grabbed Encia's shoulder. He had the same feeling every single time, but she really was difficult to deal with. By the way, Sia blinked, the bread still held in her mouth. Even though there was a stream of blood flowing from her forehead, she simply stared at Rayon without caring about it at all. Did you dye your hair, Sir Rayon? No, your blonde hair seemed to have gotten slightly more vibrant. She murmured that there was no doubt about it and took out a thick booklet from her clothes. Upon opening it, pictures of Rayon were visible, organized by date. Rayon's lips trembled as he saw countless pictures of himself. This is a bit scary. A chill ran down his spine because he'd never expected that she would have taken so many pictures. She's going to become like that madwoman at this rate. The seed of obsession is spouting right now. Wrath averted his gaze, saying that a new spout was about to rise. I was right. Your hair color has become more vibrant. And Sia handed out the picture from before he left for the mission, telling him to check it out. Is that so? Rayon simply nodded because he honestly couldn't tell the difference. But how did this happen? Why did his blonde hair become more vibrant? Is he becoming even more damn handsome? But he's going to transcend humanity if he becomes even more handsome than right now. Sia smiled happily, saying that she got some great material. Rayon licked his lips while watching Sia, who was absorbed in her own world. I was planning to tell her tomorrow, but this is a good occasion. He walked up to Sia and lowered his head. I have a request I'd like to make of Lady Sia. I'm always ready. She immediately accepted without even asking what kind of request it was. Do you recognize this by any chance? Rayon took out the artificial arm artifact that Cloud had been wearing. Sia's gaze parted from Rayon for the first time. It's an artifact that can be used as a prosthetic. It was made recently rather than being an ancient item. Recently, yes. The materials and methods used to make it are recent stuff. It must have been made by a skilled crafter. She smiled, saying that the one who made the arm must have been famous. In that case, is it possible to craft this artifact, matching the size of another person? It's possible, but I don't think it'll be an easy task. Sia clicked her tongue without taking her eyes off of the artificial arm. What do you mean by not being easy? It can hardly be used in this state. It strains the wearer, so I'll need to completely remake the blueprint. She frowned, saying that it wasn't intended to be used for a long time to begin with. Moreover, it requires natural materials since it needs to touch the arm. I think it's going to take some time to acquire them. Even though she was saying that the materials were difficult to acquire, her sparkling eyes revealed that she was interested in the task. By the way, who is going to use this? Sir Rimmer is. What? Sia's eyes widened. Something happened during the mission, I see. She nodded without asking about it any further. I think I need to meet with Sir Rimmer before I can decide. I understand. Then I'll be taking this one to analyze. Sia looked like her entire attention was focused on the artificial arm. She returned to her room without even taking the bread she'd been eating. She's amazing. She was usually playful and called him by that strange title, damn handsome, but she was extremely serious when it came to her work. There was a lot to learn from her in various ways. Rayon cleaned up the slightly messy kitchen before he returned to his room. Knock, knock, knock. He was preparing his clothes so that he could wash himself when heard the 3 knocks from the door. Enter. Since there was only one person who knocked 3 times, he told her to enter. Judil carefully opened the door, then entered the room and lowered her head. Nothing unusual happened, right? Nothing special happened until now. Are you implying that something is happening now? Yes, I got a message from the Central Martial Palace a moment ago. It must be about me. Rayon nodded with a cheerful smile on his face. Indeed. However, there was also another request. Judil briefly shook her head. Another request. I was ordered to report even the slightest thing I've learned about the Wise Martial Palace. Wise Martial Palace. Rayon lowered his head and furrowed his brow. Wise Martial Palace has Denier Sieghart as the palace master. Indeed. Why is he suddenly asking you to investigate them? Karun's eyes were frighteningly cold when he left the audience chamber. Rayon couldn't understand why he would suddenly start gathering information about the Wise Martial Palace, even though his anger was directed at him. Denier Sieghart. Denier had never caused an issue or said anything strange. He didn't exactly take good care of Rayon or Sylvia, but he didn't look down on them unlike the others. However, the look in his eyes strangely reminded him of Darius Robert. Shall I investigate it? Yes, but you should be careful. I don't think we should rashly approach this matter. Understood. I'm also going to adjust accordingly when I write the report about you. Then have a good rest. Judil lowered her head and stood up. Wait a moment. Rayon stopped Judil as she was about to leave. Any information about your brother? Not yet. Judil shook her head with composed eyes. My lord. She turned back and lowered her head. I believe we don't need to continue the investigation into my brother. What? Considering the fact that we still can't find him even with the black market's power, it's probably too late. Judil continued with a similar expression as when she was making the report, as if she had lost all her emotions. It's getting a lot pricier and more complicated to search. I believe it's better to give up. Are you serious? Rayon asked while looking at Judil's darkened eyes. Judil's fingers trembled as she remained silent. To be honest, I wanted to find your brother in the past because you became my subordinate. It was just a condition to take you in, without any emotion involved. However, Rayon smiled faintly as he saw that Judil's eyelids had started to tremble. I now want you to be reunited with your brother from the bottom of my heart. It wasn't a lie. Since he was learning about relationships like family, masters, and friends, the promise with Judil had a different value to him. He wanted to find her brother no matter what, unlike before. Don't give up before me. Rayon held Judil's shoulder. He didn't put any force on it, but he wanted to deliver warmth to show his sincerity. Yes. Judil lowered her head with trembling shoulders. It felt like she was revealing her emotions for the first time since she'd entered the room. Judil thanked him without raising her head and left the room. Even a bastard like you's becoming more human. Wrath nodded with a grumpy look on his face, but he also seemed to be proud of him. I've always been a human. Only your appearance is human. Your insides have always been even more evil than a demon's. Well, I guess I wasn't that human so far. Like he said, he couldn't cast off the shadow of his previous self as an assassin in the beginning. However, the shadow of his previous life was fading away as he encountered various people. I'm going to change even more in the future. Do you want the King of Essence to tell you how to become more human? Is there a method like that? Nothing is impossible in the world. Wrath raised his chin sharply with a grin on his face. What is it? It's the promise. Promise, indeed. You only become a true human by keeping your promises. That means you should offer ice cream to the King of Essence right now and cough. Rayon kicked Wrath away and sighed. I'm so tired of him. Rayon took a bite of the mint chocolate ice cream, leaning his back against the annex building's wall. Whoa! Wrath clutched his plump cheeks and exclaimed, looking like melting cotton candy. This is happiness. This is life. The King of Essence is going to open an ice cream shop as soon as he returns to Devildom. He clenched his fist, saying that he was going to open 1,000 stores. You can do that if you want. Rayon put down the empty ice cream box and shifted his gaze to Encia and Rimmer, who were to his right. HNNNG. Encia groaned as if she were suffering from a tooth cavity while staring at Rimmer. Rayon had brought him because she'd said that she needed to see the target before crafting the artificial arm, but she was only staring at his face instead of his arm. He is definitely handsome, but this is a bit ambiguous. What? Rimmer blinked with a sour expression on his face, because Sir Rayon became even more handsome. Even an elf isn't leaving a deep impression anymore. Encia briefly licked her lips, saying that his face paled in comparison. That's such nonsense. Rimmer couldn't withstand it anymore and briskly stood up. How could I be lacking when I'm the most handsome man in the Blossom Branch clan? It can't be. I was even called the most handsome man in Sapia. He shook his head, saying that there was no other elf more handsome than himself. But Sir Rayon is the best in the continent. Even the best among the elves is no match for him. Encia shook her finger, saying that they couldn't even be considered on the same line. Moreover, long hair isn't to my liking. I pity you for not realizing the greatness of long hair. What kind of greatness? It's plain obvious that you didn't cut it because you're too lazy. Kua. His lips trembled as he stroked his unkempt hair. What are they even talking about right now? I don't know either. Rayon shook his head. He'd brought Rimmer over so that she could examine his arm. He couldn't understand why she was suddenly evaluating his appearance. Moreover, his own name was mentioned from time to time, which made him embarrassed. Excuse me. Rayon sighed and walked up to Encia and Rimmer. Hey, Rayon, she is weird. She's always been weird, but she's become even weirder. Rimmer frantically shook his head, saying that Encia must have seriously gone insane. Sir Rayon, he passes for now. He passes for now. Yes, I'm not too sure about his appearance, but I'll consider his relationship with you and make it for him. Hey, Rimmer jolted while screaming. What are you not sure about with my appearance? No one has ever said that to me in my entire life. Don't worry, everyone has to be like that compared to Sir Rayon, you damned Rayon worshipper. I wasn't complimenting you. Neither the elf bragging about his appearance or Encia, who was giving a failing grade to the elf, seemed normal at all. Excuse me, weren't you going to make him an arm? Why aren't you looking at his shoulder? Because inspiration is important when it comes to a task like this. Sir Rimmer's appearance is exactly on the borderline. Be borderline. Rimmer sank to the ground as if he were truly shocked by her words. And my face is only on the borderline. He must have been rather confident in his appearance. His hands were trembling, his eyes falling into despair. But didn't you do it right away when I made the request about my mother? Rayon walked up to Encia, who was touching the artificial arm. Because the two of you are damn beautiful and damn handsome. It's not even a question. Encia shook her head, saying that requests for damn handsome and damn beautiful people had to be granted, even if she had to interrupt the task she'd been doing. I understand. So he still passes in the end, right? Rayon quickly tried to conclude the conversation because it was falling into confusion. Yes, it's a bit ambiguous, but I'll do it for Sir Rayon. Encia killed Rimmer once again and nodded. Rimmer lay flat on the ground. His face was as pale as paper. This is so regrettable. She should have seen the King of Essence's face since she likes handsomeness so much. Wrath furrowed his brow, saying that he wanted to have a contest of appearance. You could have experienced humiliation in the face of the King of Essence's appearance. I don't even understand why I should feel frustrated about it. Rayon shook his head and walked up to Rimmer. Are you okay? I've never felt so humiliated. Rimmer grasped the soil with trembling shoulders. I've never lost in terms of appearance. He violently ground his teeth, showing that he was seriously frustrated. Don't mind such a trivial matter. Stay still just like that. While Rayon was trying to comfort Rimmer, Encia raised her camera. Click, she took a photo of Rayon and Rimmer and smiled cheerfully. Wow, when the damn handsome is next to an ambiguous person, he looks even more handsome. Is this what they call contrast? Encia gave Rayon one of the 2 photos that fell from the camera. Rayon scratched his chin while looking at the photo of himself and Rimmer. It might be because she kept calling him damn handsome so much, but Rimmer did look slightly lacking in comparison. Rimmer raised his head with difficulty to look at the photo, then he went limp like a jellyfish. I want to die. It hurts even more than when I lost my arm. I should have just died back then. He closed his eyes, saying that he couldn't even refute it. It's difficult to wipe my ass because I don't have my right arm. I'm not even getting a pension or severance pay, and now I'm ugly. D-Division leader, cheer up. Rayon went to Rimmer and massaged his shoulder. He would have normally ignored him, but he tried to comfort him because his condition seemed serious. Do you want to borrow some money, or do you have anything you want to eat? Just tell me anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Rimmer's left hand clenched Rayon's wrist tightly. You just told me to say anything I want, didn't you? Rimmer stood up with a grin on his face. Then go on a journey with me. Of course you will be funding it. What? Where do you suddenly want to go? Rayon was shocked by the fact that he was trying to shift the traveling expenses onto him, but he had another question that took priority. To Sapia, the holy ground of the remaining elves in the continent. He grinned while shaking his hand. There's something you would like over there. Rayon blinked in the face of Rimmer's smile. Why are you suddenly talking about Sapia? Sapia was the holy ground and homeland of every elf. Since it was a place that humans weren't even allowed to enter, Rayon couldn't tell whether Rimmer was joking or being serious. It's not a sudden decision. Rimmer tapped on the sword hanging around his waist. The leaf-shaped handguard wavered slightly. I figured it's about time I returned this sword, but that's your cherished sword. Even when he got stripped naked by a gambling house, he didn't use his sword as collateral. Rayon couldn't understand why he wanted to return that excellent sword, one that didn't lose to heavenly drive or heavenly tremor. This isn't mine. Rimmer smiled bitterly while looking down at the sword. This is a divine relic of our clan, and I just took it with me. Divine relic. Rayon swallowed nervously while examining the sword once again. Did he steal it? Rayon could imagine Rimmer's face as he secretly ran from his clan after stealing the divine relic. You just thought that I stole it, didn't you? That's not the case, so erase that thought right now. Then what? I got permission, of course. Rimmer stomped the ground, asking what he took him for. It's unbelievable. I was normal back then. Fortunately, he seemed to be aware that he'd become abnormal. Then why are you returning it now? Because my arm is like this now. Rimmer touched his right shoulder with his left hand. Whether I get a new arm or wield the sword with my left arm, I don't think I'm entitled to keep this sword. He smiled, saying that he wanted to return it since his small lingering attachment was gone. Is that really necessary? I told you, it's a divine relic. A divine relic should be used by an appropriate wielder. I was planning to head home at some point anyway. It's been a long time since the last time I've been there. Rimmer firmly shook his head, showing that he'd already decided. Understood. Have a nice journey. I'll take care of the light wind division in the meantime. Rayon politely bowed at Rimmer and turned around. Wait, you were supposed to come with me. Rimmer grabbed his wrist once again, asking what he was even talking about. Why would I? Are you going to send off a patient on his own? He hunched his shoulders while touching his empty sleeve. Rayon rubbed his forehead with his palm and let out a sigh. But Sapia is the holy ground of elves. How am I even supposed to go there when I'm a human? The only humans who could enter Sapia were the ones who had special relationships with elves from that place. It was obvious he would be immediately driven out. I'm an elf and I'm from there. Moreover, you are my disciple and I'm your master. You are obviously allowed to enter. Rimmer's brow furrowed as he shouted, asking why he was even worried about that. Weren't you expelled from there? I wasn't. I was the definition of a noble elf when I lived there. He shouted once again that he was normal back then. I understand. Rayon nodded, having no other choice. Rimmer wouldn't get beaten up randomly, but he figured it'd be better to follow just in case. I knew it. That's my disciple for you. Rimmer hit his knee with his left hand, saying that it was a great decision. By the way, what's the thing that I would like? You like peculiar and weird food, don't you? Like the mint chocolate you had earlier. About that. Damn shitty ears. Rayon was about to tell him that he actually didn't like it when Wrath, who'd been yawning, suddenly jolted. You just have bad taste. You don't understand the refreshing and sweet taste of mint chocolate. How dare you run your mouth now? What are you waiting for? Slap shitty ears' cheeks. He was even more furious than when he himself was insulted and started to rampage. Now that I think about it, it's understandable that he sees me that way. He'd been eating strange food pretty much every day because of Wrath. It wasn't strange for others to consider him to have eccentric tastes. There are lots of peculiar and delicious food in Sapia. Don't elves usually eat uncooked vegetables and fruits? That's an ancient story. Of course, some of them eat like that, but there are quite a lot of recipes. He grinned, saying that there was a lot of eccentric food. What are you waiting for? Wrath quickly shook his hand as if he'd never gotten angry. Let's go. The King of Essence wants to try out the food of those shitty ears. He's getting the feeling that it will be to his liking. He nodded so hard that his chin fat started to shake, telling him that he had to go with Rimmer no matter what. Ah, you like Nadine bread too, don't you? Well, I find it pretty decent. Rayon nodded since Nadine bread was really his preference. The one who invented that bread is in Sapia. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders, asking if it made him curious, and Nadine bread. Wrath sharpened his eyes, intense murderous intent emanating from him. He has to die. The King of Essence is going to kill that demon who inflicted the terrifying pain of rubber on him. Let's go right now, but you said you were going to like it a moment ago. Encia calmly nodded after she took the measures of Rimmer's arm and shoulder. It will take some time, but I'll do my best. She wrote down what she'd confirmed while examining his shoulder on her notepad. Rayon's lips trembled the moment he saw Encia's notepad. She has my photo there, too. A large photo of his face was engraved on the cover of the notepad Encia was holding. Rayon couldn't even look at it because it was so embarrassing. By the way, are you heading to Sapia? Yes, I think I'll be going there. Rayon nodded. In that case, could you bring back a piece of the world tree by any chance? Like a leaf or a branch? A root is also fine. Why do you need a piece of the world tree? As I said before, I need a material that properly incorporates the energy of nature in order to avoid burdening the wearer of the prosthetic arm. I believe the world tree should do the job. I think it will be difficult. The world tree was pretty much like a mother to the elves. Since they guarded it day and night all year long, Rayon thought it would be difficult to take anything from it. It should be impossible to take from the world tree because its leaves and branches are managed by the Council of Elders. You never hear about pieces of the world tree circulating outside, do you? Rimmer licked his lips, saying that it would be difficult to acquire. Indeed, but well, we could just steal it, I think. He rubbed his fingers, saying that they could steal it in the worst case. Wow. Rayon's jaw dropped. He was shocked by the fact that an elf had just suggested stealing a piece of the world tree. Is it really okay for him to be like that? Even Wrath worried about Rimmer's mentality despite being a demon king. It can't be helped if we can't get it. We'll acquire something else. Don't push yourself so much. Encia smiled gently as if she were trying to relieve Rimmer. Why are you being so kind to me now? Rimmer blinked while looking at Encia. I was just joking because you seemed to be in a bad mood earlier. Encia shook her head, telling him not to keep it in his mind. Right, I knew it. There's no way my appearance would be ambiguous. Rimmer recovered his confidence about his appearance and smiled cheerfully. Yes, you are damn handsome. I knew it. My face actually doesn't even lose to Rayon's. It's just a firefly next to the sun. It can't even be compared. Encia completely stopped smiling and gazed at him coldly. Ah. Rimmer's lips trembled in fear. I'll be taking my leave now. I need to make the preparations. Encia went into the annex building with the ice cream that Rayon gave her as a present, saying that she was going to make the blueprint already. It hurts. It hurts so much because she was so serious about the last thing she said. Rimmer let out a painful groan, clutching his chest with his left hand. Rayon narrowed his eyes while observing Yua, who jumped upon seeing the ice cream Encia was holding. By the way, elves are good singers, aren't they? Most of them are. Rimmer slowly nodded. Then how about taking you with us? She could learn something from them. That's a good idea. He bobbed his finger, saying that it would be nice. Then when are we leaving? There's no need to delay, so let's leave in 2 days. Understood. Rimmer was right. Since the next mission could happen at any moment, Rayon figured that it would be better to return quickly, before the vacation ended. Then see you in front of the Lord's Manor in the morning in 2 days. Rimmer cheerfully shook his left hand and left the annex building's garden. Rayon sighed while watching his right sleeve flutter in the wind. I hope everything goes well, regardless of the case. GRRR. Rayon briefly licked his lips when he heard a groan from Wrath. That person is going to die. He needs to die no matter what. That's his only goal right now. Why are you acting like that? So scary. Burren sighed in exhaustion while putting down his training sword. That damned bastard. I thought I caught up to him a little, but he went up to the sky now. He frowned while looking up at the blue sky. Wow, you're thinking the same thing as me for once. Martha leaned her back against a wall and swept her sweat-drenched hair back. I finally became a master to be on the same level as him, and now he's gone to an unreachable place. She clenched her fist, murmuring that it was irritating. The interesting thing is that I'm not jealous of him even though I'm frustrated. Burren lowered his gaze and chuckled. Well, it can't be helped. After all, he must be training as we speak. Martha nodded in agreement. That's not true. Run-On swallowed the bead ice cream she was holding and shook her head. What? He had ice cream with me this morning. She bobbed her finger, saying that Rayon had bought that ice cream for her. That's so unexpected. He even calculates what he eats, but he actually likes ice cream. Burin tilted his head, saying that he couldn't understand it. Rayon is similar to me. Run-on blinked, saying that she liked that part about him. Regardless of everything else, the fact that I'm even losing to that idiot is so irritating. Martha furrowed her brow while looking at Run-on. Heh. Run-on stared at Martha blankly, then raised the corners of her lips. Her eyes weren't smiling, but she only moved her lips, turning her face into an eerie smile. Martha clenched her fist and trembled. I'm going to catch up. I'll catch up no matter what, even if I have to train all night long. She turned her head, saying that she was never going to lose. Now that I think about it, who is going to help us with evening training now? Burin brought it up as if he just remembered. Training. It should be difficult for the division leader to help us now. That's true. Martha nodded heavily. The gambling monster and Rayon teach us from dawn until afternoon, so we can't exactly ask them to help in the evening as well. It can't be helped. We'll have to train by ourselves. Can I help you with that? While Burin and Martha were contemplating the matter, a gentle voice came from the training ground door. Creak. The training ground door was opened, and Denier Sieghart nodded at them. Father. Martha's eyes became as round as a rabbit's. What brings you here? I came to find you because you didn't come back for the meal. Denier smiled faintly and waved his hand. I'm sorry. I had an appointment. Martha scratched her head, saying that she'd just remembered. It's fine, but I heard you needed someone to help with your evening training. Am I right? That's true. If it's fine with you, I'm fine with helping you in the evenings. He nodded, saying that he could make time for them if they wanted. Really? It's not exactly a difficult task. Of course, I can't do it when I'm busy. That's good enough. Burin swallowed nervously and parted his lips. Is it really fine? You have a lot of work to do nowadays. Martha looked at Denier worriedly, asking if he wasn't overworking himself. Making that much time for my daughter and nephew isn't that big of a deal. Denier patted Martha's head, telling her not to worry about him. I'll help you reach even higher. Daybreak 2 days later. Rayon entered the audience chamber with Rimmer. Since the division leader and the vice division leader were leaving at the same time, they needed to get permission from the head of house beforehand. Greetings, my lord. Stand up. Glenn roughly shook his hand as if he couldn't be bothered with greetings. So I heard you are going to Sapia. Yes. Rayon straightened his back and nodded. Since it might be difficult for the light wind division leader to go there alone, I'd like to guard him on the way. A faint light glowed from Glenn's emotionless eyes. The timing isn't bad since there won't be any missions for you for a while, however. He continued while glaring at Rimmer. Can you even enter Sapia? Weren't you expelled? How you're asking the exact same question just because you're from the same bloodline. Rimmer shook his head and stepped forward. I wasn't expelled. I left of my own free will. Same bloodline. This guy said the exact same thing as you just now. He frowned and pointed at Rayon. It can't be helped because you always do the strangest things. Anyway, I wasn't expelled. Don't worry about it. Rimmer shook his hand, saying that he just needed to show his face. That was enough to enter Sapia. I understand. It's fine if you can enter. Glenn slowly shifted his gaze and looked at Rayon, Light Wind Vice Division leader. Yes, Sapia isn't an ordinary city. It's the holy ground of elves. You should be careful with how you behave as Sieghart's executive. Understood. It was a long way of saying it, but the meaning was simple. He was asking him to stop Rimmer from doing anything strange. Glenn briefly closed his eyes before opening them again, then continued. Since you became a grandmaster, you won't experience much physical change anymore. The important thing from now on is enlightenment in your mental world, so you should see and experience as many things as possible. He gave out sincere advice with a cold voice. I'll keep that in mind. Rayon politely lowered his head with his hand on his chest. You can leave now. Glenn shook his hand, showing that he was done talking. Rayon lowered his head, and just as he was about to leave the audience chamber, the door opened violently. Wham! It was Ares. She shoved her head inside before the door even finished opening. Are you going to Sapia? Let me join. She nodded her head, saying that she wanted to go together. Where do you think you're going? Glenn furrowed his brow and shook his head. I told you to write all the reports that you haven't done so far. Arg, how am I supposed to write all that? That's 20 years worth of reports. It's your fault for postponing your work. You won't go anywhere until you are done with that. He furrowed his brow, saying that she wouldn't be able to escape. Rayon, please tell father that you want to go with me. I'm going to die from old age if I stay here. Ares grabbed Rayon's sleeve with a trembling hand. Rayon closed his eyes and rapidly racked his brain. If I go there with Lady Ares, he could imagine the world tree being cut into half and falling with Ares smiling in front of it. The scene of the elves attacking them with their faces twisted like evil fiends followed. Cold sweat flowed down his spine. They weren't going to get killed by enemies if Ares was with them, but he was getting a premonition that the elves were going to shoot them with their bows. Rayon confidently shook his head while looking at Ares. Have you finally arrived, young master? When Rayon left the Lord's manor, Dorian, who was eating a round snack, and Yua waved their hands at him. I heard about Yua coming with us, but Dorian is also coming. Rimmer tilted his head while looking at Dorian. We need to carry the bag since we are going to travel. Rayon shrugged his shoulders, saying that it was an obvious question. Rimmer laughed bitterly. People call me crazy, but from what I see, you are the real crazy one. He shook his head while looking at Rayon. I'm used to it. Dorian smiled, telling him not to mind it. I'm already getting tired even before the departure. Let's go already. Young Master Rayon. Rimmer went ahead, urging them to leave when Roan's voice could be heard from behind. Sir Roan quickly came up to him and handed him a luxurious pouch. Is this? He said to buy some gifts on the way to Rimmer's homeland. He smiled gently, saying that Glenn gave it to them. Rimmer grinned happily while looking at the full pouch. I knew it was going to work. Rimmer had told Glenn that he had the same bloodline as Rayon on purpose, and he guessed that it was the reason he was getting all that money. He could imagine the corners of Glenn's lips soaring to the sky, his legs shaking. Tell him that I'm thankful. Rimmer extended his hand, but Roan pulled back the pouch. He said to entrust it to Sir Rayon instead of Sir Rimmer. He gave the pouch to Rayon, saying that it was Glenn's order. Understood. I'm only going to use it for buying gifts. Rayon lowered his head and accepted the pouch from Roan. What a stingy lord. Rimmer clicked his tongue and shook his head. However, the faint smile around his mouth showed that he was in a good mood. Rayon, I won't give it to you no matter what you tell me. Rayon shook his head at Rimmer and put the gold pouch in his pocket. That's not it. It's about what the head of house said earlier, about gaining experience. Yes, you might be able to see an arrow flying in the air once you get there. But don't arrows normally fly in the air? That's true. Rimmer blinked in a daze. What are you even trying to tell me? Let me say it again. He curled his lips into a smile while drawing the trajectory of an arrow with his finger. You'll see an arrow that can fly freely in the air once we get there. Ares looked above the platform, her shoulders hanging down in depression. Can't you just let me go? I'll never get another opportunity to visit Sapia. She put her hands together, saying that she wanted to leave on another journey. I told you already. You aren't allowed to set a single foot outside the house until you finish the work that you've been postponing. Glenn shook his head firmly, offering no chance at negotiation. I'm not asking this because I want to play around. Ares furrowed her brow, pointing at the door where Rayon and Rimmer had just left with her thumb. What are you going to do if someone kidnaps our Rayon, the genius of the century? It will be too late when that happens. She confidently pounded her chest, declaring that she was going to guard him. I don't want to make even Sapia into our enemy because of you. Glenn shook his hand, saying that it would be annoying to increase their enemies. Why would they become our enemy? I'm just going there to spectate. I'll be as quiet as a doll. Yeah, you are definitely going to be quiet in that exclusive society. He snorted, saying that he'd rather trust Rimmer. Moreover, Rimmer is just visiting his homeland. He's not going to Sapia as Sieghart's envoy. Their journey won't even be known to the outside world, so there's no need to worry about it. But there might be another spy. Ares frowned, stomping on the ground to the point where the entire audience chamber trembled. The case with Sirius Sullian was better because he was the only one who went insane, but when it came to Lachian, the entire house was rebelling against us. There might be more people like them inside the house. She exhaled fiercely, showing that she was really worried about Rayon. Father, you should be well aware of why there are so many squeaking rats inside Sieghart. It's all because of you. You should have kept pressuring them since you made them submit with your power, but you gave them the chance to raise their heads. Ares glared at him with a critical gaze. You should have regulated the inside of the house, not just the 5 demons. You are right for once. Glenn calmly nodded even though he heard all the harsh criticism. The scars engraved during the time I was walking the path of Conqueror have finally opened up. It's indeed my fault, just like you said. Father, Ares' eyes widened, surprised by Glenn's peaceful reaction. However, we started searching for the spies a while ago. We've already finished investigating the interior, and we've started checking out the vassal houses, so the results should be out soon. Glenn continued while looking at Ares with serious eyes. Don't worry about Rayon. I'll be taking all the malice directed at Sieghart with me. Ares' lips parted, but she couldn't say anything. Why are you so surprised after telling the truth? Glenn supported his chin with his fist, letting out a hollow laugh. Yes, she is right. When he was consumed by the darkness, he developed all the rules and order with sheer power. Those who defied were beheaded, and those who refused were annihilated. Since he'd lived as a demon dominated by power, it was only natural that his wrongdoings were returning as a blade. However, that malice only needed to be directed at him. He didn't want to cause any more harm to Rayon and the other youngsters. You feel. Ares stared at Glenn with a softened expression. Different? Am I different? Yes, it feels like you've returned to the time before Sylvia was born. She smiled faintly, saying that he reminded her of the past that she couldn't even remember too well because it was such a long time ago. It's just an impression. Glenn shook his hand, saying that it wasn't true. No, I'm right. Ares briskly raised her head. My father in the past would have shouted at me to leave after hearing what I said instead of acknowledging it. Glenn buried his back into the throne instead of answering her. Indeed, I would have done that. When he was engulfed in darkness, he'd never listened to the other people's advice and simply advanced while looking forward. He'd gained a lot in the process, but he'd also lost a lot. creak. As the father and the daughter were meeting each other's eyes, the audience chamber's door opened and Roan made his entrance. I've delivered it to him. Roan bowed at Glenn, then stood next to Aries. Did you give it to Rayon? Glenn asked the most important part first. Yes, I gave it to Sir Rayon. Roan smiled, saying that he gave it to Rayon. Ahem, good job. Glenn curled his lips into a satisfied smile and nodded slightly. I can tell who brought about this change in you, father. Aries smiled faintly while looking up at Glenn with an entertained gaze. Father, I believe that it's never too late. Let's just do it and regret it later. She clenched her fist as she spoke a line that perfectly reflected her personality. I don't understand what you mean. I know you do. Aries narrowed her eyes as if she were reading Glenn's thoughts. Contemplation should be short. We must take action quickly, you know. I'm taking my leave now. Aries, she shook her hand, and just as she was about to leave the audience chamber, Glenn squinted. If you run away from the house to follow Rayon, you will be done playing pirate. Aries smiled awkwardly while turning her trembling head around. You became even faster at noticing it. So neat, Rimmer whistled while entering the restaurant. Indeed, the food smells nice as well. Dorian smiled while sniffing. It's because they use high-quality butter. They must have mixed something into the milk. Yua quickly blinked, interested in the restaurant's food. Let's sit down for now. Rayon sighed after making them take a seat since they kept saying whatever they wanted. Since each of them had strong personalities, they would talk endlessly if he didn't do anything to interrupt them. Sleeping outside really isn't ideal. Rimmer clicked his tongue while massaging his right shoulder with his left hand. Let's find lodgings in this village for tonight. Why are you exaggerating so much? It's only been 2 days. Rayon shook his head, sitting on the opposite side of Rimmer. Dorian's tent and sleeping bag don't lose to even a high-quality inn. Right. Dorian widened his eyes and smiled brightly at being complimented. Dorian had taken out an already completed tent from his belly pocket, one that didn't even need to be set up, and even made a fireplace for cooking. To be honest, it was even more comfortable and nicer than most of the high-quality inns. Well, they are necessities. Dorian shook his hand, saying that it wasn't a big deal. It was true that tent and fire were necessities during a journey, but just taking out a completed tent and a fireplace was still a mystery. Then let's think about our lodgings later and order the food for now. What should we get? Since we have a lot of money, shall we order everything? Rimmer licked his lips, spreading out the menu that the waiter had brought them. He was already acting like the money Glenn had given them was meant for him. I'd like this meat pie and pizza. Yua ordered common dishes, saying that they allowed her to tell the cook's skills. I already have enough in my pocket, though. Dorian took out the forks and knives used for eating outdoors and placed them on the table. It looked like the earlier compliment had made him happy. The waiter started to stare at him as if he were seeing a madman. Rayon rubbed his temple while looking at the 3 people who started to say whatever they wanted again. This is exhausting, he sighed while thinking that things were so hectic just as a blue cotton candy jolted up from the ice flower bracelet. What are you waiting for? Order food right now. There's nothing special that I want to eat. Your mouth doesn't even matter. The King of Essence is the one who wants the food. Order everything on the menu. Wrath extended his round hand, telling him to order all the dishes. We can't even eat them all. You should be aware by now. The King of Essence will only be satisfied after eating everything he wants. Be quiet before I eat Nadine bread inside a restaurant. As soon as the Nadine bread was mentioned, Wrath closed his mouth tightly. Arg, he needs to die. He will be killed no matter what. Cursing leaked from Wrath's tightly closed lips. He must have been talking about the creator of Nadine bread who supposedly lives in Sapia, division leader. Rayon called out to Rimmer, who had already finished ordering. Is the Nadine bread's creator really an elf? It's difficult to believe, isn't it? Rimmer nodded while handing over the menu to Dorian. It's already surprising enough that elven food spread to the human world, but the fact that it's Nadine bread feels the most surprising. There's actually a story behind it. A story. The one who made Nadine bread had to do it in order to survive. He smiled, saying that he was an interesting guy. What do you mean? Just as Rayon was about to ask about it once again, he heard his name mentioned by the people at the table next to them. Did you hear the rumor that Rayon Sieghart became a grandmaster? I heard that he was called Dragon Slayer after killing the mad dragon Kaibar. Is he a grandmaster now? Rayon furtively turned his head. 2 middle-aged men in mercenary outfits were having a conversation while drinking beer. Tusk, you are so late with the news. That happened a long time ago. The balding mercenary clicked his tongue and shook his head. You know about House Lachian, right? It's Sieghart's vassal house, famous for their longsword skills. The goateed mercenary put down his beer glass and blinked. Yes, that prestigious house allied with the Holy Sword Alliance and prepared to attack Sieghart. It was unknown how he'd learned about it, but the balding mercenary knew everything that had happened in House Lachian. However, the sword demon wasn't mentioned, probably because the story about him hadn't spread yet. Did you just say that he really managed to break through the wall and become a grandmaster? It's already surprising enough that he was bold enough to enter a trance on the battlefield. I honestly can't believe it. The goateed mercenary gasped, his hand trembling on the beer glass. Whether you believe it or not, it's true that Rayon Zeekhart became a grandmaster. The rumor has already spread all over. How old is Rayon Zeekhart now? 21, I think. It would be the youngest in history if he became a master at 21 years old, but grandmaster. I can't even see him as a human being like us at this point. He has the most unprecedented talent in history. Moreover, he even has a righteous personality. I heard there are even some books that track his actions. I can't even be jealous at this point. I heard he has an outrageous appearance. What was he called again? Damn handsome. The world is so damn unfair. Let's just drink. The mercenaries raised their beer glasses, saying that they should just drink. Rayon licked his lips while shifting his gaze away from the mercenaries. What a strange feeling. It was refreshing to hear random people talking about him when he wasn't even in Zeekhart's domain. He didn't really feel anything when other people told him he was famous, but the conversation between the mercenaries made him realize just how famous he'd got. It's fun, isn't it? Rimmer grinned while drinking the beer that came out before the dishes. Becoming stronger means becoming famous at the same time. Your name has now spread all around the continent, not just Zeekhart. People are going to pay attention to you regardless of what you are doing. That's how fame works. He shook his finger, saying that it would be like that for the rest of his life. In fact, his name was being mentioned at other tables as well. Your reputation is better than anyone else's in Zeekhart. You should be proud of it since it's a good thing. Rimmer smiled, saying that he should enjoy the moment. I'm jealous. Dorian scratched his belly pocket with his lips parted. No one knows my name even though I also want to be famous. He sighed, saying that he needed to quickly reach Master. You can do it. Yua smiled cheerfully and encouraged him with an energetic voice like always. Wrath furrowed his brow while going around the tables. You damned humans, worship the King of Essence instead of a greenhorn like this. He shouted, angered by the fact that his name wasn't being mentioned anywhere. It can't stay like this. The King of Essence needs to advent once again and strike fear into every human on the continent. The food is ready, time to eat. Wrath was frowning, but he smiled brightly and wagged his tail as soon as the waiter brought out the food. What fear? Rayon raised his gaze in front of the world of greenery. Everything in front of him was glowing green. The trees seemed to be shaking their hands towards the sky, with bushes and grass filling the space between them. Rayon could understand why it was called the Great Forest. Wow, Yua exclaimed while looking around the Great Forest. Is this Sapia? This is the Great Forest, and Sapia is inside it. Rimmer patted Yua's head with a faint smile on his face. Rayon spread his aura perception towards the inside of the forest, but it was difficult to control his aura because the density of mana was too high in the forest. There's an issue with the aura, but I just don't really feel anything. Rayon was expecting some kind of hidden formation or barrier inside the Great Forest, but it seemed to be no different from an ordinary forest. Is there nothing like a barrier? There is. Rimmer shook his head. I can't feel anything though. It's a natural labyrinth. Natural labyrinth. Yes, because elves are capable of communicating with nature a little. He smiled, saying that the forest itself was the rampart in the eyes of the elves. Can you do it too, division leader? Dorian tilted his head while looking at Rimmer. Of course I can, but how come I've never seen you do that before? I forgot. Rimmer laughed awkwardly, saying that he'd been forgetting that he was an elf. Seriously. Rayon sighed while watching Rimmer scratch the back of his head. Are you sure you can count on shitty ears and enter this place? Wrath furrowed his brow, saying that even he was getting worried. I'm not sure either at this point. However, there was no other choice since he'd already arrived. He had to follow that scatterbrained elf. Anyway, let's enter. Rimmer chuckled and extended his hand, dividing the bushes to create a path. Wow, you are really an elf, division leader. Yua jumped, admiring the sight. I thought you were a human with long ears. I told you that I really am an elf. Have you seen a human this handsome, Sir Rayon? Rimmer couldn't refute her and went inside the forest. Whap! Even children couldn't pass through the dense trees and bushes, but they were pulled apart at Rimmer's hand gesture, creating space for people to pass. Rimmer looked like an elf for the first time. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the swaying bushes and trees. It's not done with mana. It wasn't because the forest recognized Rimmer's mana. It had noticed the elven blood in Rimmer and opened the path for him. They walked for a long time while observing the new and mysterious sight, and a small presence could be felt from the front. The sound was similar to a small animal passing by or the wind brushing past the bushes, but Rayon could sense a lot more mana than that. The presence was from an elf, similar to Rimmer. They finally appeared. Rimmer seemed to have noticed the elven presence. He stopped walking and looked at the thick bramble that wasn't opening up. Don't approach any further. A woman's voice devoid of any emotion could be heard from the other side of the bramble. Outsiders aren't currently allowed to enter. Please go back. She showed her intention to attack if they approached any further, her voice as cold as the wind on the northern sea. Why are all the shitty ears so insolent? Wrath violently ground his teeth while glaring at the other side of the bramble. How dare they stand on the King of Essence's path? Kill them all right now. Do you think I would do that? Then do all that shit with fire that you love to do. He shouted at Rayon to burn the forest up. He must have developed a hatred towards elves because of Rimmer. Do you not know me? Rimmer casually shook his hand and approached the bramble. Just as he was trying to walk even closer, an arrow was fired from the bramble and got stuck on the ground. PSSSH, the arrow embedded on the ground was vibrating intensely, showing that it was fired with tremendous strength. Rimmer swallowed nervously while looking at the arrow on the ground. I guess you don't know me. He smiled awkwardly while wiping the sweat flowing from his forehead. Please don't approach. You seem to be an elf born from the outside. If you weren't an elf, that arrow would have pierced your neck instead. The voice flowing out from the other side of the bramble sounded even colder than before. Well, I guess they would have changed the Guardians since a long time has passed. I'm not an outsider. I was born in Sapia. Rimmer shook his head and took another step forward. Stop lying. There's no way an elf born from Sapia wouldn't know that we are in a crucial moment. You recognize this sword even though you don't recognize me, right? He cut her off and tapped on the sword hanging around his waist. The bramble remained silent for a while. Then, PSSH, the arrow brushed past Rimmer's earlobe, even faster and more dangerous than before. He is the one who plundered the holy relic. Everyone attack. Along with the female elf's frightening voice, dozens of arrows emerged from the bramble at the same time. Rimmer stepped back while freaking out. I knew this was going to happen. Rayon violently ground his teeth while standing in front of Rimmer to defend him. What have you even been doing with your life? I'm so bored. Ares slammed the desk with her fist and sighed deeply. I don't deserve to be stuck in here. She chewed on her lip while watching the warm sunlight shining down on the window. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan placed a teacup and some snacks on Ares' desk with a gentle smile on his face. You should be able to finish the task soon enough. There's a lot more left to do. I can't even see the end. There's the saying that the beginning is half of the whole. You've already done more than half. You are even more hateful than my father sometimes, Roan. Ares bluntly glared at him sideways but still ate the snack he brought for her. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan simply smiled as if he found her cute regardless of what she did. Are there any messages from Rayon? He sent a message saying that they should reach Sapia at around noon today. Noon today. Ares squinted while looking at the sun that had moved slightly away from the center of the sky. Then they should have already entered Sapia. They probably did. Arg. Ares screamed, wildly ruffling her sunset-colored hair. I should have been there with them. It was a rare opportunity to visit Sapia as a guest. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Do you have anything else other than that laughter? Ha-ha-ha. Roan changed the laughing sound according to Ares' request. That's even worse. Ares slammed her head on the desk, saying that she was going nuts. Rayon should be getting a warm reception from the elves by now. He must be having fruit wine and sightseeing around the world tree. It must be nice. That's probably the case. Sir Rimmer's position in Sapia seemed to be quite high after all. Yes, I think he said that his rank was similar to a noble. That's why he kept acting elegant when I first saw him and looked so annoying. The way he acts like an idiot now is way better than that. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan nodded and expressed his agreement. Roan, do you have anything interesting? Ares asked Roan while rubbing her forehead on the desk. She looked like she really didn't want to work. Young Master Buran, Lady Martha, and Lady Runnon have recently been trained by the wise Martial Palace Master. Roan brought out a topic that Ares might be interested in. Really? Ares briskly raised her head. Is Denier really helping their training? Indeed, they are so passionate trying to catch up to Sir Rayon. That sounds interesting. Shall I check them out? She licked her lip, interested in the story. If I manage to raise their realms by one step per person, Rayon will probably call me auntie and jump into my embrace as soon as he returns, don't you think? You should finish your work for the day if you want to be called aunt. Roan put down a new batch of documents on Ares' desk. Roan, I'm really going to die at this rate. Ares grabbed Roan's sleeve with teary eyes. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan rapidly pulled his hand away and quickly escaped from Ares. He looked cold-hearted. Roan, you really have changed a lot. You weren't like this in the past. People are bound to change. Well, I guess that's true. I saw that my father and the others have also changed. It's all because of Rayon, right? Not entirely because of him, but it's true that he had a significant influence. He smiled faintly and nodded. I feel like his real talent is his charm and ability to attract people, not his martial art. Ares closed her eyes faintly before opening them again, her lips curved into a gentle smile. I wanted to travel with my charming nephew. What a shame. She sighed deeply while picking up the pen. Your auntie will be working hard, so you should enjoy it at least. You said that fun times awaited us here. Rayon ground his teeth while creating a semicircular sword barrier with heavenly drive. You said that you'd been living like an ordinary elf in your homeland. Rayon had expected it to happen, but the circumstances had also surpassed his expectations at the same time. It was so irritating that he couldn't stop himself from yelling at Rimmer. Why did you even steal the divine relic? I didn't steal it. I really got it fair and square. Rimmer frantically shook his head, saying that it never happened. Wahahaha. Wrath burst out into laughter while covering his belly. He seemed to be enjoying the situation. The King of Essence knew this was going to happen. Why would you even believe anything Shitty Ears said? Even greed would be more trustworthy. Shut up. Rayon pushed wrath away as he kept giggling and focused on the arrows rushing at him. Clang, the sword barrier created by the 10,000 flames cultivation clashed against the arrow. Each time the arrowhead hit the barrier, it felt like a lump of metal was smacking it. How is this even an arrow? The heavy attack felt like he was getting hit by a spear that was thrown with aura rather than arrows. Since the arrowhead seemed to be made from wood instead of steel, he was curious about how it could be so powerful. The elves hiding behind the bramble apparently didn't have any intention of talking to them anymore, as they kept shooting the arrows one after the other. Clang, clang. Rayon rotated the sword barrier to fend off all the arrows before he glared at Rimmer. What's wrong with their reaction? You said that we would be welcomed. Rayon honestly didn't believe that they would be welcomed, but he had never imagined being attacked at the entrance. I don't understand what's happening either. Rimmer didn't even wipe the cold sweat flowing from his forehead while saying that he was also surprised. We shouldn't have believed him to begin with. We should have just left him behind. Dorian sighed while saying that they should have left Rimmer and Sieghart even though they were heading to his homeland. Are we going to be unable to enter? Yua's lips trembled in disbelief because they suddenly became intruders right off the bat. Keep shooting. With the voice of the female elf, which had become even sharper, arrows were fired at them. The energy dwelling on the arrows was rotating even faster and more powerfully than before, trying to break through the sword barrier. The power on those arrows is on a whole different level indeed. He'd seen countless archers in various battlefields, but it was his first time facing such an advanced archery. Rayon intensified the flame of his sword barrier and carefully observed the arrows rushing towards him. They aren't shooting with sheer strength. The elves were pulling the bowstrings with profound principles of martial arts. Swiftness, sharpness, and heaviness were dwelling on those arrows, and that was why it felt like he was getting hit by a huge lump of metal each time. The female elf who was ordering the others had the best skill in archery among them. She seemed to be equivalent to a master swordsman at least. She can incorporate the principles of the master realm on arrows. That's interesting. His heart started to pound because of the unexpected encounter with a new flow of martial arts. Arg, the Madarshan is getting started again. Wrath shook his head with a furrowed brow. What is a Madarshan? A madman for martial arts. It's you. You're really good at creating strange words. Rayon chuckled and focused on the arrows once again. They are making it so nice to observe. The elves were shooting the arrows intending to neutralize instead of kill. As a result, Rayon could easily observe the arrows. The misunderstanding can be solved later. He could neutralize the elves at any moment by using his power, but he preferred to widen his mental world by observing their archery. Rayon removed the sword barrier and fended off the approaching arrows directly with his sword. Clang! The moment Heavenly Drive's blade clashed against the arrowhead, the power and principle dwelling on the arrow pierced deep into his hand. The swiftness and heaviness are properly incorporated. Moreover, variation was added on top this time. The arrow couldn't freely fly into the air like Rimmer had described, but the principles dwelling in the arrows were good enough to learn from them. Clang, clang. Rayon focused on the elven arrows raining down from all directions, his lips curved into a smile. He polished his swordsmanship by fending off the fast arrows with a heavy sword, heavy arrows with a soft sword, and variable arrows with a severing sword. After he continued to defend for a while, the arrows suddenly stopped coming at once. Rayon furrowed his brow while lowering Heavenly Drive. Aren't you going to shoot more? Try thinking in their stead. Would you want to keep shooting arrows at a pervert who is fending them off with a smile? Rimmer shook his head and stepped forward. I am not a pervert. You are the biggest pervert when it comes to the martial arts. He shook his hand in disgust and stood in front of the bramble once again. Let me say this again. Sapia is my homeland, and I rightfully obtained this divine relic through proper procedures. I definitely didn't steal it. Rimmer confidently announced that he was innocent. How am I supposed to believe you? The voice coming from behind the bramble sounded a bit softer. Your heads would be rolling as soon as you encountered him if we came here with malicious intent. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders while pointing at Rayon. You can tell that much, can't you? The silence continued for a moment before the bramble split apart and the elf hiding behind it was revealed. She was a beauty, her green hair looking like the personification of the forest and her attractive blue eyes reflecting the sky. Her nose wasn't too high, nor her eyes that big, but the harmony in her facial features formed a natural beauty. What's your name? Laren. I'm familiar with that name. Are you from the Cotton Branch clan by any chance? Yes, I am. The elf nodded faintly, introducing herself as Laren. I went to watch when I heard the rumor that an extremely cute baby was born from there. You grew up nicely. Rimmer smiled, saying that he was glad to see her grow up so beautifully. What's your name? Rimmer. You can call the old man Starin if you can't believe me. That geezer will definitely. When Rimmer was trying to ask her to call someone, but the elf who'd been listening to him suddenly pulled her bowstring. It was a dangerous attack, intending to kill him for the first time so far. Crack! Rayon extended his left hand and destroyed the arrow trying to reach Rimmer with his bare hand. Don't you dare to call him by his name. It wasn't just her, but every elf around them was showing their murderous intent. Rayon became curious about who Starin was. Who did you just name? The boss of Sapia, this damn guy. Rayon tightly closed his eyes. He could understand why the elves were trying to kill him. It was the same as coming to Sieghart and calling Glenn a geezer. He couldn't even complain even if he'd died. I'm allowed to call him that, though. Rimmer blinked, unable to understand what he'd even done wrong. Stop it right there and don't speak any more, division leader. Rayon covered Rimmer's mouth and lowered his head at Laren. I apologize for what he said just now. He's just a bit stupid and he didn't mean any harm. Please understand him. We've said this before, but we aren't thieves or intruders. We just need to solve the misunderstanding. What misunderstanding are you talking about? A cold voice was carried by a wind blowing from afar. The moment the quiet atmosphere started to rampage, an elf giving off a cold impression flew from above the trees rising at the right side, his long blue hair fluttering in the wind. Ah, Rimmer's lips curved into a smile, showing that he recognized him. We're good now, someone I know came out. He shouted that there was no need to worry anymore and waved his hand toward the blue-haired elf. Irian, it's me. You know me, right? The elf called Irian quietly nodded, the plunderer of the divine relic. However, the voice that followed was as cold as winter. I knew it. I expected it to be the case. I'm an idiot for trusting you. Rayon, Dorian, and Yua's cold gazes were fixated on Rimmer. What are you even talking about? You were there to watch when I received this sword. Rimmer rapidly shook his head to the point where his facial features became undistinguishable. This sword wasn't given to you, it was lent to you. Since you never returned after taking the divine relic outside, you are just a thief. Irian drew his sword from his waist. His bloodlust was emerging from the blue aura rising from his wrist. Slash! Just as the strike of the cold wind started to descend toward Rimmer's head, Rayon made his move. Thud! Rayon violently kicked the ground and smacked Irian's blade. Clang! The wind bursting from the clash between the blades shook the forest violently. HMPH! Irian snorted and nimbly spun around. He kept his balance midair like a bird and connected into a downward slash. The movement of his body is so free. He seemed to be using the wind in a different way than Rimmer. Rayon drew two lines with heavenly drive while feeling the flow of wind of Irian's movement with his skin. The flame welling up from between the lines turned into a circular shape and created a shield of fire. Wham! Irian's blade of wind was unable to break through the firewall and disappeared as a warm wind. Tusk. Irian furrowed his brow and withdrew. He seemed to be annoyed by the 10,000 flames cultivation's heat. Impressive, isn't it? Rimmer grinned and raised his left hand. I'm the one who taught him. He still couldn't understand the situation and curved his lips into a smile. Shut your mouth. Irian kicked the fissured land with a frown on his face. His movement was swift and full of variety. Rayon could smell the blood from his practical strike. Many lives must have perished from his blade. Rayon bent his knee and pushed it ahead slightly. He leaned forward and unsheathed Heavenly Drive, which he'd pulled back to the left side. The silver blade dashed ahead, and a blue blade of coldness followed up like a shadow. Clang! The first blade of the Frost Pond fended off Irian's sword, and the blade of frost following right after rushed towards his shoulder. Hop! Irian's eyes widened at the unexpected attack from the blade of coldness, but he used that movement from before to ride the wind and leap backward. PSSSH. However, the blade of coldness had already brushed past his shoulder, creating a small scratch. Irian twisted his lips while looking at the wound on his shoulder. All right. He raised his finger like a bird's claw to press upon the wound and raised his chin. I'll show you the death of your disciple if that's what you desire. Irian murmured that it was all their fault and put his hands together. Whop! A powerful wind undulated around him, to the point where it was difficult to open their eyes. The green sphere floating in the air was shining majestically and spread its huge wings. What is that? Rayon forced his eyes open while sensing the powerful wave of mana. A gigantic body was floating under the blue sky. A hawk. The hawk was huge enough to be called a drake, and it was breathing in the blue wind. Kiye, the green hawk unleashed its terrifying roar towards the world. It was so powerful that the entire forest seemed to be shaking. It's a spirit, and the highest tier spirit at that. Rimmer gasped while looking at Irian. I thought he would have gotten stronger, but I didn't expect him to summon the highest tier spirit. He shook his head, saying that they were in huge trouble. The highest tier spirit can even fight against a grandmaster. That seems to be the case. Rayon nodded faintly. Just as Rimmer was saying, the highest tier spirit's energy was as powerful as a grandmaster's. It wasn't an opponent that he could easily win against. It's too late for regrets. Irian snorted and pointed his finger at Rayon and Rimmer. Tear them to pieces, it looks fun. Rayon stepped forward while licking his lips, and the highest tier spirit remained immobile as if it didn't hear Irian's order. Shoosh, it wasn't actually immobile. It was furtively moving backward by riding the wind. What are you waiting for? Attack them right now. Key. Irian pointed with his finger once again, but the highest tier spirit just leaped back and hid behind a tree. Key. Rayon tilted his head at the strange behavior, and the highest tier spirit lowered its head while trembling in fear. It was the submissive posture that could often be seen in animals. What have you done to my spirit? Irian's chin trembled in panic. He went to the spirit and tried to talk to it, but the spirit never stood up. What's going on? Rayon thought it was a strange situation and turned his head around, and that was when he saw Wrath picking his nose. What you looking at? Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Wrath, who was floating blankly in the air. That highest tier spirit over there, is it afraid because of you? Wrath tilted his head while scratching his plump belly. He stared blankly at the demoralized highest tier spirit and loudly clapped his hands. That's right. That bird must be shrinking because it is intimidated by the King of Essence's dignity. Judging from Wrath's reaction, he hadn't intentionally revealed his presence. The highest tier spirit must have sensed something about Wrath on its own. Since spirits are the closest existences to nature, it wouldn't be strange if it sensed the King of Essence's dignity. Wrath giggled, saying that he'd finally gotten someone to notice him. Have you also been to the spiritual realm before? It was a long time ago, but he's been there before. Then have you ever tried eating a spirit? Why are you asking the obvious question? It was chewy and tasty. Wrath licked his lips, saying that it was a delicious food. Green spirits tasted like green grapes, while the red spirits tasted like strawberries. I didn't want to know about how the spirits tasted. Rayon pressed his temple while biting his lip. This is happening because of that. The highest tier spirit must have been terrified because it remembered how Wrath ate all those spirits. This is no good. Rayon had heard that the spirit and its summoner could somewhat share their emotions even though they couldn't exactly communicate. If the highest tier spirit told him about the Demon King, everyone with him could end up dying. There's no way. The King of Essence went there when the Fire and Water Spirit Kings were in the spiritual realm. A young spirit like that wouldn't even have seen him. Wrath shook his head, saying that the highest tier spirit must not have seen him. Simply surrendered to the King of Essence's presence. He smiled happily, saying that everyone should worship him. It would be nice if that were the case, but we should prepare for the worst-case scenario. The moment they mentioned the Demon King, I need to kill all the elves. He felt bad for Rimmer, but he had no other choice than killing them all if they talked about the Demon King. Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive's hilt and bent his knee. He prepared to dash at any moment when Irian raised his head sharply. What? He widened his eyes in disbelief while looking at Rayon's eyes. Did he find out? Rayon tightly bit his lip and prepared to use the Supreme Harmony step when Irian opened his mouth once again. A great existence. His chin trembled as he murmured, great existence instead of Demon King. Rayon stopped himself from hurriedly dashing towards him and widened his eyes. What's going on? Great existence. Rayon was even more confused than Irian at the sudden mention of a great existence when he expected him to say the Demon King. Great existence, did you mean the Spirit King by any chance? Key. The highest tier wind spirit shook its head faintly. It didn't seem to be sure either. Irian raised his trembling chin, the hand holding his sword trembling as well. Human, did you make a contract with the Spirit King? His eyes were wavering intensely in disbelief. Rayon blinked blankly while looking at Irian. What is he even talking about? His lips unconsciously parted because he couldn't understand the situation at all. Spirit King. The voice came from Laren behind them. I can't even sense the faintest energy of spirit from that human. That's why it's the Spirit King. The Spirit King is a transcended existence among the spirits. It's only natural that we can't sense their energy, but there's no way. The two current Spirit Kings can't come outside because they have to maintain the spiritual realm. Then they must be a newly born Spirit King. The fire or ice spirit that's soon going to become the Spirit King must have taken a liking to that human. That's impossible. Why would that be impossible? Don't try to understand the great ones with that small brain of yours. Laren shook her head in disbelief, but Irian was certain of his thoughts and closed his eyes tightly. When did you even make a contract with a Spirit King? That's my disciple for you. Rimmer walked up to him while blinking. Rayon couldn't understand why even he was being deceived. Spirit King, is it fire or water? Dorian snorted in excitement and asked whether it was the Fire Spirit King or the Water Spirit King. I don't think that's the case though. Yua was the only one who tilted her head, finding it strange. What's wrong with those scatterbrains? Wrath flew towards them and yelled, how dare you compare the King of Essence to a mere spirit? Do you have a death wish? Key. Wrath was enraged and started to rampage, and the highest tier spirit was intimidated, closed its eyes, and crammed its head into the ground. Rayon caught his breath while looking at the messy situation. I'm starting to get a grasp of this situation. The highest tier spirit didn't remember Wrath for his feast in the spiritual realm. It had just noticed his intense coldness and the tremendous power of his soul and considered him to be a great existence. It must have happened because spirits were the closest existences to nature. It's not the worst case, but it's not that good either. The worst case scenario was averted since the fact that he was a demon king wasn't revealed, but it wasn't advantageous for him to be called a contractor of the Spirit King. Ha. Rayon sighed briefly and shook his head. I'm not a contractor of the Spirit King. This is my first time seeing a spirit. There must be a misunderstand. That's it, Iria rapidly nodded as if there was an important point being made that allowed him to understand. Spirit kings don't make contracts with people who have already made a contract with another spirit. An existence that is ready to become a new king must be watching you for sure. He bit his lip, saying that a spirit king would soon speak to him. He didn't even listen to others anymore, focused on his own world of thoughts. It's normal for him to not listen because he's always lived in a world of his own. Rimmer shook his hand, saying that it should have been noticeable from the first encounter. That seems to be the case. Rayon nervously chewed his lip. This is driving me nuts. He laughed bitterly at the ridiculous situation and remembered what Wrath had told him a moment ago. But what does it mean that the fire and water spirit kings are missing? Do you not know about it? Those two disappeared from the spiritual realm a long time ago. Wrath calmly nodded. Why? The rumors said that they had a duel to the death and died together, but he has no idea if that's true. He shook his hand, saying that he wasn't interested in those who were weaker than himself. Is it normal for the spiritual realm to be maintained when the spirit kings are missing? It's because the earth and wind spirit kings are working themselves to the bone. Moreover, another one joined them too. Another one. Rayon was about to ask who that was when Irian's lips parted once again. I can't just leave you like this since you are going to make a contract with the spirit king. Irian returned his sword to the scabbard and also returned the highest tier wind spirit to the spiritual realm. He gestured with his finger, telling him that he would guide him to Sapia. How could you do that? Laren blocked his way, her hand holding a bow. Even if that human is a contractor of the Spirit King, we can't let them enter Sapia at the moment. She shook her head, saying that it was impossible to let outsiders enter at that important period of time. He is a contractor of the Spirit King that hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. Moreover, Irian furrowed his brow while looking at Rimmer. We also need to deal with his issue. Bringing them with us for now is the correct course of action, but I'll take responsibility for it. He shook his hand, telling them to follow, confident that Rayon was the Spirit King's contractor. Wow, I'm really benefiting from my great disciple. Rimmer patted Rayon's shoulder with a grin on his face, saying that it was nice he didn't have to fight. Rayon clutched his forehead while looking at Rimmer. You shouldn't be smiling right now, you dimwit. A red-haired elf with the faintest trace of his long life engraved on his face stroked his chin. The one who left home is finally returning. What? A female elf who was only poking her head out from the blanket furtively raised her head. Her platinum blonde hair flowed down softly like spring water. Who is coming. Her red lips trembled anxiously instead of being interested. Your brother. Ah, the blonde-haired elf pricked her ears like a rabbit. However, her upper body still didn't come out from under the blanket. Really? Yes, but it looks like his nature has changed a bit. The red-haired elf smiled faintly and looked at the female elf. Cian, don't you want to meet your brother? The female elf called Cian secretly moved her legs and went into her blanket like a turtle. It's embarrassing. What's embarrassing about seeing your family after a long time? Because a long time has passed. Time doesn't matter when it comes to family. The red-haired elf patted Cian's head and shook his head. There are 3 humans coming with him. Humans. He is extremely powerful. He still seems young, but he is already a grandmaster. What an outrageous talent. The red-haired elf exclaimed, surprised from the bottom of his heart. What do you think? Won't you come with me to greet them? Cian didn't respond to the red-haired elf and simply blinked under the blanket. I'll stay here. The red-haired elf sighed briefly and raised his gaze. The wrinkles around his eyes were shaking. Cian, we don't have much time left anymore. I can do it this time, but it might really be impossible next time. You should brace yourself, I understand. Cian's shrinking voice could be heard from the blanket. All right, I'll head out now. The red-haired elf casually shook his hand and left the room. Cian was still inside the blanket, not even making the sound of breathing. Once the sound of the red-haired elf's footsteps as he left the area could be heard, she finally took off the blanket and went outside. I'm sorry, but I didn't want to be born as a high elf either. Cian sighed deeply and shook her head. Moreover, I'm completely incompetent, even worse than an ordinary elf. She picked up a book next to the bed, her shoulders slumped. Cian murmured that she wanted to live an ordinary life and opened the book. The clean cover implied that it was a new book, and the name of Rayon Sieghart was engraved on it. I want to become Rayon Sieghart, too. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he followed Irian. He feels like a real elf. Unlike Rimmer, Irian was opening the path in the forest just by walking. Rimmer was more powerful in terms of might, but Irian seemed to have more affinity with nature. Rayon flicked his eyes to the side upon feeling a gaze stinging him and saw that Laren was blatantly staring at him. Her eyes were filled with suspicion, wondering whether he was really the Spirit King's contractor. Why are you looking at me like that? Rayon awkwardly shook his hand while looking at Laren. I'm sorry. I forgot that staring is rude for humans. Laren admitted her mistake and politely lowered her head. But is it really true that you are a contractor of a Spirit Kai? I told you he is. Irian furrowed his brow while looking back at Laren. Do you not believe me? It's difficult to believe this time. Laren was directly telling her superior that she couldn't believe it. Elves were indeed different. HMPH. You will find out soon enough. Let's see who is right. He is a yes forcer. Wrath ground his teeth while glaring at Irian. Yes forcer. He only accepts a yes as an answer. He's the perfect example of a dogmatic old man. His clenched fist started to tremble as he said that he was getting more and more irritated from watching him. That's true. We will find out later. Laren apologetically lowered her head at Rayon. It's fine. Rayon shook his head and furrowed his brow. I'm going nuts. How am I supposed to solve this misunderstanding? Let the King of Essence advent right now. Wrath pounded his chest, saying that he would solve the issue for him. Once all the elves living here are frozen alive, no one would dare to compare the great King of Essence to a mere spirit. He let out a frightening laugh, saying that he was going to turn all the elves in the area into frozen statues. I already have too much to think about, so please stay quiet. No, hand over your body, just go in there. Rayon was shoving Wrath into the bracelet when Irian stopped walking. This is Sapia. Rayon raised his gaze, and a world of greenery filled his vision. The lively trees and grass under the golden sunlight descending from the sky made it look like a world that didn't exist in reality. There were as many trees and bushes as in the great forest, but it didn't feel confusing or stuffed because the paths were properly carved. Do they live in trees? It looked like the elves lived in trees just like squirrels. However, there were occasionally buildings that seemed to be made by humans, probably because humans sometimes came to visit. So this is the reason why the purity of mana is so high. Rayon could guess that the mana's purity was a lot higher than the outside because the elves lived with nature without destroying it. I can't see the world tree anywhere. Even though it was a huge tree that supposedly reached the sky, it couldn't be seen anywhere. It was probably hidden behind a barrier. While Dorian was only blinking his eyes in surprise, and Yua smiled brightly upon feeling the high density of mana, Rayon licked his lips while observing deeper into Sapia. There's no humans around. He'd heard that there was some human traffic in Sapia, but he couldn't see a single one around. He guessed that it was because of that important thing happening in Sapia that Laren had mentioned. This place hasn't changed. Rimmer watched Sapia with a nostalgic gaze. You seem to have changed a lot. Irian furrowed his brow while looking at Rimmer, because the world changes non-stop. Rimmer smiled while meeting Irian's ferocious gaze. Keep guiding us already. What an annoying man. Irian twisted his lips and went into Sapia. Rimmer, yes, he's Sir Rimmer. Did he finally return? The elves inside Sapia recognized Rimmer and widened their eyes. No one was drastically surprised, probably as an elven characteristic, but they clearly recognized Rimmer. I thought he died. I think he lost his right arm. I heard he ran away because of the sword. Why did he even return? Is it because of that? But Sir Rimmer isn't a high elf. What's wrong with those humans? Why are they here now? Elves stopped walking and carefully spoke to each other while watching Rimmer. Long time no see. How have you been, everyone? Rimmer cheerfully waved his hand towards the elves. Why is he acting like that? He is behaving like a human. Sir Rimmer used to be so noble. Why is he speaking like that? His outfit is strange too. Is he tainted by humanity? The elves watched Rimmer with twitching eyes because of his frivolous tone. Rayon furrowed his brow while watching Rimmer's back. Seriously, this elf, what kind of life has he been leading? Judging from the reaction of the elves, it must have been true that Rimmer used to be calm in the past. It was getting more and more difficult to guess Rimmer's personality. We are going to meet Lord Starin. You should brace yourself. Irian glared coldly at Rimmer and hastened his steps. Brace for what? Rimmer snorted and followed Irian. Starin, he must be a high elf. Starin was the elf Rimmer had mentioned, supposedly the leader of the elves. Rayon was curious about how powerful he was and what kind of spirit he could summon. The path narrowed and encounters with elves became scarcer as they followed Irian. It was interesting because paths usually became flush with more people around when it came to meeting a human leader. Here we are. Irian stopped walking in front of a large fir tree with an old door embedded on it. It was a large tree, but Rayon couldn't believe that it was the dwelling of the leader of an entire race. Stop acting so frivolously and show some courtesy. Irian stroked his scabbard, implying that he would kill him if he said anything strange. I know, don't worry about it. Rimmer shook his hand, telling him to enter already. Knock, knock. Irian clicked his tongue and knocked on the door attached to the tree. Guardian, we have visitors. Enter, a quiet voice could be heard from inside the tree before he finished explaining the circumstances. The silvery voice was enough to put the body and mind at ease. Yes, Irian carefully opened the door and entered. The interior was more spacious than it looked, but it was still surprisingly humble. It didn't look like the residence of the guardian of an entire race. However, it was understandable at the same time, because the race in question was elven. Red-haired elf was lying back in a rocking chair made of vines. His gaze resembled Rimmer's, and he lifted his upper body, wrinkles appearing around his eyes. Is he the guardian of the elves? He was in the same domain as Glenn and the Holy Sword Alliance Master, but his nature was completely different. Unlike those two who showed their presences towards the world, the elf in front of him was blending into the world. He must have achieved a unique realm where nature dwelled in his mind. Rimmer, you are so late. Starin looked at Rimmer with a faint smile on his face. Grandfather. Rimmer ran towards Starin and hugged him tightly. Huh, Rimmer. Starin's chin trembled in surprise at being suddenly hugged by Rimmer. Wow, is he the leader's descendant as well? Rayon's jaw dropped in surprise. You crazy bastard. Irian furrowed his brow while forcibly pulling Rimmer off him. His return isn't even the important part right now. A contractor of the long-lost Spirit King has appeared. He pushed Rimmer to the back and pointed at Rayon. You all. Starin furrowed his brow while looking back and forth between Rimmer and Irian. Are you possessed by Satan? While Rimmer curled his lips into a smile while looking at Starin, it really hits me that I'm back home when you call me possessed by Satan, grandfather. He smiled broadly, saying that he felt like he'd returned to his childhood. Satan, Rayon murmured the word Satan. He could understand that it didn't mean anything good, but he couldn't tell exactly what it meant. Do you not know about Satan? I don't. Rayon looked behind him and saw that Dorian and Yua were also shaking their heads, showing that they didn't know. Well, I guess the name would have been forgotten a long time ago among humans. Rimmer shook his hand, saying that it was understandable. Satan is one of the monarchs of devildom. He is in charge of wrath among the 7 deadly sins. W.R. Wrath? Yes. He was called Satan, which meant he was the adversary of God and the heavenly realm. It's been a long time since his previous appearance, but he is often used to frighten the children because of how violent and impulsive he was. Like Satan will come to get you, for example. He chuckled, saying that Starin often mentioned that name. I see. Rayon bit his trembling lip and turned his eyes towards Wrath. Were you called Satan before? There was a time when humans called him that. Wrath nodded his flabby chin, murmuring that there was a time like that. Satan, the adversary of God in the heavenly realm. Wrath had been insulting the heavenly realm and God all the time, saying that he wanted to fight them. Judging from the madness he showed, he was indeed suited to being called the adversary of God, but violent and impulsive. The King of Essence has always been level-headed, reasonable, and beautiful. His fist trembled as he rambled some nonsense. Satan, out of all demon kings in existence, Rayon gulped nervously and looked at Starin, the protector of the elves. He was thinking that Starin might have noticed Wrath's presence when he said Satan. That was why he'd started to feel nervous once again. Amazing. However, the first thing Starin said was a compliment, despite his expectations. I've never seen a human like you before, who possesses mana with even higher purity than elves. His eyes glimmered faintly, showing that he was seriously impressed. What's even more interesting is your soul level. I can sense a lofty level that can't be reached in your current realm. It's strange because it almost feels like someone else is intertwined with you. Starin muttered as if he was bewitched by something while meeting Rayon's eyes. Rayon clenched his fist while listening to Starin. Is he capable of sensing Wrath's existence because he is a high elf, let alone the white blood religious leader and the Holy Sword Alliance Master? Even Glenn hadn't noticed Wrath's existence. Rayon could guess that it wasn't because of his realm, but because he was a high elf that he could sense Wrath's existence. I told you already. Irian swung his fist wildly. That human must have been chosen by the Spirit King. Spirit King. Are you saying that he was chosen by fire or water? Yes. You must be able to sense it even better than me, Protector. Look at the pure energy of fire and water dwelling in his energy center. He shouted, still certain about his thoughts. Rayon wanted to beg him to just stay quiet. Starin nodded, stroking his chin like a habit. Whether it's the Spirit King or not, we should greet each other first. My name is Starin. I'm the protector of Sapia. I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself first. Rayon placed his hand on his chest and politely lowered his head. My name is Rayon Zeekhart, the Light Wind Vice Division leader from Zeekhart. Starin widened his eyes while looking at Rayon. Did you just say that you are Rayon Zeekhart? Indeed. The Dragon Slayer, Rayon Zeekhart. Yes. You deserve to have a name like that at least, with your power and soul level. He quietly exclaimed, saying that he could finally understand it. Awesome, isn't he? I've raised him ever since he was a baby. Rimmer wrapped his arm around Rayon's neck with a grin on his face. Awesome. Starin furrowed his brow, showing that he couldn't get used to Rimmer's frivolous tone. Are you really Rimmer? Come on, why are you doing this to me? I'm the grandson who you personally raised, grandfather. Rimmer put his hands around his waist, asking whether he should take off his pants. You don't need to. Starin watched Rimmer's fluttering right sleeve for a while before he shook his head. I can't get used to it because you've changed far too much. He sighed once again and looked at Rayon. I believe there were some issues on your way here. Let me apologize in their stead. They must have been on their high alert because we are about to deal with an important matter. Starin closed his eyes, saying that they were rude to the guests. It's fine since no one was injured, but what would that important matter be? Irian and Laren had also mentioned that it was an important period, and the fact that he couldn't see a single human in Sapia implied that they had a really important matter coming up soon. We are preparing for the purification ritual. Purification ritual. Just as the trees purify the atmosphere by absorbing polluted air, the world tree absorbs harmful energy from the world and purifies it. Rimmer had talked about it before. Rayon had thought he was exaggerating about it, but it was apparently true. But even for the world tree, it's impossible to purify all of the evil energy all around the continent on its own. The high elves resonate with the world tree once every 20 years to eliminate the impurities, and that is called the Elven Purification Ritual. Starin briefly explained the purification ritual. It seemed to be a consideration towards Rimmer's disciple. Ah, that's true. Rimmer exclaimed and raised his left fist. It was time for the purification ritual. I can finally understand why that happened. He nodded, saying that he could understand why the Guardians stopped his entry. Starin closed his mouth and glared fiercely at Rimmer. Who are you? What? Rimmer blinked, wondering what he was talking about. There's no way an elf from Sapia would forget about the purification ritual. Starin unleashed his dangerously sharp will, thinking that Rimmer was possessed by something. It looked like he was about to cut him down if he gave a wrong answer. The first sword technique I learned from you was the Meteor Sword. I still remember how you taught me the foundations under the world tree. What are you even talking about? Rimmer told Starin about their shared memories one after the other, while raising a finger each time. Then you really are. Starin's lips trembled as he stared at Rimmer. Rayon had never expected an elf, and a high elf at that, to panic so hard. Grandfather, you know, your grandson became a small no. Rimmer laughed awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. A huge degenerate. Starin's throat wavered violently. Ha, he is seriously insane. Rayon and Wrath shook their heads at the same time. Starin closed his mouth and shook his head. I'm sorry. I was a bit surprised because he changed so much. I understand, Rayon shook his head. Anyone would be surprised if their polite grandson turned into that. He could perfectly understand him. So did you come all the way here to guard Rimmer? Yes, I followed just in case, and I was surprised to find out that there was such an important event like the purification ritual taking place. It's fine. It's that idiot's fault for forgetting about it. Grandfather, how could you call your grandson an idiot? Shut up. Starin had gotten used to him already in that short time period and started to treat Rimmer just like Glenn did. Ah, now that I think about it. Rimmer nonchalantly walked up to Starin. Why am I known as the thief of the divine relic? He furrowed his brow, lifting the sword hanging around his waist in front of Starin. That sword. Starin narrowed his eyes and looked at the sword Rimmer was holding. I gave it to you because I wanted you to become the head of the Guardians. Since you left Sapia soon after you received the sword, you are obviously treated as a thief. I thought you'd come back soon, but you lived with the humans instead and even became a degenerate, as you described it. I'm going to meet the head of Sieghart at some point. Starin touched the red bow hanging on the wall, saying that he would have to visit Sieghart after the purification ritual. That sounds fun. Rimmer licked his lips as if he'd forgotten that he was the source of the entire problem. He was seriously hopeless, although it was nothing new to Rayon since he'd been thinking that ever since he was a trainee. Protector, Rayon lowered his head, interfering in the conversation between Rimmer and Starin. Our division leader came to return that sword. Yes, I did. Rimmer confidently nodded and held out the sword to Starin. Return it. Yes, I figured I don't deserve to use the divine relic of our tribe with an arm like this. He smiled faintly while looking at his empty right shoulder. How did you lose that arm? Rimmer didn't respond right away, but looked at Rayon, Dorian, and Yua behind him one after the other with a faint blue glow in his eyes. I've entrusted it to the future. Do you have any regrets about that decision? I don't, I see. Starin seemed to have guessed the circumstances and calmly nodded. You feel a bit more like the grandson in my memory. He called out to Irian, his tense lips turning into a thin smile. Irian, yes, cancel the bounty on Rimmer. Understood. Irian looked at Rimmer for a moment, then nodded his head. There seemed to be something he wanted to say, but he just obeyed the Protector's order. Protector, what are you going to do with that human? He's definitely going to become the Spirit King's contractor. He still hadn't given up on claiming that Rayon was going to be the Spirit King's contractor. A Spirit King that hasn't even been born yet choosing their contractor has never happened before. But it's also unprecedented for the Fire and Water Spirit Kings to be gone for such a long time. Starin stroked his chin and stared at Rayon's eyes. Have you ever heard someone's voice or felt some intense energy of nature by any chance? Rayon licked his lips while meeting Starin's serious eyes. I have, and it happens every day. The Cotton Candy Demon King was right next to him, but he simply shook his head since he couldn't tell him about him. I haven't, I see. You heard him. There's no way a human would become the contractor of the Spirit King. Laren firmly shook her head. I think so too, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to test him out. Protector, she widened her eyes in surprise, since even I can't summon a spirit king. Starin raised his hand and a red cat emerged from his hand. Every part of its body, from its prickling ears to its wagging tail, was engulfed in orange flames. This cat, it was small in size, but its energy was even more powerful than Irian's highest-tier spirit. It seemed to be a highest-tier fire spirit. Naya hiss, the cat started to yawn, but it leaped back and trembled in fear as soon as it met Rayon's eyes. It lowered its upper body to stay on guard, but it couldn't stand it anymore and showed its belly. It was the submissive posture of feline animals. Ha, Laren gasped while looking at the highest-tier fire spirit showing its white belly. Even her firm eyes started to tremble. I was right, there's no way Lord Starin's spirit would act like that. He's definitely the Spirit King's contractor. Irian pounded his chest, saying that he was right. A lofty existence that can't be even looked at. Starin unsummoned the terrified cat spirit and nodded. It's not certain that it's because of the Spirit King, but one thing we know is that you are special. He nodded seriously, saying that he had to believe it to a certain extent. This is so frustrating. It's not the Spirit King, but a monarch of devildom. You stupid, shitty ears. Wrath frantically shook his head, irritated by how he kept being compared to a Spirit King. If you have really been chosen by the Spirit King, then it greatly concerns our clan as well. Can we meet again after the purification ritual? Yes, I don't mind. Treat them as the clan's most honored guests. Starin shook his head, announcing the best treatment for everyone, not just Rayon. Understood. Yes. Irian gave a big nod, and Laren murmured her response with a doubtful expression on her face. Don't be like that. Just keep doing what you've been doing. He has something to learn from you, grandfather. Rimmer walked up to Starin and shook his head. Learn from me? Yes, I wanted my grandfather to show him the spiritual arrow. Starin stroked his chin while looking at Rayon. There's no reason not to since he is your disciple, but not right now. The purification ritual takes priority. Isn't Cian supposed to be doing the purification ritual? Rimmer tilted his head while mentioning someone's name. She isn't ready yet. What? But she's already old enough. It can't be helped since she still hasn't managed the resonance. Starin shook his head with a slightly exhausted face. I would scold her if she didn't make the effort, but she's been practicing every day yet still fails. I can't even say anything to her anymore. He shook his head, saying that it was regrettable. Then. Yes, she shuts herself in the room even more and never comes out. Whoa, Rimmer rubbed his forehead, his eyes showing his worry for the first time. Who is Cian? Rayon mentioned the name and Rimmer turned his head with a furrowed brow. She is my sister. She's the one who made the Nadine bread that you like so much. What does it mean that she's never coming out? She made the Nadine bread so that she never needed to come outside. So it's her. Go there right now and beat her to death. Wrath started to yell while swinging his round fist like an iron club. If she made the Nadine bread so she would never need to come outside, then. Rayon pushed Wrath away as his lips parted speechlessly. Yes, Rimmer shook his head and sighed. She is a jobless shut-in. When is the second volume coming out? It would be nice to have the part where he slays the dragon. Cian exhaled in excitement after reading the last page of the book. The biography of Rayon Sieghart. He is so cool. How can he be so good at everything? She blushed while covering her face with the book. It must be because of his talent. He has the best talent among the humans. Cian put down the book with a bit more sorrow in her eyes, and I don't have any talent. She pouted for a while before she came down from the bed. Ha. Cian slowly took a breath and closed her eyes. Mana as pure as a lake that was never tainted by human touch started to flow in her breath. The blue mana rampaged sedately, advancing toward her upper energy center before suddenly getting cut off as if blocked by a dam. Cian bit her lip and opened her eyes. I failed again. High elves had a few abilities that normal elves couldn't have. The most important among them was the resonance, which consisted of merging themselves into nature. Performing the resonance was necessary to be a full-fledged high elf, and it was a prerequisite to purifying the world tree. However, Cian had still not managed it. Why can't I do it even though I'm a high elf too? She'd heard that her grandfather and the other high elves could do it naturally from the moment of their births. However, she was still unable to communicate with the world even though she'd become an adult a long time ago. She had been training tirelessly since childhood, attempting to replicate her grandfather's breathing, but the path remained closed to her. The glares of the other elves gradually became intense, and she had stopped leaving her room dozens of years ago already. Why am I the only one who can't do it? Cian raised her hands and shouted, I want to be praised by people and be the center of attention too. Why am I the only one who is so bad? She slammed the ground, revealing her worldly desires, unbefitting of a high elf. I wonder if this ever happened to Rayon Sieghart. I doubt it. Cian watched her golden hair flowing down like sand and bit her lip. I didn't end up as a high elf because I wanted to be. Cian, you're inside, right? Just as her intense inferiority complex was being shown, a cheerful voice that felt refreshing to hear came from the door. Rimmer. The way he was talking was quite different from before, but it was clearly Rimmer's voice. I knew you were here. I'm coming in. Wait, don't come in. Why are you acting so distant between us? I'm coming in. Cian climbed back to the bed and covered herself with the blanket. Crack. Rimmer destroyed the bar, locking the door, and entered the room. I told you to not come in. Get out, Cian screamed, only her eyes showing from under the blanket. You're so mean to your brother, especially after not seeing each other for so long. Rimmer licked his lips sadly. I'm sorry. It was just too sudden. Cian raised her blue eyes slightly. Is that so? I can come inside now, right? About that, She found a blonde-haired human with wide eyes standing next to Rimmer, who was smiling. Plop, Cian went deeper into the blanket like a mole and started to tremble. Who is that human? He is my disciple. I brought him here because he took an interest in the bread you made. BR bread, the Nadine bread. Rimmer grinned, saying that he was such a strange guy. Rayon took a step ahead and lowered his head. My name is Rayon Sieghart. It was a short introduction, but she made a suffocating sound from under the blanket. Rayon Sieghart, really? Cian furtively poked her head out. Her blonde hair flowed down the blanket like a living creature. The damn handsome. Yes, the damn Rayon started to respond but could only blink his eyes. What is she even saying? Why is she suddenly saying damn handsome now? His brain started to malfunction because it was completely unexpected that an elf would call him damn handsome. Rayon lowered his gaze while gasping and saw that his name was engraved on a thick book under the bed. He opened the book. The biography of Rayon Sieghart was written on the first page, and the author's name was written right below it, which was Encia Yanan. Encia's name was confidently engraved as the author, and the mark that she'd previously got his permission to use was underneath, showing that it was an authentic book that was made with Rayon's permission. That woman, Rayon closed her eyes tightly, the hands holding the book trembling in shock. How far is she planning to go? Rayon furrowed his brow deeply as he looked at the book with his name on it. I remember it now. Those mercenaries at the restaurant also mentioned a book. The mercenaries he'd encountered at a restaurant on the way to Sapia had mentioned that a book named after him was published. This is the book they were talking about. But when did she even make this? Encia had asked to use his face as her signature mark when she'd made Sylvia's energy center. Since it was pretty recent, Rayon couldn't understand how the book was already published. Considering the thickness, it should have been impossible to make this even with magic. I get it now. Encia hadn't started to write the book after getting permission for her signature mark. She had already finished the book and got permission afterward. That's why she told me she'd give me a share for the portrait rights. Rayon didn't want it, but Encia had insisted on giving him the money, and the book must have been the reason why. Rayon closed his eyes tightly and shook his head. Her proactiveness is inhuman. Rayon got the impression that Encia could even surpass Merlin. Why are you with Sir Rayon the damn handsome now, right? Cian raised her trembling eyes as Rayon sighed in shock. Rimmer tilted his head while looking at Cian. Doesn't the book you were reading have information about Rayon? It does. Then you should know that I'm Rayon's master, don't you? What do you mean? Sir Rayon the damn handsome became powerful on his own. He doesn't have anything like a master. Cian raised her voice slightly, telling him to stop his nonsense. You are the one who is saying nonsense. I'm the one who raised him. Rimmer furrowed his brow while looking down at the blanket that was covering Cian. No, Sir Rayon is a genius who was already proficient with swordsmanship from the moment of his birth. There's no one like that in the world. Listen, Rayon over there is my disciple, who I've raised ever since he was a baby, and he is my subordinate now. Rayon narrowed his eyes while listening to the conversation between the siblings. If she didn't write about the division leader being my master, what else did she even write? Ring of Fire. What's written in there? Does it mention my name? What about me? Dorian and Yua leaned forward, curious about the book. Rayon finished reading the book in no time and remained quiet, his shoulders trembling. This is a hymn, not a hymn for humans, but a hymn for Rayon. Everything inside the book started with Rayon and ended with Rayon. His actions and the events were true, but Rayon was literally an omnipotent god in the process. Rimmer didn't even appear. The three team leaders appeared as a distraction that simply got in his way, while Dorian was simply called a portable pocket, completely skipping his name. Yua managed to appear, probably because she'd left a favorable impression on Encia, but she'd only appeared once. Why you do appear? Rayon awkwardly nodded at Dorian and Yua before turning the last page of the book. He unconsciously groaned upon seeing the last page. When the round pebble Rayon Sieghart threw toward the sky is now called the moon. 2. It's incorrect to say that Rayon Sieghart learned swordsmanship. Swordsmanship was born for Rayon Sieghart. 3. Rayon Sieghart doesn't bother with having a home. This is because the entire world is his home. 4. Rayon Sieghart can burn fire and freeze ice. Madness similar to that was written all over the page. Rayon couldn't bring himself to read any further and closed the book. Were you the one who made the moon? But when? How? Rath's eyes trembled as he looked at Rayon. He seemed to believe the content of the book. Ha. Rayon could only sigh because he felt too exhausted to respond. I need to burn them. He decided to erase the book's existence from the face of the world, even if he had to spend his entire fortune. Why, you are really Sir Rayon the damn handsome, right? Sian's trembling voice could be heard from the blanket. It looked like she had no intention of showing herself, but then she was introduced as a jobless shut-in. I'm not damn handsome, but I'm Rayon. Rayon nodded while looking at Sian's blanket. I am your fan, Sir Rayon the damn handsome. Sian called him damn handsome once again and poked her eyes out. Her blue eyes, reminiscent of a cloudless sky, shimmered faintly. But the book mentioned that I always have to add the damn handsome. Don't trust this book, it's a line 90 of the time. Rayon shook his head while returning the book to Sian. Jay, just like it's written in the book, you even have a humble personality. Sian trusted the book instead of Rayon himself, as if she were already completely brainwashed by it. That's not Ha. Rayon's fingers trembled. It was too complicated to explain. He couldn't do anything but sigh. I'm honored to meet you. Only her hand poked out of the blanket slightly to accept the book. The back of her hand was so white that it almost looked transparent. That suggested that she hadn't left her home in a really long time. Hey Sian, aren't you being a little too indifferent to your brother when we've finally been reunited? Rimmer shook his head, saying that she was being too mean. Ah, I'm sorry. It's just too hectic right now, Rimmer. Your arm. Sian's blanket started to shake violently. This one, I invested it for the future. Rimmer winked towards Rayon. He must have taken a liking to what he'd said to Starin. Was it for Sir Rayon? Yes, I worked pretty hard to save him. Didn't it hurt? It's fine now because I received proper first aid after it was cut off. He tapped on the blanket where Sian's head was located. Rimmer, good job, huh? Rimmer blinked upon hearing Sian's energetic voice. Sir Rayon is the best blue chip that you can find. You will definitely get a huge return. She waved her hand outside the blanket, saying that it was an excellent choice. Yes. Rimmer nodded blankly because her reaction was completely unexpected. Are you okay, Sir Rayon the damn handsome? I'm glad to hear that. Sian hesitated for a moment before she opened her mouth again. Sir Rayon the damn handsome, can I ask a question? You can, as long as you skip that damn handsome part. Rayon sighed briefly and nodded. What would you have done if you had no talent in swordsmanship? Talent. He was a bit confused because it was an unexpected question. I was born as a high elf, but I don't have the talent high elves should possess. I'm not as good as the other elves either, because I'm not good at fighting or summoning spirits or controlling aura. They call me a high elf that is even more incompetent than a bug. Sian murmured that all she could do was to breathe while hiding under the blanket. Her voice sounded slightly teary. You're good at shooting arrows. Weren't you always spot on? What's the point of archery when I can't even use aura? And it's been too long since the last time I used a bow. She stared at the bow hanging on the wall for a moment before she buried her face into the bed. Rayon briefly licked his lips. It's a difficult question. Even though she was a fan, the fact that she was asking a question like that during their first encounter implied that she was mentally driven into a corner. Rayon wanted to help her because Sian had mustered her courage, regardless of the fact that she was his fan or that she was Rimmer's sister. However, there was something he needed to know before answering her question. Since Lady Sian is a high elf, does that mean that you are also a high elf division leader? I'm not. Rimmer casually shook his head. It's decided whether we are a high elf or not at the moment of birth. It was passed down from my grandfather to Sian, but the high elf of the next generation can be someone from another clan. It's different every time. He shrugged his shoulders, saying that the heavens decided who got to be the high elf, and only 2 high elves can exist at the same time. My grandfather and Sian are the only high elves in Sapia right now. I see. Rayon bit his lips slightly. It's understandable that she feels pressured if there are only 2 high elves. Moreover, we don't know when Starin will depart. Judging from the wrinkles on Starin's face, it could be assumed that he didn't have that long to live. Sian was the only high elf except for him, and she couldn't do her job as she should. It was only natural that she and the people around her were feeling the pressure. I feel sorry for her. Rayon thought about the answer to Sian's question and slowly opened his mouth. If I didn't have a goal, I would have lived an ordinary life without wielding a sword. However, if I had something to achieve, I would have wielded the sword, even without any talent, until the very end. Yes, I would have never given up. He didn't tell her the details, but he responded to her question sincerely. Sian, I don't know what you read in that book, but it's true that Rayon is brimming with talent. I knew it. However, Rimmer smiled faintly and sat on Sian's bed. He made more effort than anyone else I've seen so far. He was the first to come to the training ground and the last one to leave. I can guarantee that no one around his age has trained more than him. He tapped on the blanket, saying that Rayon's might was the result of his desperate efforts, even surpassing his talent. He's right. Sir Rayon has been a monster who only had training in his mind ever since the first time I met him. He does nothing but train even at home. Dorian and Yua also told her that Rayon's efforts were the real talent he had. B. But the book says that he can replicate any sword technique just from seeing it. I can replicate it, but it's just a stunt rather than real swordsmanship. Training is the only way to increase a person's realm. Rayon nodded while looking at Cian's shoulders, which were trembling under the blanket. Effort. Cian's voice sounded gloomy, but felt a bit brighter than before. You can give up if it's too hard on you. Rimmer chuckled while patting Cian's head. Gee, give up. Then who is supposed to purify the world tree? Just leave it to the next high elf. He shook his head, telling her to take it easy. Since our grandfather has been purifying the world tree like a misophobe so far, it's going to last at least 40 years after his death. It should be enough time for a new high elf to be born, right? But Cian, the world is vast, and there are lots of things you can do. Don't give up on yourself because you're too fixated on your duty. Rimmer's lips were curved into a gentle smile, showing his genuine concern about his younger sister. Rayon rubbed the part under his ear white, watching Cian tremble under the blanket without saying anything. She has a high sense of duty. As soon as Rimmer told her to give up, Cian started to talk about purifying the world tree. That implied that she hadn't forgotten about her duty, even though the other elves were looking down on her. I'm hesitant to say this since I don't know much about elven society, but Rayon continued while looking at the blue eyes glowing under the blanket. Aren't you curious about what expressions the elves who have been looking down on you will make once they see how much you've changed? I bet they would stare with their mouths wide open, unable to find what to say. Rayon remembered the expressions of astonishment that the other children had made when he was a trainee. Cian's eyes trembled, excited just from thinking about it. And if it doesn't work out after you really did your best, giving up is still an option. The important part here is that you have to admit that you've really done everything you could, because even if you manage to deceive others, you can't deceive yourself. Do my best. Cian murmured about doing her best under the blanket. And Lady Cian, it's not like you're bad at everything. What? I heard you created the Nadine bread. I like it a lot, and I know another person who likes it. Rayon smiled faintly while thinking about Glenn. Yes, you haven't tested the limit of your abilities yet. Think about it carefully. Rimmer weakly pressed on Cian's head before he stood up from the bed. We'll be leaving now so you can rest. He gestured with his hand for them to leave. Cian wasn't saying anything. I'm taking my leave as well. Rayon started to leave after Rimmer, and Cian's voice could be heard from the blanket. The higher pitch of her voice showed that she'd mustered some courage. Wow, this difference in treatment is so painful, both in Sieghart and here. Rimmer murmured in irritation, but his lips were still smiling as he left. Have a good rest. Rayon chuckled and looked to the right while following Rimmer outside. By the way, Rayon lowered his eyebrows while looking at Wrath, who was floating in the air, clutching his chin. Why are you so quiet? Wrath was being strangely quiet even though he wanted to beat Cian to death as soon as he saw her. That high elf girl that you met a moment ago. Huh, Wrath furrowed his brow while looking behind him. She is blocked. Cian crawled like a turtle to come outside the blanket after everyone was gone. I see. Even the damn handsome Sir Rayon is the same. He didn't reach his current position with just talent. In reality, Rayon possessed a spirit that was on a whole different level from the others. She thought he was just like the book described him because his presence naturally attracted her attention, but she learned that he'd gone through lots of difficulties as well. My best effort. She did make an effort. She was quite certain that she spent a lot more time practicing resonance than the other elves did practicing their aura and spirit summoning. However, she couldn't answer for sure whether it was her best effort or not. She was lazy sometimes. She was distracted by how other elves saw her, and there was even a time when she just kept sleeping, giving up on it entirely. He said that I can't deceive myself even though I can deceive others. He was right. The time she's wasted remained perfectly clear in her memory. I should try a bit more. Since Rayon had become her idol as she read the book about him, his advice made her not want to give up anymore, and she wanted to keep trying a bit more. To be honest, she really wanted everyone to pay attention to her and praise her. Cian came down from the bed and closed her eyes. I don't have the courage to go outside yet, though. She hugged the biography of Rayon Sieghart tightly with both hands and focused her mind to merge with the world. Rayon smiled faintly while looking around the lodgings assigned for them. It's no different from lodgings for humans. Irian gave them a building that was used by humans before. It put him at ease, but also a bit regrettable because he wanted to experience living in a tree house. Rayon unpacked his belongings and left the lodgings. He looked around because he wanted to feel the high-purity mana of Sapia more deeply and noticed that the elves started to stop in their tracks one by one. Is it that a human? How can a human possess such high-purity mana? It's even cleaner than ours. He's practically a spirit. Is he really the Spirit King's contractor, like Sir Irian claimed? I don't know if he's the contractor or not, but I can tell that it's at least a possibility. The elves exclaimed or looked at him with admiration. Nonsense. Why would a Spirit King ever make a contract with a human? That's right. I've never heard about a human being becoming a Spirit King's contractor. It would need to be an elf for that. I don't understand Sir Irian. Why did he look so glad? A few elves were shaking their heads, brushing it off as nonsense. Rayon honestly felt thankful to them. I knew it was because of that elf. Considering the fact that they were mentioning Irian, that blockheaded elf must have spread the story about the Spirit King all around Sapia. Seriously, everyone around our division leader is abnormal. Rayon shook his head and walked away to avoid the attention of the elves. As he walked towards a place where the elves couldn't see him, he found himself in front of a small open space. Is it a training ground? Judging from the arrows and wooden swords around it, it seemed to be an elven training ground designed to practice archery and swordsmanship. Training grounds put me at ease, regardless of the location. That's only true for you, who is crazy for training. Wrath furrowed his brow while glaring at Rayon. Stop being pathetic and return already. The King of Essence is hungry right now. He licked his lips, saying that he wanted to try out the eccentric food that Rimmer had mentioned. First, Rayon grabbed Wrath's tail and pulled him in front of his eyes. What did you mean by that when you said that Lady Cian is blocked earlier? She's blocked because she's blocked. I'm asking for a further explanation. The part you call the upper energy center is completely blocked in that high elf girl. It's normally blocked, isn't it? Opens up naturally when you reach a higher realm. The path towards the upper energy center was normally blocked from the moment of birth. It was also true for Rayon, and he'd managed to open that passage upon becoming a grandmaster. Indeed, but in her case she is something else other than just her wall. What else? Even the King of Essence doesn't know what exactly it is. But one thing that's certain is that something thick and dense is blocking the path. Then why did Sir Starin not realize that fact? He must have thought that it was a natural occurrence, since she must have been born that way. Moreover, that old high elf is unable to see the same thing as the King of Essence. Wrath raised his nose, saying that he was on a higher level, so it's blocked for her. Rayon shook his head while stroking his chin. She seemed to be in a lot of pain. He could somewhat understand her because he had the experience of receiving similar attention as he grew up as a collateral in Zeekhart. Rimmer was also worried about her, to the point where he'd stopped smiling as soon as he'd left her room. That was why Rayon wanted to help her if he could. Upper energy center. As he was contemplating the matter, he suddenly heard the sound of a sharp wind inside the forest on the right. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive before he even started to think. The sword barrier settled in despite the urgency of the situation. He thought he would be able to defend no matter what tried to attack him. However, clang, the sword barrier crumbled like a sandcastle, and a white arrow broke into the boundary. Rayon unsheathed the blade of Requiem with his left hand and erected the firewall. Whap! The shield of flame surged like moonlight and blocked the arrow's trajectory. PSSH, however, the arrow moved like a living creature, soaring towards his right shoulder instead of the left shoulder that was defended by the firewall. Clashing, Rayon hurriedly recovered the blade of Requiem and barely managed to fend off the arrow. He felt an intense numbing pain in his hand. The power dwelling on the arrow was even stronger than a grandmaster's. Moreover, the arrow had only bounced off slightly, quickly returning with a sharp momentum. This arrow. That was pretty good. The forest split apart and Starin appeared from where the arrow had come from. His tall height and confident steps were extremely similar to Rimmer's. Why did the protector? Since you gave strength to my granddaughter, who has been sitting in despair, I'll have to give you a small return. Starin gestured with his chin, and the white arrow floating in the air was sucked towards his hand. You said you wanted to gain some inspiration from the spiritual arrow, didn't you? An arrogant smile appeared on his face as he placed an arrow on the bowstring. Take it if you can. Rayon swallowed nervously while watching Starin's bowstring grow taut. Take it if I can, which means is he going to give me a lesson? Considering what he'd said, he seemed to be planning to show his archery rather than picking a fight. He must have liked Rayon's advice to Cian a lot since he was immediately giving him a lesson instead of after the purification ceremony, which was what he'd said before. The archery I use is called the sentient arrow, however. Starin pulled the bowstring until midway and stopped with a faint smile on his face. Humans call the sentient arrow the dancing arrow. Dancing arrow. Dancing arrow was the pinnacle of archery, allowing the archer to freely control the arrow's trajectory according to their will. Rayon's heart raced with excitement, nearly bursting with joy at the thought of witnessing this transcended martial art equivalent to the dancing sword. Get ready. Starin looked at him, his relaxed body showing that he would wait until he was ready. However, the sharpness of the arrow on the bowstring was frightening enough to send a chill down his spine. This is an opportunity. Fighting against a transcender and one who uses a bow at that was an extremely rare opportunity. The experience from the new martial art was going to widen his mental world even further. We are at point-blank distance, but I shouldn't consider that an advantage. Swordsmen would normally have the advantage if they were fighting an archer from point-blank range, but it didn't apply to Starin since he could use the dancing arrow. It was best to assume that he was at a huge disadvantage. I'm ready. Rayon nodded while imagining a method to defend against Staren's arrow. That was a fast preparation. Is it because you are young? Staren slightly tilted his head backward and pulled the bowstring to its limit. The moment the string sounded like it was about to break, a chill ran down his spine. The atmosphere around him has changed. Even though Staren had been acting nonchalantly so far, the sharp pressure overflowing from him almost felt malevolent. It seemed to be his true appearance during battle. His hair was standing on end just from meeting Staren's eyes. Rayon felt like he was being crushed by an overwhelming pressure, transcending the concept of power. I can't yield now. He wouldn't gain anything if he was already defeated. He made the rings of fire resonate with each other, drawing out a spirit that surpassed his limit. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive to mid-height without even thinking about wiping away the cold sweat flowing down from his forehead. The subtle sword resonance was easing the tension in his body slightly. I like the look in your eyes. Staren nodded in satisfaction and casually released the bowstring. The fired arrow was right under his nose before he knew it. It was even faster than sound, making him even think that magic was applied right waist, cring. Rayon pulled Heavenly Drive to the right to block the arrow's path. However, Staren's arrow completely stopped in front of his waist, remaining immobile. It should have been impossible for an arrow flying even faster than sound to be immobilized completely, but Staren's prowess had made it happen. Whoosh! Staren's arrow started to move once again the moment Heavenly Drive slashed the thin air. The white arrow rushed towards his stomach even faster than when it had left the bowstring. He got me. Rayon pushed the ground with the back of his foot and activated the Supreme Harmony steps, but of course the arrow was rushing towards his chest faster than he was moving backwards. I managed to buy some time at least. He thrust the blade of Requiem in a reverse grip during the short time period that he'd earned through footwork. Cring! The blade of Requiem blocked the white arrow's trajectory with a blue glow on the blade, but Staren changed the direction of the arrow once again to attack another vital area. I expected this much. The blade of Frost following the blade of Requiem changed its trajectory and smacked the center of the arrow. Clang! A tearing pain could be felt in his hand even though it hit the arrow's shaft instead of the head. Rayon noticed that the entire arrow was being protected by a powerful aura. HMPH. Staren's mouth let out a small exclamation. 2 attacks with a single swing. That was pretty good. He evaluated the Frost Pond with a relaxed smile. The arrow vibrating in the air floated gently and returned to Staren. I didn't expect that the bloodlust would be used to confuse the senses. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Staren notch the arrow once again. So you were serious when you said to take it if I could. Staren's lesson wasn't as kind as the sword demon's. It was a cold-hearted lesson where he could only learn what he could. What you obtain easily is easily gone. Staren briefly nodded. The arrow trembled as if it were responding to his sharpened will. Since you understand now, are you ready to get serious? Of course. Rayon nodded and dashed right after, thrusting the blade of Requiem from behind. The sphere of aura emanating from the tip of the blade opened its dark jaw and unleashed its flame breath. Wham! The crimson flame wavered majestically. It looked like it was about to incinerate Staren and the entire great forest altogether. Your control of output is still lacking. The moment Staren was about to fire the arrow with a cold laugh, Rayon twisted the Flame Dragon Art's flow. He concentrated the heat spreading in a fan shape into a single line charging towards Staren's chest. So it's deception against deception. Staren's smile didn't change as he released the arrow. The white arrow turned into a white ray of light and charged towards the Flame Dragon Art. Wham! The clash between the white radiance and the fire breath caused a tremendous shockwave that spread in all directions. However, the Flame Dragon Art didn't last long before it started to subside. Rayon furrowed his brow while watching the weakening flame. It's not because the Flame Dragon Art is weak. It's because the Protector's realm is much higher than mine. Instead of destroying with sheer power, Staren had pierced the Flame Dragon Art's weakness by altering the arrow's trajectory. There was a lot to learn from the fight. Wham! In the end, the Flame Dragon Art completely faded away, unable to withstand Staren's arrow. Rayon exhaled roughly and fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive. I need to watch properly. After all, I'm not here to win against a transcender. The reason he was wielding his sword was to gain inspiration from the dancing arrow. Focusing on the fight was important, but he had to remember that objective. How is that arrow moving as he pleases? Staren and the Holy Sword Alliance Master were capable of manipulating their arrow and sword at will. Since it wasn't a technique that could be used automatically upon becoming a transcender, there must have been a special method for it. He maximized the resonance between the 8 rings and even activated the Evil Eye of Wrath and the perception of the snow flower. His soul reached an extreme level, causing his perception of time to slow down. A bit more, even though the fiery approach of the arrow was about to break through his forehead, Rayon increased his focus even further. The pain in his upper energy center was causing an extreme headache, but his focus increased endlessly. The world gradually came to a standstill, leaving only the arrow and himself in that moment. Rayon leaned backward in order to dodge the approaching arrow. PSSH, however, Staren's arrow brushed past his right cheek by slightly changing its trajectory as if it were expecting his movement. Rayon increased his focus even more, fueled by the slight pain on his cheek. He could even see his own face reflected on the red blood scattering in the air. Not enough. By the time the intense vibration of the rings of fire felt like they were about to shatter, Rayon could see some kind of a white line passing by his blood. An illusion. No, it's not an illusion. It's connected to the arrow. The faint wavering he saw was the white line that was advancing along the same direction as the trajectory of the white arrow from a moment ago. Could it be? He looked ahead once again. The thin line connected to the white arrow was starting from Staren. I get it now. Rayon swallowed nervously and narrowed his eyes. That line is the protector's will. The will was the power of determination to achieve something. Staren's will of transcendence was freely manipulating the arrow. The power of will is boundless. It was an unexpected finding, since Rayon had thought that the will only served to add power and pressure. Rayon understood that it was the reason warriors who couldn't control the will would never be able to prevail against a warrior who could. Of course, Wrath briefly nodded. The path of will and the mental world is infinite. The same goes for the King of Essence's techniques, which require the use of will to reach their full potential. His eyes twitched as he explained that Rayon's strength had increased upon becoming a grandmaster, because his previously inexperienced control of will had finally gained proper power. It's not advice. The King of Essence was simply teaching you a little because your foolishness was frustrating to watch. Wrath shook his hand, telling him to stop saying nonsense. Rayon chuckled and focused on Staren's arrow once again. No, he was fully focused on his will. Whoosh. He could feel that Staren's arrow that had gone behind his back was rotating towards him, aiming for an attack from behind. Rayon stepped aside to the left and thrust Heavenly Drive. A red wall of flame was created, but the white arrow easily pierced through an opening and rushed inside. Just as the arrow approached him like lightning, he launched the blade of Requiem that he had been holding weakly. Wham! The blade of Requiem was engulfed in the principles of dagger throw, an advanced white spreading its powerful ghastly energy around. However, Staren slightly altered the trajectory of the arrow to dodge the blade of Requiem and pierced into his distance. Just as I expected. He'd incorporated his will into the blade of Requiem because he knew Staren was going to do that. Zap! He felt an intense pain in his head, as he had never attempted the transition of will before. It felt as if his entire upper energy center was on the verge of destruction. But I still need to continue. The intense pain was a rebound for trying to perform more than what he was capable of. He was definitely overexerting himself, but it was a pain that needed to be endured in order to take something, just as Staren had described. Go down and fend off the arrow. The moment Rayon haphazardly unleashed the lines of his will, one of them was connected to the blade of Requiem, creating a small radiance in the air. Whack! The moment he could feel that he'd become one with the sword, the blade of Requiem dropped like a marionette without strings to smack the arrow shaft. It was possible because the blade of Requiem had a will in itself. Gasp! Wrath widened his eyes at the unexpected result. The white arrow was visibly faltering, showing that Staren was also surprised by it. However, his arrow floated back up as if it had never faltered and started to fly towards Rayon's chest once again. Huff. Rayon was unable to move even though he could see the arrow approaching him. His willpower was at its limit because he'd expanded all his will a moment ago. The arrow flew towards him as if it were going to kill him, but it stopped right under his nose with a faint vibration. Ha! Rayon raised his head while catching his breath. Staren's eyes were wavering noticeably, just like the arrow controlled by him. Did you? He parted his trembling lips. Just manipulate the sword with your will. I am not too sure either. I just wanted to try it out. It was true, Rayon wasn't too sure what he'd done because he was in a trance. One thing he could tell was that the blade of Requiem had helped him. Staren bobbed his finger. The white arrow was sucked into his grasp. What did you feel from me? It looked like the arrow was connected to the protector with a thin thread. I could feel your will from that thread. Rayon told him about what he'd felt a moment ago honestly, so you saw it instead of feeling it. Staren laughed bitterly while holding the arrow in his hand. I've heard plenty about monsters and geniuses emerging on the continent, but most of them fell within the realm of expectation. Now I'm finally witnessing the real deal. He shook his head, showing that he was seriously surprised by him. Then it's really. Yes, the archery called. Sentient arrow is based on will and the mental world. Staren tapped on his temple with his finger. The more you develop your upper energy center, the more freely you can use the Sentient arrow. It's intriguing because, although your upper energy center is more advanced than your might, it still isn't sufficient to fully execute the sentient arrow. He narrowed his eyes, saying that he couldn't understand it. Rayon gently caressed the blade of Requiem. It must have followed my will because they were originally good people even though they've become a possessed blade now. I'm also aware that your possessed blade grasped your will. I was talking about how you will manage to reach the possessed blade. I'm not sure about that part. Your answer makes it even clearer that you are a monster, Starin declared firmly and brought his hand to his inner pocket. He took out a red fruit that looked like a cherry and threw it at Rayon. Eat it. It will quickly heal your internal injuries. Rayon accepted the fruit with both hands and lowered his head. I told you to take what you can get, but I didn't expect you to actually get something. Starin chuckled and turned around. It might be a good idea. What? The World Tree's purification ritual will be carried out tomorrow and the day after. You should come with Rimmer. That was the last thing he said before he returned along the forest path he'd come from. Whoosh. As Starin moved further away, the forest grew denser, restoring the original scenery. Rayon sighed deeply and lay flat on the ground. I'm so exhausted, but it was fun. Encountering a new martial art was always exciting. It felt so refreshing, as if he'd received all of the inspiration that he should have got when he'd become a grandmaster at once. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, to the point that he couldn't even budge a finger, but he almost wanted to stand up right away and start swinging his sword. Moreover, I can see the World Tree. He wasn't expecting to see the World Tree at all even though he was visiting Sapia. It felt like another great opportunity since he'd thought they would never show it to a human. I wonder how big it is. Rayon Sieghart. Rayon was smiling while thinking about the World Tree when Wrath slowly approached him. He had a rather serious look on his face. This is an important suggestion. Suggestion? Indeed. The King of Essence will grant any of your wishes, so. Rayon was nervous because it was unusual for him to say such a thing. Let's try eating the World Tree's fruit, just a single one. The King of Essence is so curious about the taste that it's driving him mad. Wrath wriggled his chubby finger, saying that it should be fine if he secretly tasted a single one. I knew it. Do you want to see me being chased around by the elves for the rest of my life? It wasn't even a leaf but a fruit. The elves would clearly become his worst enemies, and he would have to avoid their arrows for the rest of his life. Even if you become a fugitive, you'd still be the winner if you got to eat a fruit, right? Rayon closed his eyes tightly upon seeing that Wrath was drooling nonstop. Come here, demon god. I need to see your face. Why did you make this food waster into the monarch of Wrath? Rayon sighed deeply as he looked at the blade of Requiem on the ground. Float. He tried to move the blade of Requiem with the will in his upper energy center, but the blade remained completely still as if it were questioning what he thought he was doing. He also tried to increase the power of his soul by making the rings of fire resonate just like during the spar against Starin, but the blade of Requiem didn't even shake in the slightest, instead making a small sword resonance as if it were telling him that it tickled. Rayon groaned in despair while putting both his hands on the ground. Why is it not working? To capture the essence of his inspiration from the spar, Rayon had dedicated himself to practicing the infusion of his will into the blade of Requiem ever since returning to the lodging. However, despite his efforts, the blade remained completely motionless, refusing to float or respond in any way. Do you want the King of Essence to tell you why it's not working? Wrath secretly approached him and grabbed his shoulder. Since his hand was so plump, it felt like soft rubber was touching him. Why is it not working? The reason is simple. Wrath confidently raised his fist. It's not working because you are hungry. A human's power normally comes from the stomach. There's no way you can muster any power since you haven't eaten anything since you got here. Wrath blabbered that he should go eat already, talking about a human's power despite being a demon king. He was a really consistent demon king at least. Rayon wanted to call him the demon king of consistency. This is so tiring, it's true. Just try believing in the King of Essence. Please go away. Rayon pushed Wrath away as he continued to struggle. Just as he was about to focus his will once again, his door was opened violently. Wham! The foot that seemed to have kicked the door strode into the room. Division leader. Rayon shook his head upon seeing that Rimmer was still kicking the door even at his home. He realized that Rimmer was someone else who was really consistent. You haven't eaten yet, right? Rimmer placed the tray he was holding on his left hand onto the table next to the bed. They don't provide you with food here. You have to find it yourself. He grinned, saying that he'd already delivered a meal to Dorian and Yua. Ooh, Wrath exclaimed while looking at the silver dome covering the tray. What happened to you shitty ears? Did you finally learn your lesson? He licked his lips while observing the tray from various angles. Rayon stood up and bowed at Rimmer. You won't get this luxury anymore starting from tomorrow, by the way. Rimmer narrowed his eyes while examining Rayon from top to bottom. Why do you look so exhausted? I had a spar against the Protector just now. Spar, that's nice. Huh, a spar. His eyes widened, surprised by the fact that he had a spar against Starin. Really, you were right, Division Leader. The Protector's archery was on a whole different level. It was a great experience. Rayon briefly explained the spar he had with Starin. Huh, he gave you a lesson and even told you to come to see the world tree. Yes, my grandpa doesn't even teach the guardians himself. What did you do? Rimmer gasped, saying that he couldn't understand it. Show me the fruit that grandpa gave you. Ah, yes. Rayon took out the red fruit, which he hadn't eaten yet, and handed it over. This is the Sylvan Stream Berry. Sylvan Stream Berry. The area around the world tree is influenced by the spiritual realm, and trees growing there are something between plants and mythical creatures. Since the fruit is taken from the trees that have the most energy of nature, it should be more effective than most elixirs. He gave a thumbs up, saying that it was the best when it came to recovery even though it didn't drastically increase the amount of aura. Can I really accept such a precious thing? What's the issue when he wants to give it to you? You should give it to me if you don't want it. Rimmer extended his hand, saying that he would take it in his stead. Rayon shook his head and pulled the Sylvan Streamberry behind his back. Now that I think about it, you are so popular among grandfathers. Rimmer laughed, saying that it was interesting. Am I? Yes, the old man saint likes you, and the same goes for the old man sword demon. Well, it's a bit awkward now, but when he saw you for the first time, he immediately wanted to teach you, and our head of house also likes you. I don't know about that. Rayon calmly shook his head. He might be right about the others, but Glenn only gave him the evaluation befitting his achievements. Their relationship had improved, but Rayon didn't think he would have any personal affection towards him. You still don't know, Rimmer sighed, kicking the ground weakly. The relationship between me and my grandpa is how you should be with your grandfather. You saw how I jumped in his arms as soon as I saw him, right? He made a hugging posture, telling Rayon to jump in Glenn's arms as soon as he returned to Sieghart. Do you want me to die or something? Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Rimmer's smile. My head would roll the moment I did that. Even if he tried to jump in his arms, he would fall to his knees the moment he saw Glenn's frightening expression. It's true, though. Stop saying strange things. Where have you been, division leader? He was curious about why Rimmer didn't know about the spar against Starin, since the other elves should have been aware of it because of how loud it was. I went outside for a moment because Irian said that something strange happened outside. Rimmer nodded to confirm his suspicion. What would be that strange thing? There was a report that the wild animals in the great forest were standing in front of Sapia's entrance. Animals, yes. They should normally be unable to sense anything because of the barrier, but they were standing like they wanted to enter. Isn't it strange? It is. A certain woman came into Rayon's mind upon hearing that animals wanted to enter Sapia. That shouldn't be the case. Even for her, it should be impossible to come here. The King of Essence thinks she is the one. Wrath shook his head with a trembling chin. It's that madwoman's doing. He shook his head, saying that there was no way the animals would suddenly start acting strangely like that. Now that I think about it, there are no animals here. It's because there's a barrier around Sapia that only allows those who are invited by an elf through. Rimmer pointed at the sky with his finger, saying that it was that dazzling barrier of light that they'd seen when they first came to Sapia. Considering the fact that the animals dispersed when we went outside, it shouldn't be a big deal. He smiled, saying that even the animals must have noticed the tense atmosphere because the purification ritual was approaching. I see. If it really was Merlin's doing, she would give up on that method and find another way no matter what. Rayon decided that he would go outside to check if it was Merlin's doing after the purification ritual. So what's your impression about Sapia? It's a mysterious place, a lot more than I thought, however. The elves were unexpectedly interested in humans and others. They weren't troublemakers like Rimmer, but a few elves felt similar to chatty humans. You are talking about how they spread the rumor about you and Cian, right? Yes, correct. Rimmer peacefully nodded without refuting it. I noticed that too. They seem much more curious about what others are doing than before. I almost thought I was in a human village. He shook his head, saying that they were a lot more curious about others than when he used to live in Sapia. Is it because they've had relations with humans? That's one of the reasons, and another one is that some elves started to leave. They left, yes. There are quite a few of them who couldn't put up with life in Sapia and left completely. They've changed the mood quite a lot. Rimmer furrowed his brow slightly, implying that it wasn't a good memory. But many elves are still just focused on themselves, with nature as their friend. He smiled faintly, saying that the elves would never fully become like humans. We kept the food waiting for too long. Rimmer shook his hand, telling him to eat while it was still hot. The King of Essence has a feeling that he brought an apple pie that suits his taste. Wrath had been moving restlessly in front of the tray and gulped in excitement. Rayon nodded at Rimmer and took off the silver dome covering the tray. Wrath's jaw dropped upon seeing the plate. The reason his joy turned into horror was simple. It was because 2 brown breads were placed on the white plate, none Nadine bread. You should try out the original version since you came so far. Rimmer smiled, saying that the original should have a different taste. Yes. Rayon blinked while picking up one of the Nadine breads. I'm fine with it, but... He didn't mind it because he honestly liked the Nadine bread, but he could easily guess what Wrath would be looking like since he'd been looking forward to the meal so much. The King of Essence will kill them. Wrath raised his head, his body trembling in anger. He will kill those shitty ears, brother and sister alike. Calm down a bit. Rayon put pressure on Wrath with the ring of fire and shook his head. I didn't expect you to really like it. You should have proper meals starting from tomorrow. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders and left while closing the door behind him. Where do you think you're running? Come back here right now. Wrath floundered his limbs, a ghastly blue fire blazing from his eyes. He seemed to be seriously angry. It can't be helped. Rayon took a bite of the Nadine bread right away in order to calm Wrath down. It was warm because it was recently baked, but it still had the same rubber taste and texture as the other Nadine breads. Gah! Wrath started to have a seizure and went limp like a deflated balloon. How is it even possible for warm bread to be so disgusting? The way he panted made it look like he was about to die. It's truly the food of evil fiends. Wrath slammed his head on the ground, saying that he couldn't live with it anymore. It's pretty good though. It was a bit tastier than the cold version. It tasted like heated rubber. The King of Essence has a request. What request? Rayon shifted his gaze at Wrath while chewing the half-eaten Nadine bread. Eat that fruit from earlier at least. Wrath put his hands together, asking him to eat the Sylvan Stream berry to cleanse the taste. I guess I should, since I need to heal my internal injury. Rayon couldn't ignore Wrath's googly eyes, which looked like a cat's, and put the berry he'd received from Starin into his mouth. A refreshing sweetness similar to a mix between cherry and strawberry cleansed his rubber-filled mouth. It's sweet. Wrath sank to the ground and nodded. He sniffled. It was pretty much the first time he'd thanked him. It wasn't a big deal. Just as Rayon was about to shake his head, messages appeared in front of his eyes. You've been thanked by Wrath. All stats have increased by 2. There are rewards for this. Rayon was staring at the messages, thinking that it was surprising, when he heard the sound of Wrath slamming his head onto the ground. Wrath stared blankly at the message for a bit before he started to clutch his own neck with his hands. He'd rather die. He doesn't want Nadine bread anymore. There's no reason to live. Rayon shook his head while taking a bite of the second Nadine bread. You can't die like that. Dead. Cian raised her eyebrows and bit her red lip. It's not working after all. She tried to achieve resonance with the method her grandfather had taught her, but her mind couldn't escape from her shabby body, like a tightly sealed water bottle. She had a faint hope that she might be able to change after Rayon had advised her, but the miracle didn't happen. Cian buried her exhausted face in the blanket. Her blonde hair swept up like a small tidal wave. Best efforts, she'd been making an effort, even though it was honestly not her best. She'd been practicing the resonance whenever she had time because she wanted to be praised by everyone for being a high elf like her grandfather. However, the world had never opened the door to her. She even started to wonder if it was even possible to achieve resonance. It's so tiring. It's exhausting, but... Cian clenched her fist. She lifted herself, veins showing up on her pale hand. I'm still going to do it. She would have normally given up at that point, thinking that it wasn't going to work anyway, and lay down on the bed to sink into her delusion of being praised by everyone. However, she wanted to try a bit more because of her encounter with Rayon. Cian opened her eyes again, and just as she was about to start practicing the resonance, a blunt knocking sound could be heard from the door. There was only one person who knocked like that. Why, you can enter. She murmured for him to enter, covering half of her face with the blanket. Starin carefully entered and sat on the chair next to the bed. It's about that human you called amazing. He smiled deeply with his arms crossed. He is seriously outrageous. Cian's eyes widened upon seeing Starin's smile. She'd never seen her grandfather compliment another person like that. Really? Yes, I could feel that he was born with talent and that he's been swinging his sword endlessly. He was a real swordsman, one I haven't seen in a while. Right, that's what I told you. She lifted the blanket and got up as if she were the one who was being praised. The damn handsome Rayon can burn fire and freeze ice. I don't know about that, however. Starin shook his hand to stop her granddaughter's nonsense. I told him to come to the purification ritual. To the purification ritual. I figured it would be nice to help him if I can since he is Rimmer's disciple. So. He uncrossed his arms and held Cian's shoulder. Won't you come with us too? She had actually refused when she was asked before. She wanted to stay in her room because she didn't want to encounter the other elves, but the news about Rimmer and Rayon's participation gave her courage for some reason. Cian nodded unnoticeably, covering her face with the blanket. I'll go. Rayon lowered his head towards a blue-haired elf. I'll be counting on you. I'll do my best. The elf nodded at you even though her heavy gaze looked like she wouldn't budge even if the entire world collapsed. She was a musician introduced to him by Rimmer, and her skills were among the best in Sapia. Rayon was visiting her personally to entrust Yua's lessons to her. I'll do my best too. Yua clenched both her fists and even furrowed her brow. It was cute how her twin tails were fluttering into the air. Yeah, I'll be back soon, so wait for me. Rayon patted Yua's head and turned around. What about me? Dorian asked what he should be doing with sparkling eyes. As for you. I didn't really think about it. Rayon licked his lips and pointed at Yua. Observe Yua to see if she is learning properly. Make sure she doesn't mess around. Yes, Dorian nodded, raising his hand as if he were saluting. I'm glad it worked. Rayon shook his head and went towards Rimmer, who'd been waiting behind them. You really are a demon. He shuddered, murmuring that he was scared. I can't be as bad as you, division leader. Rayon shook his head in return. Let's go already if you're done. The geezer should be waiting for us. Rimmer quickly stepped away, saying that Starin placed great importance on keeping the time. Did you hear the rumor? I heard that the human over there earned the right to see the world tree. It's understandable. He is the Spirit King's contractor, after all. Well, I guess he isn't exactly unrelated to the world tree if he really is going to make a contract with the Spirit King. Isn't this the first time a human being has ever gotten to see the world tree? It's not the first. I heard someone has done that before. The elves started to murmur between them while looking at Rayon and Rimmer, who were passing by. Those shitty ears. Wrath barked at the elves. The King of Essence is the monarch of Wrath, not a mere Spirit King. He frantically shook his hand, shouting at them to stop comparing him to a Spirit King. Yes, that's true. Rayon chuckled while watching Wrath yell at them. Because of the doormat called Wrath sticking to him, the Spirit King would run away even if it came to him. He could guess that he wouldn't become the Spirit King's contractor even if he were chosen by one. He ignored the elves who kept blabbering about whatever they wanted and followed Rimmer. They reached the Protector Starin's home soon enough. You're here. Starin casually raised his hand. He was already outside the house, leaning his back against a tree. What's that? Rimmer tilted his head while pointing at something that was completely wrapped up with a blanket. What else? It's your sister. Starin poked it with his finger and the blanket shivered. Cian, why are you covered in a blanket even when you're outside? I feel better this way. Don't mind me. Even her face was covered in the blanket and only her voice could be heard. Are you suffering from an illness where you are going to die if you come out of the blanket or what? Rimmer briefly clicked his tongue and walked up to Cian. Don't mind me. Cian's voice was even smaller than the day before, probably because she was outside her room. But, please stop. Rayon grabbed Rimmer's shoulder. She must have mustered her courage to do that. Cian wasn't really interested in the world tree's purification the day before. Whether she came out to watch the purification ritual or for another reason, it was praiseworthy enough that she'd stepped outside at all. Hello, Sir Rayon the damn handsome. Cian lowered her head, still covered in the blanket. Rayon could only see the top of her blonde hair. Ah, yes. Rayon awkwardly nodded. Why does she keep saying that damn handsome stuff even though she is shy about everything else? Rayon couldn't understand her, but he didn't point it out because he didn't want to scare her. Grandpa, I heard you had a round with Rayon 2 days ago, right? Rimmer's eyes twitched as he looked at Starin. So how was it? My disciple is pretty good, isn't he? Yes. Starin calmly nodded. However, the surprise still remained in his eyes. He was too good to be your disciple. Rimmer twisted his body as if he were complimented instead. I knew that so-called monsters sometimes emerge from the human world, but he's on another level. He almost makes me think that the gods and demon kings made a mistake. Starin described the surprise he'd felt during the spar. It was a mistake indeed. Wrath gave a big nod of approval. He's a demon who will bring hell wherever he goes. He murmured that he wanted to bring him to devilldom one day and cause a huge mess. I thought the same from the first time I saw him. Rimmer nodded proudly. He'll become a big shot. He grinned, saying that his insight deserved to be praised. That's enough talking. Let's go in. Starin watched Rayon for a moment, then gestured with his chin. Rayon licked his lips while thinking about what Starin had just said. Go in. He found it strange that he'd said to go inside somewhere instead of heading to the World Tree's location. However, he wasn't lying about that. Starin placed his hand on his treehouse, and the atmosphere started to waver as if it became a lake, a path made of blue light forming. As if everything he'd seen from Sapia was just an illusion, the greenery turned blue and translucent leaves filled his vision. A green wind tousled his hair, blue water droplets moistened his skin, and the yellow earth brought a gentle sense of comfort. Lastly, the heated flame left a handprint on the atmosphere, dancing along his breath. Rayon looked at the circular path of blue light, his fingers trembling in surprise. He could see a tree. It was so massive that it couldn't be fully taken in with just one glance. The majestic roots looked like it was spreading throughout the entire continent. The trunk was so thick that even if everyone in Sieghart gathered, they wouldn't be able to encircle it, and it was so high that he couldn't see the end of it even if he looked upward, as if it was a pillar supporting the sky. Transparent leaves attached to the countless branches were fluttering in the air to welcome their arrival, giving off a mysterious and otherworldly impression. Saying that it was beautiful wasn't enough to describe the world tree. Is this the world tree, Adrian? Rayon swallowed nervously and walked into the blue path. By the way, is that a burn mark? Rayon thought it was strange as he looked at the slightly scorched area on the world tree's right side. Wah! Ring of fire started to rampage on its own, and his vision turned crimson. A huge flaming snake that could even be called a dragon was coiling around the world tree. The bountiful green land was covered with elven corpses, and the cloudless blue sky looked like it was about to shatter with the dark fissures on it. Elves fired their white arrows and summoned powerful spirits, but the flaming snake ignored all of them and shoved its red fangs into the world tree. Wham! The wall of mana protecting the world tree was shattered into pieces as crimson flames started to rage, igniting from the right side of the trunk. As despair started to fill the eyes of the elves, a high elf with a similar appearance to Starin stepped forward. He looked tired, implying that he'd had other fights beforehand, but his gaze remained ferocious. The high elf's arrow advanced like lightning and pierced the snake's mouth, which was burning the world tree. The flaming snake screamed and was pulled away from the world tree for the first time. However, the lingering flame was still burning the world tree inside and out. Just as the high elf was about to approach the world tree to extinguish the fire, a red-haired villain with spiral horns on his forehead appeared from a rift in the air. The villain stood in the high elf's way, unleashing crimson flame just like the snake had done. The high elf furrowed his brow and fired a white arrow at the villain. However, the arrow was unable to break through the villain's flame and melted in the air. Humans with similar outfits to the red-haired villain appeared from the same rift, attacking the elves and supporting the flaming snake. The huge snake raised itself back up, coiling around the world tree powerfully, and shoved its fangs into it. The flame engulfing the world tree became even more intense, as if red ink was added to it. The high elf was already tired from his first appearance, and his impatience over the death of his kin led to him succumbing to the villain's strike. It was just a single mistake, but the result was terrible. The high elf collapsed, a dark hole in his stomach. The red-haired villain gave the dying high elf a mocking smile, then he started to walk toward the world tree. His subordinates were shooting the fire in all directions as if they were trying to incinerate the entire area, not just the world tree. Crack. By the time the land, once brimming with the energy of nature, transformed into a scene of wailing hell, the dark sky split open and flames rained down, dazzling like the sun. The golden flame advanced along with a majestic wind and swallowed the crimson flame, scorching the land and the villain's subordinates at once. A swordsman clad in silver armor landed on the fissured land of darkness. His back was familiar. He was Sieghart's ancestor. He pointed his sword at the villain without saying anything. The villain's composure disappeared, and his lips twisted. The red-haired villain thrust his flame-covered hand, just like how he'd killed the high elf. However, his attack was on a whole different level from before. 10 fireballs burst out in the air and fell towards the ancestor's head like meteorites. Sieghart's ancestor didn't even look at the fireballs falling towards him. He solely focused on the villain and gently opened the hand holding his sword. Wham! Once the sword left his hand, it became a golden ray to pierce the villain's heart, even destroying the red snake's head before piercing into the world tree's center. Rayon could see it. It was the sword manipulation. The principle of destruction was dwelling in the ancestor's will, manipulating the sword. The villain looked at the hole in his chest in disbelief before he collapsed, and the flaming snake also writhed in pain without its head before it scattered like dust. I'm sorry. The ancestor muttered that he had come too late, apologizing to the dead elves, and he approached the world tree. He furrowed his brow while looking at the darkened trunk and roots of the world tree, implying that it was dying. It won't be able to survive at this rate. The world tree had indeed taken too much damage. It could regenerate if only the outside had been burned, but the snake had even burned the inside by making a hole in the world tree with its fangs. It looked like it wouldn't be able to survive as it was. This must be another act of fate. The ancestor closed his eyes before opening them again, taking out a red bead and a blue bead from an object that seemed to be a subspace pocket. Actually, Rayon couldn't tell if they were beads or not. They could be eggs or jewels for all he knew. However, the pure energy of nature overflowing from them was something that he'd never experienced before. The ancestor placed the beads in the holes made by the snake's fangs one after the other, and used the 10,000 flames cultivation's flame to plug the holes. Survive. He looked upwards and gently caressed the world tree. The world tree responded to the ancestor's thought with a small resonance, its branches and leaves swinging in the air. The translucent leaves that had managed to survive the battle fluttered softly in the air. The ancestor caressed the world tree for a long time, then he finally stood up and turned around. His red eyes were wavering violently, as if he'd been looking at Rayon all along. The moment Rayon leaned forward to see the ancestor's face more closely, the ring of fire resonated once again, and his vision turned dark. On Rayon, Rayon's head trembled faintly upon hearing someone calling him. Did you not sleep yesterday? Why are you dozing off while standing? Rimmer chuckled, asking why he was standing blankly like Run-On. I'm sorry. Rayon shook his head while wiping away the cold sweat flowing from his forehead. Where did you go this time? Wrath glared sideways while sticking to his shoulder. I just went to see my ancestor. Bullshit again. It was an honest answer, but Wrath obviously didn't believe him and briskly turned his head. Rayon chuckled and looked at the world tree. It had grown to be even more majestic than before, as if it had never been set ablaze, and Rayon realized once again how great his ancestor was. By the way, who was that villain? Those strange men appeared every time he saw his ancestors' memories. The reversal of the black and white in their eyes made them look like demons, but their energies were unmistakably human. And what were those beads? The power of his ancestor and the beads must have saved the world tree and made it grow even bigger. Rayon became curious about what those beads were. I wonder if they're still in there. Since the beads were left behind by Zieghart's ancestor and the world tree had already managed to survive, Rayon wanted to take them if possible. Ha. He could hear Rimmer's sigh as he contemplated how to find those beads. The stubborn old men are here. What? The old men over there are the classic stubborn old elves. Rimmer raised his finger and pointed at the elves on the other side of the world tree. The 11 old elves had wrinkles on their faces just like Starin, and young elves wearing guardian outfits were standing in a formation behind them. Who are they? They are the elders. Rimmer furrowed his brow while looking at the elves walking towards them. Cian let out a brief groan and started to tremble upon hearing that elders were present. Those elders must have been the ones who'd been nagging and humiliating her so far. Greetings, Protector. The blonde-haired elf standing at the center bowed at Starin. Did you come in advance to prepare for the ritual? Starin nodded, thanking them for helping out with the purification ritual. It's our job, however. The blonde-haired elf shifted his gaze to Rayon. Why is there a human here? He wasn't simply questioning. He even showed his anger at the sight of him. This is the holy ground of elves. Humans aren't allowed to enter. It will be fine because that human will be the Spirit King's contractor. The answer came from Irian, who was standing behind the elders instead of Rimmer or Starin. He raised his fist, still claiming that Rayon was the Spirit King's contractor. Irian. Yes, head elder. Irian confidently lowered his head. I wasn't asking you. Keep your mouth shut. I beg your pardon. Irian flinched upon hearing the head elder's frightening voice and stepped back. Protector. The head elder briefly clicked his tongue and looked at Starin once again. Let me ask again. Why was a human allowed to enter this holy ground? He glared coldly, asking what Starin was even thinking. You should be well aware that humans tried to burn the world tree. Are you trying to tell me that he should be treated the same as the humans who have attacked Sapia? Starin responded calmly and narrowed his eyes. He is no different from them, because he is a human just like them. The head elder shouted in irritation, but his eyes were still glowing coldly. All I've learned from our ancestors is that humans almost burnt the world tree. He pointed at the right side of the world tree's trunk, where the scorching trace remained. The head elder is right. Humans shouldn't be allowed to set foot into the holy ground. Please get him out right now. Protector. The other elders shook their heads, showing their refusal. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the stubborn lips of the elders. He didn't leave any record. Inside the memory he'd seen, Zieghart's ancestor had left without meeting anyone after reviving the world tree. It looked like history didn't record the fact that he'd saved the world tree. Protector, we agreed to trade with humans because of your request, but we can never allow humans to approach the world tree. The head elder blocked the path and confidently straightened his back. Rayon could guess from their conversation that Starin must have made a deal with the Council of Elders to establish trades with humans. The area around Starin's eyes wrinkled because of the unexpected disturbance. That's so heartless. Rimmer came up next to Starin and shook his head. He is my disciple. That should be good enough too. You are also problematic. The head elder shifted his gaze to Rimmer, a frown around his mouth. You became a punk from human influence. How dare you run your mouth here? He glared at Rimmer even more sharply than he'd done towards Rayon. You damn geezer, do you want to find out how a punk really behaves? Stop it. As Rimmer started to have a fit of anger, Starin stepped forward. Do you all agree with him? We do. The elders stood behind the head elder, supporting his opinion. The head elder furrowed his brow while looking at Cian, who was standing next to Rayon. How could you attend to this holy place with an appearance like that? Lady Cian, I'm curious how much you are going to ruin the dignity of elves. Cian trembled because of his sharp voice and pressure. For now, please send out that human and Rimmer from this place, and Lady Cian won't be allowed to enter in that state. The trembling of Cian's shoulders intensified as the head elder glared more and more fiercely. Are you suggesting we should fight over it now? Starin was also getting irritated and raised his chin with a frightening pressure emanating from him. Of course not. Everything is for the prosperity of the elves. Please reconsider. The head elder shook his hand and took a step back. Please reconsider. However, the other elders and elves who followed his opinion were standing their ground without stepping back. Division leader. Starin weakly bit his lip while looking at the elves, and Rayon shook his hand towards Rimmer. Protector is equivalent to a head of house or a king for humans, right? Well, yeah, but there are so many people who look down on the king here. Because Rayon was speaking in a high-pitched voice and a mocking tone, the elders and Starin shifted their gazes at him. What did you say just now? It's true, isn't it? Rayon took a step forward and curled his lips into a smile. The Protector told me that he'd show me the world tree 2 days ago. Since the other elves were aware of that fact, there's no way the elders like you didn't know about it. However, instead of complaining about it right away, you are blocking the path when we are already here. If this doesn't show that you are looking down on the protector, then what would? That's. The elders were unable to refute his words and averted their gazes. Even the humans you so despise put aside their factional disputes when they have outside guests, striving to present their better selves. Yet the elves are only showing their ugly side to their human guest, despite how great they claim to be. That's not it. I actually don't really care. Rayon cut off the head elder. It's here. The special technique cut him off. Wrath furrowed his brow while looking at Rayon. This is the most irritating special technique he has. He bit his lip, saying that cutting them off before they could even justify themselves was the most irritating thing to do. More than anything else, what you just said was so laughable. Laughable. The head elder furrowed his brow deeply. The pressure extending from him was so sharp that it felt like it could mutilate his body. You won't be treated as a guest anymore if you cannot justify yourself. His frown showed that he was infuriated. Head elder, wait a moment. As Starin was trying to stop him, Rimmer raised his hand. Believe in him, he must have a plan. Rimmer smiled, saying that Rayon never acted thoughtlessly. That's right. Cian murmured that they should believe in him, saying that she read it from the book. Starin listened to his grandchildren and stepped back with his arms crossed. Because, did someone guarantee that the world tree belongs to the elves or something? In my opinion, the world tree is going to like me more than you. You are completely insane. I've been serving the world tree ever since I was a baby. I'm not a high elf, but I've dedicated my entire life to the world tree. How dare you spout such arrogance? The head elder sneered, saying that it was complete bullshit. The world tree closed its heart for centuries after it was burnt by humans. He turned around and walked towards the world tree. The head elder placed his hand on the world tree, and the branches fluttered into the air to spread its pure mana. The bountiful mana spreading around made it feel like the entire world had changed. Are you saying that you can handle the world tree better than me? He shook his head, telling him to stop his nonsense. You'd better leave right now. Then how about making a bet with me? A bet? Yes. Rayon stood in front of the head elder and looked up at the world tree. He nodded while looking at the tree that was killed by humans and was saved by a human. What are you going to do if I make the world tree react even more strongly than you? Ha, the head elder exclaimed, treating it as a ridiculous claim. You are insane. This is the first time you have seen the world tree. Why are you even bluffing? I heard he is the dragon slayer who killed Kaibar, but he's just a madman. The other elders and elves were also dumbfounded by his suggestion and furrowed their brows. If I lose the bet, I'll take Sir Rimmer and never return. Rayon smiled faintly, telling them that he'd leave just like they wanted. Hey, why am I included in the bet? Rimmer shook his head in surprise even though he'd told Starin to believe in him. However, Starin didn't say anything, showing that he was going to keep trusting him. You will keep your word, right? Of course. All right, if the world tree accepts you, I'll grant every wish you have. The head elder twisted his lips, saying that the world tree was never going to accept a human. I have 2 conditions. The first one is to get some sylvan streamberries, just another greedy human. The head elder snorted, saying that it was nothing unexpected. And the second one is for you and the elders to kneel in front of me, Lady Cian and the protector to apologize for your disrespect. What? How dare you? The elders widened their eyes, surprised at his unexpected request. That sounds good. The head elder shook his head with his lips curled into a smile. It's not going to happen anyway, so make whatever request you want to. Then I'll be adding another later. Rayon raised his finger, murmuring that it was a perfect setup. What about me? Rimmer tilted his head while looking at Rayon and the elders. Rayon had mentioned everyone else's names, but his name was missing. Rayon confidently walked up to the world tree. He went to the right side where the color hadn't completely returned yet and touched the part where Zieghart's ancestor had inserted the beads and caressed. Humans tried to kill you, but it was also human who saved you. Rayon activated the 10,000 flames cultivation and the ring of fire and gently stroked the part where holes had been made so that the world tree would recall the memory from that time. However, the world tree remained completely immobile. It looked like it didn't remember yet, but of course, there's no way the world tree would accept a mere human. Rimmer, get ready to leave. The elders and the elves sneered upon seeing that the world tree wasn't reacting at all. Protector, it's truly regrettable. The head elder raised his chin with his lips curved into a crescent shape despite his words. It looked like you cherished that human, but he failed to seize your consideration because of his own greed. That's human nature. Starin simply stared at Rayon's back without saying anything. Hey, the head elder's smile deepened as he shook his hand. The guardians standing behind him stepped forward. Get that human, Rimmer, and Lady Cian out of here. As for that human and Rimmer, just expel them from Sapia. He continued with a sneer, but a translucent leaf descended from the sky while fluttering in the air. The moment the head elder looked up, the world tree shook its branches, bursting forth with majestic energy as if wings were spreading from it. The world tree's resonance spread around like a clear sword resonance and soared all the way to the end of the sky, filled with nostalgia and gratitude. What's happening? What a beautiful resonance of the world tree. The elves widened their mouths to the point of tearing as they sensed the world tree's radiant blue wave shining more brilliantly than ever. Uh. The head elder's wide eyes looked like they were about to pop out, and Rayon turned around. What are you waiting for? You aren't on your knees. He curled his lips into a slight smile and gestured toward him with his chin. Kneel. Rayon raised his head with a smile. The world tree was scattering the pure energy of nature while waving its branches as if it were greeting him. Rayon was certain of it the moment he saw his ancestor's memory. Since the world tree was a mystical creature, it must have remembered how his ancestor had saved its life. The world tree seemed to be a bit confused at first because it didn't react right away. Still, it remembered as soon as the 10,000 Flames cultivation's energy broke through the exterior and entered the interior, showing its delight and gratitude through a huge flow of mana. The tremendous wave of emotions spreading from the world tree even pulled his heartstrings. How is this happening? The head elder's chin trembled, his face pale. I'm impossible. How could it react like that towards a human? I've never seen the world tree so lively before. Am I dreaming right now? The elders and the other elves were also shocked by the unexpected situation and simply stood there, blinking. Wow, how did you do this? Rimmer was also surprised. He swallowed nervously while looking at the world tree's branches waving at them. I told you, that human is the Spirit King's contractor. Irian raised his hands, saying that he believed in him all along. He was even crazier than Rimmer, Rayon Sieghart. Starin stepped up next to Rayon and spoke with a voice that was one pitch higher than usual. What did you do? What? The others shouldn't have noticed, but the world tree is thanking you right now. He looked up to the world tree, his eyes trembling so hard that they looked like they were spasming. Why is the world tree thanking you even though it has never seen you before? Starin's gaze came back down. He narrowed his eyes, showing that he couldn't understand the situation. I've been thinking it was strange ever since you confidently suggested the bet. Have you met the world tree before? No, this is my first encounter with it. Rayon shook his head while touching the world tree's exterior. Then how? The world tree is expressing its gratitude towards Sieghart Swordsman, not towards me. Sieghart Swordsman. Yes, this is a record I read from a book of martial arts in Sieghart. Rayon told everyone about his ancestor's memory while claiming that he'd read it from a book. I can't believe it. The head elder shook his head, shouting that it was a lie. You'll understand when you see this. Rayon stroked the part where his ancestor had filled the holes, his hand blazing with the 10,000 Flames cultivation's heat. Even though it was on fire, the world tree radiated an even more intense sense of joy through its mana. The nostalgic and sweet fragrance of mana brought a smile to Rayon's face. Ah. I can feel it too. The world tree is shouting in gratitude right now. Was it really Sieghart who helped it? The elves were feeling the world tree's intense emotions, their lips trembling. Ha. Starin gasped and clutched his forehead. I see, that's what happened. What? I've been thinking that someone else had helped back then because there were too many strange things in the records, and this answers my question. He walked up to Rayon and held his hands tightly. His sincerity seeped into the hands along with his warmth. Your ancestor was the one who saved the world tree. Starin nodded, saying that he could finally understand the entire situation. Rayon curled his lips into a smile while watching the head elder and the elders tremble in frustration. It worked. If he'd told them the story right off the bat, he would have been called insane and driven out. However, the head elder had prepared the scene, and the world tree showed an intense reaction. As a result, none of the elves could suspect him anymore. I can fully extort them now. Even with the bet, he wouldn't be able to get everything he wanted from the head elder since he was in Sapia, but he could expect more rewards than promised because of the story of his ancestor. And he's not going to stop calling me the Spirit King's contractor anymore. Rayon looked at Irian with a smile. He returned it with an even deeper smile while giving him a thumbs up. There was a good reason why you became the Spirit King's contractor. The world is a fair place, after all. Irian seemed to still believe that he was the Spirit King's contractor. It was just hopeless at this point how single-minded he was. No one is going to suspect you after seeing how happy the world tree is. Starin looked up at the world tree for a while and calmly nodded. He leaned forward, putting his hands together in front of his chest. Sapia's protector greets the descendant of our benefactor. Greetings to the descendant of our benefactor. Not just Starin, but even the elves who were surrounding the world tree were bowing at him in unison with the exact same posture. Please don't do this. Rayon shook his hand. He immediately pulled Starin to make him stand back up, as he hadn't brought up the story about the ancestor to get thanked by them. It was our ancestor's doing, not mine, but that ancestor isn't alive anymore. You have to accept our gratitude instead. Starin shook his head, saying that elves could also feel gratitude. It's really fine. It's not the gratitude I want. Rayon locked his lips and looked at the head elder, who was the only person who didn't lower his head. I just want him to apologize. Kuh. The head elder trembled violently, to the point where his shoulders looked like they were about to tear apart. Not only did you look down on the descendant of our benefactor, but even tried to drive him away. Rimmer shook his head while looking at the head elder. You should have held back a little. He clicked his tongue, saying that he was humiliating the entire elven tribe. Rayon walked up to the head elder and tilted his chin. Are you deaf or something? I told you to kneel. Why are you still standing? I can't believe it. The head elder shook his head while biting his lip. I can't believe that a human saved the world, TR. It's fine, don't believe it. Rayon cut the head elder off and calmly nodded. Huh, the head elder widened his eyes, surprised by how easily Rayon accepted it. I'm telling you to kneel. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Rayon curled his lips into a smile while pointing his finger at the ground. Because you have to kneel regardless of if I'm the descendant of your benefactor or not. Don't tell me the head elder of the great elven tribe wants to break his promise now. By the way, why are you being so rude now? Because you were rude to me first. It was laughable that he cared about courtesy now, but Rayon politely answered his question. He has a thing for rudeness. Wrath shook his head, saying that he had seen it happen enough times before. The head elder looked around with a red face, looking like he was about to suffocate. However, the other elders and the elves weren't standing behind him anymore. Where is the man who said that he would grant any of my wishes? Rayon asked and laughed at him. I'll do it. I'm doing it. The head elder murmured that elves didn't lie unlike humans and went on his trembling knees. Are you satisfied now? No. Rayon shook his head and called Starin and Cian next to him. My condition was that you kneel and apologize to the three of us. You should sincerely beg for forgiveness from each of us. Rayon looked down on the head elder with his arms crossed. The head elder stayed with his head lowered for a long time, and then he finally turned towards Starin, who was standing on the right side. PR Protector, I apologize for my rudeness. He lowered his head with his voice trembling intensely. You need to control your temper a bit. Yes. I accept the apology. Starin frowned, but still accepted the head elder's apology. It was a reaction befitting his noble personality. Ha. The head elder sighed deeply and looked at Cian, who was standing on the left side. La Lady Cian, I'm sorry I called you unsightly. He lowered his head at Cian as well and asked for forgiveness. It's fine. Cian nodded, still covered in the blanket. Rayon had thought that she would feel uncomfortable because of her personality, but her voice felt strangely lively. It's my turn now. Rayon pointed at him with his chin, telling him to go for it. The head elder let out a suffocating groan and looked up to Rayon, who was standing at the center. I was rude to you. I'm sorry. Unlike when he was asking for forgiveness from Starin and Cian, he only nodded his head slightly instead of lowering it, and his mumbled voice was difficult to understand. Why are you standing up now when you didn't even apologize properly? The head elder tried to stand up while letting out a sigh, but Rayon pressed upon his shoulder. What are you talking about? I apologized properly just now. He unleashed his fiery pressure and argued that it wasn't the case. Unlike when you apologized to the protector, you didn't even lower your head and your voice was too quiet. That's. I told you to sincerely beg for forgiveness, didn't I? I didn't feel any sincerity there. Rayon bobbed his finger while easily brushing off the head elder's fiery wave of energy. You can't even apologize properly when you said you would do anything I wanted. Rayon is right about this. Starin nodded while looking at the head elder. You did clearly mention that you'd do anything he wanted. It's a pledge that you never should have made, but you have to keep it now. He raised his hand and pointed at the elves watching the scene. He was asking him to keep his dignity in front of his family. Ha. The head elder saw how they were looking at him with serious eyes and fell on his knee again. I'm sorry. I was rude to you. He lowered his head seriously and didn't mumble either, just like when he'd apologized to Starin. That's pretty good. Starin and Rimmer peacefully nodded their chins and acknowledged his apology. Then, just as the head elder was about to stand back up, Rayon held his shoulder again. I don't like it. Do it again. Rayon pointed at him with his chin, saying that it wasn't enough. Arg, I didn't lower my voice and properly lowered my head just like you requested. You didn't tell me what kind of rudeness you committed. Have you ever written a formal apology? He'd only mentioned that he was rude, without saying what he'd done exactly. There was no reason to accept it since the most important part was missing. Formal apology. The head elder's hand trembled as he knelt again. I looked down on you just because you are a human and treated you like a sinner. I apologize for my rudeness. He had to apologize 3 whole times. This is enough, right? Your angle wasn't right when you lowered your head. Rayon shook his hand, telling him that he still had a long way to go. Whoa. He's insane. Despair filled the head elder's eyes and the other elves turned pale. Everyone had realized that he was dealing with an insane human. Rayon made the head elder apologize 6 times total before he helped him to stand. Is it okay now? The head elder panted with a face that looked at least 100 years older than before. You didn't give me the Sylvan Stream berry yet. Rayon shook his head and extended his hand. Don't worry about it. I'll send it to your lodgings. The head elder shook his head, saying that he wouldn't deceive him with that. Rayon causally nodded. H100, what are you even saying now? The head elder was turning around but suddenly shouted when he heard it. What's the issue? Why is it 100 berries now? It's always been 100 in my mind. You didn't say that part. It's too late to. I just didn't say it because you told me you'd grant any of my requests. Rayon shrugged his shoulders, pointing at the head elder with his finger. The head elder chewed his lip, unable to refute what he said. What he'd said was returning to bite him. Send me 100 of them. Don't even miss a single one. Rayon cheerfully waved his hand at the head elder, whose face was completely red. He didn't think he'd be able to get 100 of them, but he was determined to get at least 2 for each member of the Light Wind Division. I told you that you were going to learn how a real punk behaves, didn't I? Rimmer came forward and pointed at Rayon. He's the real punk, the biggest punk in the human realm. He giggled, telling the elves to behave themselves. It's not just the human realm. He's the biggest punk of all dimensions. Wrath ground his teeth violently while watching the scene. A punk like that doesn't even exist in Devildom. The head elder collapsed with a face as pale as a corpse and had to be supported by the other elves to leave. Rayon licked his lips while watching the head elder getting further away. What shall I use the last request for? You already pulled off his skin and separated the flesh from his bones, yet you still want to boil his bones. Wrath shook his head, saying that it was such a cruel treatment. That's the best way to eat a fish. Rayon tapped on Wrath with his forearm, saying that he should already be aware. By the way, how did you learn that your ancestor saved the world tree? I told you already I saw my ancestor. Huh? Wrath blinked and shoved his face onto him. Were you serious about it? Maybe. Rayon shrugged his shoulders and examined the world tree. It's here. There was a mark of the ancestor's sword, right above the plugged hole. He was using sword manipulation. His sword manipulation was different from both the Holy Sword Alliance Master and Starin's techniques. Rayon couldn't explain it, but there seemed to be some special power behind it. If it's the 10,000 Flames Cultivation S-Sword technique, I should be able to use it one day. Rayon placed his hand on the plugged hole while thinking about the future. The world tree resounded like a sword, expressing its joy. Ooh, the world tree is happy whenever that human touches it. He must really be a descendant of our benefactor, a human that makes the world tree respond. This will make a huge fuss. Most of the elves around him were now treating him as a benefactor. Rayon felt slightly embarrassed because he wasn't trying to cause that reaction. I was just trying to crush the head elder and make them stop calling me the Spirit King's contractor, but I only added more strange rumors to the mix. But I'm glad I can touch the world tree now without any issues. No one was stopping him from touching the world tree as much as he wanted anymore, because he was the descendant of the benefactor. Rayon used that opportunity to shove the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's energy into the world tree. It must be in here. The ancestor must have inserted the beads around that part. He believed he could find them if he searched properly. However, he couldn't find any special energy inside the world tree, even after he searched for a long time with the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's heat and Glacier's coldness. He could sense a small remnant of fire and water, but the huge energy he'd seen in the memory was completely gone. Rayon furrowed his brow and looked up at the world tree. Did they become the world tree's nutrients entirely? Since hundreds of years or even 1,000 might have passed since then, it wouldn't be strange if the energy of the beads were completely absorbed. It's a bit disappointing. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue and took his hand off the world tree. When he turned around, he noticed that Cian was looking at the world tree's trunk. This place. One of her pupils was half revealed as she pointed at the world tree's bark where Rayon's hand had been placed until a moment ago. Ah, should I move away? That's not it. This place. Rayon was about to withdraw, but Cian shook her head. I've been here often with my mom. Her voice sounded lonely. Mom, Rimmer had never gone to meet family members other than Starin and Cian. Rayon hadn't asked about it because he had a bad feeling about it, and the other family members, including their parents, must have parted from the world already. I heard that when my mom became pregnant with me, she came here often to enjoy the world tree's wind. Cian leaned her back against the plugged hole, still covered in the blanket. I feel at ease whenever I'm here. She murmured that she couldn't go there too often because of the other people's gazes. I see. Rayon started to nod but stopped. Wait a moment, the conversation made him remember something. Wrath, what do you want? Wrath was yawning and ascended while wriggling upon hearing the call. You said before that Lady Cian has been blocked by something thick and dense ever since her birth, right? Indeed. He furrowed his brow, displeased by how he was making him repeat himself. Then it's possible. Rayon walked up to Cian and extended his hand. I'm sorry, but would you allow me to examine you, Lady Cian? Cian was looking at Rayon through the hole in her blanket, her jaw dropping. What? She trembled, not even realizing what sound she was even making because of how surprised she was. Examine me. Why? Cian's lips trembled as she checked her limbs hidden inside the blanket. Do I stink or something? Or does he not want to be with me because I'm too ugly? She was getting all kinds of ideas because Rayon suddenly wanted to examine her. She was standing there with a trembling chin because she had no idea how to react, and Rayon continued. I can't tell for sure, but I might be able to slightly improve your condition, Lady Cian. My condition. You said that you couldn't achieve resonance, right? Yes, I still can't. Cian nodded while glancing furtively at Rayon. I'd like to examine why it's not working. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Cian. It's fully possible. Cian had mentioned that her mother came to that location when she was pregnant with her, and Wrath had said that her passage towards the upper energy center had been blocked from the moment of her birth. It wasn't certain, but Rayon had the feeling that the energy of Zieghart's ancestors' beads was absorbed into her, because she is a high elf. High elves were close to nature as much as the world tree. If Cian was a special entity even among them, it wouldn't be strange for the energy that nurtured the world tree to be transferred into her. What shall I do then? Shall I take off my clothes? No, just give me your hand. Huff, I understand. Cian wriggled for a long time inside her blanket, and then she extended her trembling hand. Rayon had seen many female hands before, but he'd never seen such a white, transparent hand. It looked like it had never been exposed to sunlight. Excuse me. Rayon held Cian's hand and was about to use the 10,000 Flames cultivation, but her hand jolted like she was being electrocuted before he even injected the aura into her. Lady Cian, are you sick or something by any chance? And not at all. Cian rapidly shook her head. I can't tell him that I'm nervous. It was the first time in her life that she was holding hands with someone other than her family members, and she was doing it with her idol, Rayon. She felt like her heart was going to jump out of her chest and start to dance. Rayon held her hand tightly to reassure her and shoved the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier's energies into her mana circuits at the same time. Since he'd learned about the mana circuits inside an elven body when he was treating Rimmer, he quickly managed to find the path. It's so clean. Cian's energy center was as pure as a newborn baby's, without even the smallest trace of waste, and her mana circuits were so expansive that they rivaled a grandmaster like himself, being born with a body that was nothing short of being called a blessing. It's a mystery that she can't use the aura with a body like this. Rayon briefly licked his lips and examined Cian's middle energy center. The middle energy center was as clean as the lower energy center, but it was practically undeveloped because her realm was too low. Lastly, Rayon started to move his aura toward the upper energy center, but he suddenly encountered a part where the mana circuit was completely blocked. It was as if a huge boulder was in the way. It's hardened completely. It was an important mana circuit that was blocked from the moment of birth for elves and humans alike, and it only opened up upon becoming Grandmaster. That was why it was normal to be blocked, and Rayon couldn't feel any other peculiarities either. It was an area that other people shouldn't touch, but Rayon believed in Wrath and shoved 2 lines of the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier's energies into it. It should have been impossible to break through the passage unless the owner of the body did it after being enlightened, but mysteriously enough, the 10,000 Flames cultivation's heat and Glacier's coldness pierced through the opening and seeped inside. Was it really not natural? Rayon was about to insert a bit more energy while thinking that the hypothesis was confirmed when Rimmer's voice could be heard. Rayon, Cian, come over here. It's getting started now. Rayon furrowed his brow, recovered his aura, and released Cian's hand. How was it? I'm not exactly sure yet. Can I try again after the purification ritual? Ah, yes. Cian nodded along with the blanket with a voice that sounded like it was vibrating. Rayon lowered his head and went towards Rimmer and Staren's location. Cian rubbed the area above her solar plexus while watching Rayon's back as he walked ahead of her. It's warm and it was cool at the same time. She followed Rayon with her hands clasped together, as if she wanted to hold on to the warmth she'd felt for the first time in such a long time. Once they reached the center of the world tree, he could see that the elves were spreading their sharp pressures around them as if they were going to war. Come this way. Staren waved his hand, telling him to come closer. Yes. Rayon walked up to Staren along with Cian. Listen carefully, both of you. Staren pointed at his ear, emphasizing the importance. He seemed to really be treating him as Sapia's benefactor. Resonance is the action of merging the mind into the world. However, if you unify your mind into the world. His voice became frighteningly cold. You are most likely going to die. Die, yes. Since the mind is far too small compared to the huge world, it's impossible to become one. However, you can make it possible by shrinking the target of the merge. Shrink the target. Doesn't it remind you of a certain realm for swordsmen like you? Are you talking about the unification with the blade? Indeed. Staren nodded calmly. High elves like me are born with the ability to resonate with the world tree. He shook his head, saying that he could resonate with the world tree not because of his training, but because he was born with that ability. However, it would be regrettable to only use the resonance for the purification ritual. The technique that was created as a result is low. Sentient arrow, it looks like you finally understand it. Staren's lips curved into a faint smile. You can't become one with the world tree, but you might be able to learn the flow of the resonance. He nodded at Rayon. It looked like he wished for Rayon to learn something from him. Let's get started. Staren leaned his back against the world tree and closed his eyes. His constant breathing slowly subsided, and his presence started to rage like a powerful flame, spreading throughout the forest. Staren's soul level increased endlessly, as if it transcended the limit of his physical body. By the time it became huge enough to cover the world tree, his breathing suddenly stopped. He's dead. No, he isn't. The moment Rayon thought Staren was dead, green light radiated from the world tree, which used to be engulfed in a faint blue glimmer. The noble yet gentle power of Staren's soul was wavering at the center of the world tree. Rayon lowered his gaze and looked at Staren. His physical body was still there, but the soul that should have been inside it couldn't be sensed. The purification ritual has started. Stand on guard, everyone. The head elder shook his head, having recovered his complexion slightly, and the elves encircled the world tree with cold pressures emanating from them. The head elder was a stubborn old man, but he really did seem to care about the world of elves. Rayon activated Ring of Fire and looked up to the world tree once again. So this is resonance. Just like how a swordsman becomes one with their sword, Staren had left his body to become one with the world tree. Unification with the blade. Become one with the blade. Thinking about the unification with the blade reminded him of the spar against Staren from 2 days ago. The moment he thought he didn't want to let the spar end like that while throwing the blade of Requiem, the dagger had grasped his will and obeyed his order to descend. I finally understand it now. He could get a faint taste of the sword manipulation because his unyielding will was united with the blade of Requiem's unyielding will. Rayon's eyes started to lose focus as if he were dreaming, and he quietly followed the trace of Staren's soul. Esser Rayon ah. Cian tried to speak to Rayon but was stopped by Rimmer. Rimmer, you shouldn't touch him right now. Rimmer placed his finger on his lips while pointing at Rayon's blurry eyes, which made it look like he was dreaming. He is in a trance. Trance. Yes, it's an important opportunity that other people might not even experience a single time in their entire lifetime, but this damned bastard gets it as often as he poops. He brought Cian to the side, telling her not to touch Rayon in that state. Wab. Even the world tree seemed to be trying to protect him. It spread its branches to cover the sunlight pouring down from the sky. The head elder and the elders simply watched with furrowed brows, even though they were aware that Rayon was in a trance. Rimmer chuckled while watching the behavior of the head elder and the elders. They aren't completely rotten, at least. He was planning to give them a good beating if they tried to disturb Rayon, but fortunately, they weren't trying to make any moves. Rimmer shifted his gaze back to Rayon with a smile on his face, and a certain cotton candy was wailing alone, unnoticed by everyone else. Damn it, Wrath yelled towards the sky. Why is he cherished everywhere he goes? Why is he always happy when the King of Essence suffers and loses his stats every single time? He frantically shook his hands because the world was too shitty to live in. The King of Essence wants to be happy too, and he shouted the most important thing in the end. He left without eating again. Cian bit her lip tightly while watching Rayon in a trance. Sir Rayon is really amazing. He was enlightened the moment he saw the resonance for the first time and entered a trance. It would have been unimaginable for herself since she had no talent. The content of the book underestimated his ability. She thought that the biography of Rayon Zeekhart was a bit exaggerated, but Rayon was even better than that. The fact that he was greeted by the world tree and made the head elder kneel in front of him proved the fact that he was a monster far surpassing human limits. I need to protect him. She was watching him from some distance so that Rayon wouldn't be hindered, and she could hear the voices of the other elves. That human was enlightened the moment he saw the ritual. How come Lady Cian never improves? I know, right? She joins the purification ritual every single time, but she still hasn't achieved resonance. Isn't the world tree going to be in danger once Lord Staren perishes? Why did we even get a high elf like her? The elders and the elves blindly criticized Cian. They looked like they didn't even care whether she could hear them or not. The world tree's future is so gloomy. It might be better to ask that human. How about you shut up? Rimmer furrowed his brow, glaring at the elves. Why are you even running your mouths when the ritual isn't even completed yet? Shut up and focus on guarding. Ahem. The elves averted their gazes, afraid of Rimmer. However, they still murmured that they weren't exactly wrong. You bastards. Rimmer spat onto the ground and was about to walk towards the elves when Cian grabbed his sleeve. Rimmer, I'm fine, but I really am. Cian shook her head, telling him not to do it. I'm used to it, and they aren't exactly wrong either. It was harsh, but they weren't exactly wrong. Once Staren was gone, there would be no elf left to perform the purification ritual. I really am useless. The elves were right. Rayon was enlightened after seeing it only once, but she hadn't obtained anything after joining the purification rituals every single time. It wasn't even a problem with talent anymore. She was convinced that she was born with nothing to begin with, but I won't give up this time. Since Rayon had told her that he was in his current position because he didn't give up, she didn't want to surrender just yet. Cian went to the world tree's trunk where she'd felt the wind along with her mother and leaned her back towards it. She closed her eyes and exhaled the breathing of resonance taught by her grandfather. It feels a bit different. Mysteriously enough, she felt like her body and mind were lighter than usual. I hope I'm not just imagining it. Cian closed her eyes, a faint smile on her face. A red and blue haze danced on her solar plexus, which was slowly ascending and descending. Rayon smiled faintly while raising his eyebrows. I can understand it a little now. He couldn't do the unification with the blade right away, but he'd gained a foothold to reach it. Rayon lifted his gaze and noticed that the world tree was still swaying its branches in the same place as before he entered the trance, and Starin sat nearby with the same appearance. It unexpectedly didn't take that long. It didn't take that long. Rayon curiously tilted his head, and Wrath shoved his depressed face against him. Did you just say it didn't take that long after you just stood there blankly for a whole day? Have you really lost it now? Wrath grabbed him by his collar and started to shake, telling him to get a grip already. The King of Essence is so hungry. A whole day. Rayon realized that he felt like not much time had passed because 24 hours had passed. It was longer than expected then. Rayon chuckled and Rimmer walked up to him while waving his hand. You seriously do it all the time. He sighed, but his lips were curved into a smile. How do you even get into a trance as often as eating? I was just lucky. I wonder when I'll ever be lucky. Rimmer shook his hand, murmuring that it was annoying. So did you gain anything? I just got a rough picture about the unification. That's enough. He nodded, saying that it was plenty. Then let's leave. Leave. Grandpa is fully into the purification ritual now because a day has passed. He will stay like that for at least 2 weeks, so we don't need to wait for him. Rimmer gestured with his hand that they should leave since the elders and the other elves would be protecting him. But you are a guest and a benefactor. You don't need to stand guard. He grabbed him by his shoulder and dragged him away, saying that there was no need to worry about him. Cian wriggled from the side and stood up as well. Are you all right, Lady Cian? Ah, yes, Cian slowly nodded. She sounded slightly enervated. Rimmer stared at Cian for a moment, then placed his hand onto the air like when Starin had opened the space they were in. A green light split the space, and Starin's tree house, which they had passed by during their entrance, appeared. I'll be taking my leave now. Cian nodded at them and ran towards her home as soon as they left the world tree's space. Rayon thought once again that she could move so nimbly even though she was covered in a blanket. Why is she acting like that? Something happened to make her that way. Rimmer briefly sighed. I'll be sending her off so you can return to your lodgings. Let's eat together shortly. He mimed picking up a fork, then followed Cian. What happened? While you were in a trance, the other shitty ears started to talk shit about that elf girl. Wrath nodded with a frown. Talk shit. They were blabbering about why she couldn't achieve the resonance despite watching the ritual countless times when you fell into a trance right off the bat. He twisted his lips, saying that he couldn't bring himself to like the shitty ears. I see. Rayon licked his lips while watching Cian's back. I wanted to confirm it properly. He wanted to check if the wall blocking the path towards Cian's upper energy center was the wall of realm that everyone had or the energy of the beads that leaked from the world tree. However, since he had no other choice, he had to save it for later. Screw all that and go eat something already. We starved for a whole day. How about some Nadine bread since we starved for a whole day? Are you seriously trying to kill the King of Essence? His intestines are going to be screwed up if you eat it right now. Wrath shook his head, telling him to come back to his senses already. I get it, I get it. Rayon chucked and nodded. I'll eat the elven food that you want this time. Oh, why are you being so nice? It's time for it. Wrath despised Cian for creating the Nadine bread, but he defended her instead upon learning that the other elves were harassing her because of her talent. Rayon wanted to be nice to him because of the human side that he showed. Rayon walked while talking to Wrath and reached his lodgings in no time. He couldn't sense Ewer and Dorian's presences, allowing him to guess that they were still learning music. He grabbed the doorknob to wait inside, and the bushes on the right side started to sway, a small fox popping out from it. Fox, is it even possible for a fox to be in here? Rimmer had mentioned that the only creatures that were allowed to enter were those who were invited by elves. It implied that the fox couldn't possibly be a wild animal. Don't tell me. Wrath was smiling cheerfully while thinking about the elven food they were about to have, but he moved away while freaking out. The madwoman, it must be the madwoman. Rayon swallowed nervously while thinking the same thing, and the fox suddenly spoke human language. Rayon, as expected, the baby fox was Merlin, but her voice was unusually urgent. Leave this place right now. Rayon blinked while looking down at the baby fox. Leave this place. Yes, right now, the baby fox shouted, scratching the ground with its front paw. It's Merlin, right? Merlin would have normally said that she wanted to see him as soon as they met, but she was telling him to leave Sapia instead. Rayan swallowed nervously because of the unknown tension. Explain to me what's happened. Rayan was about to ask Merlin, but he could sense the presence of elves behind him. Their voices were getting louder and louder, implying that they were coming towards him. Let's go in for now, huh? Rayan was trying to pick up the baby fox before entering the lodgings but stopped. He couldn't grab the baby fox possessed by Merlin. It was as if it were an illusion. Now that I think about it, he hadn't observed it properly because he was surprised that Merlin managed to enter the area, but the baby fox didn't have any presence as a living creature at all. It almost looked like a spirit. Oh no, the time is anyway, leave right now. Return to Zieg. Merlin became faint smoke and scattered away before she could finish what she was trying to say. What's happening? Rayan narrowed his eyes while looking at Merlin, who scattered away. Did she look like that because she had to break through the barrier? Rayan turned his head to ask Wrath about it. Blur. He was foaming from his mouth, surprised by Merlin's appearance. He was seriously useless. It must have been because of the barrier. Both Rimmer and Irian had mentioned that only the ones invited by elves could enter Sapia. Breaking the barrier would be a different story, but quietly breaching it should have been impossible in such a short time, even for Merlin. Considering the fact that the bush had moved on its own, he could guess that she'd turned an animal into a spirit. She must have disappeared because she ran out of energy. That's amazing. Her magic skills and obsession, which allowed her to create a new method to bypass Sapia's barrier, were frightening and amazing at the same time. But why did she tell me to leave? Are the 5 demons attacking? That was the only thing he could think of. It was most likely a threat from Eden among the 5 demons. Even for Eden, attacking Sapia would be Rayan bit his lip tightly and clenched his fist. No way are they attacking because it's during the purification ritual. No, it must be part of their plan. The fact that they were attacking the day after Sterin started the purification ritual implied that they knew the timing. They were confident in their victory as long as Sterin was out of the picture. Rayan quickly put his thoughts together and headed towards the lodgings of the Guardians, where Laren was staying. He opened the door and entered, and Guardians who were about to start eating looked at him. They were glaring at him sharply, maybe because he disturbed their meal or because they were too focused on guard duty. Wrath recovered from his unconsciousness and poked his head out while sniffing into the air. Food. Rayan walked towards Laren and Irian's table, ignoring Wrath and the glares of the elves. Rayan, do you want to eat as well? I can prepare the meal for you since you are the Spirit King's contractor. Irian gave him a seat while even calling him by his name. That's not it. Did anything strange happen in Sapia's outskirts? Outskirts? Are you talking about the Great Forest? Yes, I went to scout a moment ago, but there was nothing special. He shook his head, saying that he'd gone to scout before eating. Can you check it out one more time by any chance, Sir Rayan? Laren shook her head and stood up. She was glaring fiercely at him. We've been guarding the Protector until he started the ritual properly, even scouted the Great Forest before we returned. We are finally having a rest and eating for the first time after 2 days. How could you disturb? Rayan, is that an instinct as the Spirit King's contractor? Irian put down the fork he was holding and cut Laren off. Sir Irian, shut up. He didn't eat or sleep just like us. Laren glared at him sideways, asking why he was acting like that, but Irian murmured that Rayan was in the same situation as them, the Spirit King. Rayan weakly bit his lip while meeting Irian's serious eyes. He's still going for it. Irian was way too single-minded. However, he had to go as far as taking advantage of that because of the urgency of the situation. Yes, it's my instinct. All right. Irian nodded and stood up from the seat. We'll need to check it out since you said that. Sir Irian, he bobbed his finger, telling Laren and the other subordinates that the meal would be saved for later. The elves stared at Irian for a moment, then stood up from their seats. They weren't even showing their complaints on their faces, allowing him to guess how Irian usually treated his subordinates. Rayan narrowed his eyes while looking at Irian, who was taking the lead in leaving the lodgings. Is he an unexpectedly nice guy? Rayan had thought he was some crazy guy when Irian started to attack right off the bat, but he seemed to have some good parts about him. Look at that. Wrath extended his plump hand, looking at the fruit pie that Irian had put down while eating. Give it to the King of Essence if you aren't going to eat it. His belly is reaching his back because he hasn't had anything for 2 days. Of course not. If he ate their food after stopping their meal, being called crazy wasn't all he was going to get. He couldn't touch it no matter what, even if he was about to starve to death. The King of Essence will take responsibility. Let's just take a bite. Rayan grabbed Wrath by his head as he kept struggling and followed Irian. Cian Rimmer knocked on Cian's home and shouted at her to open the door. I am going to sleep. You should leave, Cian shouted, leaning her back against the door to prevent Rimmer from entering. Sir Rayan must be hungry. You should go to him and make a meal for him. He's not a child. He can take care of himself. Open the door. Rimmer raised his voice, telling her that he was going barge in if she didn't open. I am taking off my clothes to wash myself. Cian shook her head, telling him that he must not enter. Rimmer stopped moving his hand and stepped away from the door. It would have been fine if they were children, but since they'd become adults a long time ago, he couldn't just open the door. Cian, what's up? Don't mind them. Rimmer continued while facing the door, which looked so light even though his sister was leaning her back against it. Rambling without thinking is their specialty. I don't understand why they took after humans in that aspect despite hating them. His fist trembled as he ranted that it was regrettable that he couldn't fight them because Rayon was in a trance. I know. Cian bit her lip as her back parted from the door, but they weren't exactly wrong. She murmured quietly so that Rimmer couldn't hear her. A high elf that was even worse than a normal elf. An incompetent person, one born with a flaw. It made her extremely angry to hear that, but the fact that she couldn't refute them was even more frustrating. I wasn't born like this because I wanted to be. She would have understood if she wasn't chosen by the world tree because of her laziness and lack of effort, but she simply didn't have the talent from the moment of her birth. The fact that she was treated that way solely because of her talent, despite it being neither her fault nor anyone else's, was both laughable and awful. Cian. Rimmer leave, but... I'm really fine. Go make the meal for Sir Rayon. Let's eat together. I have this for me. Cian opened the door slightly and showed him a loaf of Nadine bread. Ha, Rimmer sighed while looking at the Nadine bread. Yeah, you created that so that you won't have to go outside. He briefly nodded and turned around. I'll be back tomorrow with Rayon. Cian took off the blanket that was covering her as soon as Rimmer's footsteps faded away. The part that used to touch her face was slightly wet. She shook her head after wiping away the tears around her eyes with the back of her hand. It didn't work. When she saw Rayon being enlightened, she got the motivation to practice the resonance. However, the world still didn't open the path for her. But she wasn't disappointed or anything, because reality is different from heroic tales. She has liked heroic tales ever since her childhood. Protagonists of books or tales of heroes always emerge victorious by easily overcoming a crisis and gaining countless achievements. People say that they never gave up and earned their victory. However, how much they suffered in the process and how hard they worked wasn't usually passed down. The world only focused on the part after their success without caring about their efforts and suffering. That was what she'd learned from comparing Rayon inside the book and Rayon in real life. Biography of Rayon Sieghart stated that he easily defeated every enemy he encountered, but Rayon's hands and arms were covered in scars. She couldn't even imagine what kind of pain he'd been fighting against to reach his current position and how much effort he'd made to become a grandmaster. I don't want to say anything cringy like, I won't give up no matter what, but I want to try as much as I can at least. She wanted to strive as much as she could, to see the people who had been criticizing her kneel before her, to borrow Rayon's words. Cian closed her eyes while sitting on the ground. Warmth and coldness were flowing from her breath, just like a breeze spreading deep into the underground. I'll check the area to the west. Rayon turned towards the right side as soon as he left Sapia's barrier. The great forest has complicated paths. You might be unable to return. Irian furrowed his brow and expressed his concern. I'll be fine. I remember the path I took before, as expected of the Spirit King's contractor. No matter how Rayon thought about it, he couldn't understand how it was related to the Spirit King. Anyway, I have a bad feeling about this, so let's send a signal as soon as a problem occurs instead of fighting. All right, I'll check out the east. Laren, you should head to the south. Understood. Laren briefly nodded and immediately left to the south. She seemed full of complaints, but she was focusing on the work once she was outside. I'm leaving now. Rayon said goodbye to Irian with his eyes and used the Supreme Harmony steps to the right. He stopped his advance once Irian and Laren's presence completely disappeared. Merlin. Merlin. Rayon quietly called Merlin's name since she should have been in the area. However, she didn't appear for a long time even though he'd thought she would pop out right away. What's going on? Rayon furrowed his brow while walking to the west. Did she really overexert herself? Considering her usual actions, Rayon thought that she most likely fell unconscious because she went too hard on sneaking into the barrier. Then I need to find it myself, I guess. Rayon sighed briefly and activated the Ring of Fire and Glacier at the same time. His aura perception, which had further improved upon becoming a grandmaster, spread around in all directions through the perception of the snow flower. His senses, capable of feeling the movements of animals, insects, and even plants, were engulfing the great forest, but he didn't notice any ominous energy or the presence of humans. There's nothing. Wrath shook his head. Our meal was disturbed for no reason even though there's nothing around here. He violently ground his teeth, complaining that something always happened when they were about to eat. Really, have you ever seen the King of Essence lie about anything? Go back and eat already since there's nothing here. Since Wrath was practically an automatic detector, there really shouldn't be anything threatening in the area. But let's continue a bit more. Rayon thought that he must have grown to trust Merlin a lot. He believed in Wrath, but he even checked the north before he returned to Sapia's entrance, just in case enemies appeared through teleportation. Irian, Laren, and the Guardians had already returned and were waiting for him. You came back early. Elves are connected to the forest, and the forest tells us about the issue even if we don't examine everything. Laren shook her head, saying that it was as simple as breathing for humans. Rayon nodded while looking at her. I guess that's true. When he'd arrived in the great forest, Laren and the Guardians were waiting for them. That was why Rayon could guess that she wasn't wrong about it. How was it? Did you find anything? There was nothing. Your expression doesn't look good. Irian gave a small nod at Rayon. Do you really have such a bad feeling about it? Yes. All right. He shifted his gaze towards Laren and gestured with his finger. Enhance the exterior defenses as well. What? But it's already been enhanced enough. Moreover, we are missing lots of members, because they are guarding the world tree. They will get there in no time anyway if they manage to break through this place. Just do as you are ordered, Sir Irian. No, brother. Laren couldn't withstand it anymore and grabbed Irian's sleeve. Brother, Rayon blinked while looking at them. Now that I think about it, the names Laren and Irian were quite similar, and he'd noticed some strangeness in their conversation. It must have been because they were siblings. I told you to not call me that while we're on duty, but you are going too far. Why do you trust that human so? Regardless of him being human, there's nothing for us to lose from fortifying our defenses. It's just a bit painful. Accept it. He shook his hand, saying that he would take responsibility and be the first one to keep watch. Tusk. Laren clicked her tongue while looking back at Rayon. The other Guardians following her didn't seem to be in a good mood either. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Irian's back as he returned to Sapia. His first impression was the worst, but he's perfectly fine inside. He's unexpectedly solid. Leaving Sapia was even less an option after seeing him act like that. He wanted to help him no matter what if a huge problem was about to occur. The King of Essence's stomach isn't fine at all. Go back already and start to eat. Rayon briefly licked his lips while looking up to the sky, which was growing darker. I should send a message to Lady Ares at least. Even if Merlin was wrong, Ares would still come for sightseeing. Rayon decided to ask Dorian to send a message as soon as he returned. Filling the King of Essence's stomach takes priority. Stop ignoring him. The golden glow of the evening was seeping into the training ground in the wise martial palace. Denier was watching Martha, Burin, and Run-On's training with his hands clasped behind his back. Martha, I applaud your courage for always taking the initiative, but it's meaningless if you don't think about what happens afterward. The enemy isn't a training dummy. Yes, Martha accepted Denier's teaching in an instant and raised her sword towards the direction where the enemy's counterattack could come from. Burin, you have a well-balanced attack and defense. You are an all-rounder who isn't biased to any side. However, that's not always an advantage. You should create a weapon that can finish off your opponent for sure. Understood. Burin pricked up his ears so that he wouldn't miss anything from Denier's advice. Run-On, you are the opposite case from Martha. You are too focused on defense and your attack is weak. Since not all battles consist of protecting people, you should try out a more offensive sword stance. Yeah, Run-On gave out a cheerful response with a serious tone and added sharpness to her thrust. Martha, you should lower your upper body a bit more when you use that technique. The enemy might counterattack. It was when Denier returned to Martha and fixed her posture. Wham! The training grounds door opened up while swaying violently to the point of breaking, and Ares made her entrance. I heard you are training. Let me join. Ares quickly came in between the four like when she was joining a gamble. Lady Ares, you are always welcome. Martha went to Ares and looked at her with her eyes sparkling like black pearls. Are you really going to guide us, Lady Ares? Burin was also surprised and dropped his jaw. Aunt. Ares wrinkled her nose while looking at them. I told you to call me Auntie. Auntie? Run-On was the first one to follow her instructions instead of Martha and Burin. She jumped into Ares' arms and shouted Auntie again. Why yes. Ares swallowed nervously while looking at Run-On. You should just call me Aunt as well. She smiled awkwardly and patted Run-On's head. Anyway, I'm also going to help you a little since it looks fun. Ares went next to Denier and bobbed her finger as if she didn't really care about other people's opinions. Burin, Martha, and Run-On turned their heads towards Denier, who had been teaching them so far. Try it. Denier blinked, showing that he was fine with it. Burin, Martha, and Run-On demonstrated the swordsmanship that they'd been practicing, and Ares calmly watched them, unlike her violent entrance. Martha, you have a similar personality to me. You are the type of person who impatiently draws the sword, right? Yes, I am. Martha nodded happily. That wild personality can be disadvantageous, but you just need to overcome the shortcomings, so don't worry about it. How do I overcome them? Spar with me. She widened her eyes because of the unexpected suggestion of sparring against her. Next, after Ares advised Martha, she looked at Burin. Your issue is that you think too much. You also need lots of experience to fix that. It's decided. You are sparring with me. Burin also dropped his jaw. Run-On is too kind. Your swordsmanship puts others before you. You need to become a bit more selfish. Therefore, you're sparring with me. Ares smiled cheerfully, saying that all three of them were going to spar with her. We are going to start sparring right away, so prepare yourselves as if you're facing a real battle. Yes, all right, yeah. She bobbed her finger, and Burren, Martha, and Runnan ran to the changing room in order to put on their equipment. Ares. Denier walked up to Ares and narrowed his eyes. What are you thinking? What do you mean? You don't normally take care of youngsters. You even neglected your son. I neglected him because he's my son. My niece and nephew are cute. What kind of nonsense is that? That's enough about me. What are you thinking? A frightening glow sparked from Ares's smiling eyes, because you aren't the type of person who takes care of youngsters either. What are you saying? Denier asked, completely calm. What else? I'm talking about you. Ares chuckled and leaned her back against a wall. Karun is a greedy bastard who'd rather destroy a treasure that he can't have. He might even set fire to Sieghart if he can't become the head of house. Denier stared at Ares without saying anything. Baldur is a loyal man who is simple and stupid. He cherishes the house, and he can accept anyone as the head of house as long as Sieghart can further develop, Ares continued while tossing her hair over her shoulder. Sylvia is a courageous coward. I still think that she's amazing for making a decision that even I couldn't make. She even brought up Sylvia's name, and then she looked at Denier. Lastly, you are a bystander. You don't get involved in anything, and you never waste your feelings in any situation. To be honest, I'm still not sure what you are thinking. A bystander. Denier's lips curved into a faint smile. Are you not? Yes, I think it's an appropriate title for me. You've unexpectedly been watching us properly, because you are my younger siblings after all. Ares's voice sounded like it was coming from far away for some reason. Is that why you find it strange that a bystander is taking care of the youngsters? Correct. People are bound to change. You should know that better than anyone else. Yes, people do change. That's what I thought when you took Martha in as your stepdaughter. She calmly nodded. But you've pretty much neglected Martha after making her your stepdaughter. You seemed to be helping her somehow from the shadows, but it wasn't exactly visible. Ares furrowed his brow while looking at Denier's clean hand. You didn't even teach Martha that often, did you? If I said I didn't have the time, it wouldn't be convincing, right? Of course not. She furrowed her brow, saying that it was such nonsense. I'm rather surprised. I thought you were focused on playing pirate, because these aren't the only eyes I have. Ares pointed at her eyes. Well, I guess you've always been different from how you looked. Stop that. What are you thinking? Why are you acting up now, abandoning your position as a bystander? I already told you. I'm also changing a little. I just wanted to help them when I heard that they were training right after they returned from a mission. Denier shook his hands, telling her not to misunderstand his intentions. You are going to die if I find you doing something strange, understood. Ares took Denier's leash with her cold and frightening voice. Her pressure was crushing the space, making her seem like she'd become a completely different person from a moment ago. That's such a mean thing to say to your younger brother. Do you think I won't do it? No, you will, however. Denier casually shrugged off the heavy pressure from Ares and threw a faint smile at her. I'd like you to trust me a little. Despite how I may seem, I never do anything that can be harmful to Sieghart. I was even the one who found all the spies inside the house. That's why this fist isn't punching you right now. Ares briefly clicked her tongue and shook her right fist. This reminds me of the old days. I was beaten so many times back then. Denier smiled faintly while looking at Ares's fist. Lady Ares, we're ready. Martha and Burren were calling out to Ares after they got all their equipment. Say auntie, auntie. Runnan was the first one to call her auntie once again. I can't tell if she's just cheerful or insane. Ares shook her head and parted her back from the wall. This is my last warning. Don't harm the youngsters and don't cause any unnecessary issues. This conversation is going nowhere. Denier sighed and shrugged his shoulders. HMPH, Ares. Ares snorted and started to walk towards Burren, Martha, and Runnan when Denier quietly called out to her from behind. You know how you evaluated us just now. Karun is a tyrant, Baldur is loyal, and Sylvia is a coward. And then what about you, me? I'm a crazy bitch. Ares raised her voice while pointing at herself with her thumb. If I was stronger than our father, I would have taken away his position as the head of house. I thought you would. That's perfect. Denier smiled cheerfully and nodded his head. Is that an insult or a compliment? It's a compliment. Even the way you smile is unpleasant. Ares, what now? You'd better not be solely focused on me. Denier shook his head with a voice filled with warning. What do you mean? He quietly stared at Ares without responding. Tusk. Ares glared at Denier for a while, then clicked her tongue and turned around. Her steps were wavering slightly as she approached the Light Wind Division's team leaders. I really don't like him. She needs to become a musician. The elf was pointing at Yua with her eyes shaking uncontrollably, as if she were possessed by a ghost. Her previous appearance, with that heavy gaze that even the world's destruction wouldn't be able to shake, was nowhere to be found. Her hearing, voice, and techniquesh is a natural in every aspect. It was decided from the moment of her birth that she had to become a musician. She shook her head, saying that Yua's path was that of a musician instead of a warrior. Your name is Lady Sarah, right? Rayon called her name while shaking his hand to calm her down. Yes, Sarah raised her voice with a big nod. I'm also aware of Yua's talents. He was of course aware that Yua had special talents since she was good enough to be targeted by Eden as the siren's vessel. However, he didn't expect that a musician who was outstanding even among the elves would praise her so much. No, you aren't aware. Sarah firmly shook her head. Let alone humans, she is unmatched even among the elves. Even you, Lady Sarah. I'm even worse than the dirt under her toenail. Ah. She bit her lip, saying that it would be rude to compare. Yua's nose raised and she cleared her throat. She was apparently happy about the compliment despite how excessive it was. It was cute how she scratched her head, seeming to be slightly embarrassed. Then what are you suggesting? She needs to be taught here. I want to pass down everything to her. Sarah clenched her fist, saying that she wanted to raise Yua as the best musician. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Sarah's fist, which was close enough to punch his chin. I'm glad that she's complimenting Yua's talent, but leaving her here would be too sudden. Since he was replacing Yua's grandfather as her guardian, it wasn't an easy decision to make. Yua, what's your opinion? I'm not too sure. I like swordsmanship, but I also like singing and playing instruments. Yua shook her head, saying that she wanted to do all of them. Let's decide later, since we will be staying here for a bit longer. What a waste of time. Sarah's shoulders trembled, showing that she wanted to just keep teaching her all night long. Then can I keep her with me during her stay at least? She lowered her head, begging for permission. Rayon was surprised because she looked far different from their first encounter. That's up to you. Then sure, Yua raised her hand, saying that she wanted to learn more about how to play the grass pipe. Then let's go right now. I'll even make your food. Sarah took Yua and ran towards her home before Rayon could even stop her. She looks just like me. Rimmer came out from the kitchen with a tray on his hand and smiled faintly while looking at Sarah and Yua's backs. What? I also worked pretty hard to get you. Rimmer raised his eyebrows slightly while placing the food on the table. Did you? Rayon couldn't remember anything about Rimmer's hard work, but he didn't bother to comment. What about me? Dorian raised his finger, asking how it was with him. Why, you too. You were also an important recruit. Light Wind Division wouldn't be the way it is right now without you as the quartermaster. Rimmer forced a smile upon himself while spouting an obvious lie. I knew it. However, Dorian was glad to hear that and nodded vigorously. Rayon started to think that he shouldn't become a merchant even though he was the Cephia Company's successor. Hugh, Wrath darted his tongue out while looking at the dishes laid out on the table. Food, and all of the dishes are new. He gulped loudly, showing that he liked the elven dishes. They are new indeed. There was a pie containing fruits, but it didn't look like flour was used to make it, judging from the color and fragrance. Rather than using bread, it looked more like the fruit was puffed up. Pick up your fork already. Start by taking a bite of that pie. All right, wait a moment. Rayon picked up the fork while calming down Wrath, who was even more impatient than usual. He poked the pie and brought it to his mouth when frightening energy ran down his spine. Rimmer stood up with wide eyes, having felt the same thing. What's the matter, you two? Wait a moment. Rayon couldn't answer Dorian's question and ran outside the lodgings with Rimmer. Rip, the night sky was opening up. Sapia's barrier was protected by the World Tree's power, but it was torn apart like a piece of paper and scattered into the air. However, it didn't feel like someone had torn it apart. It looked more like the barrier disappeared naturally because a long time had passed. Dorian. Take care of Yua. Rayon put on the black dragon coat that he'd left aside and shook his hand at Dorian. Division leader, please go to the World Tree right now. You need to protect the Protector. What about you? As for me. Rayon bit his lip while looking at Sapia's entrance, which was being clearly revealed as if the barrier had never existed. I should go over there. Merlin had told him to escape, but many elves were standing guard in the great forest at his request. He couldn't just leave them behind and run away. Thud, Rayon violently kicked the ground while looking at the great forest where a fire was gradually spreading. Damn it, why does something happen every time the King of Essence tries to eat something? You damned heavens, stop with your unreasonable bullshit. Rayon dashed even faster into the great forest, fueled by Wrath's cry of despair. I feel like dying from continuously standing guard without even resting. A blue-haired elf let out a sigh while looking at the forest, which was getting darker. Why does Sir Irian even trust that human so much? A green-haired elf muttered, a small scar around his eye as he furrowed his brow. He's supposed to be the Spirit King's contractor. That's not even possible. He would have summoned the Spirit King the moment he saw the World Tree if he was really the Spirit King's contractor. I don't believe it either, but what can we do when the head of the Guardians claims it to be true? The blue-haired elf clicked his tongue and showed his frustration. Doesn't that human just dislike us? What? I'm saying that he probably just wanted to make us suffer. Why would enemies even appear right now? Now that I think about it, he looked pretty close to Lady Cian. That's it, he's taking revenge, because we made fun of Lady C. Are you supposed to be chatting right now? Laren had returned from scouting the area and furrowed her brow while looking at the Guardians standing at the entrance. Lady Laren, that's not. We were ordered to be here by Sir Irian, not by that human. Resign from being a guardian if you don't want to obey. The elves broke out in cold sweat because of her cold-hearted declaration. And not at all, we have no complaints. The elves shook their heads, straightened their backs, and looked ahead without being distracted. Laren sighed in her mind while looking at the elves. It's understandable. They normally should have rested for half a day at least, but they had to immediately return to guard duty because of Rayon's request. It was understandable that the guardians would complain. Even I am angry. She could accept the guard duty, but the fact that a human caused it was making her angry. However, she had to obey because Irian was the one who made the decision, just like she'd told the others. Laren was shaking her head with her eyes closed when she suddenly sensed the presence of her kin on the passage in the great forest connected to Sapia. Whose energy is this? The energy was definitely from her kin, but it was a dreary mana that she'd never felt before. Moreover, the presence was coming from where she'd just scouted. She couldn't understand what was happening because there was definitely no one when she checked. Just as Laren started to carefully raise her bow, the barrier right next to her easily dissipated like a rubber band being snapped. Wham! It wasn't only happening from the front. The first layer of the barrier surrounding Sapia was completely undone, revealing the world of the elves hidden inside the great forest. What? Why did the barrier just disappear? The guarding elves' lips trembled in surprise. Maintain your position here. Laren, you should stand by as well. Laren swallowed nervously and notched an arrow on her bowstring when Irian came forward. He looked at the bushes in front of him with his hand placed on the hilt of his sword. Shhh. Along with a gloomy sound similar to a ghost brushing past the land, the bushes opened up by themselves and people covered in black robes appeared. Who are you? Irian immediately unsheathed his sword and glared at the black-robed people. Did you already forget about us? It hasn't even been that long. The one at the center with a slender body took off her robe and threw it away. She was a female elf, her eyes glowing yellow with radiant blonde hair that contrasted against her ashen skin, which looked like it had been dampened by rain. The others also took off their robes. All of them were beautiful elves with pointy ears, but their skin was strangely dark gray or black. See Cassandra. Irian's lips trembled in disbelief as he looked at the elf with ashen skin. Who is she? Laren asked, and Irian shifted his trembling gaze. The deserters. They are the ones who left Sapia, however. He swallowed nervously, saying that he'd never seen someone's skin color change into that. Deserters. Laren's fingers trembled as she looked at Cassandra. Are they the deserters from that time? She'd heard that some elves had left Sapia after a difference in opinion before she was born. She couldn't understand why they suddenly appeared and dispelled the barrier because she'd heard that the protector had let them go without harming them. What are you planning with your sudden appearance? Irian bit his lip while looking at Cassandra. We came to express our gratitude to him. Cassandra casually swayed her hand and nodded her head. Because he is too good to live in this cruel world. We should send him off quickly. She blatantly revealed that the protector was their target. Do you even think that's possible? The protector will be here at any moment, while doing the purification ritual at the same time. Cassandra curled her lips into a broad smile. We already know everything. Irian, did you forget that I used to be your superior? Irian bit his lip without responding. Like he'd expected, they were targeting the moment when the protector was performing the purification ritual. I'm different from before. I'm going to stop you. That sounds fun, but there's no time to waste, so. Cassandra snapped her fingers, and elves with ashen skin standing behind her shattered a spherical object. Clatter, the ray of light emerging from the sphere soared to the sky, and a huge magic circle appeared on the ground that wasn't protected by the barrier anymore. Roar! A wave of crimson flame burst from the magic circle, spread in all directions, and started to burn the forest. Come forth. Irian extended his hand to the front and summoned the highest tier wind spirit. Spirit spread its wings like a soaring bird and tried to suppress the flame with a powerful wind, but it was pushed back by the wave of fire instead and slammed onto the ground. How? Even though wind didn't have a great affinity against fire, it still should have been possible to control the air to stop the fire from spreading for a moment. However, the crimson flame ignored the very concept of wind and kept spreading around. It was so powerful that all the bushes and trees around Sapia was burning. Did you think you could stop the crimson flame with a weak wind like that? Along with a voice filled with mockery, the flame raging towards the sky started to form a human shape. A sturdy figure was formed, its body as massive as a mountain with fists as large as boulders. A spiral horn grew from the center of its forehead and crimson light sparked from inside a helmet that looked like a lizard. Rumble. The wind spirit was completely intimidated with trembling wings, just like when it faced Rayon, because of the tremendous wave of power displayed by the man wearing the lizard helmet. Crimson flame. Irian's lips trembled as he looked at the helmet covering his head. The face of a lizard, a single horn and crimson flame. It would have been a different story if it only had one of those aspects, but there was only one existence in the world that had all those three characteristics. It can't be Ifrit. Correct, Cassandra nodded while snapping her fingers. The fire spirit king that you've been missing so much has returned. Why is Ifrit in Eden? Because this is where I belong. The man wearing Ifrit's helmet extended his hand to the front. The crimson flame looked like it broke out from his palm and attacked Irian and the elves. Kuh! Irian bit his lip while looking at the fire tornado rushing towards him. I can keep fighting if I dodge this. Even though he was wearing Ifrit's helmet, his pressure felt like he hadn't reached transcendence yet. Irian could tell that he would be able to hold him back if he dodged the attack. However, his sister and the other elves were going to die the moment he dodged it, and Sapia's entrance would be blocked, turning it into an inferno. The attack needed to be blocked no matter what. Wham! Irian slammed his trembling leg into the ground and thrust his sword to the front. Stand up. He extended his hand towards the highest-tier spirit that was being crushed by the enemy's pressure. His desperate shout reached it, and the spirit stood up while struggling to unleash a powerful wind. Swaya! The tremendous storm of fire came to a halt in front of the blade of wind. Even though it was the worst situation, he was enduring it with the power of his determination. Ak. However, two elves who were further away to the side melted because the flame was too powerful. Irian called Laren's name as if he was coughing out blood. See, call the elders and Rayon and evacuate everyone. Irian. I'm fine, so hurry up. The determination in his gaze was telling her that he was prepared to die. Retreat, everyone. Laren ordered the guardians to retreat and turned around. She mustered her strength on her faltering legs and ran towards Sapia. I got my brother killed. If only she'd properly listened to Rayon's advice, if she'd examined everything until the very end, if she'd scouted all the way outside the great forest, her brother wouldn't have needed to stop the enemies like that. She regretted it so much that she wanted to kill her previous self from a few hours ago, who was looking down on Rayon just because he was a human. Whop! Laren was running towards Sapia with her vision turning blurry as a clear and warm wind blew against her from the opposite direction. The wind brushed past her and kept advancing without losing its fragrance in the midst of the heat, burning the entire surrounding. Laren put her hands together while looking at the back of the wind. Please, Irian's hands trembled as he blocked the flame. It's so powerful. The burns had spread on his arms from blocking the crimson flame, so much so that his flesh had started to crumble. He felt dizzy from the intense pain, to the point where he could collapse at any moment. However, he couldn't allow himself to collapse. He had to buy as much time as possible for the others to prepare. I'm sorry. Please hold out, Kie. He forced a smile on his face while meeting the eyes of the spirit that was gradually shrinking. The spirit cried quietly, as if it was telling him that it was okay. Whack! He was holding out by mustering all his strength as arrows flew at him from left and right to pierce through both feet. Irian lost the balance and leaned forward. He couldn't move his arm anymore, implying that the arrows were smeared with a paralyzing poison. You are taking too much time. Cassandra curled her lips into a smile and shook her head. We are busy, you know. She nodded her chin at the Ifrit, asking him to finish him off. HMPH, I never needed your help. The man wearing Ifrit's helmet snapped his fingers, shattering Irian's wind and blade and engulfing him in flames. Ha! Irian laughed bitterly while looking at the flame prison blocking him from all directions. Is this how I die? But it's okay. He is going to save Sapia. Since Rayon was the Spirit King's contractor, he was definitely going to save Sapia. I leave it to you. Irian believed in Rayon and looked at the sky, which was the only direction that wasn't surrounded. Silver-white radiance like the moon covered the sky, contrasting with the flame engulfing the great forest. Wham! A black coat fluttered elegantly in the air in the midst of the frozen world, where the scorched trees, gray smoke seeping into the sky, and even the enemy's proud crimson flame were transformed into ice. You've done well to last this long, from here on. After those red eyes examined Irian, they turned to the front, covered in a frightening glow. I'll take it from here. Cian raised her faintly trembling eyebrows. Although her blue eyes had always been gloomy, they were expressing an emotion of delight. It's different. During her resonance practice a moment ago, she'd felt like she had become one with the world. It only lasted for a split second, but something inside her felt different. The gap must have widened. A small fissure was created on the impenetrable wall that had always blocked the path of her soul. She had the feeling that she could combine her will with the world if she kept digging into that gap. Cian sighed and tilted towards the floor. I've finally reached it. She'd been walking in an endless dark cave for her entire life. She mustered her strength to keep walking forward, despairing at the never-ending cave, and it felt like she had finally seen the light leading to the exit. Her body felt completely exhausted, to the point where it felt painful to just lie down on the ground. So it works in the end as long as I never give up. I'm going to tell him tomorrow, as soon as possible. Cian heaved a sigh of relief while thinking about Rayon and suddenly stopped. Now that I think about it, I have the impression that I sensed his energy. She could feel a warmth and a breeziness similar to Rayon's aura from inside the fissure of the wall blocking the path of her soul. Could it be? Rayon had injected his aura into her and examined her mana circuits, saying that he could change her state. The remaining aura from back then must have broken the wall that was confining her soul. Cian put her hands together and smiled faintly. She thought to herself that she would thank him when she met him the next day and was about to stand up. Cian, come out. The door shook violently to the point of breaking, and Rimmer's shout could be heard. His voice was impatient, unlike during his previous visit. Rimmer. Cian instinctively realized that a huge problem had occurred and opened the door. What's the matter? Come out right now. The barrier is broken. The barrier. Cian looked up to the sky, following Rimmer's gaze. The World Tree's barrier that concealed Sapia inside the great forest was fading away. What's happening? Even though she'd thought the sturdy barrier would never break, it was shattered into pieces way too easily and was scattering away. There's no time to admire it. Rimmer wrapped his left arm around Cian's waist as she stared at it blankly and ran towards Staren's home. What's going on right now? I don't know either yet. He examined the collapsing barrier while advancing even faster, as if he were trying to cool down from the heat spreading throughout the forest. It's not just the entrance. It's being breached from all directions. Moreover, it's happening naturally, not by force. He could guess that his kin must have been breaking the barrier. Are there traitors even in Sapia? He quickly came to a conclusion as Staren's house came into view. Rimmer immediately opened a gap into the barrier that was concealing the World Tree. Rimmer gestured at Cian with his chin while looking at the gap that was radiating blue lights as it opened up. You should stay right next to the World Tree. The World Tree's barrier had a far higher durability than Sapia's barrier. Since the Elders and Guardians were guarding the inside to protect Staren, it could be called the safest place in Sapia. Rimmer, as soon as he opened the path towards the World Tree, the head Elder came running outside. What's happening right now? There must be a traitor. Traitor. Considering they opened the barrier and set fire as soon as Grandpa went into the ritual, there must be a traitor from the clan. Rimmer told him about the conclusion he'd reached on the way. That's highly likely indeed. Despite being a stubborn old man, the head Elder quickly accepted Rimmer's opinion. He bit his lip while looking at Staren's body, which was completely immobile. We need to evacuate all the elves in Sapia to this place. It's impossible. The head Elder firmly shook his head. You're the one who mentioned a traitor. If we allow everyone in without knowing who the traitor is, it could lead to harm coming to the Protector or the World Tree, and the situation could spiral beyond our control. Then are you going to leave them like this and let everyone burn to death? Rimmer furrowed his brow while looking at the head Elder. I'll stop it from happening, so just let them enter for now. You might endanger your grandfather. Grandpa would have done the same thing as me. The head Elder didn't refute his words, thinking that he was right, but he didn't say that he would allow them to enter either. Since it was a difficult choice, Rimmer couldn't argue the matter easily. Silence continued for a moment, and an arrow flew towards them and got stuck on the ground near their feet. That's Laren's arrow, so it's her. Rimmer spread the paper that was folded around the arrow. Information about the situation was written in red letters that were most likely written in blood. The traitor wasn't from the inside. Rimmer clenched his fist upon reading that the deserters had removed the barrier. Head Elder. Take all our kin inside Sapia to the second barrier. Do it right now. Head Elder. The other elders widened their eyes in surprise upon hearing the head Elder's order. Even for the deserters, it won't be easy to remove the barrier protecting the World Tree. Fighting them alongside the World Tree's power inside the barrier is the best course of action. You are finally saying something right. Rimmer gave a big nod and snapped his fingers. What are you waiting for? Run out there and bring everyone. Yes. He ordered the Guardians who were standing there blankly to move, and they nodded before running outside the barrier. Rimmer. Where's Sir Rayon? Cian crawled up to him with trembling legs and asked about Rayon. Don't worry. Rimmer pointed at the fierce flames surrounding Sapia's entrance. A silver light spread across the sky, instantly freezing the fire and smoke threatening to consume the entire forest, turning them into statues in a moment. He isn't going to die. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the enemies in front of him. So it was Eden's doing after all. The man wearing the crimson flame like a coat was equipped with a single-horned lizard's helmet. Eden's demons were the only ones crazy enough to wear those helmets, which portrayed monsters vividly. He's powerful. Even though Rayon had become a grandmaster, the opponent's pressure even surpassed it. It felt like his skin was burning from the intense hit, breaking through the fire resistance. It would already be difficult enough if he was alone, yet Rayon frowned and examined the elves with ashen skin next to Eden's demon. There are those strange elves here as well. They still retain the elves' elegant beauty, but their dark gray skin resembled that of corpses, and they were enveloped by a gloomy energy similar to death rather than the vibrant energy of nature. Why you arrived so quickly? Rayon glanced back at Irian's disjointed voice. His burned arms were covered in sores, and a large hole in his stomach suggested he had been pierced by an arrow. It was surprising that he was even alive in that state. He tried to protect instead of fighting. Irian's footwork was peculiar. He should have been able to run away from the opponents to buy some time even if he couldn't win against them. The fact that he ended up in that state implied that he fought them head-on in order to protect Sapia's entrance. His willpower was worthy of admiration. Irian. I'm fine, look at the enemy instead. Irian overcame the pain with willpower and told him to look at the enemy instead of himself. That helmet is Ifrit's helmet. Ifrit, Rayon asked with wide eyes. Isn't Ifrit the fire spirit king? Yes, Irian nodded powerlessly. There's no mistaking it, considering that Crimson Flame is capable of burning everything and that helmet's appearance. It definitely has the power of Ifrit, the fire spirit king. No way. Rayon bit his lip in panic, and the Crimson Flame emerged, breaking through the silver-white aurora. Wrath had been rampaging until a moment ago, shouting that he was hungry, but he started to lick his lips upon seeing the Ifrit's helmet. It's indeed the energy of that fire guy, so it really is the fire spirit king, indeed, however. His lips curved into a mocking sneer. He is way weaker than the original fire guy. It must have failed to inherit the power. Rayon looked at the Ifrit's helmet once again upon hearing Wrath's description. It's true. Spirit King must have been a powerful existence even among the Transcenders, yet the enemy in front of him was only at a Grandmaster's level. He was definitely more powerful than himself, but it was far insufficient to be called the successor of the Fire Spirit King's power. Crimson Flame Demon. The elf with ashen skin standing at the center furrowed his brow at Ifrit's helmet. What are you doing right now? She shook her head, displeased by the fact that the Crimson Flame Demon was just standing there. Then who is that elf? She is a traitor from Sapia. Her name is Cassandra. Irian violently ground his teeth while glaring at Cassandra. Traitor, yes. The deserters who left Sapia in the past because they decided to walk a different path have returned as traitors. He laughed bitterly, saying that he couldn't have anticipated that they would repay the favor with an act of revenge. So they are deserters from that story. Rayon remembered how Rimmer had told him about the deserters before the purification ritual. He'd said that they'd left because of a difference in opinion, but even their race seemed to have changed after that. Crimson Flame Demon. Cassandra shouted, and the Crimson Flame Demon's eyes glimmered, engulfed in the flames of purgatory. That human is strange. The Crimson Flame Demon furrowed his brow while looking at Rayon. His powerful gaze was trembling. Strain. I can feel a huge power inside him, a lot bigger than his own might. Is he really a human? He shook his finger, asking if he was a transformed dragon, whether he's a dragon or not. There's no way he is a dragon, because he is the dragon slayer, the one who killed a dragon. While Cassandra was scowling at the Crimson Flame Demon, a calm voice came from behind him. It was a familiar voice to Rayon. A man wearing a red snake's helmet walked out from the bushes that were turned into ash and fading away. The helmet had the exact same shape as the golden skin snake, who he'd met when he was kidnapped by Eden, except for the color. It was red instead. Golden skin snake. The golden skin snake is dead. I'm the red demon snake. He called himself the red demon snake and stood next to the Crimson Flame Demon. Leave this to us and go ahead to do your job. The red demon snake raised his finger and pointed at Sapia. The barrier was completely incinerated, and Sapia's entrance was fully visible. Do your job. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the Crimson Flame Demon and the red demon snake. Do they have a specific goal to achieve? If they wanted to destroy Sapia, the best method was for the Ashen Elf, the Crimson Flame Demon, and the red demon snake to work together to kill Rayon. That was why the fact that they were trying to let the Crimson Flame Demon go ahead implied that they had another plan in mind. In that case, I can't let him go. Rayon strained his femoral muscles to advance while leaving a deep footprint on the ground, executing. Frost pawned against the Crimson Flame Demon. The silver blade and the blade of frost following it up like a shadow were unleashed towards the Crimson Flame Demon's neck. Clang! The Crimson Flame Demon created a shield of flame from his forearm to block both strikes at once. The clash between fire and ice filled the air with white steam. You bastard. Where do you think you're going? We aren't even done with the greetings. Rayon stomped the ground with his left foot. The lower body was the core of martial arts. Rayon pulled the core strength from bottom to top, connected it to Heavenly Drive's blade, and unleashed the Blizzard Sword Art, Kring. A single swing executed all the way from the first to fifth techniques, and blue radiance extended from Heavenly Drive's blade. Clang! The dazzling light destroyed the Crimson Flame Demon's shield and rushed towards his heart. Clang! Just as the blade was about to pierce through the heat-reddened skin, Heavenly Drive's trajectory was pushed to the right. It wasn't the Crimson Flame Demon's doing. The red demon snake and Cassandra had fired an arrow to deflect Heavenly Drive. Go ahead already. This isn't the place you should be right now. The red demon snake shook his hand at the Crimson Flame Demon, telling him to quickly move on. Don't kill him. I'm going to incinerate him once I'm back. The Crimson Flame Demon stabbed Rayon with his deadly glare before he started to move towards Sapia. His body advanced at a tremendous speed, engulfed by crimson flame. I told you you aren't going anywhere. Rayon used the Supreme harmonies. Third step and caught up to the Crimson Flame Demon. He tried to confine the Crimson Flame Demon by growing a tree of frost at Heavenly Drive's tip to execute the Flame Spirit, but the Red Demon Snake's sword attack and Cassandra's arrow destroyed the tree before it was fully grown. Thud. In the end, the Crimson Flame Demon managed to brush aside the Flame Spirit and entered Sapia. Tusk. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while looking at the Red Demon Snake and Cassandra. I don't really like people with obsession. We are entrusted with a task. Please go easy on us. Do you desire death so much? I do actually want to die just a little. The Red Demon Snake chuckled and swung his sword. There's something you are seriously misunderstanding. Rayon walked towards the Red Demon Snake, a red current rising from Heavenly Drive. Do you really think you can stop me with just the two of you? Your arrogance reaches the sky. Cassandra furrowed her brow deeply in irritation. He's always been like that. The Red Demon Snake shrugged his shoulder and clenched his sword. Judging from how he was speaking, he must have been the golden-skinned snake himself, even though his mask was different. You must have gotten full of yourself because you've slain a dragon, but the Pirate King did everything to begin with. The moment the Red Demon Snake started to run his mouth, Rayon used the Supreme Harmonies. Second step, he advanced so quickly that his vision darkened for a moment, and he stabbed Heavenly Drive at mid-height. 10,000 flames cultivation, 1,000 flames, 36 crimson slash. The flames engulfed the Red Demon Snake's body, attacking from 36 different directions. The Red Demon Snake's eyes trembled upon realizing that he had no escape at all, and Cassandra's hand started to move. She swung the bow without notching an arrow, furiously unleashing a dark energy similar to demonic energy. Clang, 36 crimson slash while only getting a cut on his right shoulder and thigh. However, his eyes were spasming as if he were facing death itself. You've got unbelievably stronger even though it hasn't even been that long. The Red Demon Snake gasped in disbelief. Thud. Rayon kicked the ground fiercely, as if he wasn't even going to give them any time to speak. As the Red Demon Snake stepped backward, Rayon followed up from the left and wrapped Heavenly Drive in a scabbard of fire. HMPH. Cassandra twisted her finger and fired 6 arrows at once. The arrows were flying while colliding against each other, with a complex trajectory that could hardly be discerned with eyesight. Her archery is amazing, but she doesn't even hold a candle to the protectors. Sentient arrow. Rayon made the rings of fire resonate and unsheathed the blade of Requiem with his left hand. He unleashed the firewall with ghastly energy to block the 5 most dangerous arrows and kicked away the last one with his foot. Thud. He used the rebound from kicking the arrow to reach the Red Demon Snake even faster. The Red Demon Snake executed a stab while panicking. The sword strike tried to pierce his heart sharply, but Rayon ignored it and clenched his hand. Rayon Sieghart style. Third form, sword Silvery Dream. The blade slashed as distantly as a dream and brushed past the Red Demon Snake's neck. The Red Demon Snake clenched his hand around his neck to stop the red line from spreading, but it was impossible to stop the blood from gushing out. Thud. The Red Demon Snake's body fell backward, separated from the head. Why you really became a monster. The Red Demon Snake murmured with trembling lips, not losing his smile even though he was dying. But the plan won't go wrong. This shall be the last time we meet. That's not going to happen. Rayon ignored the Red Demon Snake and looked at Cassandra. Crimson lightning sparked from his eyes as he shook the blood from Heavenly Drive. It's your turn now. My turn, Cassandra unleashed her dark wave of energy. She looked down on Rayon, anger and irritation filling her eyes. You are too full of yourself after killing a mere mongrel. No. Rayon shook his head, looking at Cassandra, who was growling at him. I've been full of myself from the beginning. After all, this fight was already decided the moment you let the Crimson Flame Demon go ahead. That arrogance will become the noose tightening around your neck. Cassandra raised her left hand, the one that wasn't holding the bow. She bent her fingers as if she were grabbing the thin air, and dark energy rampaged in between them. Dark energy that possessed a gloomy radiance burst free, undulating like clay and eventually taking the shape of a wolf. Rayon's hair stood on end upon seeing the dark flame bursting from the wolf's mane. A wolf? No, it's not. The black wolf was showing no signs of life. Its presence was similar to that of a spirit. However, it was emanating intense demonic energy instead of the energy of nature. A darkness spirit. The wolf's identity was revealed by Irion's voice behind him. Darkness spirit. Were there more spirits than the 4 main attributes? It's rare, but there are spirits that possess attributes different from the 4 main elements. His lips trembled as he murmured that he'd never seen one before either. But I heard that darkness spirits feed on the contractor's lifespan. It's true, Cassandra calmly nodded. I made a contract with this one by offering my lifespan. She glared at the world tree, her eyes as cold as the northern wind. Why would you go that far? Killing you for us to become true elves is more than enough reason to offer a bit of lifespan. The darkness spirit opened its jaw in response to her fury. Dark demonic energy gushed from its throat like a fountain, bending into a spiral shape. PSSH. The moment Rayon withdrew to avoid the wave of demonic energy, Cassandra's arrow flew towards him. Dark demonic energy was bursting from the arrowhead as well, probably because of the darkness spirit. Whack! Rayon fended off Cassandra's arrow with heavenly drive and furrowed his brow. My hand hurts. The demonic energy was extremely dense, as expected of the pure power of a spirit. Are they both grandmasters? Since both Cassandra and the darkness spirit's energies were at the grandmaster level, Rayon could guess that he could be the first one to die if he attacked recklessly. Let's focus. He could sense that the ashen elves who'd gone with the crimson flame demon were attacking Sapia, but he didn't look back. I can't underestimate either of them. He had to focus fully on the battle at hand, which was also more beneficial for Sapia. Consider it an honor, because this power wasn't originally prepared for you. Cassandra screamed furiously and fired 5 arrows at once. Rayon was looking at the arrows that were rushing towards him while predicting where he was going to avoid, and the darkness spirit unleashed a gust of demonic energy. Wahap! Rayon created the firewall to block Cassandra's arrows and the darkness spirit's demonic energy. He pierced into Cassandra's space while the flame and demonic energy were clashing against each other. Cassandra's eyes widened, surprised at how fast he made his approach. I can cut her down right now. Just as he was about to swing heavenly drive downwards, the darkness spirit appeared as if it had leaped through the space and swung its claw. Its complex trajectory was befitting its appearance as a wolf, and its immense power was reminiscent of the astral sphere. Dodging it first and checking the opponent's trajectory afterward was the standard reaction, but Rayon didn't have much time. He advanced even further instead of backing off. His left foot, strengthened by the 10,000 Flames cultivation, stepped forward on the darkened land. Rayon suppressed the demonic energy with his golden flame and executed the fangs of insanity to stab the darkness spirit's claws. Slash, the 10,000 Flames cultivation's flame intensified by devouring the demonic energy, broke through the darkness spirit's claws and violently cut through its chest. Kaira, the darkness spirit stepped back while screaming, feeling an intense pain. I'm not done yet. Rayon followed up against the darkness spirit instead of Cassandra, who had withdrawn far away and smashed it with heavenly drive. The blade glowed gold, like the evening glow, and split the spirit's waist in half. Key. It didn't die right away since it was a spirit, but its energy decreased drastically, implying that it took a large amount of damage. Rayon was about to execute the crimson slash in order to finish it off once and for all when Cassandra's arrow flew towards him. The wave was on a whole different level from before. He could feel a powerful will to kill from the arrowhead blazing in darkness. Rayon noticed the power of the arrow and unleashed the blizzard sword art with the blade of Requiem he was holding in his left hand. Clong, the blade of ghastly energy summoned an ice tornado to block Cassandra's arrow. Clang, Rayon felt a tearing pain in his hand as if he were blocking a sword strike instead of an arrow. I'm used to this much pain. Rayon swung the blade of Requiem until the very end without taking a single step back and completely froze Cassandra's arrow. Wham. The arrow froze along with the demonic energy around it and caused a heavy sound upon falling onto the ground. Did you just block the heavy annihilation arrow? Cassandra's eyes widened because she had never expected that he would manage to block her arrow. The darkness spirit returned to her side and let out a painful groan. It had become a lot smaller than before. On top of its spiritual body being damaged, it also seemed to be shocked mentally. With such a sloppy joint attack, it's better to not even try it. Rayon walked towards Cassandra, heavenly drive and the blade of Requiem hanging from his hands. Despite his casual footsteps, his heart was as cold as the northern sea. I'll finish you off right now. Finish me off. Do you think someone like you can end me? Cassandra extended her right hand, her murderous intent bursting from her. The darkness spirit went into her grasp and was molded into a new shape. It wasn't even an animal. The darkness spirit transformed into an arrow, its pitch-black color extending from the arrowhead to the fletching. I wanted to pierce it into the heads of those geezers, but it's not a bad idea to start with you. Cassandra unleashed all of her energy and notched the darkness spirit transformed into an arrow on the bowstring. Zap, as she pulled the bowstring, a tremendous amount of demonic energy spread around and removed the small amount of bushes and trees that remained. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched the bowstring being pulled to the limit. What is that? Even though it was a delicate arrow that seemed as if a mere touch could shatter it, an ominous aura emanated from it, sending a chill down his spine. Rayon nervously licked his dry lips, and Cassandra twisted the bowstring that was pulled all the way back. Die. With a shout that sounded like the order of a death god, Cassandra fired the darkness spirit transformed into an arrow. The arrow was fired even faster than sound and rushed toward Rayon's solar plexus with a violent rotation. It seemed capable of destroying the entire upper body rather than piercing through his vitals. Rumble, Rayon crossed Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier were unleashed to the extreme and radiated majestically as they seeped into the blades. This isn't enough, even though it was the highest output of the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier. Rayon couldn't bring himself to think that he could fend off the attack. He instinctively took half a step back. He used the small amount of time he'd gained to execute the newly polished principle of twin swords and smashed the arrow that was right under his nose. Clang! Even though he'd braced for impact, he almost groaned from the pain, his shoulders almost feeling like they were being dislocated. Even though she was spending her lifespan, it was unbelievably powerful. It was an arrow of will, intended to kill in a single strike, that she deserved to be proud of. Rip, Rayon bit his lip while being pushed back in his standing posture. I feel like my hands are being torn apart. The power in the arrow was so powerful that he couldn't defeat it. He was confused that an arrow fired from afar could surpass him in strength. Is it possible to be so powerful just because she used a darkness spirit as an arrow? Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem, which was trembling from the clash. It can't be helped. He wanted to save up on the Wrath release for the battle against the Crimson Flame Demon, but he felt like he was going to die before it happened. Rayon started to raise his gaze in order to release his wrath, but suddenly stopped. Wait a moment. This arrow, isn't it similar to the Blade of Requiem? He had the feeling that the unbelievable power was coming from Cassandra's, while uniting with the darkness spirit, just like how he'd achieved the unification with the blade during his spar against Starin. If I'm guessing right, I might be able to do it as well. It was a temporary unification with the blade achieved through the weapon's power. Rayon extended his right hand, which was holding the Blade of Requiem, to the front in order to grasp that flow. Rumble. He felt like his arm was about to fall off from fending off the arrow with Heavenly Drive alone when it was already difficult with both swords, but Rayon gritted his teeth and endured it. Blade of Requiem, I leave it to you. Rayon delivered his will into the Blade of Requiem's ghastly energy. As he showed his determination to not be defeated, the Blade of Requiem responded with a clear resonance, as if it understood. The wills of the sword and its wielder connected into a single line and seeped into the red blade to create a magnificent radiance. Rayon pulled Heavenly Drive back. The arrow immediately rushed towards him, and Rayon slashed with the Blade of Requiem, incorporating their combined will alongside. Fangs of Insanity's trajectory. Crack. Even though Cassandra's arrow looked unstoppable, it was unable to overcome the Blade of Requiem's sharpness, snapping in half and fading away. Huff, Cassandra dropped her bow and widened her eyes in disbelief. How? Her confusion had reached the level of astonishment. She didn't even realize that she'd dropped her bow. Impossible. Rayon didn't respond. He used the explosive power of the aura filling the mana circuits of his lower body and advanced toward her. Cassandra tried to pick up the bow again in her desperate struggle, but Heavenly Drive's blade was already touching her neck. Thwack! Cassandra's head flew into the air, and her ashen body tilted towards the ground. Why did such a monster appear now, of all times? Cassandra looked up to the world tree in frustration and perished soon after that. With its master gone, the darkness spirit turned into dust and disappeared as if it never existed to begin with. Irian gasped while looking up at Rayon. How much skill have you been hiding? He blinked, surprised at the prowess Rayon had just displayed. Were you hiding your skill all along when you fought against me? I can't just start a mess in my master's homeland. That power, despite your young age, it must be possible because you are the Spirit King's contractor. He was seriously way too single-minded to still be talking about the Spirit King. Stop saying such useless things. Rayon shook his head and threw a recovery ointment at Irian. Rayon dashed towards Sapia after seeing Irian nod at him. He was stabilizing his breath so that he could fight at any moment, and a baby fox appeared from the bushes on his right side. Merlin, Rayon. Merlin ran all the way in front of him and hung her head. Considering the fact that her voice and condition didn't look too good, she must have spent a lot of power already. Don't go. It's because of the Crimson Flame Demon, right? I might be unable to win on my own, but we can do it together. It was true that the Crimson Flame Demon was more powerful than Rayon, but Rimmer and the other elders were inside Sapia. Rayon estimated that they should be able to fend him off without much damage if they just combined their forces. No, you can't win. Merlin firmly shook her head, because the Crimson Flame Demon is getting stronger by absorbing the World Tree's energy. She bit her lip tightly and glanced at the World Tree. The Crimson Flame Demon is targeting the World Tree itself, not Sapia. Rimmer made the path for the elves to enter the barrier and looked at the Great Forest. The fire is spreading too quickly. The enemies were burning the entire Great Forest, not just Sapia's entrance. He thought that irreparable damage would be done at the rate it was progressing even if they managed to win the battle. No, I need to think about our clan rather than the forest right now. The forest was indeed precious for the elves, but it couldn't compare to the lives of their people. Even if the entire great forest turned to ash, fighting inside the barrier was the best course of action. We should be able to defend somehow since we have elders with us. The great elder and the 10 elders were performing a ritual to enhance the world tree's barrier. As long as the barrier was enhanced, the powerful flame wouldn't be able to reach the world tree. Rimmer flicked his eyes around while double-checking the plan and met Cian's eyes, covered in a blanket. She was still afraid of getting attention despite the situation. I'll do my job as her big brother properly after this matter is concluded. Rimmer shook his head with a small bit of guilt in his mind, and Dorian came running back from scouting. D-Division leader Dorian reported while panting, his eyes trembling intensely. The fire is coming. Fire? What are you talking about? Tell me in detail. It's really just fire. It's getting bigger and hotter, and it's going out of control. He swallowed nervously, saying that Eden's demons and ashen elves were coming along with the fire. Rimmer furrowed his brow while examining the direction Dorian had come from. Is it the one who is supposedly wearing Ifrit's helmet? That's him. Laren came up next to him and nodded. Her eyes started to show her fear. How powerful is he? Irian said that he's at the novice level of Grandmaster. That's not too bad. He had the overwhelming advantage in terms of affinity, but they had the World Tree's barrier, enhanced by the Elder, to work with. Rimmer estimated that they could win without much difficulty by dragging him into the barrier to fight. Prepare for battle, everyone. Rimmer signaled with his hand, and Laren ordered the Guardians to prepare for battle. Every elf in Sapia surrounded the World Tree, and a majestic flame erased the darkness from the night sky. No, it wasn't a flame. It was a huge human being wrapped in flame. That's... Rimmer's lips trembled as he gazed at the crimson flame demon wearing Ifrit's helmet. That's supposed to be a novice-level Grandmaster. It was definitely not at a novice level. It had far surpassed the intermediate realm already. Is Irian incapable of estimating the opponent's strength now? Rimmer started to insult Irian in his mind, but then noticed the rapid increase in heat and power emanating from Ifrit's helmet. Wham! The barrier protecting the World Tree was shrinking from the intense heat, which was capable of even melting the soil, and Ifrit's helmet was becoming more and more powerful. Don't tell me. Rimmer's chin trembled as he looked at Ifrit's helmet. Is he absorbing the World Tree's energy? Then did it come to Sapia in order to obtain the World Tree's energy, not because of Grandpa? Slap. Rimmer slapped his own cheek. I was wrong. He turned around and hurriedly shouted, stop enhancing the barrier. The barrier made by the elders was meaningless against that tremendous firepower. It was only going to help him get stronger even faster. Rip. However, it was already too late. The World Tree's barrier was torn apart like a piece of paper, and the head elder and the elders collapsed while coughing up blood in the middle of the barrier enhancement ritual. What just happened? How? The head elder and the elders muttered with trembling eyes, unable to understand the situation. All of them had gained serious internal injuries and were going to be unable to fight properly. Wham! In contrast to them, Ifrit's helmet was getting more and more powerful, seemingly without any limit. Probably because it absorbed the World Tree's energy from the barrier, it had already surpassed the intermediate realm and had reached the advanced level of Grandmaster. Damn it, Rimmer was the only one who could last even for a moment against a monster like that. He unsheathed his sword with his left hand and stepped forward. Whoosh! Even though the energy of wind was covering him, he felt like he was getting cooked by the heat of the opponent's breath. You vermin. Ifrit's helmet extended his hand towards Rimmer. The space distorted from the sheer heat emanating from the crimson flame on his hand. Sword field creation. Eye of the storm. Rimmer immediately activated. Sword field creation. He tried to reduce the flame by creating a windless area, but the sword field was pushed back entirely by the overwhelming difference in power. Boom! Ifrit casually launched a flame, and the faint shape of the World Tree's barrier that remained was completely destroyed. I was a fool. Rimmer clenched his back teeth. I ended up cutting off my escape route, but it wasn't time to regret the past. He had to create an opening somehow. Kring. Rimmer closed the distance to Ifrit from the left and thrust his sword. The wind covering the blade started to vibrate and broke through the layer of flame. HMPH. Ifrit's helmet fended off the blade of wind with the back of his hand, snorting at the insignificant attempt. Clang. Even though it was an all-out attack, the blade was pushed back, faltering like a wet butterfly. It didn't work after all. I even practiced using my left. He couldn't control the sword as well as he wanted because he was wielding it with his left hand. It was regrettable that he was missing the right arm. Disappear. Ifrit's helmet twisted his lips and extended his hand towards the sky. The crimson flame unleashed from his hand hailed down from the sky. Rimmer unleashed all of his remaining energy upon witnessing the crimson flame that could even destroy the World Tree, let alone himself. Red lightning surged from the weak wind that was about to be extinguished and created a shield, blocking the rain of flames. Wham! However, the crimson flame devoured even the lightning energy in the wind, intensifying its heat even further. Laren, Rimmer called out to Laren, who was behind him while still focusing on the flame. Retreat, run away with everyone. What? Laren was checking the elders, and her chin trembled upon hearing his order. You are the only one, escape with everyone. Save at least one person. Trying to guard the protector and the world tree was meaningless in the face of that overwhelming power. Saving at least one person was more important. The fortunate thing was that Ifrit was still focused on him. She would be able to save a few people if she moved quickly. A meaningless struggle. Ifrit's helmet sneered as Rimmer was holding onto the last bit of hope he had. What do you mean? Rimmer tried to respond but stopped himself. Eden's demons and the ashen skin traitors appeared around the broken barrier and blocked their path. No one will be able to leave. His voice sounded like a declaration. You bastard. Rimmer wanted to save at least one person, but even that seemed to be difficult. Because the first move they made was the wrong one, the entire plan had gone awry. Even so, I'll fight back until the very end. Rimmer clenched his sword and focused on his aura. Even though his energy center felt like it was being torn apart, he kept fighting back against the crimson flame until the very end. PSSSH. However, Ifrit's crimson flame managed to spread its heat all the way to the hilt as it clashed against the blade. Rimmer felt like his hand was burning. I need a way. I need to find a way. His eyes darted around in order to grasp an opportunity somehow. A silver moon and a golden sun rose in the dark sky at the same time. The shadow seeping in between the sun and moon unleashed a red and blue radiance. Wham! The crimson flame demon's fire, which was spread like wings, started to waver to the point of breaking. Rayon's sword faced Ifrit's flame, engulfed by golden flame and silver frost. However, the heated sweat flowing from his forehead implied that he was also having a hard time. Rayon, step back. Rimmer called Rayon's name with a hoarse voice. He isn't an opponent you can deal with. Rayon Sieghart was going to become the king in the future. He couldn't be allowed to die in vain. You shouldn't throw away your life here. Leave with Dorian and Yua. You are right, he isn't an opponent I can face alone. Strangely, he admitted to the difference in abilities. Rimmer was relieved to hear that, since you know, hurry up. That's why you should help me. Silver luminance poured from Rayon's hand, as the golden flame in his eyes stood in stark contrast to the fire that was slowly fading away, so that I can defeat him. Rayon squinted while looking at the crimson flame demon's crimson glare. How much energy did he suck from the world tree? The crimson flame demon he was facing was an entirely different existence from the crimson flame demon he'd fought in the Great Forest. If he hadn't created the sword field before facing him, his skin would have melted from the powerful heat. I can't win against that. He would have been able to fight the crimson flame demon in the Great Forest with the sword field creation and wrath release, but it was impossible to win against him anymore since he'd devoured the world tree's energy. That was why he needed help. All right, the King of Essence will help you. Wrath immediately nodded. Let the King of Essence advent right now since that fire guy is burning up the world tree that should have been his nourishment. The King of Essence will turn him into an ice shard. He bobbed his finger, asking Rayon to hand over his body already. I'm not talking about you. Rayon ignored Wrath and turned around. He asked again while looking at Rimmer's pale face, you can do it, right? Ha. Rimmer gasped upon seeing the calmness in Rayon's eyes. He asked me to help him instead of saying that he will help. The reason why Rayon asked for help was simple. He considered the battle to be his own. It was an expression of his determination that he wasn't going to withdraw from it, and that Rimmer didn't need to be sorry about it. Moreover, he is pretty much threatening me. Since even a human being was fighting against the threat, he was threatening that an elf shouldn't idle around as the owner of that land. Seriously, this man, Rayon, filled him with admiration every time he saw him. Rimmer felt like he was dealing with a higher existence than himself rather than a subordinate or a disciple. Of course, Rimmer nodded, suppressing the pain in his abdomen. But we are both going to die if we don't finish it quickly. You should be aware of that fact, right? Of course. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the world tree, where the roots were starting to burn. I'll be in charge of the attack, so focus on blocking his flame. Leave it to me. Rimmer clenched his leaf-shaped sword, saying that he would do something about it. Even if two vermin combine their focus, they are just vermin in the end. The crimson flame demon sneered while looking down on Rayon and Rimmer. You should be careful. We might be vermin, but we are poisonous. You are just a bug. He furrowed his brow and scattered his flames. The moment the flames started to bend like a whip, Rayon kicked the ground with the supreme harmony steps. I'm also confident with fire. He made the rings of fire resonate to the maximum output. He dodged the flame whips rushing at him by only using footwork and entered the crimson flame demon's space. Let's see who burns better. Rayon thrust the blue demonic sword in his left hand. With a flickering silver light, the blade of frost broke through the wall of flame and advanced toward the crimson flame demon's shoulder. You said fire. The crimson flame demon raised his hand while snorting. The flame that was severed by the demonic sword was reattached, and a powerful wave occurred from it. The heat even managed to break through his 6th star. Fire resistance and the black dragon coat's protection, spreading throughout his body. Rayon furrowed his brow, feeling the pain of a burn, and a dark green wind blew from behind him. Wah-ap, it was Rimmer. His wind pushed back the crimson flame demon's heat and created a path for the sword to pierce into. He's so reliable. It wasn't exactly true when he was gambling, but Rimmer was the most trustworthy person Rayon knew during a battle. A clear sword resonance spread around from the divine sword in Rayon's right hand. The golden flame advanced as powerfully as the sun, violently pushing back the crimson flame in the process. The moment the crimson flame demon's eyes started to tremble, Rayon swung down the demonic sword in his left hand. The blade of frost descended as beautifully as the moonlight, brushing past his shoulder. PSSH. Since he wasn't exactly a spirit, but a human being with spirit's power, red blood gushed from the deep laceration on his shoulder. I told you, didn't I? Rayon shook his finger up and down towards the crimson flame demon. You should watch out for poison. This is just a small scratch. It's too early for arrogance. The crimson flame demon twisted his lips and rubbed the wound on his shoulder. An intense flame sparked, slowly healing the laceration. Your swords won't be able to reach me. It already reached you, though. Rimmer tilted his head while pointing at the wound that still remained. You are rather stupid, aren't you? You should be saying you won't be able to kill me in a situation like this. I know, right? He bluffs too much. Rayon followed up with Rimmer, curling his lips into a smile. Look at how he isn't even dressed properly. It already shows his mental status. But why is he still wearing those pants? He must have no confidence in that part. Rimmer giggled, turning his sword behind his back. You bastards. The crimson flame demon looked at his pants for a moment and roared like a beast. The black dragon coat curled up, almost looking like it was melting from the intense heat surging from his upper body. He's perfectly excited. Rimmer created a powerful wind, allowing Rayon to advance without fearing the heat. Thud, Rayon dashed towards the crimson flame demon, riding Rimmer's wind, which was pushing his back while suppressing the heat. Fuck off. The crimson flame demon extended his thick hand, and the flame covering his body surged like a huge whirlwind. Rayon set foot into the flaming whirlwind, counting on Rimmer, who was supporting him from behind. Clang! The blade incorporating both flame and frost clashed against the crimson flame demon's fire, causing a huge shockwave to spread around. The vibration was so intense that even the world tree was shaking despite how deeply rooted it was. Is this still not enough? Divine and demonic swords were being pushed back by the crimson flame demon's fire. When the hem of black dragon coat started to burn and turn into ash, a clear wind blew towards him. The wind advanced like a thinly sliced storm, rampaging like a living creature to enhance the divine sword's flame and the demonic sword's frost while suppressing the crimson flame demon's fire. Stop bothering me. The crimson flame demon shouted in irritation and launched a spear of flame towards Rimmer. This is my chance. He was still devouring the world tree's energy to get stronger even as they fought. It was necessary to finish him off once and for all while he was distracted by Rimmer. Rayon thrust the demonic sword, concentrating the frost at the tip. It was the monarch of Wrath's ultimate technique, Snow Flower Demonic Sword. Crack! Rayon activated the Snow Flower Demonic Palm with a sword, completely freezing the shield of fire protecting the crimson flame demon. The silver light flashed, dissipating the flame while covering their vision as Rayon bounced the divine sword with his right hand. 10,000 flames cultivation, 1,000 flames, golden void infusion. The divine sword's blade split apart like a bamboo step, forming a prison of golden flame. Wham! The crimson flame demon retained his composure even though he saw the bars of flame approaching him. A weak flame like this won't be able to harm me, he sneered, tearing apart the golden void infusion's flame with his hand. Rayon didn't panic, watching his actions with a smile on his face. He had been waiting for this moment from the beginning. Wham! Rayon released his wrath. Rotating the rings of fire as fast as possible, he executed the most powerful sword technique that he could use, Rayon Sieghart style. 6th form, divine and demonic harmony combination technique. Red-blue invincible sword. The divine sword's flame and the demonic sword's frost burst out alongside a majestic radiance. The two blades carried his conviction to cut through the crimson flame demon's fire and pierced his chest. However, the crimson flame demon didn't give up on his life easily. Flames burst from his lacerated body and pushed back the divine and demonic blades. It's working. Keep moving forward. Even though the crimson flame demon's spear had sliced Rimmer's waist, he kept sending the wind to enhance the divine and demonic swords, telling him to continue the attack. However, Rayon's expression gradually hardened even though Rimmer's energy was helping him. This bastard he is changing. Even though the blades were still piercing into the crimson flame demon's body, he wasn't getting the sensation of cutting through a person at all. It was similar to how it felt when he cut through the darkness spirit summoned by Cassandra. He could guess that the crimson flame demon was becoming more and more like a spirit, I need to finish him off before he changes even more. Rayon ground his teeth to the point of breaking and unleashed his wrath even more powerfully. It was necessary to put an end to it, even if he had to overexert himself. Qa. His wrist felt like it was about to snap, but Rayon exerted even more force and swung the divine and demonic swords until the very end. The flame and frost advanced like lightning, cutting through the crimson flame demon's fire and tearing his body apart. It worked. Rimmer shouted excitedly from behind, but Rayon couldn't smile. Damn it. He managed to cut through, but he didn't manage to cut him. The crimson flame demon had become a spirit entirely, absorbing the energy leaking from the world tree's roots. Only fire was spreading from his body instead of blood. He must have taken a large amount of damage, but it wasn't a fatal injury at all since his body didn't have a physical form. Oh no. Rimmer's lips trembled nervously upon noticing the crimson flame demon's state. Rayon swallowed nervously as he watched the crimson flame demon regenerating his body with the flame. He isn't even the issue. I'm the problem, using the red-blue invincible sword and wrath release consumed a large amount of will and aura. Even the sword field wasn't going to last for long. Moreover, Rimmer had also reached his limit. To be honest, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he could see the end of the battle. It's over. The crimson flame demon tilted his chin, gazing at him arrogantly. You are exhausted, and I'm getting stronger as we speak. He curled his lips into a smile, stroking his chest where the laceration was completely gone. Despair is all that awaits you. You are delusional. Rayon raised the divine and demonic swords with a grim smile on his face. Because I'm only getting started now. You are bluffing. You are going to learn whether I'm bluffing or not. Xian clenched her fist, watching Rayon and Rimmer's backs as they confronted the huge flame. Are they winning? She couldn't see it properly, but she could tell that Rayon was pressing onto the crimson flame demon. She felt like they were going to win at this rate. She shifted her gaze to the back. The guardians and the elves were struggling to fend off Eden's demons and the ashen-skinned elves. More and more elves were collapsing because their attacks were becoming more and more ferocious. Just hold on a little longer. Rayon and Rimmer should be able to kill that monster soon enough and return to help them. The battle was pretty much over as long as that happened. Xian shifted her gaze to the right upon hearing a ringing melody. A twin-tail girl was dashing through the battlefield, spreading her beautiful song. Her song revitalized their allies while confusing their enemies. Her might itself wasn't that amazing, but her influence was outrageous. The green-haired human who was fighting while protecting the girl was also quite peculiar. He took out ointments and arrows from his belly pocket to hand out to others and cut down the enemies with a fascinating swordsmanship. However, his trembling eyes suggested that he had a cowardly personality despite his prowess. Even so, it never stopped his sword and legs from moving. Those two humans are Dorian and Yua. They were both humans that had arrived with Rayon, let alone standing out in the biography of Rayon Zeeghart. Their names were barely mentioned. However, they fought on the battlefield, braver than anyone else. Emmy too, Xian couldn't control aura nor summon a spirit, but she was confident in her archery skills. Xian picked up a wooden bow from the ground. She was trying to help them even a little, and the head elder stopped her hand from the side. Head elder, Lady Xian. The head elder's eyes glowed fiercely. Xian closed her eyes tightly, thinking that she was going to be scolded, but his voice was too quiet and powerless. Run away. What? She blinked because his sudden request for her to run away left her dumbfounded. What do you mean? You should run away from here right now. The head elder shook his hand, coughing up blood from his internal injury. Why would I run away when everyone else is fighting? Sir Rayon is going to Ari. He can't win. He raised his trembling finger and pointed at the battlefield where Rayon and Rimmer were fighting against the Crimson Flame Demon. That monster has already absorbed too much energy from the world tree. It's going to surpass the wall of transcendence in no time. But Sir Rayon. He didn't manage to finish him off when he should have. The human named Rayon is definitely amazing, but his opponent has already surpassed his realm. The head elder sighed deeply, saying that there was no chance of victory. The world tree's trunk is already on fire. We have no time. The escape will be completely blocked if you waste any more time. Then you should leave instead of me, head elder. Xian removed her blanket and shook her head. It's already too late for me. And the head elder stared at Xian with a serene gaze. You are the only one who can secure our future, since Lady Xian is a high elf. But I'm incompetent. I can't do anything correctly as a high elf. It's not that you can't do anything correctly. You are the high elf who's been making more effort than anyone else, and that's why you have to go. Head elder. Xian unfurrowed her brow because it was her first time hearing a gentle voice coming from the head elder. Effort. How do you know that, head elder? Because I've been watching you. I thought you disliked me. Why would I dislike you, Lady Xian? Then why did I look down on you? The head elder smiled faintly while looking at Xian. His face looked red because the flame around them was intensifying. Did you want me to encourage you or something? You've read too many human books, Lady Cian. We aren't humans. He calmly shook his head, and I believe such encouragement is an irresponsible action. Anyone can say that, and even the ones who don't know anything about the situation can say the same. There's no meaning nor worth to such words. That's why all we can do as elves is to watch our kin. Cian's lips trembled as she looked at the head elder. Now that I think about it, the head elder had always been strict. He got angry at her for covering herself in a blanket and scolded her for speaking strangely. However, he'd always been watching her and never criticized her unreasonably. Unlike the others, he'd never called her incompetent. Lady Cian, please escape right now. You shouldn't die in a place like this. You are the only one who can revive the world tree, Lady Cian. The other elders stood up while faltering and also voiced their honest concerns. They ran towards the battlefield while bleeding, determined to carve the path for her at the cost of their lives. Open the path, hold on until the end. They weren't the only ones. The injured elves and guardians were also following the elders. They killed their enemies and opened the path even though their bodies were burning. Cian trembled, covering her shoulders with her arms. What have I even been doing so far? She thought that every elf other than her grandfather hated her and looked down on her. However, she realized that she was the one who'd ignored the other elves and shut herself in her room. Some of them must have really hated her, but so many of her kin were waiting for her to stand back up. Laren, yes, head elder. Laren ran up to the head elder with a burn wrapped around her shoulder. Take Lady Cian and the humans and escape to the west. Understood. Laren stared at the head elder's eyes for a moment and eventually nodded. Lady Cian, no, Cian, please survive. The head elder gently stroked Cian's head and moved to the west. He violently coughed up blood and unleashed a wave of water, reducing the flame, scorching the land, and driving away the red demons and ashen elves. Excuse me, we have no time. While Cian stood there in a daze, Laren picked her up and dashed to the west, carrying her on her shoulder. Cian bit her lip while looking at Starin, who was still resonating with the world tree. Grandfather, you were right, grandfather. He'd always smiled gently at her, saying that she didn't need to be so afraid of the world. She wanted to protect him and every elf that had believed in her. She didn't want to see anyone else die anymore. Please come this way too, the two of you. Laren waved her hand towards Dorian and Yua, shouting for them to follow her. Cian closed her eyes, her blurry vision reflecting the elves getting further away. I can't just save myself like this. She put her hands together and bit her lip tightly. Please, please, if I'm really a high elf, please give me a small miracle at least. Cian's honest cry of despair connected to the world, and a blue shard started to form around her chest. Huff, Rayon exhaled deeply while fending off the flame rushing towards him. This is the worst. The crimson flame demon grew stronger as its flames spread to the world tree, making the heat increasingly unbearable. He hadn't managed to reach transcendence, and his martial technique had not drastically improved, but the output was just so powerful that none of his attacks worked anymore. Even the sword field is going to be gone soon. He couldn't maintain the sword field for much longer because he'd spent too much energy executing the red-blue invincible sword. He wouldn't even be able to face his opponent once the sword field was over. Moreover, Rimmer's strikes weren't carrying the fragrance of wind anymore. He was barely maintaining the sword field, and he was in no condition to continue the battle. Entertain me with your desperate struggle. The crimson flame demon sneered and extended his hand. Fireballs as powerful as an astral sphere started to rain down like a shower. Rayon spread the divine and demonic swords left and right and activated the flame spirit. A beautiful flower bloomed from the tree, flickering silver as it defended against the crimson flame demon's rain of fire. Wham, wham. Thousands of ice shards and fireballs collided, shaking the world with tremendous force. Thick steam rose from the clash, forming a dense, foggy wall. I hope you aren't thinking that was the end of it. The crimson flame demon casually snapped his fingers, and 8 fire tornadoes burst out to surround Rayon. There was no delay between his attacks, probably because of the world tree's power. Crack, Rayon bit his lip to the point of bleeding and swung up his sword to create a sword barrier. He looked behind him while defending against the fire tornadoes. Division leader, escape for now. About that. Rimmer started to respond, but powerlessly fell to his knees. His sword field disappeared completely, and the heat in the surrounding area intensified rapidly. Oh no, he must have reached his limit because he'd been facing the crimson flame demon alone before Rayon had arrived. He should have actually been praised for lasting that long. HMPH. Wrath approached while rubbing his nose, an evil smile on his face. You have no other choice anymore. He bobbed his thick finger. Let the king of essence advent. A fire guy like that will be extinguished in an instant. Wrath shouted at Rayon to stab his stomach already since he would have to do it anyway. Huff. Rayon's feet started to dig into the ground as he got pushed back by the storming fire. He couldn't figure out any other way to overcome the situation. Do I have no other choice? Regardless of Sapia, it was necessary to kill the opponent in order to save himself, Rimmer, Dorian, and Yua. Is Advent the only way? Wrath had told him that the Demon King's advent had a low chance of success, and the side effects would increase the more he used it. If the side effect was even bigger than the previous usage, he might revert to the Master Realm. It was also possible to get an irreversible injury, but I still have to do it. Rayon turned around the demonic sword's blade. He was about to use that sword to turn his own body into a boundary. Wham! A tremendous amount of mana stormed from the World Tree's center. The blue light soaring towards the sky was way too dazzling. The pure water surged as if it had come to life, taking the shape of a giant woman. Her long hair was fluttering like the ocean, and her skin as transparent as a water drop was shining elegantly under the moonlight. The blue goddess, who seemed to be the manifestation of beauty, extended her hand, and blue rain started to fall from the dry sky, which was filled with nothing but smoke. Swaa. The sweet taste of rain acted like a fountain of life to save the dying elves and extinguish the flame scorching the land. Why is that bitch even here? The crimson flame demon's chin trembled intensely as he saw the watery woman floating in the air. Arg! Wrath also screamed, gazing at the woman made of water. Why is that water girl appearing right now? Water girl. Rayon's lips trembled as he looked at the merciful smile of the goddess of water. Is she the water spirit king? Rayon swallowed nervously and saw the spirit king again, noticing that she was carrying someone on her palm. Did Lady Cian summon the spirit king? However, a crimson flame burst from her chest before he could continue his thought. Whap! The energetic and fiery flame poured down towards Rayon instead of ascending to the sky like the water spirit king. Cian widened her eyes while looking at the gigantic woman who was carrying her. Her energy of water had a lot higher purity than spirits who were already close enough to nature. There was no way she wouldn't recognize her even though she'd never seen her before. The water spirit king. The water spirit king smiled gently, confirming her thoughts. Cian couldn't tell for sure, but her smile felt bitter and painful for some reason. Please help us. Cian grabbed the water spirit king's finger and went to her knees. Please, save everyone. Her wish wasn't to kill their enemies or to save herself. She wanted to save her kin that she'd been ignoring so far and the family that always believed in her and waited for her. The water spirit king stared at Cian's eyes for a while and eventually nodded. She extended her hand, and the ashen sky glimmered blue, spreading transparent raindrops around. As the rain that was clear enough to reflect their faces began to fall, life started to return to the dying elves' expressions. Even the severe burns on the head elder and the other elders who'd sacrificed themselves to carve a path for her started to subside. It wasn't ordinary water. It was the source of life, the water spirit king's moon water that was rumored to even revive the deceased, similar to how Ifrit's crimson flame could incinerate everything. PSSSH. The rain of moon water didn't simply save the elves. It even quenched the inextinguishable crimson flame and removed the intense heat. Starin had been dying from the heat, but his dark complexion had slightly improved. Ha! Cian sank to her knees from above the water spirit king's palm and sighed in exhaustion. I'm so glad. I'm really glad. Cian clutched her excited chest and looked downwards. The elves were all looking at her with wide eyes. They had instinctively recognized the spirit king's presence. The elves that had been waiting for her and those who had been looking down on her were all trembling in astonishment. The head elder and the elders were astonished and smiling at the same time. Since she'd managed to summon the spirit king after they tried to save her at the cost of their lives, they must have been surprised and happy at the same time. Those are the expressions that I've been dreaming about. She'd been dreaming about making them surprised like that because she'd thought that everyone looked down on. She'd been thinking that she was going to achieve resonance one day and make fun of them, but she didn't think like that anymore, not after the conversation she'd had with the head elder. She was satisfied with the fact that she'd managed to save everyone. Cian put strength in her trembling legs and stood up. The Crimson Flame Demon and Rayon had also stopped fighting, and they were watching her with widened eyes. Cian smiled faintly while looking at Rayon's round eyes. I'm really thank. She was trying to thank him, but the area around her chest started to hurt again, just like when she'd summoned the Water Spirit King. However, a violent heat could be felt, unlike the previous occasion. Cian couldn't withstand the boiling heat and let out a scream. A radiance of fire even more powerful than the Crimson Flame Demons was unleashed from her chest and fell towards Rayon. Rayon narrowed his eyes while touching the crimson flame surrounding his body. It's not hot. The energy of fire had a higher purity than the Crimson Flame Demon, but he wasn't feeling the slightest pain. It was warm rather than hot. It felt like a campfire warming up his body. However, the warmth wasn't the only thing the Crimson Flame was delivering to him. It was shoving a powerful energy of fire into his body, which had lost most of its aura. Rumble. His dried-up mana circuits were refilled with energy, and a powerful flame was ignited in his empty energy center. Rayon looked at Cian, who was standing on the Water Spirit King's hand. He'd thought that his ancestors' beads might be inside Cian's body, and he must have guessed right. I didn't expect those beads to be the Spirit King's, though. Rayon clenched his fist while looking at the darkening flame. Is the Fire Spirit King of this generation entering my body? Since the previous Spirit King was Ifrit, and he'd become Eden's helmet, Rayon could guess that the huge existence entering his body was the new Fire Spirit King. The Crimson Flame Demon was also surprised at the unexpected situation and watched with trembling lips. His eyes were blazing with madness from behind the helmet. Whap. The Crimson Flame Demon polished his flame like a blade and thrust it towards Rayon, trying to burn him up in an instant. Rayon frowned while looking at the flaming sword approaching him. I need to dodge him. He was about to dodge it because he wouldn't be able to withstand the strike in his condition, but the new Spirit King unleashed its flame and created a wall to block it. Wham! The Crimson Blade and the Crimson Wall clashed against each other, and Crimson Flame engulfed the surroundings. Damn it. The Crimson Flame Demon violently ground his teeth, gazing at the two Spirit Kings that stopped his flame. Ha 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 ha. Irian finally returned and laughed like a madman while looking at Rayon. I told you, he is the Spirit King's contractor. I was right. He tapped on the shoulders of the elves who were watching the scene blankly and shouted that he was right. Is this for real? Did the Fire Spirit King really make a contract with that human? Impossible. But look at that Crimson Flame. It's even more intense than the Crimson Flame Demon's fire. It's really the Spirit King. I can understand Lady Cian, but how could a human become the contractor of a Spirit King? The elves were surprised with trembling eyes, unlike Irian. Rayon couldn't afford to care about what the elves were saying. He was busy checking his own condition. The current Spirit King has no sense of reason. Unlike the Water Spirit King who was protecting Cian, the Fire Spirit King who had entered his body was acting instinctively, without any proper thought. Rayon guessed that it was just born. Is it because of Sieghart's ancestor? Rayon was quite certain that the Spirit King was guided to him by the Ring of Fire or the 10,000 Flames cultivation that he'd inherited from his ancestor. This is my chance. He had practically exhausted his energy, but he could use the Spirit King's energy to keep fighting against the Crimson Flame Demon. Let's try it. Rayon bit his lip and raised the divine and demonic swords. He activated the Ring of Fire in order to use the Spirit King's energy of fire as a replacement for the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Rumble, the rings of fire resonated with each other and naturally started to guide the Spirit King's energy. An extremely cold energy started to flood into him from his left shoulder. How dare you, it was Wrath's doing. He screamed while raising his plump fist. This weasel belongs to the King of Essence. How dare you try to cut in line when you are just a newborn fire guy? Wait a moment. Shut up. An uninvited newcomer needs to be destroyed. Wrath unleashed a tremendous amount of wrath and coldness, saying that he would never allow it. Rumble, the Fire Spirit King also unleashed even more heat than before, threatened by Wrath's energy. Wrath's coldness piercing him from the left and the energy of fire blazing from the right started to compete, and Rayon felt like his energy center was being sliced by a blade. Rip. Since the Crimson Flame Demon's fire was threatening him from the outside, while Wrath and the Spirit King's energies clashed from the inside, Rayon felt like he was going to die both mentally and physically. It's so painful that I want to die, but Rayon bit his lip to the point of bleeding and raised his head. I can use this power, 10,000 Flames cultivation, and Wrath's energy even put him at ease. Rayon figured that he could use both energies like his own. He rotated the rings of fire that had come to a halt again. He increased his soul level to the limit and took control of the energies competing in his energy center and mana circuits. He incorporated Wrath's coldness into the demonic sword blazing in his left hand and covered the divine sword flickering in his right hand with the Spirit King's flame. Wham! The radiating light was at least twice as dazzling as when he created the sword field for the first time. It felt like the darkness of the night faded away and the day had returned. Rayon curled his lips into a smile while pointing his divine and demonic swords at the Crimson Flame Demon. His body felt like it was being torn apart by the Demon King and the Spirit King's energies, but he smiled without showing it on the outside. It's time to end this fight. Shut up. The Crimson Flame Demon violently ground his teeth and unleashed his fiery flame. You're just vermin who's gotten stronger using someone else's power. You're no different. Rayon swung the demonic sword to cut down the Crimson Flame Demon's fire that was rushing toward him. Wham! Even though the Crimson Flame was rumored to be inextinguishable, it disappeared as soon as it touched Wrath's ice, as if it had never existed. How? Crimson Flame Demon's eyes trembled violently as he watched the flame. It's too early to be surprised. Rayon pierced into the Crimson Flame Demon's space. He shoved his divine blade into the opening there. PSSSH, the flame, a mixture of a golden and crimson hue, broke through the flame shield protecting the Crimson Flame Demon and stabbed into his shoulder. Rip, it was different from the other time. Flames and blood were leaking from his shoulder at the same time even though he'd become a spirit. "You bastard!" The crimson flame demon covered his bloody shoulder and stepped back. His bloodlust intensified even further even though his eyes were wavering. Thud! Rayon caught up to the crimson flame demon, stepping upon the land that was scorched black. Arg! The crimson flame demon flailed his arms wildly, scattering the flame spears. It seemed to be a random attack, but every single flame was capable of killing an opponent in an instant. Rayon incorporated the principle of the fangs of insanity into the divine sword and unleashed the blizzard sword art with the demonic sword. The two swords advanced, their trajectories combined as a single attack, connecting under the dappling moonlight. Crack! The flaming spearheads that the crimson flame demon had unleashed with his full power were shot down like cherry blossoms and subsided. His weakened flame couldn't even burn the bushes anymore. Who? The crimson flame demon clattered his teeth as he watched his flame fade away. Rayon advanced with the supreme harmony steps without even wasting his time making fun of the crimson flame demon. I don't have enough time. The transcendental energy that he was using couldn't be maintained forever. His willpower was also at its limit, and he could collapse at any moment. That was why he had to finish the battle as quickly as possible. Clang! He suddenly extended his demonic sword, clashing against the crimson flame demon's fire. As expected of Eden's demon, he kept sucking the world tree's energy until the very end and unleashed all of his remaining energy. Slash! Rayon pulled the demonic sword backward to regain his balance and slashed upwards with the divine sword. Flames scratched at the land and ascended to cut through the crimson flame demon's abdomen. Q-ah! The crimson flame demon raised his hand overhead, even though blood was gushing from his stomach. The fireball bursting from his hand rapidly expanded and became a fireball as huge as the sun. Zap! Rayon bit his lip while watching the flaming sphere getting bigger and bigger. He could hardly approach the crimson flame demon because of the tremendous heat. I'll kill you all. The crimson flame demon launched the huge fireball at once, trying to destroy the world tree itself at the same time as Rayon. The land disappeared as soon as the sphere reached it, and the sky that had cleared up was distorted to the point of shattering. Rayon fixed the grip on his swords while watching the crimson flame demon's fireball, which was as big as the world tree. I need to fend it off. He still had the power of his doormats. In fact, they were still fighting to refill it. Rumble! The fire spirit king's warm flame pushed against his back. Begone already. This is the king of essence's food. Wrath, the king of doormats, unleashed frost even more powerful than the fire spirit king. Rayon focused those two energies into the divine and demonic swords. Even though he was sending them to the swords instead of taking them upon himself, he felt like his hands were bursting and his bones were breaking. He clenched his wrist, which felt like it was about to shatter, and forced his mana circuits to stabilize before he swung down the divine and demonic swords. Even in that situation, Rayon didn't entrust everything to the power, the fangs of insanity, and the blizzard sword arts principles dwelling in the descending blades cut through the center of the crimson flame demon's fireball. Rumble! Fire devoured fire, and frost tore apart the heat. The power of the monarch of wrath and the current fire spirit king even managed to extinguish the crimson flame demon's flame, which had almost reached transcendence. Crack! Rayon could see the crimson flame demon's eyes bulging, as if they were about to pop out amidst the dying embers of the fireball. It looked like he couldn't move properly because he'd added too much power into the fireball. It's over. Rayon advanced his exhausted body and thrust the demonic sword towards the crimson flame demon's neck. But something unexpected happened. His upper energy center closed up from reaching his limit, and the sword field was undone. The demonic sword's long blade disappeared, and the thin and short blade of Requiem was revealed. Damn it. Rayon kept extending his arm and shoved aura into the blade of Requiem, but the time was too short. The short blade of the dagger only managed to slightly brush past the crimson flame demon's neck. It's my victory in the end. The crimson flame demon roared as if he could finally relax and extended his right hand. Crimson flame was unleashed from his huge palm, covering his vision. Whap! Rayon's breath weakened before his skin turned red from the heat. His willpower was also at the limit, and he couldn't think straight. He was staring at the storming flames when a sharp sound piercing through the air came from behind him. PSSSH, the blue arrow suddenly changed its trajectory from the sky and destroyed the crimson flame demon's arm that was approaching him. QA, the crimson flame demon let out an unbefitting scream and stepped back, surprised by the sudden attack. Do it now. Rayon could tell who it was just from hearing the voice. It was Cian. She was supporting him, having become a true high elf after regaining her confidence. Rayon bit his tongue. He stomped the ground with his left foot, steadying his faltering mind, which was about to collapse. He incorporated all of the Spirit King and Wrath's energies that were still competing against each other into his right hand. Wham! Rayon combined the explosive energy into one. He swung down Heavenly Drive, vibrating to the point of breaking, towards the Crimson Flame Demon, who had started to run away. Crack! The Crimson Flame Demon created a wall of fire to defend himself, but Heavenly Drive's blade engulfed by flame and frost cut off his head before he could even resist. The Crimson Flame Demon's transformation into a spirit was undone, and crimson blood gushed from his chest. Tap. Rayon dropped Heavenly Drive from his right hand. He had no more strength left to hold the sword. However, the flame in the Crimson Flame Demon's eyes wasn't extinguished yet. He seemed to have no intention to give up, even though he was on the verge of death. Gah! The Crimson Flame Demon roared loudly and extended his hand towards the World Tree instead of Rayon. A tremendous heat gushed out of his crimson hand, where his skin was completely torn off. He had unleashed a crimson flame by burning his own life. Rumble. Rayon was sent flying to the back as if the heat of the Crimson Flame Demon's fire had slapped his face. "You are just a fire guy. Are you looking down on the King of Essence?" Rayon wanted to attack back, but his head throbbed as if it were about to split apart, with Wrath and the Fire Spirit King still fighting against each other. He felt like he was going to faint, but he forced himself to steady his mind because the Crimson Flame Demon was still alive. Whap! Water flowed down elegantly, as if a waterfall appeared from the sky and blocked the path of the Crimson Flame Demon's fire. It was the Water Spirit King's moon water. "Stop getting in my way." Even though the Crimson Flame Demon coughed up a dangerous amount of blood, he didn't withdraw his flame. It seemed to be his desperate struggle, since he was going to die anyway if he didn't do anything. PSSSH. His flame further intensified and started to evaporate the moon water. Is the Water Spirit King really losing? Rayon shifted his gaze while thinking it was strange, and he could see that Cian was faltering, unable to stand straight. Blood was flowing down from her nose and mouth. Is she at her limit? No, I should be saying that it's strange she managed to last this long. Even though Cian was a high elf, it would be difficult to control the Spirit King's power on her first attempt. She'd already done enough by lasting until then. I need to finish him off. Rimmer was unable to move. The head elder and the elders were severely injured, and the other elves couldn't even get close to him because of the heat. It was up to him to finish the battle, but what can I do? The sword field was closed, and he couldn't even stand straight, let alone swing his sword, because Wrath and the Fire Spirit King were still fighting. The Crimson Flame Demon was solely focused on the World Tree while ignoring Rayon because he was aware of that fact. Wait a moment, he is ignoring me, right? Rayon examined the Crimson Flame Demon, who wasn't even glancing at him, and touched the blade of Requiem in his left hand. I have a way. There was the last move he could make to kill the Crimson Flame Demon. Rayon weakened his grip on the blade of Requiem and stomped the scorched land with his right foot. He connected the rebound rising from his ankle to his thigh, waist, and shoulder to launch the blade of Requiem in an instant. PSSSH. The red blade rushed towards the Crimson Flame Demon's heart, incorporating the principle of dagger throw instead of aura. HMPH. The Crimson Flame Demon only focused on breaking through the Water Spirit King's moon water because he noticed that the blade of Requiem didn't have any aura in it. He seemed to think that the blade of Requiem wouldn't even reach him because of the wall of heat. Whoosh! It was also true in reality. The blade of Requiem faltered, unable to advance because of the Crimson Flame Demon's heat, even though it was wrapped in ghastly energy. Rayon didn't do anything even though he saw that the blade of Requiem was about to be shot down. He was waiting for the right moment. The Crimson Flame Demon realized that the blade of Requiem wasn't a threat to him and fully focused on the Water Spirit King. At that moment, the last ember filled Rayon's eyes. Now, he opened up his upper energy center, which had recovered a little in the meantime. He incorporated his murderous intent to break through the flame and kill the Crimson Flame Demon into the blade of Requiem. Probably because it was such an extreme situation, the blade of Requiem's will connected to his own as if they'd always been together. Rayon got the pleasant feeling of a cool wind blowing into his brain, which felt like it was about to be cooked. The blade of Requiem was falling after losing to the heat, but it stopped wavering and rose back up. The red blade advanced even faster than when it was carrying the astral sphere and broke through the Crimson Flame Demon's fire. Whack! It all happened in an instant. The blade of Requiem shot forward like a ray of light, shattering the Crimson Flame Demon's helmet and piercing straight into his skull. Cough! The Crimson Flame Demon's hand fell powerlessly. His life started to fade away when even a laceration on his chest couldn't kill him. Dancing sword! The Crimson Flame Demon's dry lips trembled as he looked at Rayon. You've been deceiving me all along. No, Rayon exhaled roughly and shook his head. It was a coincidence. He wasn't lying. It was because of the urgency of the situation that he'd managed to connect with the blade of Requiem. If it was an ordinary situation, he would have failed it 100 times out of 100 attempts. Ooh. The Crimson Flame Demon fell on his knees and collapsed. He twisted his lips while extending his hand towards the World Tree. It was within my reach. It was the last thing he said before he perished. Rayon kept watching him just in case, but he didn't stand back up. What a tenacious bastard, Rayon exclaimed and fell backward. I'm really at my limit now. He had exhausted everything, his stamina, aura, and willpower alike. He didn't even have any strength left to keep his eyes open. They should be able to manage with the rest of the enemies. Since he's slain the red demon snake, Cassandra, and even the crimson flame demon, the elves should be able to take care of the rest. To be honest, he couldn't be bothered anymore and just wanted to sleep, because… All right, if you want to struggle so much, then the King of Essence is just going to devour you. Wrath and the Fire Spirit King were still fighting inside him. Wrath had the overwhelming advantage in power, but the Fire Spirit King remained as tenacious as a leech. Stop fighting, you crazy things, I'm really going to die at this rate. Rimmer gasped while crawling towards Rayon, who had collapsed. He really did it in the end. What a monster. Rayon had managed to cut through the Crimson Flame Demon's fire and shattered his skull even though he was way more powerful. Even though the Fire Spirit King and the Water Spirit King had helped, it was an impossible feat to achieve. The last sword technique he did it was the dancing sword. It wouldn't have worked if the Crimson Flame Demon hadn't let his guard down because of how imperfect it was, but Rayon's dagger definitely followed the flow of dancing sword. It was only recently that Grandpa taught him about the sentient arrow. How could he already? It hadn't even been a week since Starin had shown him the principles of sentient arrow. The fact that he'd analyzed that profound principle and made it into his own was shocking. A monster. No, it's not even enough to describe him. He was called a genius at first and a monster afterward, but it was still not enough to describe Rayon. Good job. Rimmer managed to approach Rayon with lots of difficulty and gently stroked his singed blonde hair. Sapia would have turned into ashes and Eden would have gained a new transcender if it weren't for Rayon. Sir Rayon. He looked behind him upon hearing Cian's voice. She was running towards them while wiping her nosebleed with the back of her hand. Yeah, he's also a benefactor for her. There were so many things to thank him for once he woke up from his slumber. Cian, are you… Sir Rayon? She completely ignored Rimmer, knelt in front of Rayon and started to examine his condition. Hey, can't you see how badly injured I am? You are alive. That's enough. Cian murmured that he should just go ahead and apply some ointment or something and grabbed Rayon's hand. Sir Rayon, are you okay? Rayon couldn't respond because he was already unconscious. What should I do? Cian accepted some moon water from the Water Spirit King, which had decreased in size, and poured it into Rayon's mouth. Blood was flowing down from her mouth because of her internal injuries, but her hand never stopped. Rimmer, the head elder, came to them after eliminating the remaining enemies and extended his hand towards Rimmer. Rimmer grabbed the head elder's injured hand and stood up. Ha! The head elder let out a short exclamation while looking at Rayon. What the hell is that monster? Rayon Sieghart. He is currently my disciple and my subordinate, but in the future. Rimmer smiled faintly while gazing down at Rayon, whose eyes remained closed. He will become the king that I'm going to serve. He called him the king with an unusually serious voice. I see. The head elder wasn't surprised, nor did he scold him. He simply nodded, acknowledging that he had the qualities to become the king. We should probably be included in that serving. I told you. He was briefly catching his breath when Irian came up to them and raised his fist. That human, he is the Spirit King's contractor. Irian claimed that his long faith was finally paid back with a refreshing smile on his face. Moreover, he even became the savior of elves on top of being the Spirit King's contractor. My intuition is never wrong. He grinned and shook his hand towards Laren, who was standing there blankly. Laren, you didn't believe in Rayon. How do you feel right now? About that, Laren stuttered, unable to respond. You called me crazy, didn't you? This is what you call a wise investment. Irian looked thrilled about Rayon becoming the Spirit King's contractor, even more than about Sapia surviving. Even his personality had changed entirely. The spiritual realm should be stabilized now since the Water Spirit King and the Fire Spirit King were revived. Be quiet already, he raised his voice and Cian yelled at him while examining Rayon. Lady Cian, Sir Rayon is in a strange condition. Strange? Rimmer hurriedly approached Rayon. Heat and coldness are fighting inside Sir Rayon. The heat must be the Fire Spirit King, but what could the other one be? Cian's head trembled, saying that she couldn't understand it. The other one? Yes, it's a coldness, but it's even more powerful than Elam's. She shook her head, saying that she could sense an energy even more intense and gigantic than the Water Spirit King. Isn't it the second Water Spirit King or something? Or your Water Spirit King made a contract with him at the same time? Irian blinked while looking at Cian. There's no way that's possible. Cian rapidly shook her head and looked at Rayon again. This thing inside Sir Rayon's body is what's the matter? The Fire Spirit King's energy has suddenly disappeared. What's happening? She widened her eyes, unable to understand. It's true. I can't sense the Fire Spirit King's energy anymore. Rimmer and the head elder dropped their jaws, noticing that the Spirit King's energy had disappeared. Then what's going to happen now? Is Rayon in danger? Irian worriedly examined Rayon. No, The coldness is also fading away now and he's being stabilized. Cian shook her head with a sour face. Isn't it because the Fire Spirit King returned to the spiritual realm? Rimmer asked while scratching his chin. I don't think so. Cian shook her head while looking at Rayon's face, which seemed to be at ease. What could have happened? Rayon lifted his eyelids with difficulty. Where am I? He could see a brown ceiling resembling finely woven tree trunks. He seemed to be in a different house, one belonging to an elf instead of the inn where he'd been staying before. Well, I guess it was burnt up. He could guess that he was carried there because everything other than the houses behind the world tree had been turned into ash. It wasn't an easy fight. The Crimson Flame Demon was powerful. More precisely, he became powerful. Rayon could finally understand how overpowered it was to get stronger while fighting. However, Rayon clenched his fist, feeling that his strength hadn't completely returned yet. The duel to the death while using the Fire Spirit King and Wrath's power had slightly improved his realm, which had stabilized after he'd reached Grandmaster. It wasn't just about the realm. The experience of wielding such immense power would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future when he aimed to reach even greater heights. Putting that aside, Rayon closed his eyes and examined his condition once again. The fight in there must have concluded now. He couldn't sense Wrath and the Fire Spirit King's energies anymore, even though they were still fighting when the Crimson Flame Demon was defeated. They both seemed to have left. Wrath must have won. The Fire Spirit King was as persistent as a leech, but there was no doubt Wrath would have prevailed in the end because of the overwhelming difference in power. Wrath, what's up? Rayon called out to Wrath and he slowly crawled out from the bracelet. What happened to the Fire Spirit King? What else? He was crushed by the King of Essence's dignity. He snorted without looking at Rayon. Did it return to the spiritual realm then? Rayon licked his lips. He wanted to see what the Fire Spirit King looked like. That was why it felt regrettable that it had left before it happened. Wrath didn't respond, twitching his plump cheeks. What are you doing, by the way? What do you mean? Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the back of Wrath's head. His cheek couldn't stay still for some reason, and his pronunciation was strange. He almost looked like he was eating something. What are you eating? Huff. Wrath covered his mouth with his chubby hands and shook his head as if he had been caught. Hey. Rayon grabbed Wrath's head and turned it around. As expected, he was chewing something in his mouth. An ominous feeling ran down his spine like a burn. Spit it out. Since Wrath had a spiritual body, there was no way he was eating anything ordinary. He was definitely doing something strange. And no, this is for the King of Essence. Wrath closed his mouth tightly, refusing to spit it out. Spit it out. Rayon grabbed Wrath's mouth. He tried to force it open, but his chin was so strong that Rayon couldn't open it even though he used all his strength. What are you even eating right now? It's a candy. Wrath shook his hand, telling him not to worry about it since it was just candy. Candy? Indeed. It's a strawberry-flavored candy. Don't worry about it. Strawberry-flavored. The mention of strawberry flavor reminded him of what Wrath had told him before. Green spirits taste like green grapes, and red spirits taste like strawberries. Wrath had said it when he was talking about his visit to the spiritual realm. Rayon swallowed nervously and looked at Wrath again. Hey, don't tell me. It's not true. What's not true? Rayon gritted his teeth and walked up to Wrath. He forced his mouth open by mustering all his strength. Tap. A crimson candy fell from the slight gap in Wrath's mouth. The teeth marks all over the candy implied that it had been chewed on many times. It's really candy, huh? Flames. Rayon examined the candy and widened his eyes. A faint ember that was about to be extinguished was blazing around the candy. The flame felt familiar for some reason. In no way, he shouldn't be saying no way because he was certain about it. It was the Fire Spirit King's energy that had helped him during the battle against the Crimson Flame Demon. The Spirit King is dead. Rayon's lips trembled as he clutched his head. The Spirit King appeared after 1,000 years, but he died again. That's why you should have fed the King of Essence when he asked. You food waster. Rayon couldn't suppress his anger and smacked Wrath's head. Walk. Along with the shattering sound of a rock, Wrath's face smashed onto the ground. How dare you hit the king? You should be glad that I didn't beat you to death. Rayon furiously bared his fangs towards Wrath, who was shaking in anger. Wrath was surprised and leaped back while rubbing his face. Rayon sighed and looked at the Fire Spirit King that Wrath had spat out. He could barely feel any energy of fire, unlike during their first encounter. How could you kill it as soon as it was born? That's so mean. The King of Essence warned it so many times to leave. It isn't his fault that it didn't listen to him. Wrath shook his head, saying that he'd done nothing wrong. Even then, you should have just beaten him up a little and sent him away. Why did you go so far? The King of Essence was originally planning to just teach it a lesson. And, the smaller version of the fire guy was glowing weakly like a bead ice cream. It just looked so delicious. Wrath licked his lips, saying that he couldn't suppress his urge. Anyway, it's not the King of Essence's fault. He was just educating that child who dared to hit a boulder with an egg. Shut your mouth unless you want to have nothing but Nadine bread for the rest of your life. Hap, Wrath covered his mouth with both hands and lowered his head onto the floor. Rayon couldn't understand how he was the demon king of wrath when threatening him with food was more effective than pressuring his mind. What should I do? If others found out that the fire spirit king was eaten to death, his achievement of saving the elves would be gone, and they might chase him around as an archenemy for the rest of his life. It had to be avoided no matter what. I'd do anything if I can help it. Rayon examined the fire spirit king while biting his lip and noticed that the ember that was about to be extinguished started to blaze extremely faintly. Is it not dead yet? It was faint, but a small ember started to burn again inside the bead. Rayon extended his hand towards the fire spirit king's bead. He could feel a faint but warm energy from it. I can save it. The reason the fire spirit king had come to him was because it had noticed his ancestors' energy, not because it wanted a contract. Rayon guessed that he could save it by using the 10,000 flames cultivation and the ring of fire were, he purified the 10,000 flames cultivations flame with the ring of fire to create a concentrated flame of extreme purity. He carefully grabbed the fire spirit king and unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivations fire in between his fingers. Whop! A light golden flame seeped into the fire spirit king, creating a radiance similar to the midday sun meeting the evening sunset. Rayon swallowed nervously while watching the fire spirit king's weak breathing. It's being revived. The fire spirit king was only the size of a candy, but it was gradually increasing in size by absorbing the 10,000 flames cultivations fire. It quickly grew to the size of a child, befitting the power of a king even though he was beaten up by wrath. He looks different. The fire spirit king looked like a human male, unlike the lizard helmet that the crimson flame demon was wearing. He was extremely handsome, but his eyebrows were lowered sharply, giving off a fiery impression. The fire spirit king slowly opened his eyes. He didn't look like a human or reptile. His sharp and slitted eyes shifted towards them. Ha! Rayon let out a sigh of relief. I'm saved. The fire spirit king's energy had also returned to being normal. He was really glad that he wouldn't be the archenemy of the elves and the spirits. Did you come to your senses? A human? The fire spirit king blinked. He seemed to be unable to understand the situation yet. It wasn't strange because he just managed to survive being chewed up by a demon king. That energy is strangely familiar. He stood up while meeting Rayon's eyes. Yes, I followed that energy and went to you. The fire spirit king nodded, saying that he was instinctively attracted to Rayon. Rayon didn't like his lack of respect, but he overlooked it since he was a spirit king and was confused. But there was a monster in your body. It was a huge and evil energy that even I, who was born as a king, couldn't withstand. All I could do was to struggle against it. He hung his head, saying that he'd fought to save Rayon, but ended up being defeated. The King of Essence isn't a monster. Wrath had been sulking, but he suddenly stood up. He is the monarch of Hop. Rayon hurriedly ran to Wrath and covered his mouth. However, the Fire Spirit King's eyes were already directed at Wrath. Hua, the Fire Spirit King trembled like a deer facing a carnivorous beast and frantically retreated. It's him, it was him. That monster followed us all the way here. His face turned pale, unbefitting of the Fire Spirit King. He seemed to be feeling Wrath's energy instead of seeing him. Don't worry about him. Rayon shook his head while bouncing Wrath like a ball. He can't do anything in this state. Can't do anything. Don't look down on the King of S. Nadine Bread, Hop. Wrath shut his mouth again as soon as Nadine Bread was mentioned. Huh. The Fire Spirit King widened his eyes while watching Wrath, who became completely obedient in Rayon's hand. What? Why is that monster being so mild? He couldn't believe that the monster who overwhelmed him, who was born as the Fire Spirit King, was being stopped by a human. Don't worry about him. Rayon pushed Wrath away and shook his head. How is your condition? And Nadine Bread. The Fire Spirit King shouted Nadine Bread, which Rayon had mentioned a moment ago. Huh. Wrath shoved his face over Rayon's shoulder and furrowed his brow. Hey, you damned fire guy, do you seriously have a death wish? If it wasn't for this weasel, you would have been chewed to death by the King of Essence. Hua, the Fire Spirit King, remembered how he was being chewed by Wrath and fell backward while curling up. You need to be eaten to the bones. Nadine Bread, Wrath quickly flew towards the Fire Spirit King as if he were going to eat him again. However, as soon as Rayon shouted Nadine Bread, he suddenly stopped mid-air. Nadine Bread's power even ignored the law of momentum. Damn it. I told you to behave yourself. Rayon grabbed Wrath's tail to throw him behind him and walked up to the Fire Spirit King. Like I said before, don't mind him and... Who are you, great sir? The Fire Spirit King straightened his back, treating him with great respect, unlike before. What? You are definitely human. Could you tell me how you managed to tame that monster? Tame? Are you seriously insane? No one in the world can tame the King of Tuzgong. Rayon clicked his tongue and Wrath shut his mouth again. Huh. The Fire Spirit King's jaw dropped, his head trembling in shock. He He seemed to be so shocked that he was terrified. My name is Rayon Sieghart. I'm just an ordinary human. Oh, ordinary. Yes. Rayon casually nodded. You defeated a monster who possesses even more coldness than the water spirit king that was born with me. How could you call yourself ordinary? The fire spirit king shook his head, saying that he had common sense even though he was only born recently. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the fire spirit king's chin tremble. Fortunately, he didn't recognize Wrath. Please tell me, how did you make that monster surrender to you? It was through a battle of willpower. Rayon briefly licked his lips and tapped on Wrath's head. He attacked with his coldness, and I withstood it with willpower and won. How did you withstand that? The fire spirit king dropped his jaw, amazed by the fact that he'd managed to withstand that soul-shattering pain. Please tell me if there's a secret technique for it. You just have to endure it. There's no other way. Rayon shook his hand, saying that it wasn't a big deal. HMPH, that human is the most persistent human in the world. Someone like you won't be able to do it even after your death. Wrath snorted, telling him to not even try it. The fire spirit king stared at Rayon for a long time and slammed his head on the ground while putting his trembling hands on the ground. I'll follow you. Wrath made a strange sound, asking what he was even talking about. I've seen from the records that humans serve the person they respect as their older brother. I will serve you as my older brother from now on. The fire spirit king slammed his head onto the ground again and shouted for him to please accept him. Rayon gasped while looking at the fire spirit king's trembling head. He figured that it was another doormat behavior of Wrath's. Rayon calmed the fire spirit king down and patted his head. I don't deserve to be followed by a king like you. The fire spirit king had told him that he'd fought until the end for Rayon's sake. Since he seemed to be a good spirit king, Rayon didn't want to lie to him. Not at all. The mere fact that you rescued me from that evil fiend's mouth makes you already entitled to my service. Apparently, the spirit king was making a serious mistake right from the start. My name is Ifrit. I'll follow you for the rest of my life, big brother Rayon. Ifrit. Rayon furrowed his brow upon hearing the fire spirit king's name. But wasn't the previous spirit king also named Ifrit? Ifrit means fire spirit king. It's necessary to receive that name to inherit the power. Ifrit nodded, saying that was how spirit kings were always born. Rayon extended the hand that he had been using to rub his chin and unleashed the 10,000 Flames Cultivations flame. Does this flame remind you of anything by any chance? It has a nostalgic feeling. The reason I followed you was because I felt that same emotion back then. Ifrit smiled faintly, saying that it was such a mysterious feeling. As Rayon had expected, Ifrit had come to him because he mistook his fire for his ancestors. It looks like we've been connected since our previous lives, big brother. It was interesting how he was talking about nostalgia and previous life when he was born only recently. Stop with that, big brother, for now. Let me give a small present to you, big brother. Ifrit raised his finger, and a small ember flew from it to reach Rayon's chest. Whap! The warm flame spread throughout his body before he could even stop it and seeped into the mana circuits. It's the hidden fire, usually used to raise a contractor. Hidden fire. If you can make that fire into your own, big brother Rayon's fire should be able to reach a new realm. What do you mean? The effect will be halved if I explain any further. You must realize it on your own to achieve the original purpose. Ifrit shook his head, saying that it wouldn't be effective anymore if he explained everything. I'd like to stay with my big brother, but the spiritual realm is continuously calling me as we speak. It looks like a lot has collapsed while me and Elim have been away. Starin, Irian, and Rimmer also mentioned that the balance in the spiritual realm was broken because 2 spirit kings were missing. Rayon could guess that the other spirit kings were calling Ifrit. We shall be able to meet again soon enough. Ifrit politely lowered his head, became a small ember, and disappeared. Rayon sighed as soon as Ifrit was gone and fell on his ass. It was so hectic. The Demon King chewed the Fire Spirit King in an attempt to eat him, and Rayon managed to save the Fire Spirit King, who now wanted to serve him as an older brother. The situation felt like a dream. Wrath approached him with a frown and tapped on his hand. Rayon quietly grabbed Wrath's head and tail, then stretched him out like he was wringing out laundry. Gui, how long are you going to keep causing issues? The King of Essence was just trying to protect his home. He shook his head, saying that he was just trying to drive the Fire Spirit King away since he was an illegal intruder. Rayon released Wrath and nodded. He isn't exactly wrong. In Wrath's perspective, the Fire Spirit King was the intruder. That was why he must have tried his best to save himself and Rayon. Of course, he should be still called crazy for trying to eat the Spirit King. And Wrath glared at Rayon. You'd better stop being so arrogant towards the King of Essence. The King of Essence has obtained a new power. The King of Essence took that fire guy's energy in order to win against you, although he normally wouldn't even have cared about it. Wrath declared, unleashing a crimson flame from his plump hand. The King of Essence can even use flames now on top of coldness. Rayon rubbed his temple while looking at Wrath's confident expression. What are you even going to do with fire that is weaker than your coldness? Huh, moreover, I have high fire resistance too. Do you want to try it? Rayon shook his finger up and down, telling him to try attacking. PSSH. The flame blazing on Wrath's end was extinguished. He sank to the ground, his shoulders trembling in frustration. Damn it. Rayon was laughing at his ridiculous behavior when the ground suddenly caved in and a baby fox with dirt all over its fur jumped out. Hua, the madwoman. Wrath leaped backward in surprise. Merlin, you're safe. Merlin smiled happily and bobbed her front paw. Her voice was livelier than the previous encounter, implying that she had recovered her power. I've been so worried. She murmured that she was sorry because she had no strength left to do anything even though she wanted to. No, I'm the one who told you not to do anything. Since Eden was the opponent and someone could be watching from another location, Rayon had repeatedly asked Merlin not to take any action. Are you okay? Yes, I've gotten better after some rest. Merlin blushed, saying that she was perfectly fine. How is Eden doing? Did they completely withdraw? The operation was prepared for the Crimson Flame Demon, but he ended up dying. It's over for them. She nodded, saying that they'd planned the incident to make the Crimson Flame Demon stronger. The Fallen must have gotten angry. I think so. He is frowning right now. He is frowning right now? Yes. Merlin smiled cheerfully and scratched the ground with her front paw. We are in the middle of a conference right now. The sky darkened above the blue ocean, where a red sun rose continuously throughout the year. The Fallen was sitting at an antique wooden desk, and he moved his eyes to the right. So did all of them end up dying? To Rayon Zeekhart at that. Why yes, the green-eyed demon nodded. He was wearing a mask with green eyes drawn on it. The Fallen remained silent and tapped the desk with his finger. A mysterious light shimmered on his mask, which was engraved with the face of an extremely handsome young man. I can understand about the red demon snake. Since he was in charge of the operation, he could have died since he wasn't that powerful. However, Cassandra was a grandmaster, and I don't even need to explain about the Crimson Flame Demon. He continued, sweeping his disheveled hair back. The Crimson Flame Demon must have reached the advanced grandmaster's realm after he absorbed the World Tree's barrier. I can't believe that Rayon Zeekhart managed to cut him down. Our Rayon Zeekhart wasn't the only one involved. The High Elf Cian managed to summon the Water Spirit King, even though she was considered incompetent. A newborn Spirit King shouldn't have been able to think properly. In the end, it was Rayon Zeekhart who ruined everything. The Fallen's murderous intent was added to his faint smile. Now that I think about it, there was a strange part about it. Strange part. Rayon Zeekhart should have been a guest in Sapia, but he volunteered to scout the surroundings and appeared on the battlefield even faster than the other guardians. The green-eyed demon lowered his head, saying that he'd found it a bit strange. The Fallen stroked his chin and shifted his gaze to the right. Merlin. His gaze was directed at Merlin, who was sunbathing on the sandy beach. Do you know anything about this? Merlin's eyelids were lifted naturally, swept up by his ghastly gaze. What do you mean by that? Merlin narrowed her eyes and tilted her head. Does he suspect me? The Fallen spoke to her as soon as Rayon's name was mentioned, even though she'd only shown up to the conference. That implied that he was somewhat suspicious of her. She had to ask what he meant before claiming she wasn't related to the matter, because you are still interested in Rayon Zeekhart. The Fallen continued with a calm voice, as if he didn't mean anything special by it. I'm asking what you know about his current state. Am I interested in Rayon Zeekhart? Merlin twisted her lips, slightly lifting the edge of her mask. Are you not? Yes, I am. Merlin nodded while giggling. I should honestly admit it here. A sloppy lie isn't going to work. She had disturbed the 5 demons so many times before to help Rayon. There was no way the Fallen wouldn't be aware of it. I resolved myself to crush Rayon Zeekhart's neck because he devoured Lochter's soul, but I couldn't bring myself to attack him when I saw him because I could sense Lochter's fragrance from him. Merlin furrowed her brow and skillfully mixed the truth and lies. Is that why you disturbed the event prepared by the Holy Sword Alliance, the Black Tower, and the White Blood Religion? As expected, the Fallen was aware that she'd clashed against those 3 factions. Not lying to him was the correct move. Yes. I couldn't let him die on my watch. Is that all? Yeah. Merlin covered her red lips with the old woman's mask, saying that there was nothing more about it. I can somewhat understand you. The Fallen briefly nodded in acknowledgement. Then let me ask again. Do you know anything about how Rayon Zeekhart managed to take action so quickly in Sapia? I don't. Merlin firmly shook her hand and leaned her back against the sand again. I only saved Rayon Zeekhart because I happened to see him. I don't really follow him around, moreover. She raised her finger and shook it left and right. How am I supposed to know what he's doing when I'm right here? You should be able to use magic like that. I told you I don't really care as long as he doesn't die on my watch. I'm not that attached to him to the point where I would do such a thing. Merlin closed her eyes, saying that she wouldn't do it with her personality. The Fallen stared down at Merlin's mask without saying anything. Indeed, that's something you would do. He nodded and lightly raised his gaze again. This matter caused quite a lot of damage. Despite saying that they took a lot of damage, the Fallen's voice wasn't gloomy at all. The Red Demon Snake's death is a good thing, but Cassandra and the Crimson Flame Demon know, regardless of everything, the fact that the Crimson Flame Demon perished instead of regaining his power is the biggest issue. He weakly tapped on the desk with his long, thin finger. The Heavenly Demon's faction is going to put pressure on us. The man wearing a troll shaman's mask briefly clicked his tongue. Those damned things, I'm going to twist their necks if they come to us. The woman wearing a griffin's mask already looked irritated, veins bulging on her neck. That's not a big deal. I can nullify it. The Fallen shook his head and looked up to the sky. The problem is that someone is changing Heaven's flow. Heaven's flow. I read Heaven's flow before we started this incident. The world tree was supposed to burn, the spiritual realm should have collapsed, and I saw that the Crimson Flame Demon managed to reach transcendence. However, his peaceful gaze turned ice cold. The result is the complete opposite. The world tree managed to survive. 2 spirit kings were born, stabilizing the spiritual realm, and the Crimson Flame Demon perished. The heavens flow that I saw was perfectly reversed. The Fallen's eyes became serious as he supported his chin with his fingers clasped together. There aren't that many people who can change heaven's flow. They have to be at transcendence, and the 10 heavens on top of that, and they even have to sacrifice a lot to achieve it. Does that mean that Rayon Sieghart has reached transcendence? That's not true. He shook his head. According to the information left behind by the Red Demon Snake, or rather I should call him the Blue Lizard Snake, he is still at the entry level of Grandmaster. That's why this is even more problematic. Deep dimples were carved at the lower part of the Fallen's cheeks. Because it implies that Rayon Sieghart can change heaven's flow without reaching transcendence. I wasn't going to pay much attention to him, but his eyes dropped towards Merlin, a frightening heat emerging from them. I'll have to change my mind a little. That's what happened. The baby fox raised a hand energetically, as if asking to be praised. Rayon blinked while looking at the fox kit, which was possessed by Merlin. But you are under suspicion now. Judging from what the Fallen had said, he was pretty much saying that he would be watching Merlin, even though he hadn't said it directly. No, he might have already guessed Rayon's relationship with Merlin was as dangerous as he was. Yes, you're right. Why don't you care when you know that fact? I've been telling you. Merlin gently waved her front paw. I don't have any attachment to Eden. It was already the case in the past, and I really don't care at all anymore. She shook her head, saying that she was only remaining in Eden in order to leak their information. That's not even the issue. You're in danger. I love it whenever you worry about me. I want to record it. Merlin's cheeks blushed, and she twisted her back feet. Ha, she's seriously insane. Wrath escaped into the ice flower bracelet, saying that he couldn't watch anymore. Take it more seriously. You are already in danger. I know, Merlin casually nodded, but it was worth taking the risk. What? I ended up under suspicion, but I managed to save you in return. I'm satisfied with that. She smiled, saying that it was enough for her. Her bright smile showed that she was serious about it. Rayon sighed, clutching his head. He couldn't scold her anymore after what she said, but he still had to say this. You did manage to save me, and I'm thankful about it, but you should care more about yourself now. Rayon ignored Merlin and looked into her eyes. Don't approach me anymore in your main body. You should never do that, even if I'm in danger. I'll try. Don't just try. Do it no matter what. And Rayon raised his finger and pressed onto the nose of the baby fox. Make preparations to escape. Judging from the Fallen's reaction, he might have already started to investigate her. It was extremely important for her to prepare an escape route. I've roughly prepared it, but I'll make sure to think about it since you said it. Merlin caressed Rayon's hand with her front paw, telling him not to worry about her. That's fine. Rayon sighed and nodded. I'm feeling full at this point because you're worried about me so much. Merlin laughed happily and let out a small burp. The fact that she looked cute because of her appearance as a baby fox made him irritated. I'll be leaving now since I managed to confirm your safety. She looked up to the ceiling reflecting the sunlight, saying that the time was up. Rayon straightened his back and swallowed nervously. What is it this time? He nervously waited for Merlin to continue, and she swept her front paw into the air. This one wants to be groomed. Groomed. Grooming refers to how animals use their tongue to tidy their fur. They sometimes groom each other as a way of bonding. Tongue. Rayon's jaw dropped as he looked at the baby fox. This one lost its parents recently, and it's all alone now. It said that it wants to be groomed, even from a human. Merlin caressed herself, saying that it was a poor child. Rayon couldn't refuse after hearing the baby fox's story. He would have to groom it with not just his tongue but even his heart. Wrath secretly crawled out and covered his mouth. How pitiful. He said it was pitiful, but Rayon had the feeling his lips would be curved into a smile if he took off the hand covering his mouth. I'll leave it to you. Merlin waved her hand and left. The black eyes of the baby fox met his own. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the baby fox. It was even more difficult to refuse after meeting its eyes. Let me mentally brace myself. Rayon closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let's just do it 10 times. My tongue might get a bit sore, but... Rayon opened his eyes after he prepared his mind, and the baby fox was smiling like a human being. Hoo-hoo. Merlin, Rayon pushed the baby fox away since Merlin's voice was coming from it. You are definitely different from other people. Merlin smiled happily, saying that she knew he would do that. Grooming doesn't have to be done with your tongue. You can just caress it with your hand. She grinned, saying that his behavior was interesting. I'll really leave now. That was the last thing she said, and the baby fox's eyes glowed with a light brown hue. She really must have left this time. The baby fox chittered and approached his knee, rubbing its face against it. Yeah, I'll do it as much as you want. Rayon let the baby fox sit on his knee and carefully stroked it from head to tail. Stroke it properly. Tidy every single strand of fur. I get it, so be quiet, please. Yip. The baby fox wagged its tail happily with smiling eyes. It's not only good for this guy. For some reason, he was also feeling at ease even though he was just caressing the baby fox. Grooming must be giving him peace of mind. Rayon stroked the baby fox for a while and the door was opened, letting Rimmer, Dorian, and Yua enter the room. Sir Rayon, you woke up. Dorian came running, fell onto his knees, and lowered his head. Does it hurt anywhere? He sniffled, saying that he was worried a lot. Look at him, I told you there was no need to worry about him. He has a body of steel. Rimmer patted Rayon's shoulder with a grin. Young master. Yua ran towards Rayon, carrying the tray she'd brought with 2 hands. Watch out. Rayon caught Yua with the hand that was caressing the baby fox. GRR. The baby fox narrowed its eyes, asking what was going on. Huh, what is that fox? It was next to me when I woke up. Since he couldn't tell them that Merlin was possessing it, Rayon simply pointed at the hole where the baby fox had come in from. It must have entered through there. Wow. Yua looked at the fox with sparkling eyes. Do you want to pet it? Yes. Rayon nodded and picked up the baby fox to give it to Yua. Good boy. Yua held the baby fox in her arms and caressed it like it was something precious. Rayon watched Yua and the fox for a while, then shifted his gaze towards Rimmer. Is it over now? Why are you asking me that? You dealt with everything. Rimmer smiled, saying that it was already over when the Crimson Flame Demon was defeated. I was asking just in case. It ended nicely. Grandpa survived, and the World Tree has also survived. Some of my kin have died, but it was inevitable. He murmured with a bitter voice that Rayon shouldn't worry about it. You should eat for now since you must be hungry. Dorian picked up a steamy yellow soup from Yua's tray and handed it over. It looked like a corn soup with small pieces of bread, and it had no scent whatsoever, which was rather interesting. Ooh, Wrath thoroughly licked his lips while looking at the soup. Soup is great since you've been starving this whole time. Eat it right now. I guess I'm hungry. Rayon nodded and ate a spoonful of the soup. Even though it had no scent, the taste of rubber spread all around his mouth as soon as he put it in his mouth. Kua. Is this? The soup is made with Nadine bread. Rimmer smiled while pointing at the soup. I prepared something that would fill you with a single bite because I figured you wouldn't be able to eat that much, as your stomach shouldn't be in good condition. I see. Rayon briefly responded and looked at Wrath. His plump body started to shine red. You damn Eden bastards. Don't worry. Wrath raised his fists and violently ground his teeth. The King of Essence will annihilate all the shitty ears in your stead. This is pretty good. Rayon ignored Wrath's wrath and continued to eat the Nadine bread soup. As soon as the rubber taste seeped into his tongue, Wrath's wrath was naturally extinguished. This damned land. He's never coming back here. Huh. Starin slowly lifted his eyelids. An intense exhaustion and pain were spreading in his serious eyes. Protector, you are awake. The guardians guarding the World Tree came running at him. I did wake up, but I must be too late. Starin sighed while looking at the scorched roots and trunk of the World Tree. Do you already know what happened? The head elder, who was running the temporary barrier, walked up to Starin and lowered his head. I don't know the details since I was in resonance. All I could tell was that the Word Tree was in intense pain. Starin furrowed his brow, saying that he could feel the burning pain when he was inside the World Tree. Then please allow me to explain. The head elder sighed briefly and sat next to Starin. It started with Rayon Sieghart. He suggested that we scout the World Tree, saying that he had a bad feeling. He explained everything that had happened so far to Starin. I see, so that's what happened. The Spirit Kings. Starin wasn't too surprised even when he'd heard that Rayon and Cian controlled the Spirit Kings, implying that he'd somewhat guessed the situation. We are largely indebted to that youngster. Indeed, if we take into account Lady Cian's awakening as well, it will be difficult to repay the debt. The head elder nodded in agreement. You look different somehow. Starin narrowed his eyes while looking at the head elder. Because I couldn't stay the way I was before after what I witnessed. I see. Starin's lips curved into a faint smile and he stood up. He almost sank back to the ground, but the head elder supported him. What is Cian doing? She's patrolling around Sapia instead of the Protector to remake the World Tree's barrier. That's something I wanted to teach her. He briefly clicked his tongue, indicating his genuine regret about it. Would you like to check on her? I would, but I have a task that needs to be done beforehand. Indeed. The head elder nodded with a gentle smile on his face, implying that he knew what he meant. That task has the highest priority. Rayon left his room upon hearing that Starin had awakened. Is the protector all right? You'll be surprised to see how fine he is. Rimmer nodded with a grin. I don't even know how long my grandpa is going to continue being the protector. He clicked his tongue, saying that he was so tough. Despite what he was saying, Rayon could guess that he couldn't even sleep at night with his worry. Rayon furrowed his brow while walking the path leading towards the World Tree. So much has been burnt. The path between Sapia and the World Tree was full of ash. Even for the elves, it would take a long time to restore the forest. Don't worry about it. Rimmer shook his hand, noticing his thoughts. The forest will be revived as long as the elves are here. This much isn't that difficult to revive. He smiled, saying that he could say that for sure. You should mind yourself instead. Have you tried the dancing sword again? I did, but it didn't work. It must have been a coincidence after all. I'm glad to hear that. If you could do it right away, I would have given up on wielding a sword and opened a gambling house instead. Didn't you already open it at this point? You usually commute to it all week long. You're exaggerating. Rayon walked while joking with Rimmer, and he reached the World Tree before he knew it. However, most of the elves living in Sapia were gathered, instead of just having Starin there. What? Rayon stopped walking, thinking that it was strange. We aren't there yet. Rimmer caught Rayon's wrist and dragged him to the center of the World Tree. I've guided him here. He went next to Starin and grinned at Rayon. You've awakened. I'm glad to see that. Rayon awkwardly lowered his head to Starin. Starin smiled faintly and looked up to the World Tree. Even though more than half of the trunk was burnt, it wasn't enough to truly harm the huge tree. I felt the burning pain when I was united with the World Tree. I was aware that it was caused by an attack from the outside, but it was impossible to get out of the resonance. He briefly clicked his tongue while touching the part that was burnt. I thought it was all over since even the World Tree was being attacked, but I suddenly sensed pure energies of fire and water. They were noticeable even though I was in resonance. It allowed me to grasp onto a faint hope. Starin's gaze shifted. It was different from before. He used to see him as a praiseworthy grandson, but his gaze now incorporated his respect directed at someone standing on the same rank as him. He wasn't the only one. Every elf was looking at him the same way, including the head elder and Irian. Let me be the first. Rimmer walked up to Rayon. He put his left hand onto his right shoulder and went on one knee. The Blossom Branch clan greets our benefactor, D-Division leader. Before Rayon could even question him, Irian stepped forward from the left and made the same posture as Rimmer. The Cotton Branch clan greets our benefactor. The Shiwa Branch clan greets our benefactor. The Marin Flower clan greets the Karen Stem clan. The clan chiefs weren't simply shouting their words. Their sincerity transferred through their wills and tickled Rayon's heart. Sapia's protector greets the benefactor of our tribe. Starin stepped forward in the end. He also went on his knee and politely lowered his head. His solemn attitude was the same as when he was facing the World Tree. The head elders, and every elf standing behind Starin placed their right hand onto their left shoulder and went on their knees. It was an elven courtesy, only done when they were showing their sincerity. They revealed themselves in a posture as straight as a branch to deliver their honest intentions. The minds of every elf were resonating. The World Tree spread its bent branches like wings, scattering transparent leaves into the air. The hundreds of elves raised their voices under the dappling sunlight. Greetings to the benefactor of our tribe. Cian glared at Laren, who was running behind her as she made her way through the forest. Why did you not tell me? I didn't want to disturb you because you were focused on the barrier. Laren briefly lowered her head, meeting Cian's eyes. You can still talk. Cian's red lips pouted. I'm sorry. Whatever. Focus on running quickly. She dashed towards the World Tree, saying that it was fine as long as she could quickly reach their destination. Laren narrowed her eyes while looking at the water shoes surrounding Cian's feet. She's really changed. Cian was originally the least talented elf in Sapia. She was bad at combat, she couldn't summon any spirits, and she couldn't even stand in front of others because she was too shy. However, her life had completely changed after she'd summoned the Water Spirit King. Just like when a dam blocking a river is destroyed, she became capable of controlling the mana of nature as if it were her own. She gained a natural talent in martial arts, and her spirit summoning was unmatched in the entirety of Sapia. Not even a week had passed after Eden's invasion, but no one other than Starin and the head elder could win against her anymore in Sapia. She is so respectable. Even though Cian had been looked down upon for her entire life, she'd confidently forgiven her kin, who had been humiliating her even after she gained the power and talent. Her mindset itself was completely extraordinary. However, there were times when Cian's wisdom and benevolence would completely break down. Rayon Sieghart. Just like what she was doing, she didn't care about anything else whenever Rayon was involved. It was the same when Rayon was unconscious. She gathered every precious medical material in Sapia to make them into an elixir to feed him. She almost gave off the impression that the human called Rayon was more important than Sapia to her. Well, it is actually understandable. The entirety of Sapia would have turned into ash if it weren't for Rayon, so she could at least understand why Cian cherished Rayon so much. Lady Cian, please slow down a little. It's difficult to follow. Laren smiled faintly as she watched Cian, who seemed to be riding the wind. We are almost there. Keep it up for a moment. Even though she encouraged Laren with her words, she increased the speed even further. She even used the wind spirit to advance and stopped in front of the World Tree's barrier. Hundreds of elves were kneeling in front of Rayon and were loudly calling him their benefactor. The letters in the biography of Rayon Sieghart tickled her brain as she faced that majestic scene. Even though she'd never seen those scenes before, she could still imagine them. I have to write this one. The reason she was born was to witness that scene and put it into words. She was feeling a sense of duty. She had to write that part even if she had to bribe the author of the biography of Rayon Sieghart. Cian clenched her fist, a new resolution in her mind. Rayon's fingers trembled as he watched the elves bowing at him politely. Chills ran down his spine because the sincerity of the elves under the World Tree pulled at his heartstrings. He did play an important role during Eden's attack, but he definitely didn't deserve such a huge expression of gratitude. You idiot. Rayon was about to shake his hand to refuse when Wrath popped out. Are you going to act humble again, saying that you only did your job? What? Being humble isn't always a good thing. Wrath raised his plump finger and pointed at the elves. Those shitty ears are serious. If you refuse their gratitude just because you feel uncomfortable with it, you would be disregarding them. He furrowed his brow, telling him that he shouldn't disregard their favor. Rayon looked at the elves again, following Wrath's finger. Like he'd said, they were simply expressing their gratitude. Refusing it just because he felt uncomfortable was indeed an act of disrespect and disregard towards them. I never thought I would learn something from you. The King of Essence has been telling you. He is more human than you. That might really be true. Rayon smiled faintly and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. Sieghart's Light Wind Vice Division leader, Rayon Sieghart, accepts Sapia's gratitude. Holding the sword in a reverse grip, he pointed the tip towards the ground and pulled the hilt towards the chest. It was the sword salute from Sieghart. He sincerely responded to the sincerity of the elves. Staren's lips curved into a smile upon seeing Rayon's polite and confident demeanor. Staren stood up. The other elves raised their heads after him. That's rare coming from you. Rimmer came up next to Rayon and tapped his shoulder. You always took a step back whenever this kind of thing happened and made it awkward for everyone. He smiled cheerfully, showing that he was in a good mood. I can't be the same forever. Hey, you weasel, Wrath barked at him. The King of Essence helped you. Rayon nodded while looking at Wrath, who started to rampage. Someone told me to stop pretending to be humble. I don't know who said that, but they are so right. Rimmer bobbed his hand while giggling. They must be the type of person who always says the right thing, someone with a cool personality. Wrath cleared his throat while looking at Rimmer. Even shitty ears can be right sometimes. He grinned in satisfaction. Rayon couldn't understand how a demon king was so weak against compliments. Rayon Sieghart. Staren stepped in front of him with a gentle smile on his face. He thanked him once again and patted his shoulder. I'm also thankful to you. Sentient Eros, Principles, Protector. It was true, if his will hadn't managed to connect with the Blade of Requiem at the end of the fight, the Crimson Flame demon would have been the victor instead. What? Staren widened his eyes, unable to comprehend. Did you really achieve that? I was just lucky. Rayon briefly explained the battle he had against the Crimson Flame demon. Staren's chin trembled because the explanation had made it even more difficult to comprehend. Even though your will managed to reach the possessed sword, how could a novice grandmaster achieve the dancing sword? Grandpa, I already told you. Rimmer curled his lips into a smile while looking at Staren's eyebrows as they soared upwards. You shouldn't judge my disciple with common sense. He shook his head while patting Rayon's head. Just like we have high elves among elves, he is a high human. Don't apply any common sense to him. What are you saying now? Rayon sighed while looking at Rimmer. That might be true. However, Staren blinked as if he believed it. That showed how surprised he was by the dancing sword. That's not true. I'm an ordinary human. Rayon quickly shook his hand. At this point, his nonsense is more believable than a novice grandmaster using the dancing sword. Staren gasped while pointing at Rimmer. Moreover, he is the Fire Spirit King's contractor. I'm sure there was no human like him in the continent's history. Irian stepped forward and gave a big nod. He was now talking about the continent's history. He was as strange as Rimmer. That's not true. Everyone's gazes shifted to the right upon hearing the weak voice. Her blonde hair, similar to melted sunlight, wavered into the air, and her eyes, as blue as the reflected moonlight, glowed a wistful color. People would fall speechless just from facing her eyes because of her overwhelming beauty. She was outstanding even among the elves, who were considered to be the most beautiful race. Lady Cian. Ah, yes. Cian hung her head, blushing. Even though she wasn't in a blanket anymore, her voice was even quieter than before. You took off the blanket now. Cian nodded, still staring at the ground. Cian, what did you mean when you said it's not true? Starin shook his hand, urging her to continue what she was trying to say. Sir Rayon isn't the Fire Spirit King's contractor. Lady Cian, what do you mean by that? Irian stomped the ground powerfully in disbelief. Rayon is the Fire Spirit King's contractor, regardless of what anyone says. You must have also seen him fight alongside the Spirit King. He's not. Cian confidently shook her head, unlike when she was talking to Rayon. I heard it from Elam. She raised her trembling gaze and looked at Rayon. Sir Rayon is the Fire Spirit King's big brother. Everyone under the World Tree stopped breathing for a moment upon hearing Cian's strange declaration. Huh, what does that mean, be big brother? He's not a contractor, but a big brother. Us. Starin, Rimmer, and Irian widened their eyes to the ridiculous statement, and Rayon closed his eyes tightly. Please, he could guess that the strawberry-flavored Spirit King talked about him in the spiritual realm. Why is Rayon the Spirit King's big brother? Rimmer rapidly blinked, saying that he couldn't imagine how it happened. I'm not sure either. I only heard that Ifrit said he would serve Sir Rayon as his big brother as soon as he returned to the spiritual. Cian shook her head, saying that even the Spirit Kings didn't know the exact reason. Ha. Rayon sighed upon hearing that part. That's a relief, at least. He was contemplating how to explain the presence of Wrath, but Ifrit fortunately hadn't mentioned the important part. It was actually understandable because he would have had to tell them about how he was eaten by Wrath if he wanted to explain the circumstances. It could be called a natural outcome in a way. He is his big brother instead of contractor. Irian's lips trembled as he looked at Rayon. I knew it, my eyes weren't wrong. I noticed his spirit since the first time we met. He shouted that his sixth sense was the best among the elves. That's not the important part right now. The head elder pushed Irian aside and stood in front of Rayon. How did you even become the Fire Spirit King's big brother? Why yes, please tell us. What did you even do? The elders and the elves also swarmed next to him, curious about how it happened. About that. Rayon wrinkled his nose and sighed. How shall I explain this? He could never tell them the truth. He tried to muster his thoughts when a dazzling light suddenly sparkled in the sky. Wahap! The World Tree spread its wings of branches, just like during their first encounter. The majestic energy of nature condensed in between the transparent leaves with a dazzling and beautiful radiance. Whir. The sphere of light glimmered like a comet, gradually dimming before gently hovering in front of Rayon, as if riding on a cloud. Rayon instinctively extended his hand, and the clear radiance subsided, revealing a fruit slightly bigger than an apple. He's never seen the fruit before. There was some kind of concentric emblem on the peel that looked beautiful and complex, like a piece of art. It had a red color like a strawberry and looked so tasty that it made him want to put it in his mouth right away. The most impressive part was its fragrance. Even though it wasn't even cut, the sweet and pure fragrance was tickling his nose. The fruit. The head elder's jaw dropped as he looked at the red fruit. It's the World Tree's fruit. The World Tree gave away its fruit. Is this the World Tree's fruit? It wasn't just the head elder. Every single elf around him was shocked to see the fruit, their lips trembling. Rayon had heard that the World Tree's fruit was an amazing elixir, but it was unexpected that the elves would be so surprised by it. It's only natural. Starin swallowed nervously, looking at the World Tree's fruit. The World Tree's fruit is rumored to grow once every 100 years, but it's actually given by the World Tree only when it wants to. Since it's pretty much a divine fruit, it's not strange at all that they are surprised. He gasped, saying that they should be complimented for not fainting from the sight of it. Can I really accept such a precious? Accept it, Wrath shouted, almost screaming. Accept it no matter what, you stupid weasel. Why are you keeping up with that shitty humble act after everything the King of Essence told you? He furrowed his brow, saying that Rayon shouldn't ignore the World Tree's favor. Say that again after wiping the drool from around your mouth. Wrath was pretending to advise him even though drool was flooding from his mouth. Hop, he quickly swept away the drool and licked his lips. Anyway, you have to accept it no matter what. Why are you so considerate to others when you keep sucking the King of Essence's power like an anteater? Wrath raised his hands, saying that he would curse him forever if he didn't eat the fruit. Starin shook his head in disbelief. You must be the only one who can say that with the World Tree's fruit in front of you. That's his problem. It's so frustrating to watch, unbefitting of Sieghart. Rimmer sighed and pushed back the World Tree's fruit that Rayon was holding. This is yours. Since the World Tree personally bestowed it upon you, you are the only one entitled to it. Everyone in this place witnessed that fact. He is right, take it. I have to admit it since it happened right in front of my eyes. That's right. Sir Rayon has to take it. The head elder, Irian and Cian nodded in agreement. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the elves. Everyone feels like the division leader, then I'll take it gratefully. Rayon hugged the World Tree's fruit and lowered his head at Starin and the elves. Wahap! The World Tree's branches spread into the sky and started to flutter along the sunlight's trajectory. It looked like the World Tree was smiling happily. Wrath laughed frivolously while looking at the World Tree's fruit. World Tree's fruit. It was worth coming to this boring place. Happiness finally arrived after all of that Nadine bread. He was rejoicing as if the world tree's fruit was already in his mouth. Look at those stupid elves. They must be so jealous right now because this weasel took away their fruit. I don't think anyone is thinking like that, though. They are just pretending. No one would be laughing when someone took what should be theirs. Wrath clicked his tongue, scolding his naivety. Eat it right now before someone takes it away or you lose it. And laugh at the shitty ears that created the Nadine bread. He seemed to despise the elves because of the Nadine bread. Rayon sighed while thinking that this demon king was so annoying. You've become the benefactor of the elves. You've gained the fire spirit king's respect. You've achieved a great deed. All stats have increased by 25. The messages appearing in front of his eyes were rewards for the incident. QA. Wrath's dazzling smile bent into a strange angle. However, more messages were coming. The 10,000 Flames Cultivation's mastery has increased. Glacier's mastery has increased. Fire affinity has increased in rank. Fire resistance has increased in rank. The second set of messages announced the increase in his mastery of the 10,000 Flames Cultivation and Glacier. His Fire affinity and Fire resistance had gained a whole rank, probably because he had to withstand the Crimson Flame Demon's fire. The title, respected by a Spirit King, has been created. The endless messages finally stopped appearing after the title was created. I always loved this announcement. Rayon clenched his fist, feeling the sensation of the vitality returning to his body that hadn't completely recovered yet. Wrath, on the other hand, was on the verge of crying as he watched the messages with a trembling body. Are you jelly? Rayon curled his lips into a smile while watching Wrath, who was clutching his stomach with trembling shoulders. Yeah, he's so jelly he could die. Wrath shouted that he couldn't take it anymore and attacked him while baring his fangs. Kaya. Sieghart. Lord's Manor. The master of shadow agents, Chad, was looking at the report in his hand with a trembling chin. It says that Eden attacked Sapia. The Crimson Flame Demon wearing the helmet of the previous Fire Spirit King came along with the Ashen Elves who betrayed Sapia. He swallowed nervously and read the letters written on the report. Oh no, Ares clenched her fist and turned around. I'll go there. She immediately took a stance to get ready to dash off, saying she was heading straight to Sapia. He's not finished yet. Keep reading. Glenn stopped Ares and pointed his chin at Chad to ask him to keep reading the report. Ah yes, the Light Wind Vice Division leader and... Chad checked the last part of the report, then recited to them about how Rayon managed to save Sapia and even obtained the World Tree's fruit. Oh ho, Ares tied up her hair and turned around again. I need to go right now. Where are you even going when it's already over? Eden's demons won't be there. They are going to hold a festival because it's over. Since I'm Rayon's aunt, I should be treated as a national guest. She even used footwork to dash towards the door. Ha Roan, hu. Roan appeared like a ghost and stood in Ares' way. Please hold back. Ares could only frown because she couldn't bring herself to attack Roan. I've never heard the elves using the word benefactor. It's truly a great deed. Cheryl gasped while looking at the report that Chad was holding. He even became the Spirit King's contractor. I can't even guess how far he is going to reach. Roan's face hardened unusually, showing his surprise. HMMH. The sudden sound of someone holding back their laughter made everyone look above the platform. Did you hear a strange sound just now? Ares tilted her head in bewilderment. Since everyone except for her was already aware of who'd made that laughing sound, they didn't say anything. I am surprised by this part. Chad shook his head while pointing at the report. The World Tree personally bestowed a fruit upon him. Since the fact that a human saw the World Tree is already a historical moment, he should be the only person who has ever gotten the World Tree's fruit. He always surpasses our imagination. Roan nodded in response to Chad's surprise. At this point, even diplomacy with the elves should be a possibility. Cheryl smiled, saying that a new path had opened up. I told you, Rayon was born with it. Once he becomes the head of house, Sieghart will flourish beyond anything it is today. HMMPH. As soon as Ares complimented Rayon, that sound of suppressing laughter could be heard again. What? Who is doing that? Who else is on the platform? Ares went onto the platform and searched all around it. She blinked, unable to think that the owner of that platform could have made that sound. What are you doing right now? Go down. Glenn removed the hand covering his mouth and frowned at Ares. I really heard it, though. Ares tilted her head, saying that it was strange. Since Rayon became the benefactor of the elves, an ordinary reception wouldn't be suitable, right? Glenn briefly cleared his throat and implied that they should give Rayon a warm welcome. Oh, of course, we should prepare a grand welcome. Chad clapped his hands, shouting that they should obviously do that. Indeed, since Rayon's achievement will be extremely helpful for our diplomacy, we shall treat him accordingly. Cheryl nodded with a refreshing smile on her face. Hoo, Roan laughed gently, simply enjoying the situation. Then I'll go fetch him. Ares nodded and immediately ran towards the door. Behave yourself already. Under the vast branches of the world tree, the elves were gathered in small groups, engaging in light chatter or sipping liquor, their sweet fragrances wafting through the air. Rayan rubbed the back of his neck while watching the small banquet of the elves. The mood is so bright. He decided to participate because he'd heard it was a banquet to comfort the deceased, but the elves were drinking fruit wines with faint smiles on their faces. Since Rayan had thought it was going to be a funeral, he was a bit confused by the light-hearted atmosphere. Stop minding those trivial details. Wrath landed on his shoulder and looked around rapidly. Getting rid of the food before it gets cold takes priority. He pointed at the table with dishes, urging him to start eating already. Wait a moment. Why are you lacking in appetite so much? You need to eat a lot to grow taller. You aren't my mom. Rayan shook his head, listening to Wrath's complaint. The King of Essence is taking care of you in our mom's stead. Yeah. Since Wrath had helped during the previous incident, Rayan picked up a well-baked pie and put it in his mouth. It was a bit hard, but the nuttiness of the bread and the juiciness of the berry formed a delicious harmony, spreading throughout his mouth. It was giving off a luxurious and comforting flavor, probably because of the high-quality ingredients used for it. Wow, it's so sweet. Wrath exclaimed, clenching his fist tightly. This is it. This taste makes life worth living. He started to dance with his shoulders, his expression filled with happiness that hadn't been there in a really long time. That one next, that fruit brushed with honey looks tasty. Seriously. Rayan chuckled and ate the food that Wrath wanted. Because he kept making so many requests, Rayan was starting to get full even though he only tried out one of each food. Where is the fruit wine? He turned his head around, looking for a drink, and he could hear the voices of Rimmer and elven children from under a tree in the right corner. What is he doing with the children? Rayan tilted his head and walked up to the area under the tree where Rimmer was located. When you have 5 cards with the same pattern like this, it's called a flush. If you get consecutive numbers on top, it's called straight flush instead. Rimmer grinned while teaching the children about poker hands. The probability of getting a flush is less than 0.2, and the straight flush is only 0.01. However, it happens unexpectedly often when you are actually in a game. This is the fun part about poker. Rayan swallowed nervously as he watched Rimmer teach the children about poker. Seriously, that shitty ears. He unconsciously called him shitty ears because of his pathetic demeanor. At least he seems to be teaching them as a game. Rayan would have kicked him already if he was teaching it about gambling, but Rimmer seemed to be teaching it as a simple game. Then let's take them out, everyone. Rimmer taught them a few other hands and snapped his fingers. Yes, the children nodded and took out some small golden accessories and gems from their inner pockets. Yes, we need those sparkling things to play this game. Let's try a few games with me and... Stop it, you degenerate. Rayan couldn't withstand it anymore and kicked Rimmer's back. Gway. He couldn't resist the sudden impact, his face smashing into the ground. Who is it? Rimmer briskly stood up, soil all over his face. Who dared to hit the master of the Spirit King's summoner? The Spirit King's summoner himself. Rayan was glaring with a frightening gaze as if he was about to draw his sword. Ahahaha. Rimmer laughed awkwardly, walked up to him and grabbed his shoulder. Welcome. What are you doing right now? Rayan sighed while looking at Rimmer's pale face. It's boring for children with only the adults around. I was just playing with them. Rimmer shook his head, saying that it wasn't a big deal. Then what are those golden accessories? Rayan furrowed his brow, pointing at the gold and gems that the children were holding. You should be aware, but gems and gold aren't that precious for elves. Since they aren't going to use them anyway, it's better for me to use them since I know how valuable they are. The King of Essence is so tired of that shitty ears. Even Wrath was sighing at his ridiculous behavior. It was even more impactful because an exasperating guy was calling another person exasperating. He is a bad person, so you should never trust him. Rayan shook his hand, meeting the children's eyes. Return the gold and gems to their original locations. Yes, I'll do it. Since the elven children believed that Rayan was the Spirit King's summoner, they nodded with sparkling eyes. Rimmer groaned in pain as Rayan watched the children return to their parents. The goal was right under my nose. You should be glad that I stopped you. If it was the protector who saw you, you would have been stabbed by an arrow by now. That might be true. Rimmer nodded, his shoulders trembling in fear. By the way, the funeral's atmosphere is rather bright. Rayan briefly licked his lips while looking at the funeral again. That's because. It's because the elves become one with nature upon death. The answer came from Laren, who approached from the left side instead of Rimmer. She stood next to Rimmer, holding 2 round glasses in her hands. Become one with nature. Death isn't considered the end for the elves, but a new start instead. They melt into nature and return to a new life. Laren explained that the banquet wasn't a funeral to comfort the deceased, but a farewell ceremony to say goodbye to their precious ones. She's right. Rimmer nodded, a faint smile on his face. Death of kin doesn't simply mean sadness for the elves. Despite his words that death wasn't mourned by them, bitterness still lingered in his eyes. I see. Rayon nodded faintly. The difference between human and elf beliefs must have caused that light-hearted atmosphere at the funeral. You should also eat something and enjoy it. That's how we comfort the deceased here. Rimmer advised and extended his hand towards Laren. I didn't. Laren walked past Rimmer and handed a glass to Rayon. This is fruit wine made in the Cotton Clan. It should help your body with its recovery and exhaustion, not to mention the excellent taste. Rayon narrowed his eyes, looking at the transparent wine sloshing inside the glass. A pure fragrance was ticking his nose, whether it was coming from Laren or the wine. Rayon lowered his head and accepted the glass. Such a precious wine is wasted on him, since he doesn't even know how to savor the liquor. Rimmer licked his lips in disappointment. Is it that precious? Yes, the fruit wine from the cotton branch is a precious treasure, so rare that even the elves in Sapia can't easily have it. He shook his hand and urged him to try it out, saying that he would be impressed. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the fruit wine that was as transparent as water. Rimmer's description made it sound mouthwatering. Rayon slowly drank the fruit wine, savoring it as one would with a fine wine. Wow, this flavor is insane. Oh, a sweet and refreshing taste and fragrance seeped into his tongue and nose. He felt like the wine had completely cleaned the lingering greasiness of the various dishes from his mouth. The characteristic sharp and tangy taste of a fruit wine followed right after. The tingling sensation even numbed his tongue slightly, and it had a fantastic taste. The sharp aftertaste was more satisfying than the sweetness of the fruit. Gaia, however, Wrath faltered while holding the back of his neck. He didn't seem to enjoy the aftertaste. No alcohol. The King of Essence doesn't like alcohol. He was happily grinning at first from the sweet taste, but he started to wipe his tongue with his hand. Wrath looked like he just didn't like alcohol at all, just like during the incident with the gambling monster. His taste was so childish. Sir Rayon. While Rayon was sighing at Wrath, Laren came in front of him and put her hands together. She went on her knees and lowered her head as if she had become a human instead of an elf. What? Rayon widened his eyes because the situation was too sudden. What's the issue? I'd like to apologize for what happened when you suggested scouting the surrounding area before Eden's attack. You said that you had a bad feeling about it, but I refused, brushing it off as nonsense. Laren lowered her head while apologizing. You don't need to feel sorry about that. Rayon smiled faintly and made Laren stand up. Anyone would have done the same. It was only natural that he didn't get a good reaction since he'd suggested they go out scouting, just because of the bad feeling he had despite it being the first meal for the Guardians after 2 days of sleepless watch. Irian was the strange one for trusting him right off the bat. There was no reason for Laren to beg for forgiveness. It would have been pathetic to blame her for that. Laren bit her lip tightly, gazing at Rayon, who was holding her hand to make her stand. He's completely different from the humans I've seen so far. Humans have always tried to benefit from the situation by complaining about every single detail, but that wasn't the case for Rayon at all. He didn't try to exaggerate his achievements or brag about them, even though he saved the world tree in Sapia. She was confused because he felt like a whole different existence from the humans in her knowledge. Rayon smiled at Laren and returned the empty glass. Ah, come to me whenever you want more, since we have plenty. Laren nodded, saying that she could give him as much of it as he wanted. Rayon lowered his head towards Laren and poked Rimmer's waist with his elbow. Division leader, we have somewhere to go together. Where? Just come and you'll find out. Rayon dragged him towards Sterin, who was sitting under the world tree's trunk as if he were protecting it. You're here. Sterin nodded his head, holding a small glass in his hand. How is the banquet? It should be boring, unlike a human event. It's fine since I don't usually enjoy banquets anyway. I see. He smiled faintly, expressing his favor. By the way, why did you bring that loser with you? Sterin tilted his head at Rimmer, who was just standing there blankly. How could you call me a loser when I'm your grandson? That's so mean. You are a loser, though. Don't try to turn the children into degenerates just because you are one. He smacked Rimmer's forehead. It looked like he'd been watching all along. Ack, Rimmer fell to the ground, his glass still in his hand. Ha. Rayon sighed and took a step towards Sterin. I have a request. Sterin smiled gently, contrasting with how he looked at Rimmer. Since you already received the fruit, giving you a branch isn't even a big deal. As soon as Sterin made the declaration, one of the world tree's branches descended, glowing with a transparent shimmer that illuminated the night and seamlessly landed in Rayon's hand. Is this? Rayon widened his eyes, looking at the world tree's branch that he was given. It looks like I didn't even need to answer. He smiled, saying that the world tree didn't even give away so much to a high elf. Good purpose. Wrath furrowed his brow, asking if he was sure about that, for a purpose that isn't bad. Rayon changed it a little and patted the world tree. The world tree stretched its branches as if in joy. Its leaves shimmering in the moonlight danced through the air, creating a mesmerizing scene that resembled the Milky Way. I thought his character, personality, and skills have been ruined, but... Sterin shifted his gaze towards Rimmer after watching the world tree's reaction. You've brought up a disciple that can make up for all those losses. He took too much of my luck, making me lose money every single time I gamble. Rimmer briefly clicked his tongue, shaking off the dirt from his hands. You said you came to return that sword, didn't you? Starin licked his lips while looking at the sword still hanging around Rimmer's waist. Yes. Rimmer nodded and was about to unequip the sword around his waist, but Starin shook his hand. You don't have to give it back. What? You also fought the Crimson Flame Demon alongside Rayon, didn't you? I did. Since your determination to wield the sword remains unshaken, there's no reason to let it go. It seems the sword itself wishes to remain in your hand as well. Starin shook his head while looking at the faint vibration of the blade. Whether you wield your sword with your left hand, return with a prosthetic arm, or give up. Starin held Rimmer's right shoulder with a faint smile on his face. You should decide after you properly examine yourself. He turned around, saying that the sword would be entrusted to him until then. Ha. Rimmer sighed deeply and nodded. I understand. And Starin's eyes became gloomy as he gazed at the sword that had returned to Rimmer's waist. There's someone for you to take with you on your way back to Sieghart. Someone to take. We've decided to establish some exchanges with Sieghart. Even the elders have given their approval. That's a great decision. Rimmer hit his knees, smiling brightly. It will definitely be beneficial since Sieghart is returning to its prime. He raised his hand, saying that it was a great decision. The envoy is important. Who are you dispatching? It's already decided. Starin smiled faintly once again while looking at Rayon. The next evening, Rayon was summoned by Starin and went towards the World Tree again. He was expecting Starin to be the only person there, but the head elder, Rimmer, and Cian were waiting with him under the World Tree. You are on time. Starin nodded as a greeting. Unlike a certain someone, the head elder glared sideways at Rimmer. Ah, stop nagging at me when I was only slightly late. Rimmer averted his gaze while scratching the back of his head. Sir Rayon, good evening. Cian lowered her head, completely covering her face with her hair. Why are you all here? Rayon tilted his head at the four of them. It's because you are going to eat the World Tree's fruit. The fruit can be absorbed the most efficiently under the World Tree. Ah. The four of us will be guarding you, so focus on your cultivation without worrying about anything. All four of you as guards, it's just in case. Starin nodded with a faint smile on his face. Isn't that excessive? It's not, because you've done far more than that for us. The head elder shook his hand, telling him to skip the formalities and go straight to the point. Yes, let's get started right away. Rimmer patted Rayon's shoulder. I'll protect you at the cost of my life. Cian's blue eyes sparkled between her blonde hair. She looked like she really was about to sacrifice her life. I'll be counting on you. Rayon smiled faintly and sat under the World Tree's trunk. He would have normally given a humble response, but he decided to accept their favor because of Wrath's advice. Finally, Wrath was staring at the World Tree's fruit, his eyes brimming in delight. The King of Essence is finally getting a taste of the sweet juice of that fruit. He sniffled, saying that he was glad he stayed with Rayon despite the bad treatment he'd been getting. Rayon took out the World Tree's fruit, and Rimmer's lips curled into a deep smile. It must be delicious for you. What? Nothing. He grinned, urging him to eat it. I have a bad feeling about this. Rayon felt suspicious because of Rimmer. There's no reason to be anxious. Wrath shook his head. Can't you sense that sweet fragrance of the fruit? It's definitely going to be tasty. He shook his plump hand, urging him to eat it. All right. Rayon calmed himself and took a bite of the World Tree's fruit. The fruit's taste was delivered to the tip of his tongue before he could feel a crunchiness similar to an apple. Sweet huh. Wrath widened his eyes, being the first one to notice the taste. Guille, what is this? Why does the World Tree's fruit taste like Nadine bread? It's true. Rayon blinked while taking another bite of the World Tree's fruit. Despite the sweet fragrance, the taste was the exact same as Nadine bread, brimming with that rubbery flavor. No, it's even worse. The rubber taste was even more intense than the Nadine bread. He felt like his mouth was full of rubber. Rayon widened his eyes in bewilderment, and Rimmer pointed at Cian while chuckling. The Nadine bread's taste is based on the World Tree's fruit. The World Tree is actually classified as a rubber tree. Are you okay? Cian blinked, worried about him. I'm fine. Rayon nodded. It wasn't really an issue because he already got used to the Nadine bread's taste. However, that wasn't the case for a certain demon king. Kai, kill him. Wrath faltered and collapsed to the ground on his face. Just kill the King of Essence already. This is way too unreasonable. Why does the World Tree's fruit taste like rubber? Spit it out already. He tried to yell at Rayon to quickly spit it out, but he had already entered a trance after chewing and swallowing the fruit. Wrath was the only one who was still experiencing that rubber taste. Gah! Wrath extended his hand towards the World Tree with trembling lips. The King of Essence will definitely burn them up. He will incinerate them all. Rayon closed his eyes, feeling like the fruit itself was melting into mana. Is this the World Tree's fruit? It's such a great and noble flow, just like the flowing river or even the tide of a vast ocean. He didn't even need to guide it in the mana circuits with the 10,000 Flames Cultivation, or Glacier, the fruit's energy was moving on its own, breathing like a living creature. The first place the energy seeped into was the burn left by the Crimson Flame Demon. The external and internal injuries Rayon had got from his flames were completely removed, like they were being washed away by water. How surprising! He was so shocked that he almost moved his body, which would have made him leave his trance. He'd never guessed that it would heal all of his internal and external injuries in an instant. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a divine relic instead of an elixir. I never needed to worry about it. He thought the fruit might have spoiled because of the intense taste of Nadine bread, but it must have been normal to have that rubber taste, just like Rimmer had explained. After treating all his injuries, the energy of the World Tree's fruit created a huge flow and spread to the mana circuits throughout his body, as if it were announcing that the main event was about to happen. It doesn't have any of the four main attributes. It's the very essence of pure mana. No, pure wasn't enough to describe the energy dwelling inside the fruit. With the refreshing feeling of nature itself, it was the definition of mana, devoid of any foreign substances. The energy of the fruit transformed into the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's heat and Glacier's coldness upon entering his lower energy center, and then it rose through the mana circuits in his abdomen to expand his middle energy center. Rayon could feel that the weight gained in his middle energy center was protecting the balance of his body and mind. However, the fruit's energy still had more power left. It rose all the way to his upper energy center and added its refreshing energy to his mental world. Rayon could feel that his lower energy center, which was what nurtured aura, his upper energy center, which supported his mind, and his middle energy center, which kept the balance, had all achieved growth. Rayon went even deeper into his trance even though the fruit's energy was getting weaker and weaker. Rayon didn't open his eyes even after he woke up from the trance. He sensed the change inside him along with quiet breathing. It's not just my energy centers. Even my mana circuits have expanded. The circumference of his mana circuits had increased, allowing him to move more energy even faster in the future. This is a huge gain, since the battles between extremely powerful warriors were decided in a split second. Being able to move his aura a bit faster directly translated to his prowess. Moreover, I can naturally sense the presences around me. Even though he hadn't even spread any aura perception, he could sense the presence of the elves around the World Tree. He could even sense what they were doing on top of their existence. He originally needed to spread his aura to the surroundings in order to feel their presence, but that concept itself became pointless. Rayon could guess that he could extend his senses even further by using mana. Rayon slowly opened his eyes, feeling satisfied with his growth. He briefly caught his breath, and Rimmer walked up to him with a slightly pale face. Why did you take so long when you enter trances as often as eating? Rimmer picked his ear and showed his annoyance. How long did it take? Rayon looked up to the sky. He couldn't figure out at all how long it took because the sun was in the middle of the sky just like when he'd started the cultivation. 3 days. Rimmer raised 3 fingers. I thought I was going to die from guarding you without even sleeping. He shook his arm, telling him to learn some moderation. 3 days. Rayon gasped. Have they been keeping up with that level of alert all along? Rimmer, Starin, and Cian were guarding him so tightly that it was no exaggeration to call it an ironclad defense. He could understand Rimmer's pain since he must have been keeping it up for 3 whole days. I'm sorry for the delay. There's no reason to apologize. Rayon was going to bow, but Starin walked up to them while shaking his head. Why are you apologizing when we were the ones who made the suggestion? Starin furrowed his brow and smacked Rimmer's forehead. Rimmer covered his forehead and stepped backward. Why did you hit me? You should be glad I didn't hit your mouth. I get beaten up both here and Sieghart. What is life? He complained and withdrew with swaggering steps. You look like you've absorbed it properly. Starin smiled faintly, proud of the fact that Rayon had properly absorbed the energy of the World Tree's fruit. Indeed, I can feel the difference. The head elder examined Rayon and nodded his head. Your mana's purity was already high, but it's even cleaner now. Even the high elves should be no match anymore. He gasped in disbelief. Sir Rayon. Cian lowered her head, carrying a crow tit seemingly made of water on her shoulder. Are you okay? I'm fine, but you seem to be struggling, Lady Cian. Her face was even paler than Rimmer's, and her forehead was drenched in cold sweat, making her look sickly. I'm perfectly fine. You aren't fine at all. Rimmer narrowed his eyes at Cian. She kept a highest-tier spirit summoned for 3 days straight. It's a madness that even Grandpa can't perform. He rubbed his temple in circles with his finger, implying she was insane. I am really fine. Cian unsummoned the highest-tier spirit right away, showing that she was at her limit despite her words. Her complexion finally started to return to normal. Rayon sighed briefly and lowered his head towards the 4 elves. Guarding someone for 3 days straight without even sleeping was a difficult task, even between close friends. Rayon sincerely expressed his gratitude. I already told you don't need to thank us like that. The head elder shook his head. Yes, you care too much about courtesy. Rimmer wrinkled his nose while looking at Rayon. I would have cut off the world tree and taken half of it if I were you. Why would you cut off the world tree? Because you are the one who protected it and allowed it to remain whole. It's fine to claim that half of the world tree is yours, isn't it? Ah. Rayon dropped his jaw because his claim was far too ridiculous. You seriously deserve your treatment. Starin sighed while looking at Rimmer. Sir Rayon, I have a similar opinion. The world tree is pretty much yours, Sir Rayon. Cian clenched her fists and nodded. The saying about siblings being similar was true, but it's not unpleasant. It actually makes me happy. The fact that their bond has got strong enough to sincerely care for each other despite being from different races was even more satisfying than getting stronger. He felt like he was really becoming a human being. It makes you happy. Wrath appeared with a disconnected voice. His skinny and pale cheeks made him look like he was going to faint at any moment. Are you seriously happy right now after you buried the King of Essence in rubber? I've never buried you in rubber, though. The world tree's fruit, that terrible taste isn't fading away. Wrath shouted, almost screaming. Do you realize how much the King of Essence suffered to get rid of that rubber taste? It tasted like rubber just from breathing, with nose and mouth alike. The rubber wouldn't disappear. He even tasted rubber in his dreams. He ranted that he was almost buried to death by rubber with teary eyes. It could have been different if you had some other food, but the rubber taste still sniff. Wow, Rayon swallowed nervously, watching Wrath rub his eyes with the back of his hand. I'll have some food as soon as we return. I'll get something delicious. He would have normally ignored him, but Wrath seemed to be in so much pain that he unconsciously talked about eating. Sniff. Wrath stopped trembling and raised his head once he heard about the food. What's the menu? Rayon fell speechless because he wasn't expecting him to ask about the menu in that situation. We'll have to go back now since it's all over. Rimmer smiled faintly, weakly caressing the world tree. Yes, we do. It was time to return since they'd achieved their initial goal even though they ended up straying far away from it. That idiot must have told you, but we've got someone to go with you on your journey back to Sieghart. Starin stepped aside and raised his hand. Ah, it must be about the envoy. Yes, it's her. He pushed Cian, who was swaying sleepily, forward. Kaya, Cian was surprised and jolted like a rabbit. There's also going to be a diplomatic discussion in addition to the expression of gratitude, so it'd be nice if you could help her accordingly. He nodded, saying that Sapia and Sieghart might be able to form a temporary alliance if everything went nicely. Rayon looked at Cian after hearing that from Starin. Her shoulders were still trembling, her face covered by her thin blonde hair. I believe she will do just fine when it comes down to it, despite how she looks. Rayon wasn't exactly worried about her because he'd seen how well Cian could perform. Rayon smiled faintly, meeting Starin's worried gaze. I'll do my best. Yes, I'll be counting on you. He accepted Starin's hand, and the world tree spread its branches as if it were blessing the future of Sieghart and Sapia. Rayon laughed bitterly while looking up at the world tree. Now that I look at those branches, I understand why the world tree is a rubber tree. He was curious about how the tree was spreading and folding its branches as it pleased, and it was because it was a rubber tree. Our rubber, where's the rubber? Wrath was having a heart attack just from hearing about rubber. Let's eat for now and think about the rest later. I'm so hungry. Rimmer gestured with his chin, urging him to return. Since you didn't eat anything for 3 days, do you want some Nadine bread so that it won't agitate your stomach? He bobbed his finger, saying that he'd already asked the other elves to prepare it. None Nadine grr. Wrath started to shout Nadine bread and fell unconscious while foaming at the mouth. The self-proclaimed monarch of Wrath must have gained a trauma. Rayon sighed and shook his head. I'll have something normal today. 2 days later, Rayon finished his preparation to leave Sapia and left his room. Hell yeah. Wrath raised his fists towards the blue sky. We are finally leaving. We are getting out of this hell that stinks of rubber all day long. He shook his head, saying that he was never going to set foot in Sapia ever again. Didn't you say you wanted to burn it up a few days ago? It's not even worth burning or freezing. Wrath ground his teeth, saying that Sapia was the worst place he had visited so far. I liked it though. He gained some battle experience by fighting the Crimson Flame Demon, became stronger by eating the World Tree's fruit, and even gained a nice relationship with the elves in Sapia. Since everything was beneficial for him, he felt nice and cozy at Sapia, unlike Wrath. The food was pretty good too. The only reason you're saying that the food was pretty good is because your tongue is broken. Everything was rubber. Wrath's shoulders trembled, saying that he still had the rubber taste lingering on his tongue. Well, you can eat everything you want after we return. Then let's go back already. So how about having Nadine bread on the way back so we can return even faster? Ha! He froze like a white plaster figure as soon as Rayon mentioned the Nadine bread. We need to eat Nadine bread to go back home faster, but Nadine bread tastes like rubber. But still, it's better to eat Nadine bread to get rid of this taste lingering on his tongue. Hua. Wrath kept murmuring about Nadine bread over and over, his eyes practically flipped over. Rayon kept walking while making fun of him, and he was at Sapia's entrance before he knew it. Rayon widened his eyes. Why are there so many people? He thought that only the people he knew would come out to send him off, but the entrance was completely full, as if every single elf in Sapia had gathered. You are finally here. Irian cheerfully raised his hand while looking at him. He was acting like he was facing his best friend, though since he was a trustworthy person, Rayon thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea to really become his friend. Are you trying to be the protagonist who always arrives late? Rimmer furrowed his brow while looking at Rayon. But you've just arrived as well, division leader. Yua blinked while looking at Rimmer. Yua, you don't need to say something like that. Rimmer shook his head while giving Yua a slightly strong head pat. Welcome. Dorian grinned, eating a snack that he took out of his belly pocket. Are you ready to leave? We are ready, but... He looked to the right without finishing his sentence. We are also ready. Laren nodded, pointing at Cian and the 5 guardians in charge of protecting her. Ah, hello. Cian lowered her head, her face hidden in a robe. It looked like her long ears were trembling slightly in her robe. I'm looking forward to your cooperation. Yes, I'll also do my best to make it successful. Successful? Ah, yes, it should be successful indeed. Rayon nodded, thinking that she was motivated about the diplomacy between Sapia and Sieghart. Yes, I'll make it happen. Cian raised her small fists, saying that she was definitely going to achieve it. Lady Laren. Rayon called Laren, who was sticking right next to Cian. What about the thing I requested? We've prepared it. She nodded, saying that he didn't need to worry about it. Starin appeared among the elves and walked towards Rayon while he was thanking Laren. It looks like everyone is gathered. Starin started by going in front of Rimmer and furrowed his brow. You need to come back to your senses. I didn't drink in broad daylight today, though. That's the issue. Starin smacked Rimmer's head and stepped aside. Cian, yes. You are heading to Sieghart as Sapia's representative. You should be always mindful of the weight behind your words. Don't worry about it. Cian nodded confidently, unlike when she was talking to Rayon. Laren, she will be in your care. I'll serve Lady Cian with my life on the line. Laren nodded heavily, contrasting with Cian's response. Starin nodded his chin in satisfaction and stood in front of Yua. Was it fun to learn about singing? It was. Playing music with a bow was also fun. You can come back whenever you want to. Yes, Yua answered energetically, and he patted her head before he looked at Dorian. The trade with the Cephia company that you mentioned is being considered positively. We will talk in more detail once their personnel arrive here. Dorian lowered his head at Starin. Rayon had thought that Dorian wasn't doing anything as Cephia's successor, but he was apparently working on the business as he should. Sapia won't forget your help. Starin went past Dorian and finally faced Rayon. Tell me whenever you need our help. Everyone, including myself, will come to your aid. However, we will be helping for Rayon, not for Sieghart. What? I'm saying that the entirety of Sapia will be moving to solely assist you. His eyes showed that he was serious about it. The other elves behind him, including the head elder, elders, and Irian, had the same look in their eyes. The elven race repays favors twice and vengeance tenfold. I'll be looking forward to your call. Starin gently patted his head and withdrew. Rayon silently bowed at him, sensing the sincerity behind his words. Let's go. He was about to turn around to leave Sapia. May fortune smile upon the journey of our benefactors. Along with Irian's silvery voice, the elves placed their left hand on their right shoulder and showed the elven courtesy. I'll come back later. Rayon smiled, responding with a sword salute. The King of Essence won't be coming back. But Wrath didn't want to. Rayon entered a human village after 5 days of travel. He wanted to spend nights outside until they reached Sieghart because the mysterious atmosphere around the elves, especially Cian, stood out too much. However, he had to reluctantly enter a pub inside a human village because Rimmer kept throwing a tantrum. See, isn't it nice to be in human civilization? Rimmer smiled happily, sitting on a chair in the pub. I'm sick and tired of cooking grass in a field. I love meat in beds. Rayon started to wonder if he was really hearing that from an elf, but he couldn't be bothered to argue about it. He ignored Rimmer and examined the pub. Most people weren't really paying attention to them because it wasn't exactly unusual to see people wearing robes, but a few of them seemed intrigued. Even Rimmer was covering himself in a robe, but they still managed to notice that they were elves. What's happening? Their gazes were especially fixated on Cian and Laren, and they didn't seem to have good intentions at all, since they were darting their tongues in and out. Rayon chose the dish from the menu while feigning ignorance, and a noble-looking young man walked towards them. Are you the owner? What? You are heading to the marine market, right? The young man licked his lips while pointing at Cian. Give her to me instead of the market. I'll pay you even more than the auction since she looks pretty. He bobbed his finger, believing that Cian was a slave. What are you doing? Wait, Laren was about to angrily stand up, but Rayon stopped her and narrowed his eyes. Market, owner, he wasn't just trying to sexually harass her. He was definitely thinking that the elves were slaves. Now that I think about it, Starin and Irian had mentioned that there were lots of elves whose corpses couldn't be found after the attack. Rayon had the feeling that they might have been sold to the slave market. Rayon stood up and smiled nicely. How much are you paying? How much do you want, Koff? Rayon grabbed his face with his hand and picked him up into the air. What? We need to talk. Is this how humans hold a conversation? Rayon clenched his hand as weakly as if he were grabbing a leaf. The noble-looking young man had somewhat learned martial arts, but he couldn't even struggle because of the huge difference in strength and just kept screaming. Or are you crazy? Let him go right now. Do you have a death wish? The warriors sharing the same table as him came running towards them and drew their swords. Their bloodlust was as sticky as blood, showing that they'd killed many people before. The other clients are eating. Rayon chuckled and pulled the youngster in his hand behind his shoulder. Let's go to a quiet place for our conversation. He threw the guy in his hand to the right wall where no one was sitting. Wham! The arrogant man destroyed the wall with his back and collapsed to the ground. It wasn't enough to make him faint, but it must have been painful enough since he started to scream while rubbing his back on the ground. Why, you're crazy. The warriors stood there with trembling chins because of the completely unexpected situation. Rayon ignored the warriors, went over the wall, and grabbed the arrogant man's head once again. How dare you? Who do you think he is? The middle-aged man who seemed to be the boss of the warriors walked up to him with trembling lips. Who is he? Rayon asked, creating an aura barrier to prevent the information from leaking. He is the second son of House Kamarn, the famous family of swordsmen, Lord Makron. The middle-aged man shoved his sword at Rayon, telling him to let him go right away if he didn't want to die. Makron, the second son of House Kamarn. Rayon's lips parted upon hearing his identity. You should know about House Kamarn since you are a warrior. Let him down right now if you don't want to get even your family killed. Kyuhuhu. The so-called Makron from House Kamarn curled his lips into a smile. It's already too late. I'll have all your families killed, not just yours, but also for that man and girl with you. He gave an evil smile full of bloodlust, saying that it was already all over for him. So scary. But where is Kamarn even located? Rayon looked at Dorian with a hollow laugh. What? You freak. Makron and the middle-aged man's expressions shifted from sneer to wide-eyed surprise. It's a house that newly gained prestige as swordsmen, located slightly south from the center of the continent. Dorian nodded at him while paying the pub's manager for the damage to the wall. The manager was even smiling, implying that he must have paid quite a lot. Are they powerful? You should be able to wipe them out on your own, Vice Division Leader. What kind of nonsense is that? Makron barked, calling it impossible. Kill those arrogant things right now. The middle-aged man shouted, and the warriors charged towards Rayon. Kring. Rayon turned around without caring about them, and Dorian, Rimmer, and Laren made the move instead. Don't make it annoying. Lower your swords. I don't want to kill people in other people's pubs. I'd like your cooperation. I'll kill you. They unleashed their frightening bloodlust, pointing their swords and bows at warriors' necks. What? I couldn't even see them. The warriors from House Kamarn realized the difference in an instant and put down their swords with trembling hands. Who are you? Makron Kamarn asked, his lips trembling in fear. I'm the one who will be asking questions. Rayon smiled faintly and weakly clenched his hand. It was enough to make Makron scream like he couldn't take it anymore, his arms hanging weakly. What did you mean when you said you would pay more than an auction? Why, your grip is too strong. He begged for him to weaken his grip with trembling lips. Rayon weakened his grip slightly to allow him to speak. I'll break your skull if you don't answer properly. I meant what I said. I was saying that I wanted to buy the elves. How did you figure them out even though they are wearing robes? It was a bit noticeable because elves started to appear in the marketplace. In the marketplace, it's a famous story. Because the great forest was burnt and Sapia's barrier was destroyed, the injured elves were sold in the auction. Rayon unconsciously clenched his hand upon hearing that they were sold in the auction. Makron floundered his limbs, shouting that he was going to die. So you're basically telling me that the injured elves are being kidnapped and sold in the auction, right? Rayon asked again, summarizing Makron's response. Indeed. Elven slaves are extremely rare, but they started to show up in the auction after that incident. Makron told him that he'd mistaken Cian and the other elves for slaves because he was on his way to buy slaves. Rayon furrowed his brow while watching Makron tremble in fear. This is no good. He was hoping that he'd guessed it wrong, but it ended up being right in the worst way possible. Where's that marine marketplace located? It's at Perrin River. It's not in the ocean. It's a river connected to Reborn River, and it's practically an ocean because of how wide it is. He even explained without being asked because of how terrified he was. Reborn River, the South North Union ruled over Reborn River. Rayon could guess that the South North Union was involved with the marine marketplace. Can I join the auction if I head there right now? Indeed. What about the letter of invitation? What? You have a letter of invitation, don't you? A slave auction like that didn't accept random buyers. He must have had a letter of invitation to filter special people for entry. Here you go. Makron took a black envelope that seemed to devour light from his inner pocket and handed it over. Rayon opened it, and the contents invited Makron to the marine marketplace. Those demonic humans. Laren smashed the land with her clenched fist, unable to withstand her frustration. Sir Rayon. Cian came towards him and lowered her head. The look in her eyes didn't display her usual shyness. Is it possible to slightly delay the return journey to Sieghart? Even her quiet voice was raging with anger. Orse will go. Even Rimmer was coldly showing his murderous intent, lacking his usual playful attitude. Dorian. Rayon waved his hand at Dorian while looking at those three elves. You got the tools for disguise, don't you? Of course I do. It's a necessity. Dorian nodded and took out a large box from his belly pocket. We won't be suspected if we join the auction by disguising ourselves as them. Rayon pointed at the letter of invitation in his hand and the warriors from House Kamarn, including Makrin. I'll rescue the elves, so you should wait outside, Lady Cian and Lady Laren. No, Laren firmly shook her head. Please bring us with you. She went on her knees, pleading with him to allow her to join. I'd also like to ask the same, Cian stated, carefully lowering her head from next to Laren. Elves will be quickly found out even with a disguise because of their ears. Ah, that's not an issue. Dorian shook his head and took out a disguise tool designed for elves from the toolbox. It could change the shape of their ears. Why do you even have that? It's a necessity. Dorian shook his hand with a grin. What doesn't count as a necessity to him? I don't even know. Rayon, Rimmer, Dorian, Laren, and Cian headed to Perrin River after disguising themselves. He could see a river as wide as an ocean, just like Makrin had described, and a single ship was floating in the middle of it. Is it the marine marketplace? Makrin had explained that the marine marketplace was located on that ship. It looked like an ordinary ship at a glance, but Rayon could tell that the flow of mana was slightly distorted after a closer examination with aura perception. Let's go. Since he was disguised as Makrin Kamarn, he arrogantly gestured with his chin and walked towards a boatsman who had a small boat docked on the gravel. I want to cross the timeline. He told him the secret code while showing the letter of invitation, and a blue light leaked from his old gaze. He is powerful. Rayon could feel that he was at the novice level of master. The boatsman seemed to be in charge of the first inspection. The boatsman lowered his head, wrinkles forming around his eyes. I'll guide you very far away. He lifted his hand, gesturing for them to get in the boat. Rayon nodded and boarded the old boat. It looked like it would sink at any moment, but it smoothly advanced and reached the ship floating at the center of the river. A rope ladder descended from the ship, inviting them to climb. I'll climb first. Just as Dorian was about to grab the ladder, Rayon slapped his hand and shook his head. Stop doing what you aren't asked. He pushed Dorian aside and climbed onto the ship before him. It was part of the act to mimic Makrin's spoiled attitude. There was nothing out of the ordinary on the ship. A few sailors were cleaning the deck, and a middle-aged sailor who wasn't wearing a shirt pointed his chin at the cabin for the sailors. HMPH. Rayon snorted and opened the cabin door that the middle-aged man had pointed at. He could see multiple doors on the left and right. The light was off in all of them, and only the central corridor was faintly illuminated. Rayon tilted his head because he couldn't tell where to go, and a man wearing a suit came out from the room on the left, lowering his head at him. Dear Makrin Kamarn, welcome to the marine marketplace. He raised his hand to invite them to enter with his head still lowered. The room looked like an ordinary cabin, but there were stairs at the center, leading downstairs. Who are you? My name is Harry. I'm in charge of guiding Sir Makrin today. The suited man introduced himself as Harry and bowed once again. Please come this way. He turned around and went down the stairs, inviting them to follow. Powerful warriors are hiding. Warriors were hidden all around the staircase, above, below, to the left, and to the right. Rayon confirmed their locations while walking down the stairs since they were rather skilled. Harry opened the curtain after descending by about a floor, and a whole different world appeared. Under the dazzling light of the golden chandelier, people wearing luxurious suits and dresses were having fun gambling. He could see the common games like poker and roulette, but there were also some strange games that he'd never seen before. It's a small entertainment prepared for our guests. Harry raised his hand, inviting him to play around. I'm not interested. Rayon firmly shook his head. You are true to your goal. Harry smiled cheerfully and nodded. What you are looking for is down below. He calmly walked past the casino, implying that they should follow. Rayon looked behind him just in case, and Rimmer fortunately wasn't showing any interest in gambling. It was understandable, as he could be extremely serious when it came down to it. Harry went past a black door and kept walking down the stairs. He was going even deeper than the path towards the casino. They finally reached their destination after descending about 4 floors. It's here. Harry opened an antique door that seemed to be made of red leather, and a dark room appeared with faint lighting coming from the floor. It had the same layout as a tiered auditorium, but it was extremely wide and deep. Such a huge lecture hall would only be found in places like the Magic Tower. There are so many nasty people here. Most of the seats were already taken even, though the auction hadn't even started yet. Please come this way. The auction is going to start in 30 minutes, and the goods that you are looking for will appear in 2 hours. He smiled deeply, implying that he already knew what Makrin was looking for. I understand. I hope that your stay is pleasant. Rayon shook his hand dismissively and Harry quietly stepped back. We should only need to wait a little while. He created an aura barrier so that no one else could hear them and looked at Laren and Cian. Ha. Laren raised her lowered head, her hand trembling in anger. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can hold myself back. What? I can feel the presence of our kin inside. She bit her lip, saying that she'd already noticed the presence of the elves. Cian also sensed it, and her fist was trembling furiously on her knee. Rayon furrowed his brow. I didn't mention it to them on purpose. He hadn't told them about the presence of the elves to prevent them from getting angry, but they'd both noticed it on their own. Stay calm and wait for now. Rimmer closed his eyes, rubbing the back of his neck. He looked as relaxed as always, but he seemed to be more infuriated than anyone else in the group. Rayon caught his breath and waited for the auction to start. The light on the platform turned on soon enough, and a handsome man wearing a black tuxedo who exuded a refined aura stepped forward. Welcome to the marine auction. I'm Eren, the auctioneer of the day. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. The bidders simply watched the auctioneer without saying anything. We have a lot of quiet guests today. The auctioneer nodded with a refreshing smile on his face. Then we should get started right away. He cheerfully clapped his hands, and a woman wearing a red dress brought out a small urn from the right side. We have good stuff from the start. The auctioneer received the urn and placed it on the table at the center. This urn is called Sionin, an ancient artifact. If you place fruit or food inside, it imparts a heavenly sweetness to them. Quite peculiar, yes, but it wouldn't be on this auction if that was its only feature. He carefully put down the urn and raised his finger. The real draw of the urn Sionin is its ability to enhance the elixirs. The elixir's effect increases by over 10 if it's made with this urn. It's definitely a must-have since elixirs are so rare nowadays. The auctioneer finished the explanation and stepped back behind the urn. We'll start the bid at 10 gold. Oh, 100 gold already. Gentleman number 222 called 100 gold. People weren't too interested at first, but they rapidly raised their hands upon hearing that it could enhance elixirs. Buy it. Wrath briskly stood up and raised his finger like the other bidders. Why would you even want that? It's not like you consume elixirs. It enhances the sweetness. He furrowed his brow, scolding Rayon for his idiocy. Say, for example, we place beet ice cream in there. Just think about it. Imagine how delicious it's going to be. Rayon realized he was gravely mistaken. He sighed while shaking his head. Please keep it to yourself for today. Rayon watched the auction while chatting with Wrath, and the time passed quickly. Tap, half of the platform's lighting was suddenly turned off. The remaining lighting also dimmed, creating a strange atmosphere. I'd like to express our gratitude to the VIPs who are still here. The auctioneer raised the tone of his voice slightly, a faint smile on his face. We are going to start the special auction, exclusively operated by us. Rayon realized that what he'd been waiting for had finally arrived as soon as he heard about the special auction. Our guests today are lucky because it's really special. The auctioneer lightly clapped his hands twice. Clang. Along with the sound of shaking chains, a woman wearing a yellow dress walked out from behind the right side of the curtain. A chain that didn't match with the dress was hanging from her neck. Her face couldn't be seen because it was hidden behind a thick veil, but Rayon could tell that she was extremely beautiful. Everyone in this place should already be aware that there was a huge fire at Sapia recently, and we happened to rescue the injured ones from there. The auctioneer explained while touching the shoulder of the woman wearing the veil. The woman's shoulders were trembling, showing how frightened she was. We treated the injured ones and are even giving them this opportunity to meet great owners. This must be the ideal society, filled with benevolence. The auctioneer shook his finger, babbling some nonsense. Let me introduce her to you. Her name is Kaja from the Urin Branch clan. The auctioneer declared and took off the woman's veil at the same time. With pointy ears, translucent skin, and fluttering hair, the mesmerizing face of the elf was revealed under the lightning. Ooh, she really is an elf. She's extremely beautiful. It was worth the wait. People's excitement filled the entire auction house. She is. Stop it and start the bid already. Ahaha, how impatient, but fine. The bid will start at 1 gold this time. 1,000 gold. Someone even shouted the amount instead of raising their hand. Damn it. Cian and Laren's shoulders trembled intensely. They seemed to know the elf named Kaja. Blood was streaming down from their lips. They really seemed to be doing their best to hold themselves back. Wait a bit more since we don't know yet how many more they have. Rayon created an aura barrier and shook his hand towards them. They nodded heavily in acknowledgement. The gentleman is so generous. Number 210 won the bid for Kaja. Kaja's bidding had already ended in the meantime. She was purchased by an old man with a huge belly for an astronomical price. It's too early to be disappointed. No, everyone should be aware because the auction hasn't even started yet. The auctioneer chuckled and clapped his hands again. Before the two clapping sounds even finished echoing, a slightly smaller woman than Kaja came out, her face hidden behind a veil just like Kaja. This girl unfortunately lost her parents to the fire. She's looking for new, gentle parents. He walked towards her with a grin on his face and took off the veil hiding her face. The female elf trembled, her lips quivering. She had short blonde hair and eyes that curved slightly upwards. Erin from the Cotton Branch clan is looking for her own. Erin, Laren screamed, unable to hold herself back anymore. Rayan was expecting that result from the moment she was introduced to as being from the Cotton Branch clan, the same clan as Laren. Laren. Erin's pale lips trembled as she looked at Laren. You sons of bitches. Laren drew her bow and spread an intense bloodlust around her. Oh my, we have some precious guests here. The auctioneer smiled cheerfully without losing his composure at all. Items just walked right into our hands. What a beautiful and generous world this is. He snapped his fingers, and warriors hiding all around the auction house jumped out to surround them. It can't be helped. Rayan guessed that he wouldn't have been able to suppress his anger either if the annex building's maids were being auctioned instead. Dear elves, we aren't in Sapia right now. The protector isn't here to save you. The auctioneer turned his head around with a grin on his face. He seemed to be used to such an occurrence. Every river belongs to the South North Union. Since you are on a river now, you won't be able to leave on your own accord. Ha. Rayan sighed briefly and stood up. Does the South North Union really own this river? But Zieghart's domain is right north of it. You are apparently not an elf but a member of Zieghart. The auctioneer chuckled and nodded his head. You are right. Zieghart's domain is right north of it. But that's the case about the land, and we are on a river right now. Only the South North Union's flag is embedded on this river. No, this river belongs to Zieghart starting from now. Rayan pulled back the hood that had been covering his face. His blonde hair cascaded down, and his red eyes gleamed with a fierce light, dispelling the darkness around him, because Zieghart is wherever I am. Zieghart is wherever you are. The auctioneer clutched his hair, which was swept back neatly, and burst out in laughter. The arrogance of a madman. Are you named Glenn Zieghart by any chance? He spread his arms with his voice full of mockery. I thought it was the Northern Conqueror, too. You arrogant brat, where do you think you are? He is completely insane. I don't even think he's from Zieghart. Get that hindrance out of here and continue the auction already. Bidders swallowed nervously at first, but were relieved by the auctioneer's reaction and sneered at Rayan instead. I'll take care of this place. Rayan ignored the bloodlust directed at him from all around the auction house and shifted his gaze towards Cian, Rimmer, and Laren. The elves are seized behind the platform, so the three of you should rescue them. Are you going to be all right on your own? Cian put her trembling hands together, worried about him. It would be difficult if I had to neutralize them all. Rayan licked his lips, watching the South North Union's warriors closing down the encirclement and the angry auctioneers. I'll be fine because they all deserve to die. The people inside the auction were there to buy the elven and human slaves. There was no reason to go easy on them because they all deserved to die. You'd be better off worrying about the sky collapsing one day than worrying about that monster. Rimmer stood up and took off his hood. He even removed the tool that was hiding his ears and stepped forward. Let's go already. We can't let our youngsters be humiliated any further. His brow furrowed deeply as he unsheathed his sword with his left hand. We'll be counting on you. Please be careful. Laren and Cian were about to follow Rimmer when the South North Union's warriors around them thrust their swords and spears, filled with deadly bloodlust. Rayan took a step forward and lifted Heavenly Drive. With a faint glimmer of a slash, the warriors blocking their paths were sliced diagonally. PSSSH. Blood gushed out, their flesh hitting the floor and scattering red light everywhere. Did they get killed so easily? Originally, they had believed it would be a minor altercation, but upon realizing that wasn't the case, they began to tremble as the scent of blood reached their noses. Wait, the old man sitting right next to Rayan raised his trembling eyes. A Zieghart with blonde hair and red eyes. Can it be? It's Rayan Zieghart. He shouted the name Rayan Zieghart, and the entire auction house fell quiet, the heavy silence crushing their shoulders. Our Rayan Zieghart is. The Dragon Slayer. Why is that monster even here? Their faces turned pale even though they'd been laughing at him until a moment ago. Get moving. Rimmer nodded at Rayan's gesture and dashed below. He smashed the left wall of the platform by kicking it with his wind-covered foot and immediately barged in. Rayan Zieghart. The smile around the auctioneer's lips was completely washed away. You are entitled to say such a thing since you are called the Dragon Slayer. However, we are on a river right now. He lowered his eyebrows slightly and raised his hand. The auction house's door opened violently, and even the South North Union's warriors waiting outside ran inside to surround him. This terrain is the most advantageous to us, therefore. The auctioneer mussed his neat hair, his gaze that of a ferocious beast. Kill him, he shouted, and the South North Union's warriors surrounding him started to attack at once. Rayan raised Heavenly Drive, which was tilted towards the ground. A beautiful line was drawn alongside the bloody lighting, cutting through the bloodlust in the auction house. Rip. The South North Union's warriors were rushing forward with their swords and spears, but their heads dropped like ripened apples. The sticky sound of blood soaking the ground was all that could be heard. What? The auctioneer sank on his ass, his chin trembling in fear. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in the auction house was suppressing their breath, unable to budge a finger. Rayan stepped over the steaming blood and went down to the platform. The auctioneer's face gradually became pale as he approached him. What are you waiting for? Stop him. We are all going to die if we don't do something about him. The auctioneer shouted at the people in the auction house to order their guards to stop Rayan. Stop him. You should attack him too. There will be no issues as long as we get rid of that monster. The auctioneer managed to convince them, and they ordered their guards to block Rayan's path. The remaining warriors from the South-North Union also started to move, and over 100 people were surrounding Rayan already. It's nice to have you gather on your own accord. Rayan unleashed a red wave with heavenly drive, a cold smile on his face. The flower petals blooming from the tip of the blade fluttered in the air, small embers dwelling inside. 10,000 flames cultivation, 1,000 flames, flame spirit. The flower petals of raging flame advanced as slowly as dandelion seeds at first, but they suddenly accelerated to pierce into the warriors' chests. Flowers, stop him. The warriors returned to their senses and tried to defend by unleashing as much aura as they could, but it was already too late. Wham! The flame spirit's pieces exploded loudly as soon as they reached the warriors' bodies, incinerating their flesh. It didn't matter whether they were a novice-level master or intermediate master. Everyone perished the moment the red blade touched them, unable to fend off a single strike. Rayan cut down all the warriors and looked around at Dorian. Block the door. Yes, Dorian nodded and stood in front of the auction house's door. He looked afraid but determined to keep anyone from passing him. Even he's quite usable now. Wrath chuckled while looking at Dorian. Wait a moment. Rayan started to walk down towards the platform, and the old man who'd purchased the elf called Kaja came towards him and went on his knees. I am Jason from House Pensia. We've been on good terms with Sieghart for over 50 years. Then that alliance is now over. Rayan cut off the head of the pig that was rambling that he was an ally. Jason clutched his severed neck in disbelief and tilted towards the ground. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard in the auction house, and Rayan went down onto the platform. The auctioneer tried to step backward, eyes bloodshot. I haven't seen anyone with such a nasty way of speaking in a long time. Rayan swung his sword with a smile on his face. The blade landed lightly and cut off both his legs. The auctioneer writhed in pain while screaming. I wanted to cut your mouth off right away, but... The auctioneer's crumpled face was reflected in Rayan's frightening eyes. We have a lot to talk about. The luxurious room was adorned with the skins of beasts and monsters, laid out like decorative ornaments. A young man in a white tiger leather coat licked his lips while checking the pile of gold. It's so easy to make money compared to when I was a bandit. He chuckled, returning the handful of gold into a pouch. Desire is the best merchandise after all. The young man was about to close the pouch but stopped himself and looked upwards. When his gaze began to reflect curiosity, the door opened, and a middle-aged man in a black suit entered the room. Sir Raptor, we're in trouble. I also sense it. Raptor narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated on the ceiling. Who was the visitor? There were elves hidden among the customers. They are currently rampaging inside the auction house. How did the elves even get here? It would be understandable if they were at the casino, but the auction house should require an invitation letter for entry. I'm not sure about that. The middle-aged man hung his head, saying that he didn't know. Well, we'll find out after we catch them. Raptor smiled slightly and shook his hand, because Eren should take care of them just fine. He injected his aura into the crystal ball placed at the edge of the desk. The transparent sphere turned dark and showed the auction house. He's so smart. He's even using the guards that the pigs brought in addition to ours. Raptor was casually shaking his finger but suddenly widened his eyes. A man holding a sword was slaughtering dozens of people in a single slash. Is that really an elf? Yes. There are 5 of them total, and all of them are elves. No, he isn't. He firmly shook his head and laughed bitterly. That is Rayan Sieghart, not a mere elf. Our Rayan Sieghart. He is the young monster who killed the mad dragon. Raptor furrowed his brow and lifted the crystal ball. This is crazy. The last time he'd seen Rayan was when he'd gone to Gazel River with the Axe King. It had only been 2 years since then, but the monster called Rayan Sieghart had grown unbelievably. It looks like even I can't win against him. He'd also gotten a lot stronger than before, but he didn't stand a chance against that monster. He could only buy some time at best. Raptor chewed his lip and turned his head. It can't be helped. He opened the drawer and took out a white paper and a gray paper. They both had a strange glow that looked like they were absorbing the light. Raptor wrote down on the paper that Rayan Sieghart had arrived and stared at it for a moment. Who should I call? He furrowed his brow in contemplation, and Rayan turned around after neutralizing and torturing Eren. His lips twitched in his direction, implying that he'd noticed his presence. That's where you were. Raptor's chin trembled upon meeting Rayon's red gaze. I have no time to deliberate. He burned both papers and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I just hope that someone comes. Save me. Have you ever decided not to auction the people who begged for mercy? Rayon smiled coldly while watching the auctioneer beg for his life. The auctioneer averted his gaze, lips trembling. Your end was already decided the moment you spoke nonsense about that child who lost her parents. Rayon snapped his neck with his hand since death by a sword was too good for him. Kua. The auctioneer's body convulsed, succumbing to fear and pain before he perished. By the time Rayon put down the auctioneer's corpse, Rimmer, Cian, and Laren came onto the platform. Their clothes were also smeared with blood, implying that they were fully determined to do what they had to. About 20 elves were standing next to them, wearing dresses with thick makeup to match the human preference. They were still beautiful, but it was a sad and bitter sight. You should go outside before me. Rayon shook the blood off his hand and pointed at the door of the auction house. What about you? Cian asked, exhaling quietly. I still have something to take care of. What could that be? You are planning to destroy this place, aren't you? Rimmer pointed his finger up and down. You figured me out, Rayon chuckled, nodding his head. It's because I'm fully aware of your personality. Rimmer chuckled and tapped on his scabbard. I want to do it myself, but it can't be helped since I have people to take care of. You can do it instead. Let's go. He climbed the stairs, holding a small elf in his arms. PL, please be careful. We'll be waiting outside. Cian and Laren followed Rimmer, understanding that their priority was to get the elves out. Dorian confidently nodded and came down towards him upon hearing Rayon's call. Shall I carve the path from the front? No, take all the money and objects from this place. What? Dorian widened his eyes, unable to comprehend what he was talking about. I told you I'm going to destroy this place. Take all the money and auction articles before that happens. Leave on your own after getting them all, Rayon ordered, smashing the platform with his fist. Wham! The floor was destroyed and another casino was revealed. There were no gamblers or dealers around, but the assassins hiding all around the place dashed towards him. They seemed to be trying to attack while Rayon was still in mid-air because he was unable to freely move his body. Rayon slashed to the right with heavenly drive. The tip of the blade drew a line like a red comet and spread an intense heat. Slash. The assassins perished and fell before they could even throw the daggers they'd been hiding. Their wide eyes revealed how surprised they were. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground powerfully upon landing on the floor. He destroyed the ground once again and went down to the next floor. A man in a white tiger leather coat was sitting at the center of a room that looked messy because of the animal and monster skins displayed all around. His head was covered by a yellow bandana, and his neat forehead was noticeable. You. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the man's face. Didn't you say you were a bandit? It was Raptor, the South North Union's warrior that he'd encountered for the first time during a mission to track down the bandits when he was a trainee, and the second time at Gazel River. I need to obey my superiors since I'm just a salaryman. Raptor chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. You look like you've enjoyed it fully, though. Rayon snorted, looking at the luxurious room and the coat made of white tiger leather. Because everyone likes money. Raptor shook his head while giggling, but it looks like you've been solely focused on strength. His gaze trembled faintly. You've become so powerful that it's making me speechless. Were you blessed by a demon or something? Raptor's chin trembled in disbelief. He wasn't blessed by a demon at all. He extorted a demon king. Wrath shook his head, saying that it was definitely not a blessing. Let's stop the meaningless chatter. Rayon raised heavenly drive, the blood having evaporated from the blade. You must have an account book where you wrote down the people who have purchased the elves, right? Why would I have an account book like that? Raptor's daring voice became hoarse. So you have it. It's irritating how quickly you noticed. Raptor shook his head, placing his hand on his waist, because trash like you never misses the opportunity to seize other people's weakness. Yeah, I do have it. I can't simply give it away, though, since our group is rather trustworthy. He lifted his sword in front of him and bobbed his chin. I'll decide after I see how powerful you are. Rayon didn't respond, swinging heavenly drive in a semicircle. The blade advanced beautifully, unleashing a red wave from it. The profound martial art surpassed the limit and slashed in a split second, reaching an extreme speed. Slash. The silver blade severed Raptor's right side, reflecting the dazzling lighting from the ceiling. PSSSH. Raptor's right arm was torn off violently, as if a beast had gnawed on it. Ack. Raptor screamed one step too late, showing that he hadn't even managed to sense the attack. Someone like you could never even dare to judge me. Rayon tilted his head, pointing Heavenly Drive's spotless blade toward the ground. Now tell me, where's the account book? Huh. Raptor gasped as he looked at the space his right arm used to be. I didn't even sense it. He hadn't even seen Rayon's attack coming. That implied that the difference between them was tremendous. That strike would have killed me if it weren't for the account book. Rayon could have gone for his neck or heart instead of his right arm. I can't believe that rumor was true. He'd simply snorted when he'd heard the rumor that Rayon Zeeghart had become a grandmaster, but it was actually true. In fact, the rumor wasn't even enough to describe him. Rayon seemed to have already reached the novice-level grandmaster. Ha! Raptor bit his lip tightly, meeting Rayon's serious eyes. Buy time against him. Nonsense. It was impossible for a master to win against a grandmaster unless they were an unreasonable monster like Rayon. Since he was still at the master's realm, it was impossible to buy time against Rayon. You really have become a complete monster. Raptor swallowed nervously, stopping the bleeding from his shoulder. Rayon didn't do anything to stop him since he could kill him at any moment if he wanted. Your childish appearance from our first encounter remains, but your sword is frighteningly sharp. Rayon's face hadn't changed much since their first encounter, but his swordsmanship was on a different level. He couldn't even believe that he was a human being at that point. Did you let me live because of the account book? Raptor smiled awkwardly, using his left hand to wipe away the blood flowing from his right shoulder. But what are you going to do with that account book? Are you going to visit them one by one and recover the elves who have been sold? What if I am? Ha! Raptor sneered and raised his head sharply. Those people are famous all around the continent, unlike those weaklings who came later on. Some of them are even from the 6 kings and 5 demons. Are you telling me you are going to visit them all? Yes. Rayon calmly nodded as if he didn't understand what the problem with that was. I'll take them back, even if they are from Sieghart, let alone the 6 kings and 5 demons. His unwavering eyes showed that he was telling the truth. Raptor realized that the crazy man in front of him really was planning to recover the elves by visiting everyone on the list. You've become stronger, but you're still naive. You are just a brat living in a dream. You might be right, however. Rayon shook his head at Raptor. It's better than a terrified dog with the tail between its legs. What are you talking about? Just as I said, Rayon briefly licked his lips, looking at Raptor's bloodshot eyes, because you weren't like this the last time we met. He's only met Raptor twice so far, but he had the same impression both times. He was a proud and confident warrior. He was always composed and could look at the big picture. He was definitely an enemy, but Rayon had thought that he was a man that he could learn from. He thought that he was somewhat indebted to him, but Raptor had become a whole different person. He was completely intimidated, blinded by greed, his pride and confidence nowhere to be seen. What do you even know about me? Raptor bared his teeth and gave a grotesque laugh. Account book, I'm never giving it to you. I won't give it to you even if you kill me. He grinned, spreading the only arm he had left in a gesture of complete denial. The malice he was showing made it seem like he'd stepped on a landmine. The reason I didn't kill you wasn't because of the account book, but because I thought I was indebted to you. Rayon sighed briefly. What? Raptor widened his eyes, asking what he was talking about. I would be dead now if you went for the kill back then. He wasn't lying. It was the case during the encounter with the Axe King and also during their first encounter. If he tried to attack while ignoring Rimmer's presence, Rayon would have died or been seriously injured at best. But he'd remained composed and even gave him some kind of blessing by telling him to become stronger by their next encounter. Rayon had thought he was a rather decent warrior despite being in a den of lunatics like the 5 demons, but he felt enraged to see him again in that state. Do you remember what you told me back then? You said, I look forward to hearing your name in the Terracan Mountains and Reborn River. Rayon remembered exactly what he'd said because he was impressed by it. Raptor's lips trembled, finally remembering about it. So what do you think? Do you hear my name from the Terracan Mountains and Reborn River now? He clenched his fist, his arm hanging powerlessly at his side. I kept my promise, but the person who made that promise with me doesn't exist anymore. Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive and raised it towards him. Raptor was simply standing there with his head lowered towards the ground. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. I'll finish you off right here. It's in the second partition of the bookshelf at the right. He slowly raised his head and pointed at the bookshelf to his right. What? The account book you're looking for is in that bookshelf to the right. Raptor shook his head, wondering why he was surprised at the answer to his question. The desire filling his eyes seemed to have cleared a little. I have no intention of letting you live even if you tell me about it. He couldn't forgive him for treating others as slaves because he'd lived as a dog on a leash by Darius Robert in his previous life. He was planning to kill the one responsible for it, regardless of who it was. I didn't say it so that I could live. Raptor chuckled and shook his head. His characteristic relaxed attitude seemed to have returned a little. I was just reminded of the past. Rayon went to the bookshelf that Raptor had mentioned and took a red book from it. He opened the book and could see that every sale in the auction so far was written down. He could read about which elves had been sold and the people who have purchased them in the recent records. You are right about that. Raptor sighed while touching the gold coins on the desk. I ran away with my tail between my legs and stayed here while licking a bone. He closed his eyes while looking at the dark hole in the ceiling. Rayon didn't know for sure, but he could guess that there'd been an issue inside the South-North Union. You should keep walking down your path until the very end. I'm going to do it anyway. You don't need to tell me that. Yes, that's Rayon Sieghart that I know. Raptor smiled gladly and touched his wounded shoulder. It would have been nice if I met you a bit earlier. He sat on the ground with a gloomy voice. The aura blocking the injury on his shoulder was suddenly removed and even more blood gushed from it. He decided to die on his own terms. Yo, you should leave quickly. The monster is coming to kill you. Monster, do you remember Tyler, the man you killed? Of course I do. Rayon nodded, thinking about how he'd killed Tyler, the disciple of the South North Union's boss, when he was trying to save the Blue Lug tribe that was being enslaved by him. Tyler's grandfather is a man named Surin. He is the vice elder of the Council of Elders. No, he is actually the head elder now, which means... Yes, he is coming here. Raptor smiled weakly, advising him to go upstairs quickly. As for the chain binding the elves' necks, you should inject aura into it and destroy it from the inside. It's going to explode right away and blow up their necks if you don't do that. He even gave an unexpected piece of information as a parting gift. And watch out for Beorn. Beorn. Rayon never got the answer to that question. Raptor closed his eyes with his lips curved into a bitter smile. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Raptor's corpse. Beorn. He had a bad feeling about that name when he suddenly heard a huge impact from above. Are they already here? Rimmer climbed the stairs that he'd used to enter the marine marketplace and returned to the cabin. The South North Union's warriors attacked him with their deadly swords and spears as soon as he came out onto the deck, implying that they'd already heard the ruckus. Rimmer used the footwork while holding the child in his arm. He moved to the left by riding the wind and raised his left foot to smack the heads of those rushing towards him. Whack, whack. The South North Union's warriors were sent flying violently and slammed onto the deck, but they immediately stood back up and regained their posture, as sailors could take some hits. So annoying. Rimmer put the child he was holding down behind him and unsheathed his sword. Just wait a little. It will be over soon. Rimmer was about to raise his sword in order to cut down the South North Union's warriors at once when an explosion occurred on the deck, and a water giant emerged. Wham! The water giant sent all the South North Union's warriors flying on the deck with a single swing of its hand. Are you okay? Cian blinked while looking at Rimmer, riding on the giant's shoulder. Rimmer chuckled and nodded his head. We are almost there. Just keep it up a bit longer. Cian made the giant's hand move the elves hiding underneath onto the deck. Are we going to wait for Sir Rayon here? Laren was the last one to come out, and she licked her lips while looking in the direction of the auction house. It's dangerous to stay on the river. As that auctioneer has said, the South North Union's pirates are the most proficient when it comes to battles on a river. Rimmer shook his head, looking at the grand flow of the river. It would make it easier for Rayon if we left first. I agree. Dorian poked his head out like a mole from a hole that Cian had made. You arrived so quickly. I only needed to run because our division leader and Lady Cian defeated all the enemies from the front. Dorian thanked them by nodding at them and came onto the deck. Sir Rayon said that he would destroy this entire ship. There's no reason to wait for him. He pointed at the riverside, suggesting they get out quickly. Since the elves can walk on the water, let's. We can't do that. Rimmer sighed and shook his head. What? That chain is stopping them from using their power. He furrowed his brow, pointing at the chain hanging around an elf's neck. I can't even tell how to remove it because there's no keyhole and the South North Union's warriors said they didn't know anything about it. Ah then. It's okay, Cian snapped her fingers and a water giant behind her jumped into Perrin River. Rumble. The giant increased in size by absorbing the water and spread its hands, wide enough for 20 people to mount. Get on, everyone. Cian went ahead onto the giant's hand and waved her hand. The elves hesitated for a moment but mounted it soon enough. Rimmer smiled deeply as he watched that scene. She really has changed a lot. Cian didn't even let a single finger outside her blanket in the past because she was afraid of other people's gazes, but she was guiding people now while confidently showing herself. It was a refreshing sight, and Rimmer felt proud of her at the same time. Here you go, get up there. Rimmer gave the child next to him to Cian and was about to go onto the giant's hand as well. Rumble. A gray warship was charging toward them at a tremendous speed from upstream, where Reborn River was located. It wasn't simply moving with the wind, it seemed to be fueled by mana. Are there reinforcements already here? Rimmer twisted his lips and unsheathed his sword once again. He incorporated the wind blowing around the river onto the blade and created a wall of astral energy. Wham! The blue wall of wind blocked the warship's path. The ship started to slow, and the old man standing on the sail cast a fishing rod far out. The fishing line extended endlessly and ruthlessly cut through the wall. Warship broke through the wall and continued its charge without decelerating, trying to ram through the water giant. Wham! Rimmer and Cian acted at the same time. They created a new wall by controlling the wind and water as if they'd practiced coordinating their attacks. However, the warship further accelerated to crush the wall before it was completed and clashed against the water giant. Wham! The upper body of the water giant was destroyed and the elves on its hand fell powerlessly. Kaya. Since the power of the elves was suppressed by the chain necklace, they could only flounder as they fell into the river. Oh no, Dorian was still on the deck and hurriedly jumped into the river. He took out a small boat from his belly pocket and made it float on the river. Get on. The boat was rather spacious, and it seemed to be more than enough for all the elves to get on board. Why does he even have that? Wait, this isn't the time to ask about that. Rimmer breathed out a sigh of relief and looked at the old man who jumped down from the warship. His red skin was quite noticeable, but it was overshadowed by the malice storming powerfully around his eyes. That old man. Rimmer had heard about a red-skinned old man using a fishing rod as his main weapon. It must have been Surin, South North Union's vice head of the Council of Elders. I didn't expect the vice head of the council to personally arrive. Rimmer twisted his lips, looking at Surin. You are the Sword of Light from Sieghart. Surin nodded his head while looking at Rimmer. Is Rayon Sieghart still in there? It might be better this way. He weakly shook the fishing rod while glaring at Rimmer. Because I can make him feel the same way I did by killing you all before he comes out. What are you talking about? Rayon Sieghart killed my grandson. What, Tyler? He was going to grow up into a hero, but he was killed by that evil fiend. Surin raised his fishing rod, shoving his frightening gaze towards him. The tackle was weakly wavering like it was floating on water, but it started to violently rotate. Astral sphere. Surin was a grandmaster, befitting the vice head of the Council of Elders. He might be lacking in stamina because of his old age, but his prowess was extremely powerful. Rimmer furrowed his brow, looking at Cian behind him. Cian shouldn't be able to summon the Spirit King now. The 4 Spirit Kings had to restore the spiritual realm that was on the verge of destruction and were unable to leave it. I'm not in a normal state either. The injury he'd gained from the battle against the Crimson Flame Demon was still lingering. He could defeat a master, but such a powerful warrior was a different story. Do I have to drag it out? Rimmer made up his mind and turned his eyes towards Cian and Laren behind him. Withdraw with everyone. I'll stop him here, so quickly go to the riverside. How dare you? Surin stomped the ground, and the South North Union's warriors jumped out from the gray warship he'd come with and surrounded them. They were even more powerful than the warriors in the marine marketplace. They seemed to be affiliated with the Council of Elders. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all, he declared, and the South North Union's warriors jumped down onto the river with deadly bloodlust emanating from them. Rimmer bit his lip, watching the South North Union's warriors moving towards the boat. Damn it. Dorian, Cian, and Laren would have normally been able to fend them off, but the situation required them to fight while protecting the elves in the water. It wasn't going to be an easy battle. You are the first one to go. Surin swung down his fishing rod, showing that he wasn't going to continue the conversation. The fishing rod rapidly curved as he bent his wrist, unleashing a powerful wave of aura. Right side. Rimmer barely managed to read the direction and created a sword barrier towards the right. Clang! A tremendous impact was delivered into his shoulder. Surin was so furious that he was going all out from the beginning without any hesitation. Rip, the fishing rod itself was blocked by the sword barrier, but the line moved like a living creature and rushed toward his left arm, which was holding his sword. Rimmer could feel the astral sphere storming as it tried to break through the sword barrier. What an annoying old man. Rimmer clenched his back teeth and tried to kick the fishing line away. However, even the line was sharpened by aura and his foot was almost injured. He's a tricky opponent. He felt like he was fighting against 3 people at once because the fishing rod, line, and tackle were moving separately. Gah! Surin roared, and the fishing rod rushed at him with tremendous power. His barely recovered internal injury worsened again, causing Rimmer intense pain. Take it easy, won't you? Rimmer smiled, pretending to be reserved without showing that he was internally injured. You are a sacrifice. The sacrifice to make Rayon Sieghart taste hell. Surin's fishing rod soared violently, surrounded by his intense anger. The astral sphere surrounding the tackle spread around in all directions, attacking Rimmer and even the elves behind him. Hop! Rimmer turned around mid-air and swung the sword pointing down into an upward slash. A huge power of wind concentrated around him in a circle blocking Surin's astral sphere. Clang! The defense was successful, but he could guess that he wasn't going to last for long because Surin's energy was way too powerful. He concluded that he would need to create the sword field, even though it was going to worsen his internal injury. Sword field. Rimmer started to open the upper energy center in order to use the sword field. A majestic red light radiated from the hole in the ship that the water giant had destroyed. Wham! A tremendous firestorm surged towards the sky, splitting and exploding the ship that was rooted deeply into the river. Amid the crimson heat incinerating the ship, a pair of eyes sparkled even more intensely than the flame. Rayon Sieghart. Surin kicked Rimmer away and dashed towards Rayon. Clang! Rayon casually extended Heavenly Drive and blocked Surin's fishing rod. I've thought about your face thousands of times. No, tens of thousands of times. You evil fiend. Are you Tyler's grandfather? Rayon looked at Surin confidently. He deserved to die. Rayon shook his head, meeting the old man's eyes brimming with madness. Tyler enslaved the Blue Lug tribe in order to glorify himself and rule over their life. He was just trash, not a hero. Shut up. You are the one who needs to die. Surin showed his anger without hesitation and swung the fishing rod wildly. The river exploded all around as if it were being bombarded. Clang. After listening to his anger, Rayon unleashed an astral sphere to fend off the fishing rod. Well, it seems like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree when it comes to bastards. What? Since you desire to see your grandson so much, I'll send you off to the world where trash belongs. Rayon raised heavenly drive and nodded at him. His red eyes were shining even deeper than the river, reflecting the evening glow. Come at me. He is my guest, so please take care of the rear division leader. Rayon raised his finger and pointed at the boat that Dorian and the elves were on. All right, Rimmer casually nodded and immediately ran towards the boat. Is Shitty Ears really your master? I'm not sure. Rayon thought Rimmer would hesitate a little, but he'd left immediately, without hesitation. He felt once again that he was such an amazing person, but it's easier that way more than being stubborn about staying. Rimmer wasn't used to wielding a sword with his left arm, and he hadn't completely recovered from the battle against the Crimson Flame Demon. It was better for him to acknowledge his issue and leave than to be stubborn about fighting together. You bastard. Rayon shifted his gaze upon hearing Surin's hoarse voice. What did you say just now? I said I'd send you to your grandson's side since you wish to see him so much. Rayon twisted his lips, gazing at Surin, who was exhaling his murderous intent into his breath. He is similar to him. It wasn't just the appearance. Even their trashy personalities were similar. It was laughable that he was confidently swearing revenge, even though he should have been aware of all the evil deeds his grandson committed. I can't underestimate his skills, though. Rayon soothed his nervously pounding heart. Surin was a powerful warrior who'd become a grandmaster long ago, and he used a fishing rod as a weapon. He had to approach carefully since he'd never fought against that weapon before. How pathetic. Wrath furrowed his brow while looking at Rayon. Just crush an insignificant creature like him with your finger. You are the only one who can do that. Then do something about it and get rid of him. The King of Essence is hungry. Rayon ignored Wrath and focused on Surin's movements. Ha. Surin showed his bloodshot eyes, exhaling in anger. I'll erase you from the face of the world. Not even bones will remain. He roared and dashed towards him. The way he was running on the water was swift and light-footed as a wolf. He seemed to be using footwork designed to move on the surface of water. Kring. Surin cast the gray fishing rod with one hand, as if he were really fishing. His tackle was right under Rayon's nose before he even had the time to breathe. The astral sphere surrounding the tackle rotated rapidly, piercing towards the left side of his chest. Rayon held his breath and bent his knees. He unleashed the astral sphere of raging flame onto Heavenly Drive's tip, which hadn't yet cooled. Clang. A circular crater was created on the deep Perrin River from the clash between the astral spheres. A huge pillar of water surged towards the sky and fell like heavy rain. A silver light sparkled amid the transparent raindrops. A frighteningly sharp astral energy was dwelling at the tip of the hook. Rayon unleashed. Frost pawned towards the hook, cutting through the air. Heavenly Drive's blade fended off the hook, and the icy slash followed towards Surin's neck. Wham! Surin calmly raised his fishing rod and destroyed the blade of Frost. It was a performance befitting a grandmaster. He seems to know about Frost Pond. He'd immediately raised his fishing rod to defend himself, as if he were already aware of Frost Pond's second blade. Rayon could guess that he had investigated his martial arts. Well, he did mention that he'd thought about my face tens of thousands of times. While his opponent had information about him, he barely knew anything about his opponent and even had to face an unfamiliar weapon like the fishing rod. It wasn't going to be an easy battle. Kring. Surin swirled the fishing rod, using the movement of his entire body. The tackle and hook rotated above his head, creating a wave on Perrin River. The prevalent flow of the river was reversed, unleashing a tremendous amount of bloodlust. He had added his aura to the river. Rayon used the Ring of Fire. The 8 rings surrounding his heart resonated with each other, opening the door to his upper energy center. The water drops in the air slowed down to a glacial speed, and the water reaching his skin was frighteningly cold. Rayon advanced towards Surin in his extreme focus, which was an extremely advanced realm. How dare you? Surin used his footwork to maintain the distance that was advantageous for the fishing rod and whipped at him with the fishing line. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps and fended off the fishing line, falling towards his shoulder. Clang. The huge sound made it feel like it was a clash between boulders, even though it was a fishing line and a sword. Rayon narrowed his eyes, looking at the taut fishing line. He even incorporated his will into the fishing line in addition to the astral sphere. It was a blatant emotion, one that couldn't be mistaken. Murderous intent. It's brimming with his murderous intent towards me. Warriors usually had a characteristic will depending on how they'd lived. However, Surin had given up on the will that he'd accumulated as a warrior and replaced it with his desire for vengeance. It was similar to a curse, trying to kill his opponent even if he had to die in the process. Whap! Rayon pushed Surin's fishing line back with the 10,000 flames, cultivations, fire, and clenched his back teeth. My will is to never be defeated. He should be able to grow even further if he could prevail against the murderess while trying to kill him. HMPH. Cern decreased the tension himself before the fishing line was snapped. He weakened the line and bounced the tackle at the same time to attack the tendon in Rayon's right arm. Instead of using Heavenly Drive, which was pointed downwards, Rayon used his left hand to draw the blade of Requiem. He violently smacked the tackle with the ghastly blade, which absorbed the frost, and dashed towards Surin. Wham! Surin used his footwork to ride upon the river once again to maintain the advantageous distance. He is fast, but I'm even faster. Rayon. Supreme Harmonies. Second step, destroying the violent flow of water in the process. He took his second step and advanced before the water surging towards the sky even started to fall. His vision darkened because of the rapid acceleration. Since the Supreme Harmony steps was connected to the versatile sword, it became more profound the better his swordsmanship improved. The Supreme Harmony steps had become so much faster after becoming a Grandmaster, to the point that it could be called an evolution. Surin realized that he couldn't run away and swung his fishing rod with tremendous power. Rayon unleashed the firewall toward the fishing rod that was cutting through the sky and falling towards him. Wham! The competition between the two huge powers created an immense shockwave engulfing the surrounding area. The huge tidal wave surging towards the sky made it look like the river had become an ocean. Kring. Surin continued his assault, surrounding the tidal wave with his aura. Rayon's vision was filled with the dark wall of water. Rayon executed. Crimson slashed towards the tidal wave, rushing towards him like a giant's hand. Crack! The red line of heat severed the center of the tidal wave where the aura was concentrated. Surin's wavering eyes could be seen amid the wave that was being severed like a dream. However, he gained distance again like the experienced warrior he was and swung his fishing rod, which was pulled back to his left side. The hook was extended along the line that cut through the river, spreading its fiery pressure, seemingly capable of crushing a person's heart. Kring. Rayon immediately stabbed the hook with the blade of Requiem in his left hand and let the 10,000 Flames cultivations aura that he had gathered in his hands mana circuits burst. 10,000 Flames cultivation, 1,000 flames. Flame Dragon Art. A flame dragon was born from the fire and let out its majestic roar. The flame breath advanced, evaporating the water in the process. Boom! The entire river was shaken from the violent clash between the Flame Dragon Art and Surin's watery wave. The water started to flood all around the place. Surin's bloodlust intensified and became even colder as his grip on the fishing rod trembled in irritation. Rayon bit his lips slightly, meeting Surin's distorted eyes. I'll even defeat your murderous will. The South North Union's warriors approaching the boat sank under the river, their blood spreading across the surface, unable to fend off Rimmer's strike. Those who were approaching from the front on the right found their ship wrecked by Cian's water spirit before they could come close. Laren notched 5 arrows to her bow and fired them underwater. The South North Union's warriors who were approaching from underwater floated onto the surface with arrows stuck in their heads. In the meantime, Dorian used his duck-foot-shaped oar to rescue all of the elves drowning in the river. You got them all right? Rimmer narrowed his eyes, examining the elves on the boat. Yes, we've rescued everyone. Laren nodded, counting the number of the elves. I'm glad to hear that. I thought we were screwed. Rimmer breathed out a sigh of relief and shifted his gaze upstream. Rayon and Surin were fighting like a tiger and a dragon, running on the river as if they were stepping on the land. What a shame, since a powerful warrior using a fishing rod was so rare. He regretted that he had to leave him to Rayon because of his internal injury. Wait, did I just think that it was a shame? Rimmer widened his eyes, thinking about his previous emotions. When was the last time I felt this way? Even when his energy center was ruined, he'd never thought that it was a shame that he couldn't fight against powerful warriors anymore. That kind of emotion was something that he had only felt during his childhood. He couldn't understand why he felt that way out of nowhere. Could it be? Rimmer licked his lips, watching Rayon's back as he broke through all of Surin's complicated attacks. Is it because of his battle? He must have been excited because Rayon had always fought his opponents head-on without holding back in the slightest, no matter who they were and how powerful they were. Rimmer raised his left hand and touched his right shoulder. To be honest, he didn't really want to use the prosthetic arm. He'd practiced wielding a sword with his left hand, but he wasn't too desperate with his training. He thought his life as a swordsman was over since his revenge was achieved. However, that extinguished ember started to rise again in his heart as he watched the fight between Surin and Rayon after fighting alongside him against the Crimson Flame Demon. There was a saying like that, the one standing above others guides them with their back. Rayon had never told him to stand back up. However, he seemed to be telling him to wield the sword again through his actions. Is he really becoming the king's vessel? Rimmer smiled, sitting comfortably on the boat. It's about time I retire from the front line. However, I shouldn't live as a worn-out old man. Surin empowered his astral sphere by adding aura to the river's waves. The wave of his aura violently emerged, connecting as fluently as the river. Kring, Rayon weakened the grip of his right hand, which was holding Heavenly Drive. He severed the rampaging water according to its flow and cut down the astral sphere that Surin had created. It was the demonstration of his profound martial art, using his opponent's power to his advantage. You arrogant bastard. Surin ground his teeth and made the fishing rod drop suddenly. The rod and the line seemed to bend casually, but an intense bloodlust was emanating from them. The moment the fishing rod fell towards his shoulder, Rayon focused the 10,000 flames cultivation on his leg's mana circuits, which were allowing him to step on the river. He advanced while causing an explosion on the river, leaping into Surin's space. The aura surged from his lower energy center, connecting to his middle and upper energy centers, and unleashing his extensive will. The determination to never be defeated blocked the fishing rod brimming with murderous intent. Clang. The fishing rod and line were bounced back violently, but Surin's attack wasn't over yet. He simply budged his finger to control the tackle and the hook, aiming a strike at Rayon's back. I'm used to it now. Rayon had figured out how Surin was moving as their fight continued. He could tell how he was controlling his aura just from the look in his eyes. Rayon folded his shoulder towards his chest to dodge the hook and took another step towards Surin. A thick layer of water surged from the river to block his path, but he tore it apart with the blade of Requiem's ghastly energy. Crack, Heavenly Drive's blade cut into Surin's chest for the first time. It was a shallow wound, but the area around the cut was scorched dark from the heat. Surin audibly ground his teeth from the intense pain. You bastard. He withdrew to the left and pulled the fishing rod from behind. Rayon fended off the fishing line with the blade of Requiem and slashed downwards with Heavenly Drive, incorporating the principles of the Fangs of Insanity. Clang, Surin's fishing rod swayed to the point of breaking because it hadn't received enough momentum. Rayon pressured Surin with sheer power, pushing the line with the blade of Requiem and the rod with Heavenly Drive. Q-hoo-hoo. When they were close enough to hear each other's heartbeats, Surin twisted his lips. You finally came. What? It's all over now. Surin shouted, forcibly cutting off the fishing line. With the taut line cut, the blade of Requiem cut Surin's waist sharply. Why did he abandon his weapon? Rayon furrowed his brow, and Surin shook the river with the rod, a grin on his face. A sticky bloodlust burst from his old gaze once again. Swaya, the entire width of Perrin River rose, creating the shape of a huge dragon. The water dragon seemed to ascend to the sky and opened its dark jaw. The water dragon fell with tremendous pressure, as if it were trying to destroy the entire river. Every single scale incorporated an intense murderous will. Could explode a person's body without even leaving a piece of flesh behind just by touching it. So this was what he was waiting for. Rayon had thought that Surin was too agitated, but that wasn't the case. He'd laid a trap and was waiting for Rayon to take the bait. Amazing. Rayon was shocked by his patience. It had all been a ruse, even though he was facing his grandson's killer. He deserved to be the head elder of the South-North Union, but you gave me too much already. Ring of Fire being at 8 stars and him being at the Grandmaster's realm. Kring, Rayon straightened Heavenly Drive as he gazed at Surin's water dragon, which was huge enough to hide the sky. He caught his breath, imagining the sword that could destroy the water dragon, the manifestation of Surin's will. He pressed upon the river with his left foot and extended the blade of Requiem upwards from his waist. A grandson, the water dragon's eyes, which were similarly distorted as Surin's eyes, reminded him strangely of Glenn. I wonder if he will avenge me if I die here. He probably won't. Even though it was a sudden battle, it was a proper duel. Since Glenn was a warrior by nature, he would accept the result without trying to avenge him. Rayon agreed that it was the correct thing to do. Glenn was more suitable for him than Surin. He unleashed the full power of the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier while thinking about Glenn, his sky, and his goal. A river can't reach the sky. Azure Sky Sword's fourth technique, Heavenly Luminous Slash. The majestic ray radiating from the tip of his sword pierced through the water dragon's head where it was hiding in the sky. The haughty radiance of the blade reached the sky and spread its golden glow. By the time the vast blue light illuminated the world again, a black axe came flying from the air. That's. Rayon raised the blade of Requiem to defend himself, but the axe was falling towards Surin's head. Wham!